Highness. Who are the other members of your team? I know I'm a part of it since I was invited by teacher, but who else are there? Vanadir scratched his head as he hemmed and hawed. He then looked at Dane for a bit, to which Dane shrugged his shoulders in response. This nonverbal response did not go unnoticed by the young mage, looking at her mentor before looking at the ninth prince sitting opposite her. Taking a slight sip of the tea she had, she then asked both of them, "From what I'm seeing, it seems that your highness doesn't have any other members yet other than me." In response, the ninth prince let out an awkward chuckle as he asked her, "Was my body language that obvious?" He then chuckled for a few more seconds before letting out a low sigh. Looking at her directly in the eyes, he then said with a sincere tone, "Due to the huge amount of support the third prince gets, only he has a full team of members for the war for the throne. Mind you, the maximum number of members a team could have is 10, with the prince included in this number. The one with the second highest number of members in their team so far is the fourth prince, already having 6 members in his team," he added. "As for my team, there are only 3 members. You." He pointed at Ear as he said this. "Me." He then pointed at himself before pointing it towards a person Ear did not expect to be a part of the team as well. "And your mentor, Dane." "Surprising, isn't it, Ear?" Dane asked his student, to which he let out a light chuckle. As for Ear, from the show of power her mentor did a while ago lingering in her mind, it could be said that with him around, it would be simple for the ninth prince to win. With that in mind, she asked the ninth prince, "Might I ask what the minimum and maximum requirements for someone to be a part of a prince's team?" "A holder of a rank 1 class is the minimum, and a holder of a rank 4 class is the maximum," Vanadir unhesitatingly replied. He then pondered over something for a bit before looking at Dane. He then asked him, "Speaking of which, did you ask that elder if he could spare some executives or executives to fill in the remaining numbers?" Dane nodded as he replied, "Indeed, I have, your highness." "I told it through one of his executives. That executive said that he was not sure whether or not the elder would spare some executives to help you out, but he told me that he was going to try his best to send a few battle mages or supreme battle mages to help us out." "That's quite reassuring to hear," Vanadir said as he let out a light smile. Just as he was about to ask Ear whether she had any more questions to ask him, he recalled 2 certain people that would help his team turn the tides once the war for the throne comes. With that in mind, he then told Dane, "Oh, and also, remind me that in about a couple of weeks, we're going to head to the Astlia and Arsanan family." At first, Dane tilted his head in slight confusion, wondering why His Highness would go to those high-ranking clans all of a sudden. It did not take long for the prince's words to click in his mind, letting out a light smile as he responded, "As you wish, your highness." As for Ear, since she was just newly invited to the team, she did not know what was going on. But before she could ask either her mentor or the ninth prince regarding this, the ninth prince looked at her and told her, "It's better for you to not know for now." With that said, Ear could only nod in response to his words. "Do you have any other questions you want to ask me?" Vanadir asked her after she nodded, to which Ear unhesitatingly replied, "Now that I think about it, when does the war for the throne start, your highness?" The ninth prince tried to recall the exact date when it would start, before going ahead and calculating the remaining time before the exact date comes. After a few seconds, he then told her, "In about half a year or so." "I'm pretty sure the king wouldn't hold on the first day of the new year, though." "I understand," Ear said as she nodded in understanding. "Are there any other questions you want to ask me?" Vanadir asked once more. This time, Ear shook her head as she said, "I have no more questions to ask the highness. I am incredibly satisfied." "Am glad to hear that," the ninth prince said as he let out a slight snicker. He then turned his head towards Dane and asked him, "How about you, Dane? Do you have any questions you want to ask me?" "Nothing really comes to mind, your highness," Dane said in response to his question. "I pretty much came here just to accompany my student." "So does that mean you two are leaving?" Vanadir asked Dane, to which Dane looked at his student in response. With Ear nodding to the question, Dane responded to Vanadia and uttered, "That would be a yes, Your Highness." "I see." Vanadia lightly smiled as he emptied his cup of tea before placing it on the table in front of him. He then stood up and said to the two of them, "Let me accompany you outside the pavilion. I'll be continuing my training after you two leave anyway." Eventually, the three of them were not outside the pavilion, with Vanadia unsheathing the blade he was using a while ago from his right waist soon after. Looking at Dane and Ira in front of him, he gripped the blade tightly before saying, "Make sure you two work hard to improve your combat power. Especially you, Ira," Vanadia said in addition as he looked at Ira. He then continued, "According to your mentor, you've ascended to a pretty superb class. I want to see its power in action once the war for the throne starts." "Okay, I'll do my best, Your Highness," Ira responded to Vanadia with a light grin. At this moment, she held no fear towards the ninth prince anymore as they were now acquainted. "Make sure to meet me in a couple of weeks, okay, Dane?" Vanadia then focused his attention towards Dane, to which Dane let out a giggle as he replied, "Don't worry, Your Highness. I'll come a few hours early just to make you be at ease." The three of them then said their words of farewell, with Dane and Ira gradually making their way towards the gates of the palace. As for Vanadia, he looked at the fleeting silhouettes of the two for a bit before brandishing his blade with great gusto. While he was doing so, he could not help but mutter to himself, "I wonder what kind of team I could create before the war for the throne starts." He then chuckled, "I'm getting somewhat excited for that time." Chapter 250 Crossroads. In a deeper portion of the Grand Blue Inheritance, the Grand Blue Master looked intently at the screen in front of him, with Argentum and the Earth-based pseudo-animate he had summoned for this trial on it. The two of them looked at each other from opposite ends of the arena, with Argentum activating all of the status-boosting skills and spells he had that was inclined towards the water element. Noticing that Argentum followed his instructions to a T, the Grand Blue Master could not help but lightly nod in slight satisfaction, muttering to himself, "Elena has truly picked a good student to teach. Great comprehension rate, great combat power, and even obedience when it comes to orders." He then let out a light snicker soon after as he said, "Unfortunately for you, Argentum, this is where you shall find your true limits. Surely, you wouldn't be able to defeat a pseudo-animate one grade higher than you, plus with someone who has an elemental advantage against you, with skills at an elemental disadvantage, right?" The Grand Blue Master muttered to himself with a slightly expectant tone. Throughout the tens of thousands of years that he had lived so far, he only met a few pseudo-animates that were able to beat those with an elemental advantage against them in the same grade. He had never heard of a pseudo-animate that not only beat those with an elemental advantage against them, but were also of a higher grade than them. As he muttered this to himself, two thoughts lingered in his mind. The first one was a thought regarding him being slightly envious over Argentum's performance. He could not help but take out his anger on him for a bit, letting him undergo a trial that could be said to be nigh impossible to clear unless one was a true genius. The second thought, on the other hand, was quite the opposite. Although he knew that he made the trial to take out a bit of his anger on Argentum, he also made that trial to see where Argentum's limits were. He was also somewhat expecting Argentum to break through his limits and defeat a pseudo-animate of a higher grade with a great disadvantage. Eventually, after he was finished mulling over his thoughts, he finally announced the start of the third trial. Soon after that, the two started brandishing their skills and spells towards one another in a cutthroat manner. At first, the Earth-based pseudo-animate he had summoned was the one with the advantage, forcing Argentum to dodge every attack thrown at him. Looking at the current scenario, the Grand Blue Master's expectations slightly became lower as he let out a soft sigh. Concurrently, he also felt a bit of happiness seeing such a genius pseudo-animate being beaten up. Fortunately, this happiness only lasted for a short bit as he felt a bit of remorse for what he had done. Scratching his head in contemplation, he asked himself, "Should I stop the trial?" I did tell him that this trial was just for the sake of keeping up a few formalities. Just as he was about to decide on doing so, he noticed that something peculiar was happening on the screen. After a while, This peculiarity made the Grand Blue Master slightly surprised, then excited as he could not believe what was happening. At this moment, it dawned on him that even though the Earth-based pseudo-animate looked like it was the one with the advantage, in actuality, Argentum seemed to be the one with the advantage. Through the screen, he could vividly see that Argentum was sent flying with the Earth-based pseudo-animate's attack. Unfortunately for the Earth-based pseudo-animate, the result was that Argentum was left unscathed from that attack, allowing the distance to widen between the two of them as he started to mutter a few incantations that were unintelligible to the Earth-based pseudo-animate. Infusing a bit more energy to the screen to enhance the volume of Argentum's voice, the Grand Blue Master was slightly stupefied as he realized what Argentum was muttering. With a tone of slight stupefaction, he muttered to himself, he actually bought the ultimate art from the shop screen. At his current level, he has already met the requirements to use one. According to the Grand Blue Master's memories, ultimate arts were skills that showed a level of combat power far beyond what a being is normally capable of, allowing them to surmount the gap of power between the being and its enemy and fight on a level playing field. Of course, there were a lot of caveats when it came to using ultimate arts. First, all ultimate arts needed the being to have an immensely high level of affinity towards the element the ultimate art was using. Second, the being needed to have a body capable of withstanding the backlash brought by the usage of the ultimate skill. In other words, a high vitality or defense stat was needed to use an ultimate art. And lastly, one must have an enormous amount of energy to utilize ultimate arts to their full potential. While he was still suspicious of Argentum's abilities regarding the utilization of ultimate arts, the Earth-based pseudo-animate noticed that it felt an ominous feeling from Argentum, prompting it to attack him with the strongest move it could muster. Unfortunately for the Earth-based pseudo-animate, once again, Argentum was already finished muttering the incantations for the ultimate art, allowing him to slice the attack the Earth-based pseudo-animate into two with just one move. Seeing the move Argentum utilized, the Grand Blue Master was left speechless. Concurrent to the Grand Blue Master's speechlessness, Argentum decreased the gap between him and the Earth-based pseudo-animate through the usage of the ultimate art, even though the Earth-based pseudo-animate frantically attacked to widen the gap between them, but to no avail. Eventually, the gap between them was near non-existent, allowing Argentum to cripple the Earth-based pseudo-animate by hacking off its limbs. It was also around this time that the Grand Blue Master snapped back to reality, announcing Argentum's victory over the third trial he had given him. After announcing Argentum's victory, the Grand Blue Master could not help but lean on his chair as he let out a long sigh. This sigh was filled with multiple emotions, with the most prominent emotion being awe. He then pondered over something for a bit, letting out a chuckle a few seconds later as he muttered, Argentum truly is a genius pseudo-animate. Who knows how strong he'll become in the future. Now that I think about it, there might even be the possibility that he could even stand on the same level of power as me and Eleanor in the future, he continued to mutter, thinking that it was not impossible with the prowess Argentum had shown in the third trial, even with a great disadvantage. Anyways, I should think about the reward I'll give him for clearing this trial, the Grand Blue Master said to himself as he changed his train of thought. Even though this trial is for the sake of keeping up formalities, Argentum has already done his part to keep it up, so I'll keep my part as well. The question is, what reward would fit Argentum? He asked himself, mulling over it for about half a minute or so. After a while, he noticed that he had not told Argentum what was to come after the third trial. Add on the fact that he did not decide on a reward to give him yet, the Grand Blue Master decided to just keep Argentum in a facade for now, making him think that the trials were not over. Whoosh! After a few seconds of looking at each other, the crippled Earth-based pseudo-animate disappeared from Argentum's field of vision, allowing him to finally let out a sigh of relief as he disabled all of his skills and spells. Ultimate arts are really great, Argentum said to himself as he sat down on the ground, slightly shivering from the cold at first. I think I should focus more of my time on the ultimate art I got. Even at the artisan level of mastery, the power it outputs is already equivalent to Viridescent Zephyr Blast. Imagine if I used it in tandem with all of my status boosting skills. How monstrous would my level of damage reach by then? Argentum muttered, laughing from the thought he just had. Speaking of which, shouldn't the Grand Blue Master be announcing my rewards around this time? He asked himself, wondering what was taking the Grand Blue Master so long. He pondered over it for a bit, thinking over the Grand Blue Master's words from before. Well, he did say that this trial was to keep up a few formalities, so perhaps I might not get a reward from this trial, he muttered to himself as his thoughts converged to form a conclusion. Then again, there's still a chance that that won't be the case. Eventually, after a minute or so of waiting, the Grand Blue Master's voice resounded throughout the large room he was in. After listening to what he had to say, Argentum was left at a loss for words. Congratulations for clearing the third trial, Argentum, the Grand Blue Master said to him. Your reward for this trial shall be delayed by 3 hours or so. For now, use the 3 hours I've given you in whatever way you want to. After saying those words, the Grand Blue Master's voice did not resound throughout the room anymore, leaving Argentum alone once again. Standing up, Argentum scratched his head as he processed the words the Grand Blue Master told him. A thought soon surfaced in his mind, making him think that the Grand Blue Master was probably going to do some gimmick with his rewards. Ah, well, Argentum said to himself as he shrugged his shoulders. He then took in a deep breath before saying to himself, I don't know if there's another trial after this one, but better to be safe than sorry. And with that, Argentum started to grind all of his skills. Surprisingly, he still focused on the water-based skills he had received, with most of his attention focused on the As You Wave art. I should probably ask Eleanor for an ultimate art of the fire element. Who knows if what I have in mind would also apply to ultimate arts. In a deeper portion of the Grand Blue Inheritance. Whoosh. After telling Argentum what he had to do for the next 3 hours or so, the Grand Blue Master unhesitatingly conjured a large ball of energy. He then sent it flying towards a certain direction. Around a minute or so later, a ball of energy the same size he sent penetrated through the inheritance's walls and arrived at his room, prompting him to infuse his energy into the ball. What is it this time, Grand Blue Master? After infusing his energy into the ball, Elena's voice could be heard resounding in his mind, initiating a conversation with him. Are you going to ask me for money? If so, I won't let you borrow any. In response, the Grand Blue Master let out a sigh as he responded, why do you always think I'm going to ask you for money? Forget it. I called you to talk with you regarding Argentum again. Oh? Eleanor said in a tone of curiosity. She then made a few hemming and hawing sounds after that before asking him, now that I think about it, you told me some time ago that you had increased the difficulty of the third trial my student was undergoing. How did he fare? Surprisingly, he exceeded my expectations and cleared the third trial without a problem. The Grand Blue Master replied to her question with a tone of slight awe. Do note that I've only limited him to water-based skills, plus his opponent was an earth-based pseudo-animate of the magic grade. Even with those restrictions, he was able to defeat the earth-based pseudo-animate, he added soon after. What the heck? Eleanor could not help but shout from sheer shock. She thought that Argentum would barely win the third trial in her expectations, but never did she think that he would be able to clear it without a problem. Argentum's too amazing. Realizing that she made a slip of the tongue, Eleanor imitated the sound of one clearing their throat as her train of thought shifted towards the restrictions the Grand Blue Master gave Argentum. Anyways, that's quite a harsh restriction you've imposed on Argentum. I know, I'm feeling some remorse from doing it, to be honest, the Grand Blue Master said in response, letting out a wry chuckle. I told him that the third trial was a trial for the sake of keeping up formalities, but my mind is conflicted whether or not to end the trials here and give him a giant reward. Or continue with the trial and give him an even greater reward. In my mind, he has already kept his side of the deal, so it's time for me to keep my side, he added, his tone taking on the hints of a slight rant. Eventually, he let out a long sigh, apologizing to Eleanor soon after regarding him going off on a slight tangent, to which Eleanor forgave him. "So in short, what do you want to tell me?" Eleanor asked him, to which the Grand Blue Master went silent for a bit. After a few seconds, he opened his mouth and said, as his teacher, "Should I go ahead and reward him right now, or let trudge through another trial and enhance his rewards even further?" Surprisingly, Eleanor already had an answer in mind as she listened to his question. Letting out a light giggle, Eleanor replied, "I'm not the one who decides on these things, Grand Blue Master." Remember that Argentum decided to go to the Grand Blue Inheritance on his own. In other words, you should let Argentum make the choice. The Grand Blue Master went silent after hearing Eleanor's last statement, pondering over it for a bit. After some time, he let out another wry chuckle as he said to Eleanor, "Thanks, Eleanor. I think I know what I should do now." "No problem," Eleanor said in a sweet tone. "Don't you dare make Argentum go through that kind of hardship again. You hear me?" "Ha ha ha, I won't," the Grand Blue Master said in response before saying farewell to her. He then went ahead and cut off the connection between the two of them as an aura of conviction radiated from him. It's time for the real Grand Blue Master to appear once more. Chapter 251. The final reward. Around 2 hours have passed since the Grand Blue Master told Argentum that he had 3 hours to do whatever he wanted. Argentum decided to use the 3 hours he had obtained to its fullest by grinding the skills he had. To be more specific, he opted to grind the water-based skills he had obtained from the inheritance since he had a feeling that he would use it after the 3 hours were up. Ever since 2 out of the 3 hours allotted to him had passed, he made great strides in his water-based skills, with the most prominent one being the Azure art, due to the power it showed at the artisan level already being comparable to the viridescent Zephyr Blast from Intermediate Tempest Magic ++. This skill was the skill that he invested most of his time in. Not only did it evolve to the next grade due to the amount of time he had invested in it, but it went beyond that and evolved one more grade, taking on the name of Great Sapphire Wave Art ++. He stopped grinding the skill after letting it reach the basic level of mastery. After becoming satisfied with the improvement of his Azure art, he then went ahead and invested his time towards the more important skills he had obtained from the inheritance, which were Lesser Azure Magic Plus and Great Blue Ascension Plus. This time around, he became satisfied when Lesser Azure Magic Plus reached the artisan level of mastery, seeing that Azure art now dealt even more damage at its current form. As for Great Blue Ascension Plus, he stopped grinding the skill just when the skill was close to achieving the master level. In other words, the skill was also at the artisan level of mastery. As for Azure Armor, which was raised to the artisan level of mastery before the start of the third trial, he spent some time on improving it, allowing it to reach the master level and evolve to the next grade, taking on the name of Great Blue Armor Plus. He then went ahead and improved it a bit further, becoming satisfied when the skill had reached the adept level of mastery. He felt that at this level, it wouldn't be a problem for him to defend against attacks at the grand grade pseudo-animate level as long as he had Aqua Burst activated. On the other hand, even though Water Affinity and Water Resistance were passive skills that he did not focus on grinding, they had unknowingly reached the next grade due to Argentum focusing on grinding his water-based skills. It was only when Argentum got a notification from the system that these two passive skills reached the maximum level did he realize that they improved as well. Just as he decided that he was going to focus a bit more on Lesser Azure Magic Plus, thinking about the effects of the improved Aqua Burst simultaneously, a familiar voice to Argentum resounded throughout the room, making him radiate an aura of surprise and confusion from it. "Argentum, although only 2 hours have passed, your break is now over," the voice said. Of course, this was none other than the Grand Blue Master's voice. Hearing those words, Argentum stopped what he was doing and stood up as he faced the ceiling. Scratching his head, he could not help but ask the Grand Blue Master, "Why did you stop the 3-hour break early? Did something urgent happen or something?" "Nope, not at all," the Grand Blue Master succinctly replied to his question. He then told him, "Give me a second, Argentum. It's better for me to talk about it with you face-to-face. After that, the Grand Blue Master's voice did not resound throughout the room anymore, leaving Argentum with a question in mind. With it in mind, he asked himself, what kind of topic would it be better for the Grand Blue Master to talk about face-to-face? He then pondered over it for a bit, trying to imagine himself in the Grand Blue Master's place. After half a minute or so, two conclusions came to his mind. The first conclusion was related to the reward that he had not yet obtained from finishing the third trial, while the second conclusion was related to the remaining trials of the inheritance as a whole. I wonder which one he'll talk about, he muttered to himself soon after with a tone of slight expectation. Whoosh! Not long after, a corridor soon opened up on the room where he was, prompting Argentum to peek through the corridor. He was surprisingly greeted with the hovering body of a man made out of water, who let out a sigh of relief at the very instant it had arrived where Argentum was. It's been a while since I've done something like this, the man muttered as he let out a light chuckle. I should do this more often. He then focused his sense of vision towards Argentum, who was looking at him with an aura of slight curiosity and confusion. Noticing this, the man took on a slightly mysterious tone as he headed to where Argentum was before saying, "It's nice to meet you face-to-face, Argentum." Hearing his name being called by the man made out of the water, it did not take long for Argentum to greet him back with a bow. Taking on a slightly respectful tone, he then said, "It is nice to meet you as well, Grand Blue Master." In response, the Grand Blue Master nodded at his words before asking him, "I presume you have an idea of what we're going to talk about?" Instead of replying that he did, Argentum decided to keep his conclusions to himself as he shook his head. Since he was not sure that these conclusions were correct, it was better for him to not say it at all. "I, unfortunately, do not," Argentum replied. "I see," the Grand Blue Master said before letting out a light giggle. "While heading here, I had a feeling that you'd be able to infer the conversation we're going to have with the things I've said before your break started. I guess I was mistaken. Anyways, what we're going to talk about is your reward," he continued, which made Argentum's aura turn to that of expectation and excitement. Just as Argentum was going to ask about what reward he was going to get from the trial he had just finished, the Grand Blue Master interrupted him from doing so, saying, "To be honest, I didn't expect myself to be doing this. I thought that the inheritor that entered the inheritance this time was just like the others, but who knew that it would be the undying flame spirit's heaven-defying student," he continued, letting out a wry chuckle in the midst of it. "I did tell you that the third trial was for the sake of keeping up a few formalities, right?" the Grand Blue Master asked Argentum. In response, Argentum nodded. "Well, this reward is for the sake of keeping up formalities as well," he said afterwards before adding, "and I guess it's also considered as an apology for what I did to you in the third trial." Apology? Argentum did not expect to hear this word come from the Grand Blue Master. He thought about why the Grand Blue Master brought this word up, eventually asking back, "Is it because I fought against the Earth-based pseudo-animate?" "Yeah," the Grand Blue Master nodded. "You could say that I felt a bit jealous seeing how heaven-defying you are while you cleared all of my trials without a problem. Fortunately, I realized that I was not being impartial anymore, thus I came here to say sorry to you while I give you my reward. Oh, and also, I'm glad you defeated that pseudo-animate without a problem," he added as he spoke with a tone of gratitude. "I see," Argentum said in understanding. He then went ahead and asked the Grand Blue Master, "So what's my reward going to be?" In response, the Grand Blue Master let out an awkward chuckle as he responded, "Let me tell you what happened before I told you that your break was over. Just as your 3-hour break started, I went ahead and contacted your teacher, the Undying Flame Spirit." He started to narrate the happenings from a couple of hours ago. "I then went ahead and talked with her about what happened in the third trial," he said before adding, "Did you know that she was ecstatic to hear that you had cleared the third trial without a problem?" As he listened to this, Argentum could not help but think, we have a spirit contract binding the two of us, so she could just go ahead and ask me directly about it. Why did she go all through that just to hear about my progress? Unless she's just making sure that our relationship as Kunas of the Flame Spirit inheritance is not known by the Grand Blue Master? Coming to this conclusion, Argentum could not help but laugh inwardly. Then again, after thinking about it for a bit, he thought that Elena's decision did make sense since he did not know if the Grand Blue Master could intercept their conversation. Anyways, I then asked her regarding the reward you'd get from clearing the third trial that I purposely made more difficult for you. The Grand Blue Master continued with his narration. I gave her two choices. The choices were to either give you your reward right now or let you go through a fourth trial, but the quality of your reward would be enhanced. Argentum pondered over the Grand Blue Master's words for a bit, remembering that he was taking on the facade of Elena's student. Just as the Grand Blue Master was about to continue, he interrupted him by asking, "So what did my teacher choose?" In response, the Grand Blue Master let out a short chortle as he replied with just one word, "Neither." "Neither?" Argentum repeated the Grand Blue Master's words with a confused tone. Her response to my question was neither of those two choices. The Grand Blue Master started to explain Elena's answer. She told me that it was not up to her to choose between the two, but instead, it was your choice to do so. She also told me that it was of your own volition to come to this inheritance. The Grand Blue Master added, "Is that true?" Deciding that there was no use hiding this information, Argentum nodded as he replied, "That would be correct, Grand Blue Master. Before becoming teacher's student, I've decided to learn skills from the four foundational elements, knowing fully well that the goal I've set for myself would be a hard one for me to achieve." "I see," the Grand Blue Master said in response, committing Argentum's answer into his mind. He thought that it was weird for a wind-based pseudo-animate to learn skills from all of the foundational elements. He knew that there was a reason for it, but he could not seem to remember what it was. "Anyways, with her telling me that you should be the one to choose, which choice are you going to pick?" he asked Argentum not long after. "Are you going to grab your reward right now, or are you willing to trudge through a fourth trial, but the quality of your reward shall be increased?" Argentum pondered over the two choices for quite some time. From his perspective, the first reward would allow him to leave the inheritance early, which in turn would allow him to arrive at Verdant Breeze Town earlier than his expected time through the help of Blob. Then again, he remembered that there was still over 3 weeks until his original body would be finished evolving, allowing him to take his sweet time and continue onward with the fourth trial. Now that I think about it, the fourth trial would also be a trial for the sake of keeping up formalities, Argentum thought to himself while pondering. He has already seen everything that I could do, so would there be any point in letting me undergo through what seems to be a fruitless trial? Not only that, but I also have a feeling that I've already obtained the most precious reward from the inheritance. If my guess is correct, then that skill should be the most precious reward. Argentum continued to mull over the two choices. Eventually, he came to a conclusion. With the conclusion in mind, he unhesitatingly focused his vision on the Grand Blue Master as he said, "I choose the first choice." Thank the heavens, the Grand Blue Master said as he let out a sigh of relief, which caught Argentum a bit off guard. Seeing that Argentum was looking at him with an aura of confusion, he went ahead and explained his response, saying, "To be honest, my mind is devoid of ideas for your next trial, so you'd have to take another break for you to undergo through your fourth trial. Not only that, but you've also taken the most precious reward from this inheritance already." He continued to explain. "The As You Wave art is a skill I've created and perfected throughout my 26,000 years of living. Of course, I've only given you the most basic version of the skill. Once your understanding of it reaches the peak, I'm sure that you'll come back here and ask if the skill becomes more powerful than that." As expected, Argentum muttered to himself softly, letting out an inward chuckle as he found out that his thoughts were correct. "In other words, I have no reward left that's more precious than the As You Wave art," the Grand Master said after that. "Instead, I've decided that your reward shall be any single item from this inheritance. As long as it's inside my inheritance, I'll give it to you without hesitation. Hearing those words, a thought instantly surfaced in his mind as his memories of what happened in the flame spirit inheritance surfaced as well. Although he had a feeling that it wouldn't be easy to obtain it from the Grand Blue Master, the improvement it would give him would surely be a lot. Taking in a deep breath, Argentum told the Grand Blue Master, "I've decided on what I want as my reward." Oh, the Grand Blue Master was slightly surprised that Argentum had already made his decision. "What reward would you like from the inheritance?" "I would like." Argentum opened his mouth to reply to the Grand Blue Master's question. To become a partial owner of the Grand Blue inheritance. Huh? Chapter 252 A Sudden Request. Huh? The Grand Blue Master uttered as he heard Argentum's response. Thinking that he had heard wrongly, he went ahead and vigorously shook his head to and fro. To Argentum, who saw the Grand Blue Master doing this all of a sudden, he could not help but mutter to himself, "Why is he doing that?" Fortunately, the Grand Blue Master stopped shaking his head after a few seconds, his sense of vision locking on to Argentum soon after. He then imitated the sound of a being clearing the throat. After that, to reduce the awkward atmosphere between them, as he asked Argentum, "Could you repeat what you said earlier regarding the reward you want from the inheritance?" "I think I might have misheard you." Without hesitation, Argentum said the same words he uttered a while ago, telling the Grand Blue Master in a slightly questioning tone, "I would like to become a partial owner of the Grand Blue inheritance." Cough, cough, cough. Realizing that he had not heard wrongly, the Grand Blue Master imitated the sound of a being having a coughing fit, startling Argentum yet again. At this moment, Argentum could not help but think that the Grand Blue Master could either be sick or on the verge of losing his mind. Either way, he was still the one who would give him his reward, so he decided to not tell the Grand Blue Master what he was thinking about. Eventually, the Grand Blue Master stopped imitating the sound of someone having a coughing fit, letting out a sigh afterward as he pondered over the reasons why Argentum would request such a reward from him. Not getting to a conclusion even after mulling over it for quite some time, the Grand Blue Master focused his sense of vision back at Argentum once more as he asked him in a calm tone, "Could you tell me the reason why you chose that as your reward?" Argentum, Grand Blue Master, you did tell me that as long as it's within your inheritance, I could ask for it as a reward, right? Argentum muttered in response to his question. He then added, "Is the great Grand Blue Master reneging on his words from a while ago?" No, 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 the Grand Blue Master hastily said in response to Argentum's question, letting out a wry chuckle soon after. "I'm just curious. That's all." "Just curious." "But seriously though, what made you choose becoming a partial owner of my inheritance as a reward?" he added not long after that, which made Argentum ponder over the answer he was going to tell him. Naturally, Argentum wouldn't tell the Grand Blue Master that he had already become a partial owner of the Flame Spirit inheritance. Telling him about Horus' memories of owning inheritances would be a no as well for him. Thankfully, it did not take long for a believable answer to surface in his mind. Using Eleanor as his scapegoat on how he knew about partial ownership and stuff. "I'll surely make it up to you in the future, Eleanor," Argentum thought inwardly as he took in a deep breath. He then faced the Grand Blue Master as he replied, "Teacher told me back then that the reason why she was incredibly powerful had something to do with owning an inheritance. Of course, I was curious back then as to how owning an inheritance would give someone immense amounts of power, to which teacher unhesitatingly explained the ins and outs of an inheritance, as well as the benefits of becoming an owner, and even a partial owner, of an inheritance." He continued, "Teacher's words just occurred to me while you were asking me as to what reward I should choose." He added after that, "I wonder if my answer satisfies the Grand Blue Master's curiosity." "I see," the Grand Blue Master slowly said, wondering why Eleanor would tell her student something like that. As he thought about it, he could not help but think, is she trying to reduce my power so she could finally win when we meet again? While thinking about it, he could not help but imagine the arrogant chortles of Eleanor winning against him in a fight. Just as he was about to become more furious at Eleanor, deciding to direct some of his anger once more onto Argentum, he took in a deep breath and calmed himself down, realizing what a big mistake killing her student would be. Letting out a long sigh filled with slight melancholy, the Grand Blue Master said to Argentum in a slightly disinterested tone, "All right, then. You want to become a partial owner of my inheritance, right? I'll grant you your wishes." Hearing those words come out of his mouth, Argentum could not help but become elated as he jumped for joy. Unfortunately, his glee did not last long, as the Grand Blue Master said. "But only on two conditions." "What would those two conditions be, Grand Blue Master?" Argentum hastily replied to his question. To him, as long as the conditions did not go along the lines of being stuck to the Grand Blue inheritance for eternity, he would accept it. Even forming a spirit contract with the Grand Blue Master would be alright with him, since that meant that he would have another life-saving trump card at his disposal. A few seconds after Argentum asked the Grand Blue Master, the Grand Blue Master went ahead and raised one of his fingers made out of water before saying, "The first condition is that a contract between you and me shall be formed, allowing me to be notified of your location wherever you may be in Eridinia." In response, Argentum let out an inward sigh of relief, as the Grand Blue Master was not hampering his freedom to travel across Eridinia. Soon after, he nodded to his words before asking, "What about the second condition?" The Grand Blue Master then went ahead and raised another finger in response as he replied, "The second condition is that the amount of control you have over my inheritance can only be at 15% at most. Just so you know, 15% of my inheritance's power is already equivalent to a large portion of a small inheritance's power. I'm pretty sure your teacher has already told you about this." Surprisingly, Argentum shook his head at the Grand Blue Master's last statement. He then told him, "Unfortunately, teacher did not tell me anything about it at all. I honestly have no clue what determines the amount of power an inheritance has." Argentum truly was curious as to how the Grand Blue Master would be able to say that, although he knew that different inheritances offered a different boost in stats thanks to Aurus memories regarding the Tempest Cliff inheritance and the Area 52 inheritance. He did not know what determined the amount of power an inheritance had. Seriously? The Grand Blue Master could not help but ask Argentum, to which Argentum unhesitatingly nodded his head. This made the Grand Blue Master scratch his head soon after as he tried to recall what he knew about these inheritances, letting out a sigh as he recalled them. Eventually, he had organized every memory he had regarding the subject, taking in a deep breath before explaining to Argentum. The amount of power an inheritance has is mostly reliant on two things. The first element would be the being that had created the inheritance, influencing the amount of defensive and offensive power an inheritance was against those who have malicious intent towards the inheritance. The second element, on the other hand, has something more to do with the partial ownership of an inheritance. That element would be the length of time an inheritance has existed. All inheritances absorb energy from their surroundings and then redirect it towards their owners, allowing their owners to experience great improvements in their power, thus enhancing the defensive and offensive power of the inheritance even further. He continued. The length of time an inheritance has existed can be categorized into 5 grades. Well, to be honest, I only know of 4 grades. Some say that there are 7 inheritance grades, but the oldest I've seen was that of the 4th grade, the Grand Blue Master said, admitting that he lacked quite a sizable amount of information regarding inheritances. He then elaborated, from weakest to strongest, those grades are unnamed, small, medium, and large. The Grand Blue Master took in a deep breath before going in depth regarding the various grades he knew. Unnamed grade inheritances have existed for at least a year, and 1,000 years at most. The boost they offer is more or less insignificant to incredibly strong beings, since, at most, they could only boost the owner's power by 100%. With a 50% boost not being uncommon to unnamed grade inheritances. So the inheritance in Tempest Cliff is actually an unnamed grade inheritance? Argentum could not help but think to himself, recalling the being who made the inheritance, which was Kevin. Although Kevin did lie to his original body that he was his clone, Argentum could not help but slightly admire Kevin for the number of items in the inheritance. If it were not for him, then the Argentum and Aurus of now wouldn't have been possible. Small grade inheritances are one step above unnamed grade inheritances, with the shortest time of existence being 2000 years. One could categorize an inheritance as a small grade inheritance as long as they have existed for no longer than 15,000 years. At this grade, an inheritance would normally boost their owner's power at 100%, with the highest possible boost being 200%. The Grand Blue Master continued to explain. To the Grand Blue Master's explanation regarding small grade inheritances, Argentum nodded his head. Only for him to realize that an inheritance he just became a partial owner of not long ago fell under this category. Calculating the stat boost he obtained for every % of control he had over the inheritance, he made sure that it truly fell into this category. A small grade inheritance has only existed for 15,000 years at most, Argentum muttered to himself before asking himself soon after, if that's the case. How old is Eleanor then? Fortunately, he did not dwell too long on the topic, prompting his focus onto the Grand Blue Master once more. Medium grade inheritances are pretty rare inheritances on this continent, the Grand Blue Master said. At the very least, they've existed for 20,000 years. At most, they've existed for 50,000 years, bringing incredible improvements to the inheritance's owner while the inheritance obtained a few peculiar properties in the process. My Grand Blue inheritance falls under this category, just so you know. The lowest boost a medium grade inheritance can give would be 300%, while the highest would be around 1000%, the Grand Blue Master added. Just as he was about to explain what large grade inheritances were, he let out an awkward chuckle as he said, "To be honest, I don't really know that much about large grade inheritances. All I know is that as long as they've existed for over 100,000 years, one could consider them as a large grade inheritance." Surprisingly, only around 5 inheritances of that grade exist in this continent. Taking in yet another deep breath, the Grand Blue Master looked at Argentum and asked him, "Anyways, does that clear up your confusion? Also, are you willing to accept the 2 conditions I've given you?" Argentum nodded in response to the Grand Blue Master's question, replying, "Yes, it has indeed cleared up my confusion, Grand Blue Master. Also, I accept your 2 conditions." Recalling what the Grand Blue Master told him about medium grade inheritances, he calculated that he would at least get a 45% boost from becoming a partial owner of the inheritance. Although he was not sure if the Grand Blue inheritance had existed for 50,000 years, thinking that he had a small chance to obtain a 150% boost made him expectant of this ownership. In response to Argentum's words, the Grand Blue Master radiated an aura of happiness as he said, "All right. Give me a second to prepare." Whoosh, whoosh. Not long after that, the Grand Blue Master went ahead and released the entirety of his aura, which was a few notches more tyrannical than Elena's. Just as Argentum felt that he would not be able to withstand such an aura any longer, the Grand Blue Master soon suppressed his aura after a few milliseconds, condensing some of it towards a ball of blue energy that hovered around his finger. Under the sights of heaven, the Grand Blue Master, shall now bestow Argentum here a portion of the Grand Blue Inheritance's control. May this agreement last for eternity. The Grand Blue Master shouted as he flung the ball of blue energy towards Argentum. He then followed up with, "Argentum, don't dodge it, okay?" In response, Argentum nodded, knowing that the ball of blue energy the Grand Blue Master sent flying towards him contained a part of the Grand Blue Inheritance's power. Since he had already gone through something like this before, it was not hard for him to stay in place, allowing his body to absorb the ball of blue energy, imbuing his body with a great sense of power. Surprisingly, he felt that the ball of blue energy held as much power as the one thrown at him by Eleanor from back then. After a few more seconds, he now felt like he could peer through the walls of the room he was currently in, allowing him to see what were in the other rooms. Ding! You have obtained the title Grand Blue Inheritance, Partial Ownership. Although he had the urge to check the boost the new title he had obtained gave him, just like before, he knew that it would be rude for him to do so. Taking a deep breath, he then said to the Grand Blue Master, "Thank you, Grand Blue Master, for giving me the rewards I want. Welcome, the Grand Blue Master said, accompanied with a light chuckle. He then told him, of course, our deal is not over yet. We still have to make a contract between the two of us. Ah, yes, Argentum said in response, only for a thought to surface in his mind soon after. With that in mind, he commanded the system in his mind to summon Blob out as he said to the Grand Blue Master, before we sign a contract between the two of us, could you fulfill one of my small requests, Grand Blue Master? What would that request be? The Grand Blue Master asked in response, only for him to radiate an aura of slight surprise as he noticed that a strong pseudo-animate of the fire element now stood beside Argentum. Of course, this pseudo-animate was none other than Blob, who immediately felt weak at the very instant he was summoned out of the system. Forcing himself to not faint through his willpower, his sense of vision gradually shifted towards Argentum beside him as he asked him in an annoyed voice, you should have told me that you were going to summon me, Argentum. I feel weak. As you can see, Grand Blue Master, my companion here is of the fire element, thus he is greatly disadvantaged in this environment, Argentum started to explain to the Grand Blue Master, ignoring the words said by Blob to him in the process. Would you please bestow my companion a skill to resist the water element so that he could move the area without any problems? Looking at the stark contrast between Argentum, who was calmly explaining his companion's situation beside him, and his companion, who seemed to be silently cursing Argentum to die, the Grand Blue Master was left at a loss for words. Eventually, a sound came out of the Grand Blue Master's mouth after a few seconds of looking at Argentum and his companion back and forth. This sound was none other than Chapter 253 Lesser Origin. Even though he was dumbfounded from what he was seeing with his sense of vision right now, he naturally knew that a fire-based pseudo-animate would eventually die here unless they were of a sufficiently high grade. Continuing to look at Argentum and his companion back and forth, although his companion was a few grades higher than Argentum, it was still not enough for it to withstand the water element prevalent in this area. Snap! Without hesitation, the Grand Blue Master snapped his fingers as he let out a sigh of slight annoyance, wondering what was going on inside Argentum's mind for him to ask him such a request. Not long after he snapped his fingers, a strand of blue energy gradually made its way to Argentum's companion, instantly feeling invigorated as it noticed that it did not feel that weak when surrounded by the water element anymore. Blob could not help but mutter in slight stupefaction. Just a while ago, he was in great pain, feeling that every second he was inside this place, a great chunk of his health would be shaved off. But now, the pain he felt was more or less tolerable, making him conclude that he could move like usual as long as he ignored the constant but mild pain he felt. Moving his limbs around for a bit, Blob eventually let out a sigh before sorting out the thoughts in his mind. Soon after, his sense of vision focused onto Argentum beside him as his voice took on an infuriated tone. What the heck, Argentum? Did you really have to summon me without any warning? You told me that it'd be heavily disadvantaged here in this area before we entered, but who knew that the pain I felt would be far worse than I imagined? But aren't you fine right now? Argentum said in response to Blob's questions, leading Blob to become silent as an aura of slight annoyance and infuriation emanated from him. Eventually, Blob let out another sigh filled with annoyance before saying, well yeah. But you could have warned me that I was going to be summoned, so I was more prepared. Sorry, Argentum said in response, finally feeling a bit of remorse from what he had done. The thought came out of the blue, so I thought I should do it as soon as possible before I forget it. At this moment, the Grand Blue Master interrupted the conversation between the two as he looked at Argentum and asked, Argentum, could you explain your reasoning as to why you summoned your friend out here in an area where he's elementally disadvantaged? In response, Argentum took in a few breaths of air before responding with an awkward chuckle, as I've said before to my companion, the thought came to me all of a sudden. I thought that I might forget it after we form a contract, so I decided to do it as fast as possible. I see, the Grand Blue Master said, eventually nodding in understanding. He then looked at Blob beside Argentum before saying, Argentum, You should really take better care of your companions next time. Who knows when they'll help you out while you're in a pinch." Argentum let out a short sigh as he nodded, feeling even more remorse from before thanks to the Grand Blue Master's words. He then said, "I'll make sure to keep that in mind." After that, he took in a deep breath before going ahead and introducing his companion to the Grand Blue Master by saying, "Anyways, Grand Blue Master, this is my companion Blob." We became companions in the Inferno Plains where Teacher's inheritance resides. Surprisingly, Blob already got over his grievances with Argentum since he followed up on Argentum's words, taking a few steps forward before respectfully bowing. From the aura emanating from the being in front of him, Blob immediately realized that this being was the one that gave him the water resistance skill. With a respectful tone, he said, "Nice to meet you. You can call me Grand Blue Master." The Grand Blue Master replied, letting out a light chuckle before asking, "Would it be fine if I call you Blob?" "That would be fine, Grand Blue Master," Blob replied, emanating a slightly gleeful aura soon after. He then told the Grand Blue Master with a grateful tone, "Also, I would like to thank you for bestowing me resistance to the water element. I sincerely appreciate it." "No worries," the Grand Blue Master replied as he waved his hands back and forth nonchalantly. "Is this how Argentum usually treats you?" Hearing that question, Argentum had the urge to interrupt Blob and answer it, but unfortunately, Blob did not give him the chance to do so, opening his mouth not even an instant after the Grand Blue Master was finished questioning him. He shook his head as he responded, "Not at all." "Before we arrived at this area, Argentum helped me out in reaching the current strength I possess, deciding that his own strength is second priority," the Grand Blue Master uttered as his interest was piqued. "Might I ask what grade were you originally before Argentum helped you out?" In response, Blob scratched his head for a bit before responding, "If I'm not mistaken, normal grade." "Really?" At this moment, the Grand Blue Master's vision was fixated on Argentum, who was looking at the two of them with an aura of slight solemnity. Eventually, he ended the conversation between him and Blob as he said, "Thanks for answering my questions, Blob." "You're incredibly welcome, Grand Blue Master," Blob replied, letting out a light giggle after that. With the conversation between the two now over, Blob looked at Argentum and said, "So what are we going to do now, Argentum?" Surprisingly, rather than say it out loud, Argentum sent a strand of his energy towards Blob with a message attached to it. "I'll place you back to where you were before. Is that fine with you?" This was what the strand contained. Blob pondered for a short bit as a response, eventually nodding slightly as Argentum said out loud, "I still have to form a contract with the Grand Blue Master, so is it fine if you go back to where you were?" With Argentum's mental message from before, Blob followed his lead as he replied, "Sure. Make sure to call me when you need me." "Okay, I definitely will," Argentum replied. He then went ahead and commanded the system in his mind to keep Blob. Whoosh. Not long after, Blob had disappeared from the room where he and the Grand Blue Master were in, leaving the Grand Blue Master in a state of slight stupefaction. Since he had already lived for a long time, he knew that some were well versed in magic related to the space element. He had a hunch that Argentum used such a magic related to the element to summon his companion, but he felt no fluctuation from the element at all, leaving him in a confused state. In the end, rather than going ahead and asking Argentum as to how he was able to do it, he decided to keep the question to himself, thinking that there was no reason for him to know Argentum's vital secrets if he did not want to reveal them. "Where were we?" Dispelling the thoughts in his mind, the Grand Blue Master said a few seconds after Blob disappeared from the room. Right. The contract." Snap. Once more, the Grand Blue Master snapped his fingers, hastily conjuring a magic circle that covered both of them in an instant. Noticing what was happening, Argentum could not help but become slightly shocked at the speed at which the circle was formed, but eventually calmed himself down as he thought that different beings had their unique ways of establishing contracts. "Just stay still, okay?" the Grand Blue Master said to Argentum, to which Argentum nodded in response. He then said, "Oh, and also, once I tell you to release some of your energy, release it, okay? With Argentum nodding once more, the Grand Blue Master started the process of establishment, hastily infusing a great amount of energy into the magic circle beneath them. In an instant, the magic circle flashed a bright blue light, making Argentum feel that his connection with the heavens outside the inheritance had become stronger. Let the heavens be the witness and adjudicator of the contract being made on this fateful day, the Grand Blue Master said not long after, making sure that every word he said was clear. I, the Grand Blue Master, owner of the Grand Blue Inheritance, have decided to form a contract with Argentum, the Undying Flame Spirit student. May the contract allow us two to contact each other at any time and any place within the confines of Eridinia, he solemnly murmured soon after as he then released a bit of his energy, which soon transformed into a ball. The Grand Blue Master then focused his vision towards Argentum before muttering in a solemn voice, "Release your energy now, Argentum." Whoosh! In an instant, Argentum released his own energy, transforming into a ball that did not lose out to the Grand Blue Masters in terms of size. Seeing that Argentum followed his words, the Grand Blue Master then continued with the establishment process as he shouted, "May our energies be our signatures for the contract. I declare that from this day forward, the contract binding the two of us shall become effective." Bang! A few seconds later, the ball of energies the two had made exploded all of a sudden. Before Argentum could avoid the explosion, he realized that the explosion did not hurt him at all, but instead infused him with a feeling that he had gotten closer to the Grand Blue Master. Soon after that, the magic circle beneath their bodies gradually disappeared, enhancing the connection Argentum felt towards the Grand Blue Master. Although it was still a bit lacking when compared to the connection he felt with Eleanor due to the spirit contract, it was still pretty strong. With the contract now formed, the Grand Blue Master looked at Argentum with an aura of happiness as he let out a light chuckle. Well then, that wasn't so hard now, was it? From this day onward, you will now be a partial owner of the Grand Blue Inheritance, he added after that. He then pondered over something for a bit, eliciting Argentum to ask him a question, saying, "What are you thinking about, Grand Blue Master?" "I was just thinking that since we're already bound by a contract, we could consider ourselves as brothers," the Grand Blue Master said in response, the aura of happiness surrounding him intensifying. "Don't you think it's a bit unfair for you to call me a nickname while I can call you by your real name?" "To be honest, I have no comment regarding that," Argentum replied without hesitation, which slightly surprised the Grand Blue Master. Nevertheless, since the Grand Blue Master thought that he should treat someone who would become his equal in the future while he was pondering, there's no harm in telling Argentum his real name. "Felix," the Grand Blue Master said out of the blue, slightly confusing Argentum. Noticing Argentum's confusion, the Grand Blue Master cleared it up by saying, "Felix is my real name." "Felix, huh?" Argentum repeated the name. For some reason, the name awakened a vague memory or acid regarding a person he would watch from time to time. Then again, the details were quite hazy, so Argentum did not bother to try and recall it. "What a nice name." "I know, right?" Felix replied as he chortled. "Anyways, what are you going to do next? Head towards an inheritance for Earth-based pseudo-animates? If so, I could recommend a few good ones for you." Surprisingly, Argentum shook his head in response as he said, "I'm not heading there at all. My next destination is Verdant Breeze Town." To Argentum, telling the Grand Blue Master about where he was going to next did not really pose any harm to him. If the Grand Blue Master harbored any malicious intent towards him, then he might have decided otherwise. Verdant Breeze Town. The Grand Blue Master repeated those words, recalling what kind of place it was. A few seconds later, his aura turned to that of confusion as he asked Argentum, "Why would you head towards a place that's more inclined towards the wind element?" "I have my reasons," Argentum said in response. This time, he decided that it would be better for the Grand Blue Master to not know about his plans, since the reward at the end of it would probably even make Felix jealous. In response, Felix shrugged his shoulders as he said, "All right, then. I won't force you to answer. Then again, I must remind you to steer clear from animates if planning to do some looting. He then chuckled as he continued, those times were quite fun. But having a great defensive skill would definitely help you out in coming out of the town with greater rewards. I'll keep the Grand Blue Master's words in mind, Argentum said not long after that. Soon after, Argentum went ahead and said his goodbyes to the Grand Blue Master, to which the Grand Blue Master went ahead and used a bit of his energy to teleport Argentum out of his inheritance. Using his energy to look at Argentum, slowly increasing his distance from the Grand Blue inheritance for a bit, Felix eventually let out a sigh filled with joy as he said with a chortle, I should tell Eleanor about what he chose. I'm pretty sure she'd be shocked as well. Then again, why is Argentum aiming to obtain skills from the foundational elements? He asked himself soon after as he made his way to the place where he usually resided. He pondered over it for a bit, his thought focusing on the phrase 4 foundational elements. After a while, an old memory surfaced on his mind just as he arrived at his place. This old memory had something to do with the 4 foundational elements he was mulling over, prompting him to try and recall all he remembered about the memory. After a few minutes have passed, an aura of intense shock radiated from him as he shouted, is he seriously aiming for that? Is that even possible? I'm pretty sure that kind of requirement came from the myths. Felix could not help but mutter soon after as his aura turned to that of expectation. Forming a chair where he could sit down comfortably, the Grand Blue Master sat on it as he let out a laugh, muttering, who knew that Argentum's ambitions were actually far bigger than I thought. I wonder if Eleanor has already thought about it. An element that triumphs over the 4 foundational elements in every way possible, he said to himself in an amused tone. An element that can only be formed once the 4 foundational elements unite. Lesser origin. Well, good luck, Argentum. You'll surely need it. Chapter 254 Second attempt. In a deeper part of the Grand Blue inheritance. Whoosh. A large ball of fiery red energy passed through the solid ice walls that made up the inheritance, heading towards where the Grand Blue Master sat. Noticing that the ball of red energy had arrived, he hastily sent a strand of his energy towards the ball, allowing a connection to be formed in his mind as a familiar voice to him resonated a few seconds later. This is the 3rd time you've called me as of recent, the voice said, which was quite feminine in tone. It then took on a hint of teasing as it continued with a giggle. Does the Grand Blue Master miss the undying flame spirit that much? If your student wasn't too exemplary, I wouldn't have even called you once, Eleanor. Felix responded to the voice's words, which was Eleanor's. Let me ask you something, Eleanor. Did you tell your student to aim for skills of the 4 foundational elements, or was it really his own idea? Only a few minutes have passed since Argentum had left the Grand Blue inheritance. Naturally, Felix would head back to the room where he usually resided since no other inheritor was inside his inheritance at the moment. Then again, it was rare for him to come out of his room and greet the inheritor personally. With the thoughts related to the 4 foundational elements and Argentum circling in his mind, the urge to contact Eleanor regarding what he had in mind had reached a zenith, prompting him to send a ball of his energy towards her. That decision led to the conversation that was happening right now. Huh? Why do I feel like trying to accuse me of something? Eleanor said in response to his question. With a feeling of being wronged, she added, did you really think I would give my student the idea of learning skills from all of the foundational elements? That would just hamper their growth rate, you know. From the point when Argentum was indirectly mentioned, Eleanor made sure that she did not slip up, making sure to reveal to the Grand Blue Master that their relationship was that of teacher and student, not that of Kuna's, who knew the undying flame spirit would actually use her brains for once. The Grand Blue Master joked, only to realize the awkward atmosphere that resulted from his joke. Imitating the sound of a being clearing their throat, Felix continued with the topic he had in mind, which was to inform Eleanor about what Argentum was planning. Anyways, haven't you ever wondered that it was weird for a wind-based pseudo-animate to aim for the skills related to every foundational element and not the wind element only? The Grand Blue Master asked, to which the undying flame spirit replied, of course, I've wondered about it before. But you know his qualities. His high comprehension rate makes up for the number of skills he's learning. Although it seemed that Eleanor was replying to Felix's questions with confident answers, in fact, she was racking her brains to the limit, trying to piece an answer that seemed believable from a teacher's perspective. Fortunately, Felix bought her answer, letting out a light giggle in the process. Hearing the light giggle resound throughout her mind, Eleanor could not help but ask, "What are you giggling about, Grand Blue Master?" "I told you to call me Felix." "No," Felix said in response to her question, only for him to imitate the sound of one clearing their throat once more as he changed the topic in an instant, taking on a mysterious tone as he told her, "I'm surprised you haven't seen the limit of Argentum's ambitions." "Ambitions? What ambitions?" Eleanor asked as a response to his question before adding, "Mastering every skill from every foundational element?" "Nope," the Grand Blue Master replied in an amused tone. "Something more ambitious than that." "What ambition would be more ambitious than mastering every skill from every foundational element?" Eleanor muttered to herself, squeezing her brain dry to eventually end up with no answer in mind. Feeling that Felix was messing around with her with his vague responses, Eleanor took on a slightly infuriated tone as she said, "Just get straight to the point and tell me already, Felix." Radiating an aura of amuse.e.m.e.nt, which was felt by Eleanor through the ball of energy, the Grand Blue Master did not hesitate to ask the undying flame spirit, "Have you heard of the lesser origin element?" "Well, yeah," Eleanor unhesitatingly replied. "How could I not know about it? It's an element that considered the element that triumphs over the four foundational elements." Not getting what Felix was trying to say, she could not connect Argentum to his question, prompting her to ask him, "What does the lesser origin element have to do with Argentum?" "Let me ask you another question in response to yours," the Grand Blue Master replied to her question before asking, "According to legends, how does one come to know the lesser origin element?" "According to legends?" Hearing that phrase, Eleanor could not help but recall what she knew about the legend of the lesser origin element, eventually saying, "When the four elements of foundation unite into one entity, one shall ascend through the stairway of heaven, becoming one with lesser origin." As she recited the quote that referenced the lesser origin element in the legends, she noticed that the first part of the quote was similar to what Argentum was trying to do. With a surprised yet insanely curious tone, Eleanor asked Felix, "Are you telling me that Argentum's trying to transition from the wind element to the lesser origin element?" "To be honest, I thought you already had such a thought in mind," the Grand Blue Master said in response to her words. Eleanor then replied, "Who would expect a normal grade pseudo-animate to aim for such a heavenly element? I thought he was just going to transition to the fiery tempest element when he entered my inheritance." When he mentioned that he was going to enter your inheritance, that thought changed to Trial Mental Tempest. Who would automatically think of the lesser origin element in that scenario other than you? She added, going silent for a bit as she pondered over it for a bit more. She eventually said, "Then again, he might not be aiming for the lesser origin element at all. He could just be aiming for Tetralemental Tempest for all we care." Listening to Eleanor's explanation, Felix thought that her words did make some sense. He then said, "Sure, let's say that he's aiming for the Tetralemental Tempest element right now. But theoretically, what if he was actually aiming for the lesser origin element? Do you think he could pass through the origin trials?" The origin trials. Hearing the phrase come out of Felix's mouth could not help but make Eleanor shudder a bit as she remembered how monstrous those who traversed the origin trials were. The origin trials, from its name, was a set of trials made for those who had unified the four foundational elements inside the body and wanted to fuse them together into the lesser origin element. Unfortunately, it was said that the trials had a 99.9% failure rate, wherein failure meant death. Knowing a few being that traversed the origin trials throughout her life and never seeing them again after they entered the last part of the trials, Eleanor could not help but think that the origin trials were insanely difficult. With that in mind, she hastily said, at his current state, definitely not. Probably need to go through at least 3 power baptisms to have a fighting chance. Don't you think his grade is quite low for someone who's attempting the origin trials? The Grand Blue Master said in response to the Undying Flame Spirit's question, before adding, I think he needs to be at least epic grade to make sure that he could at least pass through the first few trials. Yeah, I think so as well, the Undying Flame Spirit replied, agreeing with what Felix had in mind. A few seconds later, she chuckled as she said, of course, he's not aiming for the lesser origin element, right? Surprisingly, a moment of silence arose from the question, prompting Eleanor to repeat the last word of her question. Right. After a few more seconds, the Grand Blue Master decided to break the silence as he said, you know, we could always ask Argentum about it. I have a method to communicate with him at any time and any place. Want me to use it? Elena's sense of hearing perked up after hearing what Felix said, asking him, you have a method to communicate with him? I wonder how that came about. To Eleanor, who knew a bit of Argentum's mindset, it seemed that Argentum became a partial owner of the Grand Blue inheritance, forcing Felix to form a contract with him. Of course, how could she not be familiar with it since she made one with Argentum as well? In response, the Grand Blue Master let out an awkward chuckle as he said, it's a long story. Anyways, want me to use it? No need, Eleanor hastily declined as she added, I have a method to communicate with him as well. Just before you ask how I have such a method, how could a teacher not worry about her student? And just like that, before the Grand Blue Master could dissuade Eleanor from contacting Argentum, Eleanor hastily used her methods to contact Argentum. Of course, that method was none other than the spirit contract. In an area close to the boundary of the Azure Shores, 2 pseudo-animates, one fire-based and one wind-based, were currently fighting against some of the natives. Well, to be more exact, the fire-based pseudo-animate was the one fighting against the natives, using its body to withstand their attacks before retaliating with its own. On the other hand, the wind-based pseudo-animate was looking at the fire-based pseudo-animate, sensing the aura its companion released to get a feel as to how much its companion had improved. Of course, these 2 pseudo-animates were none other than Blob and Argentum. After exiting the Grand Blue inheritance, the first thought that entered Argentum's mind was to enhance Blob's resistance to the water element to a satisfactory level. So far, after 10 minutes or so of withstanding attacks, Blob's resistance was approaching a level where Argentum would be satisfied. While he was continuing to look at Blob, a familiar voice resounded throughout his mind, telling him, hey, Argentum, I want to ask you something. Feeling the immensely strong connection to the person that contacted him, Argentum instantly thought that Eleanor was contacting him, which her voice resounding throughout his mind served as further evidence. Without delay, he responded in his mind, what's up? Are you trying to learn the lesser origin element? Eleanor asked, her tone filled with both confidence and uncertainty. As for Argentum, he was briefly left at a loss for words as he did not expect Eleanor to find out what he was doing. Fortunately, he hastily calmed himself down as he responded, yeah? Who did you hear it from? Actually aiming for the lesser origin? Eleanor could not help but say, only to add, and from the Grand Blue Master. I heard it from him. I see, Argentum said in response to her reply. After looking at Blob for a bit, he then asked her, do you have any other questions you wanted to ask me? I think I'm good, Eleanor replied in an instant. Thanks, Argentum. Make sure to contact me from time to time. Okay? Yeah, I will, Argentum said before bidding farewell to Eleanor as the conversation between them had finished. At this point in time, the aura radiating from Blob had reached a level wherein Argentum could consider it as barely satisfactory to his tastes. Without hesitation, he shouted to Blob, who was slightly far away from him, hey, Blob. You can stop now. Alright. Blob shouted in response to Argentum's yell, hastily taking out the natives that were still attacking him even though he was elementally disadvantaged. Fortunately, the disparity in their strength was large enough for Blob to kill them in one hit. After making sure that the natives that were eyeing him a while ago had fled, Blob then headed to where Argentum was before asking, "So what are we going to do next?" "We're going to head somewhere," Argentum replied with a slightly excited tone, commanding the system to open up a map of the surrounding areas before plotting out a route that would take the shortest time for him. Well, Blob, to arrive at the destination he had in mind. After making sure that Blob was not going to pass through any treacherous terrain, he then condensed this route into a strand of energy, which he then sent to Blob without hesitation. "That's the route you're going to take," Argentum said as he sent the strand of energy. "Free to increase your strength along the path while I increase mine." "We're actually going far faster than I expected." Whoosh! Not long after, Argentum morphed into a speck of red sand, which made itself comfortable on Blob's shoulder a few seconds later. After that, he told Blob that they were now ready to depart, to which Blob replied only after a couple of minutes, as it took him quite a while to digest the route they were heading to. Swoosh! And with that, the two were now heading towards the boundary of the Azure Shores, finally on a journey that was headed to the last place Argentum had in mind, Verdant Breeze Town. Should I attempt a power baptism along the way? While he was pondering on what skills he was going to grind throughout this journey, this question popped up in Argentum's mind. Surprisingly, the answer to that question came only a split second later, as he remembered what he told himself back in the Grand Blue Inheritance. Chapter 255, Traversing the Myriad Worlds. Celestial Plane. Within Kurohana's plane. A couple of days have passed since Kurohana's plans of enhancing her power to break through the immortal verdict wielder level had started. At this moment, not much of a difference could be seen on the two people that resided within the confines of the pure white cube, which were Kurohana and Shirahana respectively. But if one peered in closely through the auras that they exuded, one would be surprised that their power had improved by quite a significant amount when compared to a few days ago. Since Shirahana had most of the power that Kurohana had, she was tasked by Kurohana to master and control more of the greater law of reincarnation. For the past couple of days, she had not moved from the corner of the white cube she positioned herself in, maintaining a calm and composed expression while she sat cross-legged, her body still attuning to the laws of the universe. Comparing the movement of the laws around her right now from before, the movement of the laws right now was a bit more vigorous and forceful, allowing one to feel an impending sense of danger from the aura emitted by her alone. In actuality, the improvement in the movement of the laws was more or less minuscule, but this minuscule improvement that resulted from 2 continuous days of assiduous pondering was more than enough for Kurohana to shatter 4 galaxies instead of 3 with the move she used back then to test her power. As for Kurohana, she still sat on the white chair she had conjured, with the orb reflecting Aurus condition hovering in front of her. Throughout these past few days, the image that was on the orb had been the same. It was that of Aurus in his unconscious state. Although the sight would look boring to a layman, to Kurohana, who had a decent amount of knowledge of the laws in the universe, even Aurus' evolution process gave her some insights on what she could do to improve her prowess over the greater law of reincarnation, which she would share with Shirahana from time to time by exchanging pointers. It has been almost 4 days since Aurus has started his evolution process, she muttered to herself as she focused on the flow of energy around Aurus' unconscious body. Surprisingly, there was a hint of a greater power, which differed from the laws gods and goddesses use, coursing throughout the cocoon where he was encapsulated as well. After a few more minutes, she decided that looking at Aurus' evolution process became quite boring. With that in mind, she decided to shift her point of view to Aurus' clone, Argentum, for a short bit. Whoosh! In an instant, the image on the orb, which used to be that of a green translucent cocoon gradually pulsating every once in a while, had changed to that of a humanoid made out of green energy and a humanoid made out of blue energy. Oh! Looking at the current image on the orb, Kurohana's eyebrows could not help but slightly raise with interest, wondering how Aurus' clone had gotten to this current situation. Judging from the aura exuded by the humanoid made with blue energy, it seems to be the owner of the inheritance Aurus' clone is in. I wonder why his clone would be in a place that's not of the same element, she muttered to herself in a slightly curious tone, her brain working on overdrive for a few seconds as multiple thoughts and conclusions surfaced on her mind. Eventually, she discarded all of it as she remembered that Aurus clone was not a part of her plan in improvement at all. Deciding to just look at him for a while to stave off a bit of the boredom that came with the plan. "It's not like I care anyway," she said a few seconds later as she shrugged her shoulders in indifference. Whatever Aurus clone would do did not have anything to do with her at all. If his clone reached the divinity level, which would be the ideal situation in her mind, then it would be great, allowing the birth of a god that could surpass the gaps in existence level. But if his clone did not reach it, although she would be disappointed since she had influenced his clone quite a bit in order to give Aurus clone an edge, she would not go out of her way to manipulate fate to save his clone. Letting out a sigh of boredom, she infused her energy into the orb to return the image on it to that of Aurus cocoon once again. After that, she stood up from her chair and lightly stretched her body for a bit before hastily making a clone that was made out of pure energy. She then tasked this energy clone to watch over the orb in case anything special happens before going ahead and heading towards where Shirahana was. As she sat cross-legged in front of her clone, Shirahana opened her eyes to briefly look at what her original body was doing. Closing her eyes soon after, she asked in a hushed voice, exchanging pointers. In response, Kurohana closed her eyes as well as she attuned her body to the laws of the universe. A few seconds later, a connection between her and Shirahana had been formed, with a connection from far away attaching to the connection the two had as well. Sensing that every clone she had was now connected as one, she then replied to Shirahana's words, saying, "More or less." But this time, let's use Shirahana's current senses as a reference to improve our understanding of the greater law of reincarnation. Once we improve it, her power would improve as well, thus allowing her to head to more treacherous worlds. A deafening silence soon covered the two just as Kurohana was finished talking, only for it to be broken as Shirahana responded, "All right." Whoosh, whoosh. After about half a minute or so, the aura radiating from the two of them had gradually merged, forming into a singular entity as their thoughts and senses were connected. This fusion allowed them to obtain a better perception over the laws of the universe, with their rate of improvement now becoming somewhat visible as the movement of the laws surrounding them became more vigorous after a certain amount of time. While Shirahana and Kurohana were expounding upon their understanding of the greater law of reincarnation, Shirahana, which was Kurohana's latest clone to be made, was following her original body's orders to a T. Currently, she was inside a world that had a power system extremely different from the one that the world Aurus was in had. Although the end goal was the same, which was reaching the level of divinity, the method this world used was more focused on the refinement of their bodies and the lengthening of their lifespans, allowing them to live carefree lives as pseudo-immortals. The name of the world where Shirahana was currently in was Chengliang, a world filled to the brim with immortals and beings that were quite close to the level of deities. At the very instant she had entered this world, the first thing she made sure of was the amount of power she could exert in this world. After a few attempts, she was quite surprised that the amount of power she could exert in this world was around half of the power she had in her body as a whole. Fortunately, after scrounging through the memories of a few natives that eyed her body with lascivious gazes, she was able to estimate that her power was on the same level as someone at the Soul Unity realm in this world. Although the Soul Unity realm was not a level of power wherein one would achieve pseudo-immortality, it was still a realm that was incredibly hard for people in this world to achieve, allowing Shirahana to have more confidence in obtaining more experience without being hindered by strong opponents. Just as she was about to start traversing throughout the world of Chengliang, a thought surfaced on her mind. Now that I think about it, if I were to traverse the world alone with this current appearance of mine, not only would I have multiple people chase me for my beauty, they would also try to coerce me to join their organization as much as possible, seeing as how much power I currently wield. Whoosh, whoosh. In an instant, utilizing the law of deception that she had control over thanks to the greater law of reincarnation, Heihaina's appearance, which was an exact copy of Kurohana's appearance, had transformed into that of an oriental beauty which would definitely make a few people's heads turn around, but not to the point that people would wage war just to have her speak to them. Coupled with a red robe that looked majestic as her hair was tied into a ponytail, Heihaina currently looked like a native of this world. Then again, the intent behind her eyes was something she could not hide with the law of deception. Deciding to make sure that she would avoid making eye contact with people she passed by lest she wanted them to be petrified for eternity. Whoosh. A few seconds later, utilizing the power she had, she then headed towards a certain place in mind. This place was one of the organizations nearby that ruled over a great amount of territory, which she was informed about through searching the souls of those lecherous people from before. As she made her way towards this organization, she could not help but mutter, "The Myriad Sword Sect. I wonder if the amount of control I have over the law of deception would be enough for them to consider me as their elder." And so, after about an hour of traversing or so, she had arrived in front of the gates of the organization that was named the Myriad Sword Sect, alerting the guards that presided over the gates. But just as these guards were about to alert the higher-ranking personnel of the organization, Heihaina utilized the law of deception to make them believe that she was an elder of their organization. Unsurprisingly, with the great difference in strength, she was allowed to enter the sect within a matter of a few seconds, utilizing the law of deception on every member that she met. Gradually, the memory that Heihaina was a part of the Myriad Sword Sect soon spread throughout the organization, with the leader of the sect being tricked into believing that she was an elder as well. After making sure that every person in the sect was fed with the memory that Heihaina was an elder of the sect, she then told the leader of the organization that she was going to go on a trip to expand her horizons, which was hastily accepted by the leader after manipulating her with the law of deception. With that, Heihaina went ahead and traveled through multiple kingdoms and empires, basking herself in the ways of the natives in the world. The fighting style they used, the combat techniques they utilized, the power system they put effort into, all of this was gradually being hammered into Heihaina. Of course, since she was a part of Kurohana's body, she knew the reason behind this order, sending the information she had obtained to both Shirahana and Kurohana from time to time. Eventually, a year had passed since Heihaina had arrived in this world, disguising herself as multiple people with multiple jobs, allowing her original body to get a better understanding of the greater law of reincarnation. While she was inside a small town, disguised as an old beggar that would do work for money, her acute senses instantly locked onto the aura of a certain entity, an entity that Heihaina was not familiar with, but her original body. Declining the offer of a charitable person all of a sudden, Heihaina went ahead and utilized her senses to the limit to track the aura as she slowly walked. Of course, to others around her, it looked like she was walking in a staggered manner, but each step she took would actually traverse tens of meters, thinking that hundreds of meters in one step would be too much in this small town. After a few minutes or so, Heihaina finally got a closer look at the entity she had locked on to, rummaging through Kurohana's memories to find out who this entity was. Eventually, she finally recalled the entity she locked on to, muttering to herself, "Ah." This was the entity Kurohana summoned to help Horus in the war. With her acute sense of vision, she was able to see a mosquito the size of a spider zooming through the town, which was flying at a height wherein it could not be seen by the people of the town. Nevertheless, the difference in height was not enough for Heihaina to stop her senses as she went ahead and sensed the aura that came out of the mosquito, concluding that the aura that radiated from the mosquito was no different from the being that helped Horus in that war he had back then, albeit slightly stronger. Thinking about what she could do to repay what the mosquito did, she shot a small strand of energy towards the mosquito as she made a finger gun, planting a mark on the mosquito wherein she would know wherever the mosquito may be. Satisfied with what she had done, she decided that her trip to this town was now over, heading back to the Myriad Sword Sect that she considered as her temporary base in this world. After arriving at the Myriad Sword Sect in the appearance she had for this world, She hastily went to where the leader was. Opening the door all of a sudden, the leader could not help but be fl.u.s.tired, as she did not expect any visitors to come at this moment. "King Hongsu, what are you doing here?" the leader asked Hana, who decided to name herself King Hongsu so she would not appear any different from the natives. "You do know that I'm not accepting any visitors at this time, right?" "I apologize for intruding the leader's rest time, but this is urgent," Hana replied in a solemn tone as she respectfully bowed. Hearing what she said, the leader asked her, "Urgent? What do you mean? Did you foresee something while you were away?" Other than deceiving everyone in the Myriad Sword sect that she was an elder, she told the leader of the organization that she could foresee the future, which allowed the sect to escape a few calamities this past year. Of course, she was just utilizing a small portion of her control over the greater law of reincarnation, which had something to do with fate. "Indeed, I have," Hana replied to the leader's query. "I have predicted that in the future, a person with great prowess over the principle of blood would come to this sect." Just as the leader was going to ask whether this person would be a bad omen to the sect, she continued, "The Myriad Sword sect should accept this person, as this person would allow the sect to enter a new era of power, allowing it to stand on the same level as those other grand level sects." "Is that so?" the leader said with a tone of curiosity and expectation while her face was filled with excitement. "Did you foresee the person's name by any chance?" Surprisingly, a smirk crept up on Hana's face as she responded in a teasing tone. "Unfortunately, I do not. And also, make sure that person is under my tutelage once they are accepted. Okay." Chapter 256 Blue Lightning Triad Tribulation XXXX Continent, amidst the wilderness. Whoosh. On the vast plains that constituted a part of the wilderness, one would see a humanoid made out red energy dashing through the plains at great speeds. Sensing the aura radiating from this humanoid, one would instantly conclude that one could not easily mess with this being. Not only that, but if one looked closely on one of the being's shoulders, one would notice that there was a speck of red sand on it, as if it had landed there for no reason. Surprisingly though, this speck of red sand also radiated an aura that was a few notches weaker than the running humanoid. The humanoid and the speck of red sand were none other than Argentum and Blob, traversing the wilderness in order to arrive at Verdant Breeze Town. So far, almost 2 days have passed since Blob and Argentum had left the Azure shores. With Blob utilizing the route that was plotted out by Argentum, he had traversed a great distance within these past few days, only taking a few breaks in between. Unexpectedly, while he was taking those breaks, once he had replenished his energy to a considerable amount, he would extend the time of his break a bit more and fight against beings that were nearby, allowing him to enhance his stats by quite a bit. Through this method, Blob had improved by around 10 levels or so, with the speed at which he ran being significantly faster than before. The same could be said for his offensive and defensive prowess. And then there was Argentum. Although he would look at the surroundings for a bit after feeling that Blob went on a break, he would instantly go back to pondering over the skills he had and mastering his control over them. Unsurprisingly, this kind of mindset allowed him to achieve great improvements in almost all of his skills. Throughout these past few days, he was able to improve the passive animate skills he had to the artisan level of mastery, increasing the efficacy and range of his senses. As for his active animate skills, all of them had reached the master level of mastery, thus prompting him to evolve them. Of course, he advanced them even further, stopping at the expert level of mastery. Then again, the same did not apply to the active skills he had regarding the usage of weapons. Regarding the other passive skills he had, almost all of them had advanced by a single grade, may it be through actively increasing their experience, or passively increasing it. The only exceptions to these skills were water affinity and water resistance, which were only close to their respective maximum levels. The skills that had obtained the most improvement were obviously the active skills he had obtained from the Tempest Cliff and the various inheritances he had entered. The first skill he put his focus towards was Lesser Azure Magic Plus, The only spell-based skill he had that was not on the same level as the other two spell-based skills he had. After it had evolved to intermediate as your magic plus, he then put his focus on the wind and fire counterpart of the skill as well, becoming satisfied after evolving them to the next grade. Their names were now Higher Zephyr Magic Plus, Higher Ignis Magic Plus, and Higher Alga Magic Plus respectively, with Argentum only stopping after the three had achieved Adept level. He then focused on the wind-based active skills he had, with all of them advancing by a grade, stopping at either the Adept or Expert level of mastery. Then again, the same could be said for the other active skills that were based on the other elements. Almost all of them had advanced by one grade and achieved either the Adept or Expert level of mastery. The only exception to that would be Great Sapphire Wave Art Plus, which did not evolve and had only achieved the Artisan level of mastery. Ha. Letting out a sigh as he ran at his full power for a few more minutes, Blob decided to head towards a nearby boulder, making it his temporary resting place as he felt that he had almost exhausted all of his energy. Sitting down on the ground while resting his back on the large boulder, he sent a strand of his energy towards the speck of red sand on his shoulder. "Hey, Argentum, I'm going to take a break, okay?" This was what the strand of energy contained, which prompted Argentum to stop his session of grinding before opening his sense of vision soon after. After taking in the surroundings around them, Argentum went ahead and asked Blob, "Do you know where we are right now?" "Just wanted to check if we're moving at a pace faster or slower than usual." "Let me recall," Blob said in response to Argentum's words, closing his sense of vision for a bit as he put his full focus on recalling the route that Argentum gave to him. After a few seconds, he opened his sense of vision before replying, "After I recuperate myself and run for a few minutes, we would be able to reach the Iridescent Light Forest." Iridescent Light Forest, Argentum repeated the name of the landmark Blob told him, recalling the route he gave to Blob a few seconds later. Making sure that the calculation he made in his mind was not wrong, he muttered, "So we're around halfway there to Verdant Breeze Town." Estimating the level of improvement Blob would make along the way, we'd probably be back at Tempest Cliff just a few days more after 2 weeks. "All right," Argentum responded to Blob's reply before saying, "Go take a nice break. We'd probably reach Verdant Breeze Town after a couple more days or so." "Do you think you could do it?" "Believe in me, Argentum," Blob replied with a light chuckle as he added, "with the number of beings I kill every time I take a break, we'll definitely get there within 2 days or less." "Good to hear," Argentum responded to Blob's statement, letting out a chuckle of his own as he closed his sense of vision. He was about to return to his usual grinding session, but unfortunately for him, just as he was about to expound upon the skills in his arsenal, a random thought surfaced in his mind, occupying most of the concentration he had in mind. Seeing as it was slightly hard to push this thought away and focus on his skills, he decided to look at the thought, which had something to do with the first power baptism he had. "My first power baptism, huh?" he thought to himself as he recalled the strength he could now unleash after clearing the Grand Blue Inheritance. Speaking of which, I still haven't checked the stat boost the Grand Blue Inheritance gave me. Whoosh, commanding the system to reveal the title's info in his mind. It did not take long for Argentum to realize that the Grand Blue Master's words were correct when he said that 15% of his inheritance's power would be equivalent to a greater portion of a small inheritance's power. Grand Blue Inheritance, partial ownership. Description has been omitted. Increases all stats by 75%. With his curiosity regarding the stat boost of the title now being satisfied, his thoughts shifted back to the first power baptism, wondering if he could clear it without much difficulty after everything he had been through so far. Surprisingly, even though he had a feeling that he would be able to do it, after recalling the power of the first bolt that almost killed him, he could not help but have a slight fear towards the power baptism. Rather than forcing himself to do it right now, he increased his determination that he was going to attempt his first power baptism after he had ransacked Verdant Breeze Town. Now that I think about it, can Blob undergo a power baptism? With the thought regarding his own power baptism now gone, he thought that he could continue grinding his skills, only to find out that another thought had taken its original place. This thought was now filled with the question as to whether or not Blob could clear his first power baptism. Letting out an inward sigh, Argentum focused his thoughts onto this new thought, thinking about the upsides and downsides of Blob undergoing his first power baptism. Unsurprisingly, the pros outweighed the cons, with the only con in undergoing a power baptism being the chance of being caught by an animate. With Blob undergoing a power baptism, the speed at which Wed reach Verdant Breeze Town would increase exponentially, while his strength would undergo a great upheaval as well. Argentum thought to himself, but would a being made by the system have the ability to undergo a power baptism? With this question in mind, he asked the system this question, obtaining an answer that made him satisfied. Ding! Although the user's companion is made through the usage of a skill, the world still considers the user's companion as a real being of the world, thus giving it the ability to undergo power baptisms and existence tribulations like any other being could. The feminine-sounding voice said to Argentum as it resounded in his mind. Argentum pondered over it for a bit more, asking the system if he could transfer the excess energy for power baptisms onto Blob. Surprisingly, the system said that it was possible for that to happen, but the being where the user transferred their energy towards would instantly undergo the power baptism in exchange. Although he felt a bit of remorse for having Blob undergo a power baptism at the very instant he transferred energy, he thought that this would allow his plans to become a bit more flexible once he arrived at Verdant Breeze Town. Whoosh! Without hesitation, Argentum reverted to his previous form as he opened his sense of vision, surprising Blob, who was just gazing at the sky while resting. Why'd you turn back to your original form? Blob could not help but ask him, to which Argentum replied as he sat beside him, what? Can't your creator sit down and gaze at the sky with you? Well, I have no problem with that, but usually, you'd still be enhancing your abilities, Argentum, Blob said as a response to his creator's question. After that, the two went silent as both of them gazed at the sky, looking at the clouds that slowly moved. While Blob was looking at the clouds with a pure intent, Argentum, on the other hand, was looking at the clouds while pondering over the power baptism, wondering if the lightning that would befall Blob would be red or not. Thinking about Blob's chances of succeeding through his first power baptism, he concluded that as long as he was up against the red lightning Argentum was previously up against, with him being at epic grade, it would not be a problem for him to succeed. Making up his mind after that, Argentum then focused his sense of vision towards Blob beside him before initiating a conversation as he asked him, hey, Blob, wanna become stronger in an instant? Huh? Being caught off guard by Argentum's sudden question, Blob radiated an aura of confusion. He then asked him, what kind of question is that? I'm just saying that. Argentum instantly replied to his question. If there was a way for you to become stronger in an instant, would you like to do it? Well, sure, but, Blob agreed with an uncertain tone, only for his response to be interrupted as Argentum stood up, exuding an aura filled with exuberance. Looking at Blob, Argentum then said, all right, let's make you stronger in an instant. System, transfer a full bar of power baptism energy to Blob. Argentum shouted not long after, only for multiple strands of multicolored energy to vigorously make its way towards Blob where was. Not long after, these strands of multicolored energy were absorbed by Blob's energy, imbuing him with a sense of greater strength. Argentum, what are you doing? Blob asked Argentum as he stood up, wondering what the multicolored energy did to him. Still radiating an aura of excitement, Argentum replied, the energy I've given you will allow you to undergo something called a power baptism. Once you clear this power baptism, your power would instantly improve by 10 times. Rumble. Coincidentally, just as Argentum was finished explaining what he was doing, dark grey clouds started to manifest a few thousand meters above Blob's head, radiating a feeling that the energy inside it could destroy anything. With the help of his enhanced senses, Argentum noticed the dark clouds, pointing towards it as he told Blob, do you see the dark clouds over your head? These clouds are filled with a certain color of lightning, and some of them will strike you down, making sure that you would fail the power baptism. A few seconds later, a red light emanated from the center of the dark clouds as red lightning started to crackle through the clouds. Noticing this, Blob could not help but look at Argentum and ask, "So all I have to do is just defend against the bolts of lightning that want to strike me down?" "Exactly," Argentum said in response as he continued to look at the dark clouds. At first, he expected the bolts of lightning that would strike Blob would be red lightning, but as he looked further, the amount of red lightning crackling through the clouds were far more numerous than the amount he had on his first attempt. Although he felt that something bad was going to happen, he continued to think optimistically, thinking that Blob would just have to withstand a numerous amount of red lightning bolts. Unfortunately, that was not the case. Whoosh! Not long after, the red light that emanated from the center of the dark clouds had instantly transformed into a purple hue, the aura of destruction emanating from the bolts now enhanced by a grade. Seeing that the red lightning bolts were transformed into purple lightning bolts, Argentum could not help but feel dread as he noticed that Blob was looking at the lightning bolts with eagerness, radiating an aura that seemed to say that he was wondering whether he could defend against the bolts without a problem. "Please don't become worse. Please don't become worse." With the red lightning bolts now purple, Argentum could not help but mutter these words, hoping that the lightning bolts that would strike Blob down would be purple at most. He had a hunch that Blob would be able to survive an onslaught of purple lightning bolts with injuries. But any further than that and there was a high chance that he might dissipate into thin air. Sadly, contrary to the mumbling he had done, the purple lightning bolts crackling through the clouds had undergone the same process as the red lightning bolts from before, becoming more numerous by the second before the light at the center of the dark clouds changed. In an instant, the purple light radiating amidst the clouds had turned into that of a dark blue hue, carrying an aura of destruction far more condensed than the purple and red lightning bolts combined. "Blue lightning?" Argentum could not help but mutter in an incredibly dreadful tone. At this moment, he was truly regretting his decision. Which was further enhanced by obtaining a notification from his system. Ding! The user's companion has attempted a power baptism. Due to the power stored inside the user's companion, the decided baptism trial shall be the Blue Lightning Triad Tribulation. Chapter 257 A Successful Baptism. What the heck? Argentum could not help but mutter with a tone of utter shock as he read through the notifications he had received. Blue Lightning Triad Tribulation? What kind of trial is that? Seeing as the blue lightning bolts haven't struck Blob yet, Argentum took this time to go ahead and ask the system regarding the severity of blue lightning. Fortunately, sensing that its user was in a race against time, the system hastily answered Argentum's question as a feminine-sounding voice resounded in his mind. A blue lightning bolt is made up of 10 purple lightning bolts. On the other hand, a purple lightning bolt is made up of 100 red lightning bolts. In other words, a blue lightning bolt has the force of at least 1,000 red lightning bolts behind it, the system said in his mind, increasing the amount of dread and remorse he felt with the sudden decision he had just made. After asking the system the question he had in mind, Argentum pondered on what he could do to increase Blob's chance of succeeding in what seemed to be a hellish version of his own power baptism. It only took a few seconds for Argentum to come up with a good idea, muttering a few incantations as he extended his palm outward, aiming it towards Blob as he shouted, "Hey, Blob, make sure you succeed, okay?" Higher Zephyr Magic, Zephyr Burst Omega, second verse. Higher Ignis Magic, Ignis Burst Omega, second verse. Whoosh, whoosh. Not long after, two large balls of energy, which were red and green respectively, made their way towards Blob's body, which was absorbed after that. At the very instant the two balls were fully absorbed, Blob instantly felt that his feet were incredibly light, making him feel that he would be able to traverse terrain at incredibly fast speeds. Not only that, but he also felt that a tyrannical and oppressive force surged throughout his body, making him feel that he had the strength to cleave the heavens and tear the world asunder. Realizing that the spells cast at him were filled with the intent of helping him have an easy time in clearing the power baptism, Argentum told him, Blob looked back at Argentum as he said with a grateful tone, "With the spells you've cast on me, I definitely will. Now I really regret doing this." Hearing the grateful tone that covered Blob's words, Argentum felt even more remorse than before, wondering what Blob would feel when he found out that the blue lightning that he was going to defend against was far more dangerous than he thought. At this moment, he was now a few dozen meters away from where Blob was, making sure that he was not caught up in the middle. The spells he had cast were spells that he had obtained after evolving the spell-based skills he had to another level. The only difference between these spells and the weaker versions of the same spells was their efficacy and speed of casting. Indeed, the spells he had could actually be cast on other beings. In actuality, before deciding to use Blob as his main method of travel, Argentum thought of casting Zephyr Burst or another version of the spell on Blob to lessen the traveled time between places, but decided otherwise as it would, in a way, reduce the time he had to improve his skills before he arrived at the place. As for Aqua Burst, which was a spell that increased the efficacy of skills to unimaginable levels, he opted to not cast it on Blob right now. He was going to wait for the moment that Blob used a skill to mitigate the damage he would receive from the blue lightning. Rumble. Rumble. The blue lightning lingering through the dark clouds continued to rumble, the aura radiating from each lightning bolt gradually increasing. Surprisingly, even after a couple of minutes, no blue lightning bolt came out of the clouds to strike Blob down, which allowed Blob to activate a few of his skills, which mostly focused on increasing his stats, especially defense. Feeling that the blue lightning was not going to strike down anytime soon, Argentum went ahead and asked the system, "Why is Blob's first power baptism composed of blue lightning? Wasn't mine only composed of red lightning? Does it have something to do with his current strength?" Ding! Accompanied by a notification sound, a feminine-sounding voice resounded throughout Argentum's mind not long after as it explained, "The user's thought is correct. The power behind a power baptism has something to do with the being's current strength." In reality, even if the being decides to postpone their power baptism to when they become stronger, the difficulty of a power baptism would still stay the same. "So you're telling me that every power baptism is always insanely hard in difficulty?" Argentum asked in return, obtaining a succinct reply from the system a few seconds later. "Yes." Hearing the system's concise reply, Argentum was left at a loss for words, with a sigh leaving out of his mouth a few seconds later. He then asked the system, "Is it possible to help the one taking the power baptism while it is happening?" Ding! Accompanied by yet another notification sound, the feminine-sounding voice of the system resounded once more, informing him that nothing was restricting him from helping out a being that was undergoing a power baptism. The system then added that most power baptisms were cleared in this fashion, with multiple beings helping out the being that was undergoing the power baptism through buffs and indirect attacks. In an instant, Argentum felt a bit more at ease, knowing that he could help Blob out in clearing his first power baptism. Just as he was about to tell Blob that he was going to help him out in this power baptism, the first blue lightning bolt had finally descended. BZZT. Crash. With the help of his enhanced senses, Argentum was able to make his vision feel like he was looking at everything in slow motion. Unfortunately for him, even though that was the case, the speed at which the blue lightning bolt descended was still multiple times faster than the red lightning bolt he faced up against. Seeing as he had no way to help Blob out before the lightning bolt would strike Blob, he hastily shouted, "Dodge it, Blob!" Hearing his name being called, Blob instantly processed the order that was given him, maintaining eye contact with the blue lightning bolt that was hastily making its way to smite him down. Without hesitation, he activated a skill that allowed him to conjure a barrier that protected his body as he exerted his full power towards his legs, increasing his distance from where the blue lightning bolt was going to hit by a few meters in less than a second. Bang! Unfortunately for Blob, even though he acted at the very instant he had heard his creator's order and tried to dodge the bolt, he was only able to mitigate the damage he had obtained by around 60% with the barrier shattering as a result. Feeling an immense amount of pain as the ground where he stood on tore apart. Due to the force behind the bolt, he was sent flying for a few meters before landing with a thud. It took him a few seconds or so for him to finally get up. Although Blob's current condition could be considered to be greatly injured, Argentum looked at Blob with an aura of immense excitement as he shouted, "Hey, Blob, get up. Do you feel your body becoming stronger, huh?" Blob, who had just gotten up from the ground, briefly radiated an aura of confusion before noticing that something was off. Even though his body was filled to the brim with injuries, which was signified with parts of his body lacking in energy, in actuality, he felt that he had more power than ever before. He tried punching out in his currently injured state, only to find out that the force behind this casual punch was enough for him to create a strong gust of wind, surprising him. He also went ahead and started to dash around the area he landed, finding out that he was moving a few times faster than before. Realizing what had happened to his body, he exuded an aura of immense elation as he looked at Argentum and shouted, "I've gotten stronger." In response, Argentum let out a loud chuckle as he used his skills to heal Blob's injuries before the second lightning bolt struck down. In contrast, Argentum was glad to find out that surviving the first bolt of lightning would increase the being's strength by a few times already. It was then that he understood the reasoning behind the second and third bolt being far more powerful than the first bolt. It was because with each bolt of lightning that was withstood, the greater the improvement the being would obtain. I wonder if the improvement in strength stays even if a being fails a bolt in the middle of the power baptism, Argentum thought to himself as the second lightning bolt had finally descended. Aegis of the Grand Ignis. Now knowing very well how much pain a single blue lightning bolt inflicted on him, Blob was now more prepared than before. He unhesitatingly went ahead and used the strongest defensive skill he had in his arsenal, conjuring a large shield that looked like the coat of arms of royal clans. He then moved this shield upward to cover his head, which would be the first part that would be struck by the blue lightning bolt if it came down. Fortunately, Argentum noticed the shield that Blob had conjured, hastily casting the strongest movement speed boosting spell. He had to close the gap between him and Blob in an instant. He then extended his right palm as he shouted, "Higher Alga Magic, Aqua Burst Omega." Second verse. Whoosh. A short instant after that, a blue ball of energy hastily made its way towards the shield before being absorbed, expanding the size of the shield by a few notches in an instant as the aura it radiated now gave off the feeling that it was impenetrable. And it was this moment that the shield and the second lightning bolt collided. Bang! Due to the force behind the blue lightning bolt, the shield was pushed down, hitting Blob's head in a split second. Surprisingly, even though the shield and the bolt collided, the shield had not cracked from the force as well, making Blob inwardly wonder as to what Argentum cast on the skill to make it incredibly sturdy. Alongside the thought, he went ahead and pushed on the shield with all of the strength coursing throughout his body, counteracting the force from the blue lightning bolt. At first, the force from the blue lightning bolt was the side that had the advantage, but gradually, with every passing second, the force from the blue lightning bolt decreased, allowing Blob to slowly be at the advantage after some time. Feeling that the strength behind the blue lightning bolt was now at a level where it could be ignored, Blob went ahead and exerted all of the force from his force towards the shield, dispersing the weak blue lightning bolt as he felt his body improving in strength. With Blob safely withstanding the second lightning bolt, an aura of extreme happiness radiated from both Argentum and Blob. Argentum felt immense joy since Blob was close to clearing the power baptism, which meant that Blob would soon step on a new level of power that would allow him to fight against animates equally. As for Blob, he felt immense joy since to him, it meant that he would become more useful to Argentum since he now had more strength. "Just you wait, Argentum," Blob shouted with immense glee as his sense of vision was focused on Argentum. "I'll make sure to clear the remaining lightning bolts with E." Bang! As if it was interrupting him, the third lightning bolt had now descended and struck at Blob. Fortunately, the shield that was enchanted with Argentum's spell was still over his head, allowing Blob to utilize the newly obtained strength he had obtained as he pushed on the shield. Surprisingly, even though the third lightning bolt was far stronger than the first and second lightning bolt combined, Blob was able to push back the force behind the third lightning bolt and even overwhelm it. Due to such a move, the third lightning bolt was dispersed without a problem as a feeling of improvement enveloped Blob's body once more. "Damned lightning bolt," Blob said in a tone of annoyance as he placed the shield down on the ground. Just as he was about to look at Argentum once again, he noticed that Argentum was radiating an aura of extreme disbelief. Wondering why Argentum was radiating such an aura, he then asked him, "What's the matter, Argentum?" Hearing his name being called, Argentum snapped back to reality as he responded to Blob's question with a stammer, saying, "You finished the power baptism." "It's already finished?" Blob asked as a response to his creator's statement, to which Argentum slowly pointed above Blob before responding with a stammer, "Look at the clouds." The clouds? Although he was not sure why Argentum wanted him to look up, he still did what he told, only to realize why Argentum told him to do so. With the third lightning bolt being withstood by Blob, there was no more point for the dark clouds to be there anymore, gradually dispersing as the blue light that radiated from the center of the dark clouds dispersed as well. After a few more seconds, the dark clouds were not there anymore, as if it was not there in the first place. Blob could not help but utter as he scratched his head in awkwardness, dispersing his shield a few seconds later. He then slowly made his way to where Argentum was before letting out an awkward laugh. "I guess. I finished the power baptism." In response, Argentum let out an awkward laugh of his own as well before saying, "I guess so." And just like that, the first successful power baptism within Argentum's band of companions had been done. Chapter 258. The hunt begins a minute or so before Argentum and Blob decided to leave the azure shores to make their way towards Verdant Breeze Town. Within the inner depths of the Flame Spirit Inheritance, a humanoid made out of red energy radiated an aura of immense shock and surprise as it stood up from the chair it made with its energy. It walked around the room it was in for a short while before deciding to sit down on the chair it made once more, letting out a long sigh of wonder soon after. The being then muttered to itself, saying, "Who knew Felix's prediction would actually be correct? To think that Argentum is actually going to try and learn the lesser origin element. Does he really believe that he could learn it without a problem, or does he just want to die?" This being continued to mutter, thinking that she might go insane if she mulled over it for a bit longer. Of course, this being was none other than Eleanor, the owner of the Flame Spirit Inheritance, as well as Argentum's teacher. Whoosh! A few seconds after mulling over the topic, Eleanor went ahead and conjured a huge ball of red energy before sending it towards a certain direction. It was only after a couple of minutes or so until a ball of energy of the same size came to where she was, albeit taking on a blue hue. Knowing who had conjured this ball of energy, which was now hovering in front of her, she then infused her own energy into this ball, allowing a familiar voice for her to resound throughout her mind not long after. "So what happened? Did Argentum say he was going to learn the lesser origin element?" the familiar voice asked her, taking on a masculine tone that was pleasing to hear. This voice came from none other than Felix, the owner of the Grand Blue Inheritance. Letting out a sigh in response to the question, Eleanor then replied, surprisingly, "Yes. He admitted that he was going to learn a lesser origin element." Just as she was finished with her reply, Felix could not help but utter a sound of disbelief as he did not expect Argentum to admit learning such an element that easily. Feeling that the response Eleanor got from Argentum was a bit off, he then asked her, "Did you cast a spell to see whether he was lying or not?" "Of course. How would I forget something like that?" the undying flame spirit replied in a tone that sounded she was being wronged. She then added, just from his tone as he answered, it seemed that he was confident in learning the lesser origin element without a problem. "As you've said, he was confident that he was going to succeed in learning the lesser origin element," Felix said after Eleanor was done talking. "Do you think he knows about the origin trials?" "Probably," Eleanor replied concisely. "If not, he wouldn't respond in that manner, don't you think?" "Fair enough," Felix said with a light sigh. "But don't you think it's too early for a normal grade pseudo-animate like Argentum to try and clear the origin trials?" "Of course I do. How could I not?" Eleanor said in a slightly worried tone. She then pondered over it for a bit, a thought that seemed to make sense forming in her mind not long after. With that in mind, she then told Felix, "But now that I think about it, Argentum's idea to learn the lesser origin element early on makes sense." "In what way?" Felix asked as a response, to which the undying flame spirit responded, "If he learns the lesser origin element at his current grade, then his control over the element would be far better than those that learn the lesser origin element at a higher grade. In that case, wouldn't that make him a near invincible power?" Eleanor added after that, asking Felix. In response, Felix pondered over Elena's question and thought that it did make sense, but he still could not help but think that the chances of Argentum passing through the origin trials were low. With that in mind, he asked her, "Can't you dissuade him or something?" "His teacher, right?" "I may be his teacher, but I won't restrict a being from achieving their dreams," Eleanor said, letting out a slightly crazed chuckle. At this moment, she was quite optimistic that Argentum had the ability to learn the lesser origin element, even though she was against it just a while ago. She did not know what changed her opinion of Argentum in succeeding, but she presumed that it was probably due to her putting herself in his shoes, allowing her to get an inkling of an idea as to what Argentum had in mind. "Plus, he's sensible. He doesn't seem like a being that moves on impulse," Ellen added, only to remember that he lashed out at her the very first time they met each other. With that in mind, she let out an awkward chuckle before saying, "Well, a being that sometimes moves on impulse. Are you really sure you want him to take on a path that might lead to eventual death?" Felix asked her one more time, but heard no response from her even after a few seconds. In the end, he could not help but let out a low sigh. A few seconds later, his tone changed to that of slight curiosity as he asked her, changing the topic, "How was it talking to Argentum, huh?" "What kind of question is that?" Eleanor asked with a tone of slight confusion before adding, "Shouldn't you just go ahead and contact him through your own method?" "Well, you know, he might be busy because he's preparing to learn the lesser origin element and all that. And I haven't really used something like this, so." Felix responded to her question with a slightly awkward chuckle, leading to Eleanor letting out a low sigh before saying, "You do have a point there. Fine. I'll let you know how it feels like. First, go ahead and contact me through the method you have with Argentum. But aren't I talking with you right now?" "Exactly. That's what it feels like. Tch. On the other hand, in the middle of the wilderness, two pseudo-animates were looking at each other with an awkward aura suffusing around them, brought about by the incident that had happened just before. These two pseudo-animates were none other than Argentum and Blob. Just a while ago, Blob had successfully finished his power baptism by utilizing the full extent of his strength to more or less disperse the third lightning bolt by punching it with a shield enchanted by his creator. The two of them looked at each other for a bit more before Argentum went ahead and took the initiative to disperse the awkward air surrounding them. As he imitated the sound of one clearing their throat, he then focused his sense of vision towards Blob before asking him, "Do you mind if I look at your stats for a bit, Blob?" In response, Blob let out an inward sigh of relief as he realized that Argentum was dispersing the awkward air surrounding them. With an aura of slight happiness, he responded, "Do you really have to ask me that, Argentum? Be my guest. You can check on my stats whenever you want." "I'm just checking your stats after you've gone a power baptism, that's all," Argentum said after Blob was finished responding, silently commanding the system to bring up Blob's stats in front of his field of vision. Ding! Accompanied by a notification sound, a small holographic screen appeared in front of Argentum's face, allowing him to check how much his stats had improved. Unsurprisingly, after a single skim through the numbers listed on the screen, Argentum was left at a loss for words as he pondered as to how strong Blob currently was when compared to animates. Blob level 1140, experience 327,016,400, existence level, pseudo-animate epic, species, infernal aegis spirit, power baptism, 1 HP, 49,004,900, MP, 12,001,200 Stats: Vitality 245x10, Strength 155x10, Defense 345x10, Agility 210x10, Intelligence 120x10, _. Rummaging through Aurus memories regarding conversion factors for existence levels, it took Argentum quite a while to come to a conclusion. After calculating the stats Blob currently had, he was able to calculate that the defensive ability Blob currently had was equivalent to that of an animate at around rank 3 or 4, though he was not sure whether that would truly apply in combat. As for Blob's other abilities, it was equivalent to that of a rank 2 or 3 animate. If that said animate practiced the highest quality tempering and ascension skills possible. To Argentum, low-level tempering and ascension skills were just better than nothing. Of course, if Blob wanted to, he could fight against rank 5 or even rank 6 animates without a problem, given that the skills they practiced were of a low quality. Closing the status screen in front of his vision not long after, Argentum could not help but look at Blob from another perspective. Not only that, but finally seeing how much strength a single power baptism would give him, he was also tempted to go ahead and attempt a power baptism right now. Fortunately, his rational side still won, making him remember the promise he made for himself that he was going to attempt it after he was finished ransacking Verdant Breeze Town. Scratching his head in slight awkwardness, Argentum went ahead and asked Blob, "Could you take a step forward at your full power?" Blob tilted his head in slight confusion, wondering why Argentum would ask him to do such a mundane thing. Nevertheless, he nodded his head in response to Argentum's request, taking a step forward as he channeled all of the power inside his body, only to propel multiple meters forward. Whoosh! With just one casual step, Blob was able to move over 100 meters forward, eliciting Argentum to radiate an aura of complete shock as he realized that he had underestimated the benefits brought by a power baptism. On the other hand, Blob was shocked as well, noticing that the area surrounding him was now slightly different from what he was seeing before. Turning around to check where Argentum was, he was appalled to find out that Argentum was incredibly far away from him. Just as Blob was about to head back to where Argentum was, Argentum went ahead and utilized the strongest movement speed boosting spell he had in his arsenal, taking a few seconds or so for him to arrive in front of Blob as he radiated an aura of immense excitement. "Blob, I have a request for you," Argentum said in a cheerful tone, having a feeling that Blob would definitely be able to do it. "What kind of request is it?" Blob asked, getting the feeling that the request Argentum was about to ask him would be something that he could do with his current strength. "Utilizing the route I've given you a few days ago, could you head to Verdant Breeze Town before the sun sets?" Argentum asked, looking at the position of the sun a few seconds later. Noticing that the sun had already passed the peak, Argentum estimated that there were around 4 hours or so before the sun started to set. On second thought, head to Verdant Breeze Town before a new day starts. Argentum changed his mind a few seconds later, thinking that it was somewhat impossible for him to ask Blob, who was just starting to acclimate himself to his newly improved stats. Surprisingly, rather than feeling pressured, Blob radiated an aura of immense excitement as he replied, "I'll head to Verdant Breeze Town as fast as possible. I wanna see how fast I can go." In response, Argentum let out an awkward laugh as he hastily transformed into a speck of red sand, landing on Blob's right shoulder soon after. After making sure that Argentum was truly on his shoulder, Blob then warmed himself up by lightly stretching his body before channeling all of the strength he could muster from his body towards his legs. Soon after, Blob and Argentum were now far away from their original position, dashing towards Verdant Breeze Town at a speed unbelievable for normal animates. And so, a few hours have passed since Argentum requested Blob to arrive at Verdant Breeze Town before the sunset. Of course, Argentum told Blob that it would be fine if they had arrived at night, but Blob was adamant that he would be able to arrive before the sunset, and surprisingly, they did. After undergoing a power baptism, the amount of stamina he had was increased tenfold, allowing him to run faster for far longer, traversing long distances in a matter of minutes. As for the number of breaks he took during this journey, it was only brought down to only a couple of breaks, with the intent of the break either being truly recuperating or fighting against beasts to increase his strength by a bit. Nevertheless, seeing the tall stone walls that covered the surrounding in front of them, with a large gate smack dab in the middle of the stone walls, Blob could not help but radiate an aura of happiness as he said in a panting manner, "We've arrived. Argentum. Phew. You actually did it." Argentum, who was still a speck of red sand, could not believe that Blob actually arrived in front of the stone walls that surrounded the town before the sun had set. In fact, Argentum looked at the position of the sun as of now and realized that there was still about half an hour before the sun would set. Whoosh! Without hesitation, Argentum went ahead and reverted to his previous form before looking at the top of the stone walls that surrounded the town, referencing the memories Horus had regarding the town. He knew that there were guards who would be guarding the stone walls at night. Since it was not night yet, there were no guards on the top of the walls, allowing Argentum and Blob to take a breather wherein they knew they were safe, especially Blob. After a couple of minutes, Argentum silently urged Blob to head towards some nearby trees, to which Blob agreed and followed Argentum. After arriving there, Blob went ahead and asked Argentum, "What are we doing here?" "Once the sun sets, guards will start patrolling the walls of the town we're about to enter, so it's better for us to hide from their line of sight right now," Argentum responded. He then added, "Do you want to be taken by them?" "Is it bad if I get taken away by them?" Blob asked, oblivious to the relationship between animates and pseudo-animates. In response, Argentum succinctly said, "Incredibly bad." "That's all he'll say." "Anyways, before we enter the town, make sure to morph into an incredibly small thing so we won't get caught by the animates." "I understand," Blob said as he nodded in understanding. Just as he looked at the stone walls surrounding the town, a thought surfaced in his mind. With this in mind, he turned his sense of vision to look at Argentum and ask, "Now that I think about it, you haven't told me what we're going to do here." "You just told me that we need to arrive here." "So what are we going to do here?" "We're going to grab something inside this town," Argentum responded in a slightly sinister tone as he softly cackled. "A thing that would help me improve in strength very fast." Recalling the item that Horus obtained from this town in a quest, Argentum looked at the town walls with an avaricious gaze. He then told Blob the name of the item he wanted from the town. "The Tome of the Four Elements." "Huh? That's the item I'm aiming for in this town." Chapter 259 Operation Retrieval. The Tome of the Four Elements. Blob could not help but repeat the name of the item Argentum wanted to retrieve from Verdant Breeze Town. He pondered over the name of the item for a bit, trying to link it to the idea that it was an item that was incredibly important to Argentum. But unfortunately, even after a short while, he could not correlate the two thoughts together as he had no idea what such an item had that made it important. With that in mind, he focused his sense of vision before going ahead and asking Argentum in a slightly curious tone, "So what makes this item special?" In response, Argentum went silent for a bit as he recalled all of the information Horus had regarding the tome from his past life. After rummaging all of the related thoughts, organizing them and processing them into a string of words that would allow Blob to understand it without much difficulty, he took in a deep breath before replying, "If I were to sum it up, the Tome of the Four Elements is a book that has a lot of magic spells within. If you don't know what magic spells are, it's like the attack I use from afar or the enchantment I used on you when you were attempting the power baptism." "I see," Blob said slowly as he tried to absorb the information given to him by Argentum. It took around 10 seconds or so for Blob to do so, before going ahead and asking a follow-up question, saying, "So are the magic spells stored inside this item incredibly important?" "In a way, yes." Argentum radiated an aura of affirmation before going ahead and conjuring 3 small balls of energy around him. He made sure that these 3 balls were large enough for Blob to notice, but small enough for the guards to not realize that they were in the middle of a bunch of trees that were near the walls of Verdant Breeze Town. Slowly bobbing up and down, The three balls radiated different auras as their colors differed from one another. A green ball, a blue ball, and a red ball signifying the wind, water, and fire element respectively. With these three balls conjured, Argentum continued with his explanation as he said, "So far, after being with me for quite a while, you know that I can control three elements, wind, water, and fire, right?" Blob nodded as a response to his question as he said, "Do the elements you control have something to do with the item you're trying to obtain?" Just as Argentum was about to answer Blob's question, Blob realized that his question was somewhat stupid as the name of the item had something to do with the elements. Barring his creator from answering his question for a while, he then followed up with another question, asking, on second thought, since the name of the item has the words four elements on it, what's the fourth element? Surprisingly, you asked two questions that would directly reveal the importance of the tome, Argentum said in response as a light chuckle resounded out of him. Soon after, he imitated the sound of one clearing their throat before telling him, "I'll answer your second question first. The fourth element is the earth element, which has something to do with the ground we're standing on right now. Along with the three other elements I have control over, they make up the most common elements that beings in this world wield, known as the four foundational elements." Which segues quite nicely to the first question you asked me, he added soon after. He then continued, "The elements I control do have something to do with the item I'm trying to obtain. Normally, an item would have a lot of restrictions before it could be used to a great extent by a being. As for this tome of the four elements, there are no restrictions whatsoever," Argentum muttered in a serious tone. "Now, you might be wondering, if there are no restrictions on the item, why am I telling you that the elements I control are important?" Surprisingly, Blob interrupted him from continuing his explanation as he said, "To be honest, I wasn't actually thinking about that. But go on." Argentum was temporarily left at a loss for words as he did not expect Blob to say that, but eventually, he had regained his composure, imitating the sound of one clearing their throat once more. Taking in another deep breath, he went back to where he left off, explaining, "The reason as to why I told you that the elements are important is that only one being could become the sole owner of the tome," he continued before adding, "and a being that has superb understanding over the four foundational elements has a greater chance of becoming the sole owner of the tome." After he was finished saying this, he could not help but recall Horus' memories regarding the tome of the four elements. The very first memory Horus had regarding the tome was that of a post telling everyone that someone had obtained the tome of the four elements, listing down the effects it brought to a player. Due to the number of boosts and insane spells it would allow a player to cast, multiple players came to where the tome was last seen, only to be decimated by the holder of the tome of the four elements. Although Horus was just an observer of the whole situation, he could not forget the stunning power and beauty of the spells cast by the holder, making him feel like the element he had control over was the true version of the element, unlike the ones cast by elementalists and mages in the game. After that incident, those that had the intent to hunt down the holder of the tome of the four elements lost their motivation to do so, finding out that the combat power that player had increased to a couple ranks higher its current rank due to their mastery over the four foundational elements. Since then, that holder was renowned as the supreme tetralemental archmage, with his combat prowess even resounding throughout those at the transcendent existence level. At the very moment the player had broken through to the transcendent existence level, the other transcendent level players were shocked to find out that he had the combat power of someone at the second or third rank already. With these memories lingering in his mind, Argentum could not help but become expectant of the gains he would get once he obtained the tome, knowing what was written inside the tome due to the holder from the past spreading the information after he made sure that the tome was his. True element spells, Argentum muttered as he gazed at the position of the sun, noticing that the sun was pretty close to setting. From the name itself, true element spells were spells that allowed one to show the properties of the element they were utilizing in its purest form. Due to the purity of the elements utilized being near the peak, The efficacy and destructibility of such a spell were multiple times higher than a normal element-based spell. He then closed his sense of vision for a bit, trying to recall the location as to where the Tome of the Four Elements could be found. Fortunately, the holder from Aurus' past life was kind enough to tell everyone where he had found the tome, telling everyone in the player forums that the tome could be found in a library that could be seen inside the manor of the leader of Verdant Breeze Town. Although it was more or less a hazy memory for the past Taurus, thanks to the memory DLC upgrades, the clarity of such memories was at an impeccable level that even Aurus' birth in the past life could be recalled by Argentum, down to the finest detail. Finally recalling all of the information regarding the location of the tome, Argentum went ahead and commanded the system to open up a map that would allow him to see the entirety of Verdant Breeze Town. A few seconds later, a small holographic screen filled with multiple details appeared in front of his field of vision, prompting him to go ahead and plot out the route that they were going to take so they could enter and leave the town with the tome safely. Closing the screen in front of him, he then turned around to look at Blob and sent him a strand of energy filled with the route that they were going to take for this plan. Surprisingly, the strand of energy also contained a title on it, prompting Blob to ask Argentum, "Operation Retrieval?" "Yeah." Argentum nodded as he replied, "That'll be the name of our operation." To make it sound official and cool. Blob did not know what to say for a few seconds after that. Eventually, he did respond, saying, "All right, then." After that, the two talked back and forth regarding the route that they were going to take, as well as backup plans just in case they got caught by the leader of Verdant Breeze Town. Coincidentally, they finished resolving all of the possible holes in their plans just as the sun had already set, which meant that night was about to come. Utilizing his enhanced senses, Argentum went ahead and checked the top of the stone walls, letting out a sigh of relief soon after as he found out that the guards were not patrolling yet. With that in mind, he then told Blob, "It's time for Operation Retrieval to start. Morph into the smallest and most inconspicuous thing you know." Whoosh, whoosh. Concurrent to Blob's nod in response, the two went ahead and transformed into two small and inconspicuous items. Argentum went ahead and transformed into a small pebble that did not look off when placed on the ground. As for Blob, a red leaf, Argentum could not help but ask, to which Blob replied, "I haven't really morphed that much, so this is the best I can do." "Fine." Argentum let out a low sigh before casting movement speed boosting spells on both of them. "It's many times better than you being in your original form anyway." Swoosh, swoosh. After giving a signal to Blob as to when they would start to head towards Verdant Breeze Town, the two of them went ahead and dashed at the fastest speed they could muster without breaking through the sound barrier. Although they couldn't break through the sound barrier in their original bodies, due to their bodies currently having a smaller surface area, there was a higher chance for them to actually break through and alert the guards that were just about to guard the area. Fortunately, no mishaps happened in their journey to Verdant Breeze Town, with the two of them safely entering through the gates of the town within 10 minutes or so. Seeing that both of them had successfully entered through the town without a problem, the two went ahead and suppressed their auras to the bare minimum as they made their way to the center of Verdant Breeze Town, the place where the leader of the town resided. Due to the small size of the town, it did not take long for the two to arrive in front of the manor where the leader resided, taking around the same time it took for them to arrive at the gates. Just as they were about to ponder as to which entrance they were going to use to enter the manor, the main entrance to the manor was opened by a lavishly dressed woman covered in makeup, her face flushed a slight red as she walked out in a slightly funny manner. Oblivious to what the woman was feeling, the two of them could not help but focus their sense of visions on one another before hastily entering the manor through the main entrance. After that, Argentum went ahead and sent Blob a strand of energy that had the shortest routes towards the library inside the manor. With both of them now having the routes memorized, the two hastily made their way to the library, only taking a couple of minutes to arrive in front of what seemed to be a plethora of books. Holy heck, Argentum could not help but say through a connection formed between him and Blob through a strand of energy. "That's a lot of books." "Indeed," Blob said in response, agreeing with what Argentum felt. So where's that tome of the four elements you were talking about? It's probably in one of the corners, Argentum replied as he urged Blob to started moving through the great number of bookshelves in the library. He then added, if you want to help me out, keep your sense of vision peeled for a book that has the aura of the four elements in it. Then again, I've got to say, this leader has a lot of books, he muttered to himself in slight wonder, recalling the background of the leader of Verdant Breeze Town. Just like Argentum, he was someone who pursued the peak of magic. Not satisfied with his current position, he needed to gain more power in order to become a city leader, which at least had the combat power of a rank 5 animate. The leader of Verdant Breeze Town, knowing this very well, could not help but become depressed as he had already sapped his potential, stopping at rank 3 animate, until he found a book that seemed to be the ray of hope he needed. Of course, this book was none other than a tome of the four elements. After buying it, he skimmed through it and pondered over it, surprised that his stagnant strength had increased quite a bit after just a few minutes of contemplation. With that in mind, he planned that he would quit his position of being the leader of Verdant Breeze Town after some time and fully focus on learning the entirety of the Tome of the Four Elements. Unfortunately for him, Argentum was about to grab it first. Where could that tome be? Argentum said in a tone of slight annoyance as he had already searched through the library a few times. It was then that he realized that Blob was not by his side anymore, prompting him to head to where he was. You should have told me you were heading to another part of the library, Argentum muttered in a slightly furious tone as he had finally found where Blob was. What if you get caught by the Lee? Just as he was about to berate Blob for separating from him, Argentum's senses could not help but pick up the aura of four elements that seemed to harmonize with one another. Following where the aura came, his sense of vision eventually met up with a book that looked slightly tattered. On the center of its front cover were four crystals that were colored green, blue, red, and brown respectively. Surprisingly, Blob was intently looking at this book, only realizing that Argentum was beside him after a minute or so. Letting out a light chuckle, he focused his sense of vision on him and said, I guess this is the item you were looking for? Yeah, Argentum said slowly in a tone of disbelief. He had to go through the entirety of the library a few times, only to end up finding nothing. But Blob only had to separate ways for him for a bit and he already found the tome. Why do I feel like luck is shining on Blob and not me? Want to see some official art of Errors? Head on to my Discord server. The link is discord.xrohuge. Help to see you there. Chapter 260 A Race Against Time. Nevertheless, even though he was somewhat jealous of Blob's luck in finding the Tome of the Four Elements, since it had already been found, there was no point in moping around the hope that he should have found it first anymore. A few seconds later, Argentum went ahead and conjured a tendril of energy before extending it towards the tome. He then looped this tendril around the tome tightly before going ahead and slowly pulling it out of the bookshelf that it was on, making sure to not create a lot of sound from the pulling. Eventually, he was able to fully pull the tome out of the bookshelf that it was stored in, eliciting both Blob and Argentum to radiate auras of excitement since the item was now in their hands. Fortunately, just as they were about to release this aura even further, both of them realized that they were still in a part of the territory where it would be easy for them to be captured, prompting them to suppress their happiness to the greatest extent. With that being done, Argentum moved the tome to the front of his vision before softly commanding the system, please keep this item inside the inventory. It had been quite a while since Argentum had used the inventory. The only items in there were the weapons and armor of the animates he had killed on the way to the Inferno Plains back then, taking up only a bit of the space in the inventory. As for something small like a book being placed inside in the inventory, it was akin to child's play. Only that it wasn't at all. Ding! As a notification sound resounded throughout Argentum's mind, the tome he held with his tendril gradually became translucent, eventually reaching the point that it was near transparent. Unfortunately, just as it was about to look like it had dissipated into thin air, the tome became opaque again, returning to Argentum's tendril in its original form as a small screen appeared in front of Argentum's field of vision. The item cannot be stored because it's not owned by the user. Argentum read the words that were on the screen out loud in a questioning tone, wondering what kind of conditions an item would need to be considered owned by the user. He knew that the weapons and armor he had retrieved from the animates were owned by them, but why was it possible for him to hide their items inside his inventory without a problem? After pondering over it for a bit, he eventually thought that there was no point in trying to find another way to hide it. Of course, he also thought about making the tome his sole possession right now as he mulled over the multiple methods he could use, but he concluded that there was a definite chance that the two of them would be caught by the leader of Verdant Breeze Town and perhaps be used as an item of sorts somewhere. The reason as to why that would be the case is that in Horus memories, whenever the holder of the Tome of the Four Elements tried to utilize the tome, the aura of the four elements would appear in a certain radius around the holder, being easily perceived even from a few kilometers away from the holder. With that in mind, Argentum could not help but let out a sigh of slight annoyance as he looked at Blob and sent him a strand of energy, forming a mental connection with him. Blob, it seems we're going to have to use one of our backup plans, Argentum said through the connection, to which Blob replied with a question, saying, which one? That plan wherein the condition for usage is the fact that I can't hide the item we've just retrieved properly, he replied to Blob's query soon after. In response, Blob radiated an aura of contemplation for a short bit before asking Argentum, Operation EFAP. Hearing the name of the operation mentioned by Blob, Argentum was left at a loss for words as he did not expect to hear it come from Blob himself. Although he did tell Blob that he could use the acronym without any worry, it was still slightly jarring to hear it from somewhere that radiated an innocent aura. Taking in a deep breath to compose himself, he soon uttered, although the full name is Operation Escape Area Fast as Possible. Sure, let's go with that. After they were finished talking, the two of them went ahead and moved towards a certain part of the library. As they had arrived in front of that certain part, the two of them could not help but let out sighs of relief as they found out that their plan had a good chance of working if no mishaps happened. The certain part of the library they had in mind was none other than the windows. Seeing that the window of the library was opened slightly, they focused their senses of vision on each other before establishing another mental connection. This time, it was Blob who took the initiative to start the conversation. So who's gonna through the window first? He asked as he thought about the order in which they would escape through the window. Unexpectedly, Argentum replied to his question without hesitation as he told him, you go escape through the window first. Me? Blob could not believe what he was hearing. Back when they were outside the walls of Verdant Breeze Town, the two of them had unanimously agreed that Argentum would be the first one to escape through the window, with Blob coming soon after. Just as Blob was about to ask Argentum why, Argentum answered his question as if he was reading his mind, saying, with you down there, there'll be a higher chance of the tome landing on the ground safely. He then added, just before you think that it'll be the same if it was me who went down first, remember that your reflexes are now faster than mine after undergoing through your first power baptism. Ah, right. As he listened to Argentum's explanation, Blob thought that it made sense, inwardly letting out an awkward chuckle as the thought of him passing his first power baptism slipped through his mind. While he inwardly thanked Argentum for reminding him that he had undergone a power baptism, Blob took one last look at Argentum before saying, all right, then. Guess I'm gonna go head out first. Whoosh. And just like that, with quick speeds, Blob jumped off of the small opening through the window, gradually descending as he had taken the shape of a leaf. While Blob was on his way to landing on the ground safely, Argentum went ahead and prepared his descent to the ground as well, wondering if he should morph into another form wherein the tome would be safe and sound. At first, he was against the thought as that would reveal himself to quite a lot of animates. But then, he remembered that the manor was covered with a lot of tall trees in its perimeter, which the two of them had to cross before actually entering the manor. Calculating the height of the trees, as well as the optimal angle to jump off of the window, his decision was soon changed to that which favored the morphing of his body into a better form. Swoosh! With the tendril he had conjured still looped tightly around the tome, Argentum went ahead and transformed into another shape that had an incredibly large surface area but was more or less paper-thin in terms of thickness. Soon after, the shape that Argentum took started to warp inward, forming four corners that gripped tightly onto the corners of the tome. And just like that, Argentum had transformed into a makeshift parachute in order for the tome's falling speed to be greatly lessened. Coincidentally, just as Argentum was finished transforming into a makeshift parachute, Blob had finally landed on the grassy grounds that surrounded the manor. With the help of his enhanced senses, Argentum was able to notice that Blob had already landed, prompting him to utilize the movement of the wind that appeared at the floor he was at before starting to fall. Whoosh! In an instant, Argentum's form had warped greatly as large amounts of air were trapped under him, reducing the tome and his falling speed to a level where it was comparable to Blob's falling speed as a leaf. As he gradually descending along with the tome, he utilized his senses to check if any beings noticed him along the way, letting out a sigh of relief soon after as he found out that none had seen him or the tome along the path of his descent. After a couple of minutes or so, Argentum had finally landed on the ground with the tome, with Blob supporting the tome while Argentum reverted to his previous form of being an inconspicuous pebble. With the two of us now out of the manor, you could say that we just have to make sure that we hide from the animates that we pass along the streets and we'll be safe in no time, Argentum said in a slightly excited tone to Blob through a strand of energy. In response, Blob said in an eager tone, "Then, what are we waiting for? Let's try and leave this place as fast as possible." And so, the two of them went ahead and held the tome with tendrils in a manner that did not look conspicuous at all, making sure that the side of the tome that had the four crystals would not face the animates that they came across. Under the shadow of the night, even though there were a few spots that were well lit in town, the two of them had high hopes that they were going to escape this town without a problem. Make sure to head towards the areas that aren't well lit, okay? Argentum reminded Blob with a strand of energy as they prepared to move farther away from the manor through the other exit. Radiating an aura of affirmation, Blob replied, "Don't worry, Argentum. With the route you've given me, how would I not move through the dark areas?" Swoosh! A few seconds later, the two of them started to make their way outside the manor, moving at a speed that was around 3/5 of Argentum's peak, as that speed was comfortable enough for them to maneuver the streets that cluttered the town even if they made a split-second decision. Whoosh! Passing through a few bushes along the way, Argentum and Blob had eventually gotten out of the manor within the span of a few minutes, both of them radiating suppressed auras of immense excitement as they had finally gotten out of what seemed to be the most dangerous part of the plan. Naturally, the two of them looked at the route they've taken, making sure that no one was following them as they took the tome farther away from the manor. With every passing minute that they did not see anyone tailing them, the confidence they had in the plan succeeding gradually shot up as their speeds picked up its pace as well. At this moment, the speed at which they were moving made the tome look like a stray cat that was running away from something to the animates. "We're getting closer," Argentum could not help but say in a hushed yet excited voice to Argentum, making sure that they were the only ones who could hear it. Feeling that the excitement radiating from his creator felt more or less solid, Blob could not help but say with glee, "I know, just a few more minutes and we'll eventually reach the exit." Just as their happiness were at their zeniths, all of a sudden, the tome they were holding tightly radiated a bright red glow, instantly prompting the two to stop in their tracks before instantly making a detour, heading towards a part of the streets that wasn't as populated. As they were heading towards that area, the two of them were filled with immense fear, wondering why the tome started to glow brightly. Whoosh! Fortunately, the two of them were about to find out why it had done so, with the bright red glow surrounding the tome eventually heading towards a certain direction. Of course, with such a phenomenon happening, Argentum utilized his abilities to the fullest as his enhanced vision tracked every move and turn the glow made. Naturally, with his mastery over his enhanced vision, he was able to track where the bright red glow had arrived at the very end. his whole being radiating an immense aura of fear as he said to Blob in a hushed yet afraid voice, "Blob. It seems that we have a problem." What kind of problem? Blob could not help but ask, feeling afraid himself after being in contact with Argentum's aura. Without delay, Argentum explained in a slightly stammering manner, "The bright red glow of the tome. Do you know where it stopped?" Where? With the fear in him building up, Blob felt that it was hard for him to speak up, only being able to squeeze out one word from the fear he felt. At the moment Argentum answered his question, the fear brewing within Blob's body had reached a zenith, making him feel like the best choice was to run away as fast as possible. Taking in a deep breath to calm himself down, Argentum replied, "The mana." Whoosh, whoosh. Not long after that, the two of them unhesitatingly reverted to their original forms, not caring whether or not they were seen by the animates anymore. The most important thing in their minds right now was to escape from the clutches of the mana with the tome of the four elements. Higher Zephyr Magic, Zephyr Magna Auxiliaries. Higher Ignis Magic, Ignis Fervor Maxima. Blessing of the Infernal Aegis. Gift of the Divine Flame. Casting all of the spells they had in their arsenal that affected the both of them when it came to increasing their stats within a few seconds, the two of them went ahead and dashed towards the exit of the Verdant Breeze town at their maximum speeds, bringing along strong winds as Argentum gripped tightly on the tome of the four elements. Amidst their dash, a loud and smooth yet infuriated voice resounded throughout the slightly dim town, alerting the guards that were on top of the walls, as well as the guards that patrolled through the streets. "Guards, someone has taken something precious from my manor," the voice shouted. "Make sure to find them as fast as possible. And if they resist, kill them." Want to see some official art of Iras? Head on to my Discord server. The link is discord.gz. Help to see you there. Chapter 261 Operation Retaliation Verdant Breeze Manor. Just a few minutes ago, inside one of the secluded rooms that could be found on the first floor of the manor, one would be able to find a well-dressed man holding a flask with his left hand while his right hand gripped onto a pen, jotting down notes related to the flask on his left. This man radiated a magnanimous aura that had hints of arrogance within, making anyone that looked at him feel like there was a greater motive to all of his movements. Not only that, but from time to time, one could also see a few energy particles from the foundational elements lingering around his body, allowing one to know that this person was well versed in the usage of element-based spells. Add on the fact that he was more or less the only person in the manor with authority. This man was none other than the leader of Verdant Breeze Town, who was also the former keeper of the Tome of the Four Elements. At this moment, the man raised the flask he was holding, allowing light from a nearby candle to shine on it as the contents inside started to emanate a faint red aura. Noticing this, the man let out a slightly somber sigh as he started to jot down the occurrence that he had to just happen. Although the contents are now more biased towards the fire element, it's still not at a level where it would be enough for me to have heightened perception towards the fire element. I wonder what this concoction is lacking, he muttered to himself in a questioning tone not long after as he placed the flask down on a nearby desk, placing it beside three other flasks wherein its contents were a shade of blue, green, and brown respectively. Grabbing a nearby chair, he placed it in front of the table where his notes were placed, scratching his head every once in a while as he tried to think up of ways wherein he could improve the concoctions. Naturally, these concoctions had something to do with the Tome of the Four Elements. After buying it from someone who did not notice the true value of the tome they sold, he went ahead and tried to learn the contents within, only to find out that his perception regarding the elements was not enough to become its sole owner. With that in mind, he put in most of his time on creating elixirs or medicine that would allow him to increase his perception over the elements, gaining small success in it. Most of the feelings I've obtained from the elements are already there, he muttered a couple of minutes later as he let out yet another somber sigh. Gazing at the notes he had written regarding the multiple attempts and combinations he had made, a random thought surfaced in his mind all of a sudden. Surprisingly, this thought resonated with his goal of creating concoctions, prompting him to abruptly stand up as he asked himself in a curious tone, Is it because these concoctions lack the feeling of vitality? Is that the main problem? Soon after, he turned around to head towards the door that led out of his room as a slightly excited expression crept across his face. Thinking about the chances of successfully increasing his perception with the addition of such an element, he could not help but say, I presume that with such an element added to the concoctions, I have a feeling that it might just work. Unfortunately for him, just as he was about to leave the room he was in, a sound that was incredibly familiar to him resounded throughout his mind, associating it with a certain item as his face paled in response. The tome! He shouted in a fearful tone. At the very instant he bought that tome from that seller, he made sure to have a system around the tome in place that would alert him whenever one stole the tome from his manor. Due to the small amount of money he had left at that time, the alert system he installed on the tome would only take effect after the tome was already a certain proximity away from where he was. Who thought that his alert system would actually activate right now? Swoosh! Activating a few spells he had in his arsenal, the speed at which he moved had increased by a significant degree as he made his way to the library in his manor on the second floor. Without delay, he made his way towards the bookshelf wherein he placed the tome, only to find that it was truly gone. With an afraid expression still on his face, he went ahead and used the strongest reconnaissance spell he had in his arsenal as a rank 3 mage. No traces at all, he muttered with an expression that seemed to say that without the tome, there was no point in living. He then pondered over the possible suspects that could have stolen the tome, muttering, only a highly ranked assassin would be able to steal the tome from this manor with only the alert system activating. Maybe a highly ranked thief would be able to do as well. But there are no such people like that in this town, he added amid his mulling. If that's the case, then who stole the tome from the manor without me knowing? Coincidentally, it was at this moment that he heard that familiar sound once more, noticing that a bright red glow was radiating out of one of the windows in the library. Knowing what that red glow meant, the expression on the man's face took a great turn as it turned sinister. Without hesitation, he opened one of the windows and jumped down from it, landing just a few meters away from where the bright red glow originated. Slightly far away from him was a ball of red energy that emitted a bright red glow. As he stared at it for a bit, he muttered, since this ball of red energy is here, that means there's still a chance for me to retrieve the tome from the one that stole it. In an instant, he took in a deep breath before applying magic on his throat. He then shouted in an infuriated tone, guards, someone has taken something precious from my manor. Make sure to find them as fast as possible. If they resist, you have my permission to kill them. While that was happening, Argentum and Blob unhesitatingly went ahead and utilized all of the energy inside their body to make sure they could run away as fast as possible. Whoosh, whoosh. Unfortunately for them, along the way, they accidentally came across a few of the beings that lived inside the town, clearly seeing the two as they ran past them at breakneck speeds. Of course, with the lives of the beings only consisting of the town, most of them could not help but scream in fear as they shouted, ghosts! There are ghosts inside this town. Glowing ghosts. One of the guards, that was notified of what had happened in town by the voice of the leader, could not help but perk up his ears as he heard the citizens scream all of a sudden. Turning around to head towards them as fast as possible, he then went ahead and quelled the fear of the citizens as he asked one of them, ghosts? What did you see? Two don't know. The citizen responded in a stuttering manner, unsure whether what she had seen was true. Nevertheless, since she knew that the guards were in this town to maintain peace and order, she still tried to piece the sight she saw just a while ago to the guard. In response, the guard could not help but ponder over her statement for a bit, grabbing a certain object from his pocket not long after before infusing a bit of his energy in it. He then muttered to the object, leader of team was speaking to the Verdant Breeze leader. A few citizens have noticed two silhouettes that were of red and green color respectively. I would like to ask the Verdant Breeze leader if these two silhouettes have something to do with the announcement you said earlier. Oh, I think they are not related at all. Without delay, the voice of the town's leader resounded from the object soon after. which could only be heard by the guard that he was talking to. Just as the town's leader was about to dismiss the idea that these two silhouettes had something to do with his dilemma, he could not help but have a hunch that there was a relation to them. He then briefly contemplated over the right string of words to tell the guard that was talking to him, eventually saying, "Ask the citizens if they saw the silhouettes with a brown blur accompanying them. If they do, tell the guards at the exit to close the gates while the other guard teams should make haste to intercept the two as fast as possible." Understood. The guard responded not long after before looking at the citizens who screamed out a while ago. Without hesitation, he then asked them, "Did you any of you see a brown blur accompanying the two ghosts you saw a while ago?" At first, there was no response from the citizens, with all of them looking at each other with a gaze that seemed to say it was too fast, that we couldn't see anything at all. Fortunately for the guard, one of the citizens raised their hands as a hoarse voice came out of that citizen's mouth. This citizen looked like he was in his 60s or so, yet the aura he radiated did not pale in comparison to that of the guards. Looking at the guard as he said with a tone of confidence, "Boy, I can tell you without a doubt that there was a brown blur accompanying them." He then added, "I may be old, but my eyesight is still acute." In response, the guard beamed as he looked at the old man, saying, "Thank you, sir, for helping us guards out. Well, tell the town leader of your contributions after we have resolved the problem." Whoosh, whoosh. After that, the guard went ahead and utilized all of the strength in his body and channeled it towards his legs, dashing towards the direction that led to one of the exit gates that was closest in proximity to where he currently was. In his mind, he concluded that these silhouettes would undoubtedly head towards that gate if they wanted to exit the town as fast as possible from their current position. As he dashed towards the exit, he then pulled out another object that looked similar to the one he had before, but had a slightly cruder design. Infusing more of his energy into this object, he then shouted, "Team A, Team B, Team C, Team D, Patrol Team, listen up. The leader has told me the two silhouettes have the item that was stolen from him." He continued, "Patrol Team, close Gate C as fast as possible. As for the other teams, head towards Gate C. We're going to intercept them." A couple of minutes have passed since Argentum and Blob reverted to their original forms, going all out to head out of Verdant Breeze Town as fast as possible. At this moment, utilizing the route they had planned out before entering the town, they calculated that there was about a kilometer or so of distance left that separated them from the line between captivity and freedom. While they were running, Argentum could not help but find the current scene a bit peculiar. Using his enhanced senses to their full potential, he went ahead and looked at the surroundings, not seeing any movement from the town that was related to them at all. With that in mind, he could not help but focus his sense of vision beside him and ask, "Blob, do you think they've caught on to what we're doing?" "No idea," Blob replied as his sense of vision was focused on what was in front of them. Nevertheless, that did not stop him from replying, saying, "This is the first time I've done something like this, so I truly have no clue." "Ah, right," Argentum muttered in response to Blob's statement, only remembering now that Blob was not well versed with how animates acted. Unlike him, who was an animate in his previous life. Well, his original body was. A few seconds later, he said to Blob, "Well, if that's the case, all I'll say is that you should make sure to be as vigilant as possible. We might come across some trouble before we could exit the town." "Got it." With Blob responding to his creator's warning filled with concern, the two of them continued on their way towards the closest exit gate in proximity, with both of them casting their skills once more to replenish the boost they had. Eventually, only a few hundred meters remained between the two and the exit gate they were heading towards. Auras of immense happiness radiated from the two of them as the gate was now in their field of vision. "We're going to make it!" Argentum shouted in happiness, only for him to take back his words as a loud and deep creaking sound resounded from the gates. As they looked at the gates, they noticed that the opening in between the two doors started to gradually become smaller, prompting Argentum to instead shout, Run faster! Whoosh, whoosh. Just as they were about to pick up their pace in order to make sure that they would get past the gate before it was fully closed, multiple silhouettes went ahead and blocked their path of escape, leaving Argentum and Blob with no choice but to jump over them before continuing with their dash to their exit. Unfortunately for them, another group of silhouettes went ahead and barred them from continuing any further. With the amount of momentum they had not being enough to jump over all of them, the two of them had no choice but to stop where they were, seeing that there were no alleyways or any place that they could jump on so they could continue with air dash. "Stop right where you are," one of the silhouettes shouted towards the two of them, taking a few steps forward to reveal himself to both Argentum and Blob. The silhouette wore a uniform that exuded a feeling of ferocity and tenacity. Then again, the other silhouettes wore the same uniform as well, radiating a unified aura that exuded ferocity and tenacity. Clearing his throat, the silhouette that stepped forward continued with his warning, saying to both Argentum and Blob, "Please give back the town's leader item. If you give it back, we will allow you two to leave without being hindered." The town leader's item. Argentum could not help but repeat the silhouette's words, radiating an aura that was akin to a mocking sneer. Naturally, he correlated the item that they were talking about was the Tome of the Four Elements. Unfortunately, that item was something Argentum needed, so he would not stop at anything to not give it back. Sending a strand of energy to Blob with a message contained in it, Argentum went and responded in a haughty tone, "Why should we? Do you have any proof that your town leader did not steal it from another person?" Well, not expecting such a response, the silhouette hemmed and hawed for a bit, only for him to receive a solid punch on his face before he was sent flying soon after. On the other hand, the one that punched at the silhouette blew on his fiery red fist. From the color of the fist, it was natural to think that Argentum told Blob to punch the silhouette to show that they weren't afraid of them. In response, one of the other silhouettes shouted, to punch one of the esteemed guards. Everyone, whatever it takes, make sure to not let them escape. Hearing the guard's words, Argentum let out a cackle as he saw the guards start to dash at him. With that happening, he looked at Blob, who was a few meters away from him, and said, "Blob, it seems we have to change our plans once more. Initiate Operation Retaliation. Want to see some official art? Head on to my Discord server. The link is discord.xrohuge. See you there." Chapter 262 Unexpectedly Easy. Activate your status boosting spells. Blob. Since they were now forced into a situation where their only choice was to fight their way through the guards to exit the town, Argentum went ahead and commanded Blob, "Stall them for a bit. I need to create some space to effectively support you." "You got it, Argentum," Blob replied not a second later, radiating a fiery red aura that was far stronger than what he originally had, which attracted the attention of the guards as they felt that they could not take their eyes off of him. As for Argentum, even though he also had the urge to not take his eyes away from Blob, due to their relationship, he was able to resist most of the urge as he swerved his way through the group of distracted guards that were nearer to the gate. While he was doing just that, he could not help but ponder over what had happened just a while ago. The thought that was in his mind was the conversation he and the guard had, feeling that he could have made a peaceful reconciliation with the guards, which would allow them to leave without needing to put a fight. Nevertheless, as he thought about that second choice, he could not help but think that something was affecting him in the background, as if it was telling him that fighting is always the viable option against enemies. Infernal Sonata. Noticing that Argentum had finally escaped the encirclement of guards they were surrounded with just some time ago, Blob went ahead and deactivated the aura that he was radiating, applying a confused state on all of the guards as he went ahead and activated the strongest status boosting skill he had in his arsenal. Whoosh! With greater power circulating throughout his body, he went ahead and dashed towards the closest guard in his proximity, gripping on the man's uniform tightly. Not an instant later, in response, the guard, who had just snapped back to reality, felt immense fear as he realized that one of the people that they were about to capture was now grabbing on his uniform with killing intent. Just as Blob had clenched his free hand into a fist, about to punch the guard's face into oblivion, Argentum, who went ahead and activated his status boosting skills in the meantime, sent a strand of energy with a message to Blob. "We're not here to kill them," was what the strand of energy contained. "Just make sure that they are as far from the exit gate as possible." Not even a split second later, another strand of energy entered Blob's mind, telling him, "There's no need for us to kill these beings that are just doing their duty." In response, Blob let out an inward sigh of slight disappointment as he went ahead and raised the guard in the air while hastily putting his clenched fist down. Wondering what this person was about to do, the guard belatedly realized what was happening to him as he was flung at breakneck speeds with a single throw, crashing through multiple houses with loud bangs. Bang, bang, bang. Seeing what had just happened, the guards were left at a loss for words as they froze in place. Even though their weapons were in a position that they could attack the person that just threw one of their comrades, they could not bring themselves to do just that, feeling an immense sense of fear from the thought of being thrown. On the other hand, Argentum let out a sigh of relief as he saw Blob throw the guard instead of punching the guard into a pulp. As he continued to look at the expressions and auras of the guards surrounding his companion, he could not help but imitate the sound of a being clicking their tongue as he muttered, "I've got to say though, these guards are actually weaker than I thought." With Blob's aura as a point of reference, Argentum was able to utilize his enhanced senses and deduce that the strength these guards had was at most at the level of a rank 1 animate that had been at that level for a decent amount of time. The strongest amongst these guards were those that radiated the aura of a rank 1 animate at their peak, with some even giving off an aura that made him feel like they were about to ascend to a rank 2 class at any time. Nevertheless, even if these guards were rank 2, Argentum was certain that Blob would still be able to triumph over them with sheer power, already undergoing one power baptism. With that in mind, he could not help but mutter to himself, "I might just be looking at this from the wrong angle. A town wouldn't have such high strength unless it was placed in a special location." With a light chuckle, he added, "I guess Blob is just too strong for them to handle." Whoosh, bang, whoosh, bang. Since the guards did not move from their places, to Blob, they looked like they were chickens that were ready to be beheaded. Without hesitation, he went ahead and grabbed a few nearby guards by the collars of the uniform before flinging them away from their current position, remembering the command that was given to him by Argentum through the strand of energy. Fortunately, after around 5 of their comrades were thrown at random directions by Blob, the guards finally realized that they needed to make a move if they did not want to end up in the same fate as their thrown comrades, rushing towards Blob without hesitation as they gripped on their weapons tightly while shouting. Just as Blob was about to go ahead and retaliate against their moves as he radiated an aura filled with elation, he received a strand of energy filled with a message all of a sudden, prompting to hastily read it and let out a sigh of indignation while scratching his head. He then said loudly, "All right, Argentum, give it your best shot." "Hee hee, thanks." Argentum chortled as he replied, prompting the guards that were dashing towards Blob to take a glance at him. It was then that they noticed that a green ball filled with an intent of destruction was conjured over Argentum's palm, making them freeze up as one thought simultaneously entered their minds. "We're up against a mage." We're so dead. To these guards, people that could cast magic spells were considered as mages. Even if they could only cast basic spells or incredibly esoteric spells, to them, these spells brought forth a level of might that could only be emulated if 10 or 100 of them attacked at once. With that in mind, the directions their weapons were pointing at had abruptly changed in the opposite direction, wanting to run away from Blob. Unfortunately for them, with the help of a few auxiliary spells, the ball of wind that Argentum conjured had arrived in front of them in an instant, sending around 10 or so people flying at once. After a few seconds, these guards landed on random locations with a thud and a pained groan. Some were fortunate to land on the asphalt that covered the roads, while some landed on the roofs of houses, crashing through multiple floors before landing on cold hard ground. And just like that, the guards were at a loss on what to do once again. At first, They thought that the person covered in fiery red energy was the only being they had to worry about, since the person covered in green energy did not radiate that much strength. But lo and behold, the person covered in green energy revealed that they could actually cast spells, placing him at the same level of strength with the one covered in red energy. Right now, all of the guards that were still standing right now looked at each other and had the same thought in their minds. If it weren't for their jobs, they would have definitely allowed the two people to escape scot-free. They would not hesitate to turn a blind eye to these two if they did not remember the possible reaction of the leader of the town. Indeed, the only thing that was hindering them from doing so was the leader of the town. In their minds, they could still vividly remember what he had done whenever the guards had failed in their missions, with the most lenient punishment being their own death. As for the more severe punishments, it was better left unsaid. As for Argentum and Blob, they could not help but look at each other as they noticed that these guards did not move once more as cold sweat dripped down their foreheads. Although Blob was eager to send these vulnerable guards flying to allow them to escape, Argentum gave Blob a gaze filled with killing intent, prompting Blob to suppress his urges. Since he could not do what he wanted to do, Blob went ahead and sent a strand of energy towards Argentum to strike up a conversation, saying, "So what now?" "Well, we could go ahead and leave these guards here," Argentum said in response to Blob's question, before adding, "but I have a feeling that waiting here for a bit longer would lead to some satisfying and fruitful results." "To be honest, same," Blob said, letting out a chuckle through his reply as his aura remained unchanged. "Should I go ahead and wake them up from their stupor again?" "No need," Argentum replied to Blob's question as his enhanced vision caught a glimpse of an entity that wore the same uniform as the people that were surrounding Blob. Surprisingly, this entity radiated an aura that was far superior to the guards near them, making Argentum feel that this being could put up a fight with Blob. Higher Zephyr Magic, Zephyr Burst Omega, second verse. Higher Ignis Magic, Ignis Burst Omega, second verse. Whoosh, whoosh. While the entity gradually made their way to where they were, Argentum went ahead and cast a few buffs onto Blob, who could not help but look back at Argentum with a confused expression. In response, Argentum sent a strand of energy to him, saying, "There's an animate coming closer that's wearing the same uniform as the others." In order for the current situation to stay as is, before that being could finish what they have to say, "Send them flying with a hard punch." He. Blob chuckled in response to Argentum's command, muttering soon after, "Roger that." Eventually, the entity that was making its way to where they were had finally arrived, prompting the other guards to look at the guard that had just arrived with gazes filled with regret. On the other hand, the newly arrived guard looked at the current situation with an extremely bemused expression, wondering what made the guards freeze up in place. He looked at the two beings that stood out from the rest, with each of them covered in green and red energy respectively. Then again, although these two beings were covered in energy, the aura they radiated was at a level that did not seem to be on par with his, concluding that they needed their morale to be raised. Taking in a deep breath, the new guard shouted, "Everyone, are you going to let these two people get away with what they have just done?" "The guards of Verdant Breeze Town, for heaven's sake," the guard continued, somewhat rousing the will to fight within the other guards. Seeing that there was a slight effect, the guard went on with his words of motivation, saying, "Do you really want to disappoint your family with your current looks? Do you really want the town leader to cast us away for others? If so, raise your weapons and fight." Bang! Just as the newly arrived guard was about to finish with his motivational speech, it was unfortunately cut off short as Blob went ahead and dashed towards him before he could even notice, clenching his right fist before sending it flying towards the guard's face. Due to the guard's position, as well as the strength Blob put in his punch, the guard was sent flying through the whole street before crashing into a house made out of bricks. Then another one and another one only to stop until about 7 houses had a hole through their walls thanks to this newly arrived guard. It was then that the other guards found out that these two people were actually suppressing their powers to a great extent. giving off the feeling that they wanted to come to a conclusion that was more on the peaceful side rather than the violent side. With that in mind, the other guards sheathed their weapons without hesitation as they adjusted their postures, deciding to just give off the illusion that they were intimidating these people if the citizens look at them from afar. As for Argentum and Blob, both of them could not help but look at each other with auras of slight happiness, seeing what the remaining guards had just done. After exchanging a few strands of energy, the two of them went ahead and radiated an aura that made it seem like they were feeling fear, making the remaining guards look at them from a positive light as they silently gave them words of gratitude. So should we wait a bit more before leaving? Blob went ahead and asked Argentum through a strand of energy. Yeah, I think that'll be for the better, Argentum said in response with a light chuckle. The feeling that I got a while ago hasn't gone away just yet. Same. In any case, this is unexpectedly easy. Want to see some official artiviras? Want to get additional perks? Then head on to my Discord server. The link is discord.gzruhuge. Help to see you there. Chapter 263 Reinforcements. And just like that, a few minutes have passed with an impasse happening between the guards and Argentum and Blob. Throughout this time, the guards maintained their imposing postures, radiating an imposing aura that contrasted the auras radiated by Argentum and Blob. The two of them were exuding auras of immense fear as their postures were slightly bent, making themselves look like they had no way to escape the clutches of these guards. Of course, in reality, it was quite the opposite. The guards were the ones afraid of Argentum and Blob, while the two were at the advantageous side. Surprisingly, while the two of them were still waiting for the feeling they felt to gradually disappear, Argentum went ahead and struck up a conversation with one of the guards, deciding to use his way with words to dissuade the guards into making a move against them even if their leader were to attack. Unexpectedly, the guards did not deny their proposition, thinking that it would be in their best interest to not make a move against them. To be honest, if you were a rank 1 animate and knew that your opponent was of a rank far higher than you, would you make a move against them, only to end up being beaten up into a pulp? This was what the guards had in mind, hence the reason why they accepted the proposition. On the other hand, Argentum and Blob decided to make the offer sweeter by giving them a few incentives, like making sure that the town wouldn't be attacked by the nearby beasts for a few weeks or so. At that point, the guards were now wholeheartedly supporting Argentum and Blob in what they were doing. Unfortunately for the two, just as they thought that the impasse would last longer, a silhouette that was quite familiar to everyone in the surroundings had appeared once again from the same direction. But unlike before, there was a ton of dust and rubble attached to the silhouette's uniform. This was none other than the guard who was interrogating the citizens a while ago, the leader of the guards making up team A, the one who tried to persuade the guards in the surroundings to make a move against the two since the auras they emitted were nothing in comparison to his. Nevertheless, as he made his way back to where his comrades were, he could not help but recall the feeling he felt before he was sent flying through multiple houses. In his mind, he could not help but think, do these people have some sort of secret technique in their arsenal, allowing to exert a power that would triumph over mine? After mulling over it for a bit, he felt like that was the most likely answer, inwardly grinning as he thought that there was no way these two would be able to exert such a level of power yet again. On the other hand, with the help of his enhanced vision, Argentum was able to see the being Blob punched harshly a while ago coming back to where they were. Letting out a soft sigh after noticing this being, he went ahead and sent a strand of energy to one of the guards he became close with throughout the past few minutes, asking, "Do you mind if we sent him flying once again?" In response, the guard replied through his mind with an indifferent tone, but held a hint of elation within. He said, "Go ahead." To be honest, amongst the guards that are standing here right now, only that guard right there has the closest relation to the leader of the town. As for us, we just want to make sure that the town is safe from harm to the best of our abilities. Glad to hear that coming from his comrade, Argentum replied with a light chuckle. He then added another statement, which made the guard's face light up slightly. With that, I'll sweeten the deal a little bit. Well, make sure that no beasts will attack your town for 2 months. After he was finished saying that, Argentum went ahead and sent another strand of energy to Blob, saying, Blob, that animate is coming here yet again. At this point, you already know what to do, right? How could I not know? Blob let out a chortle as he responded to Argentum's question. It's way better than doing nothing anyway. As he lightly clenched his fists open and close for a bit, he then added, oh, and also, tell me your reasons behind doing this after, okay? Hearing such a request out of the blue, Argentum let out a brief aura of confusion. Fortunately, Blob followed up on his words, saying, the stalling for time and the feeling you have right now. The Argentum I know definitely has a greater motive behind all that. Argentum let out a playful giggle in response. Scratching his head for a bit, he then said through a strand of energy, let's just say that it has something to do with the item we have for now. Whoosh. Just as the two were finished with their conversation, the guard from a while ago had finally arrived. Noticing that the guards standing around were radiating imposing auras, which was a far cry from what he saw a while ago. Thinking that the guards now had the will to fight against these two intruders of their town, he unhesitatingly took a deep breath before shouting with glee, indeed, that is the spirit a guard of Verdant Breeze Town should have. In response to the guard's words, the other guards only coldly looked at his direction for a bit before redirecting it back to other directions. Noticing this, the guard finally realized that they were only radiating such auras as a facade. Slightly furious, he shouted, what the heck are you guys doing? Do you have no shame in what you're doing? The guards of Verdant Breeze Town, for heaven's sake. Now, listen to me. Raise your weapons and utter bang, 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 bang. And just like a while ago, even before the guard could finish his speech to instill a fighting spirit into his comrades, Blob went ahead and dashed at his maximum speed before tightly clenching his right fist once more. He then punched the guard in the face with a bit of spin this time, transforming the guard that was sent flying into a spinning projectile that was akin to a bullet. With that kind of force, the guard had no problem passing through the holes he had made a while ago, ending up forming a few more holes through a few more houses, bringing the total number of houses he had formed holes through to 12. On the other hand, Blob radiated an aura of satisfaction as he blew on his right fist while making his way back to his previous position. At the very instant he did so, Blob focused his sense of vision onto Argentum before sending a strand of energy. In this strand of energy, he said, so what are your reasons for doing this? How is it related to the Tome of the Four Elements? It has a lot to do with the Tome of the Four Elements, Argentum replied without delay with a strand of his own. He then added, in fact, once the feeling we have disappears, we would have obtained an item that would allow me to have greater perception towards the four elements, allowing me to become the Tome's sole owner even faster. I see, Blob said after a short bit, nodding in understanding. Of course, he was not satisfied with the answer his creator had given him. But since Argentum did not want to say anything else about the plan he had in mind for now, he decided to just stay silent and follow what Argentum wants him to do to help out with his plan. Noticing that the two were finished secretly conversing with one another, the guard Argentum was talking to a while ago took the initiative to send a strand of energy towards Argentum since he felt like Argentum was the leader of the two. On the strand, he said, tell your companion to wait for that guy to come again. Although it's already the second time he has been defeated, he won't give up that easily. He then added, if you don't want to be bothered by him yet again, send him flying so far that he has no choice but to give up on fighting against you two. Hearing what the guard was saying, Argentum was slightly left at a loss for words. He could not help but wonder why the guard was doing him such a favor, prompting him to ask the guard through a strand of energy. In response, the guard coolly replied, think of it as a small repayment to the big favor you're doing us. The greatest problem we guards have in this town are the beasts that attack the town's walls every once in a while. If you remove them from our list of problems for a month or two, we would definitely have greater strength to fight against intruders like you the next time. Of course, when you two come back here, we'll treat you two as benefactors, the guard said not long after, letting out a light chortle. In response, Argentum went ahead and lightly chortled as well, thinking that this guard he was talking to seems like a nice person as a whole. He thought that as a leader of the guards, this guy he was talking to would be a better fit. Surprisingly, it was at this moment that the silhouette everyone has gotten used to by now had come and appeared in front of them once again. This time though, his uniform was now tattered in many areas due to the number of houses he had formed holes through. Not only that, but his face had also become a mangled mess, a far cry from the decently looking face the man had the first time he had arrived. Radiating an aura that did not lose out to the guards, this man let out a loud yell filled with indignation, his stare akin to a metal spike as he shouted, "What the heck is everyone doing? Are you truly guards of this town, thinking for the betterment of the citizens? Are you truly thinking of siding with these intruders, who have done nothing but cause harm to us?" He added, "Higher Zephyr Magic, Zephyr Magna Auxiliaries, Higher Ignis Magic, Ignis Fervor Maxima." Whoosh, whoosh. Hearing the sounds of spells being cast, the guard could not help but scoff at Argentum and Blob as he said, "So what if you cast spells? Would that even bring any change to the issue?" Bang, bang, bang. Of course, akin to what happened some time ago, just as the guard was about to finish with his statement, Blob unhesitatingly went ahead and appeared in front of his field of vision in an instant, sending a punch filled with the zenith of his strength towards the man's face. This time though, due to the number of buffs that had been cast on him, with the buffs Argentum cast on him a while ago still applying their effect, the strength behind the punch was greatly amplified. Not only did the guard go through the holes he had made a while ago, but he also made holes through all of the houses he was sent flying towards this time, only stopping as his head became stuck on the walls protecting the town from beasts at night. At the moment the guard collided with the stone walls, everyone in the surroundings heard a loud thud resound throughout the town, with the guards surrounding Argentum and Blob having light smiles on their faces. As for Argentum and Blob, Argentum went ahead and gave Blob a thumbs up just as he went back to his original position, saying, "Nice punch." "It was incredibly satisfying," Blob said before letting out a chortle, and just like that, the impasse from before had come back, continuing for far longer than 10 minutes as everyone realized that the guard from before would not come back anymore from that attack. The force behind that attack alone would definitely put someone at rank 3 out of commission, even more so for a rank 2 that was not at their peak yet. But unfortunately for Argentum, Blob, and the guards, this impasse would not last for long as an entity that radiated an aura far stronger than the guard from before had finally appeared in front of them. This entity wore quite some nice clothes, exuding the feeling that he had a decent amount of wealth. Not only that, but if one looked closely, a few particles of energy surrounded his body, making everyone realize that this entity had a class that was related to magic. At this moment, this entity was currently hovering a few meters away from where the guards, as well as Argentum and Blob, were. An expression of dissatisfaction on his face, he said in a cold tone, "To steal something that I own, the only end I want for you to is death." In a protection array, activate. Whoosh, whoosh. In less than an instant, a barrier that enveloped the town was formed, imbuing the guards that were just standing with a sense of strength that far surpassed their own. On the other hand, Argentum and Blob felt like their strength had gotten weaker, but it was not at a point that they could not brute force their way in exuding their full strength. In fact, Argentum could not help but inwardly chuckle at the current situation as he sent a strand of energy to Blob, saying, "Time to move to the final phase of our plan." He's the one that's giving off the feeling we both felt a while ago. "No need to hold back anymore," he added, which made Blob radiate an aura of immense elation. "But just in case," he muttered to himself soon after that, channeling the energy that was circulating throughout his body as a connection with a certain being had been formed in an instant. A few seconds later, a familiar voice resounded in his mind. "Hello. Is that you, Argentum?" "Yes, it's me. How could it be someone else?" "Well, fair point. So, What made you talk to me? Could you head towards Verdant Breeze Town? What for? I just have something I need your help with. Alright. Is it combat related? I guess you could say that. Give me a few minutes if that's the case. You could stall for that long, right? Yeah, no need to worry about that. Alright. See you in a few minutes then, Argentum. Alright. See you in a few minutes, Felix. Want to see some official artiviras? Want to get additional perks? Then head on to my Discord server. The link is discord.xrhuge. Help to see you there. Chapter 264. End of the line. After he requested Felix to come to where he and Blob were currently at, Argentum felt a bit more assured about the chances of his idea working. To be honest, this current idea he had stemmed off from the fact that he had unnecessarily punched one of the guards to assert dominance over them. Thinking that at that point there was no turning back, he went ahead and created a plan where he would benefit more from the action that he had done, not hesitating to form a plan wherein the end goal was to kill the leader of Verdant Breeze Town. At this point, one would normally ask why Argentum would go ahead and do just that, even though he had already obtained the most important item from the town leader's manor. Well, while formulating his current plan, he could not help but recall Aurus memories of the holder of the Tome of the Four Elements in the previous life, eventually recalling that the holder mentioned a few concoctions that would allow one's perception of the elements to be greatly boosted for a long amount of time. To Argentum, those concoctions could be considered as the second most important thing after the Tome of the Four Elements, since it would allow him to become the sole owner of the tome at a faster rate. He was willing to even become aggressive in his actions, only for it to not happen, as the guards were more or less dissatisfied with the rule of the current leader in one way or another. As for the entity that had just arrived, he was nonchalantly looking at everyone else after activating the inner protection array covering the whole town. Of course, this was none other than the leader of Verdant Breeze Town. Quite some time ago, he was at a crossroads as to whether he would show himself in front of these two intruders or not, eventually deciding on the latter after seeing the actions of his most loyal guard. Unfortunately, that loyal guard was sent flying into oblivion, colliding with the stone walls that protected the town. With that as the result, the leader could not help but inwardly sigh as he pulled out all of the stops in his arsenal, thinking that it was better to be out of resources and have the tome for himself, rather than have a lot of resources and no tome at all. But first, after he activated the inner protection array, which boosted the strength of the guards in the town to a considerable degree, he thought that they would not hesitate to take the initiative and attack the intruders for his sake. Sadly, things did not turn out in the way he had expected, with the guards remaining in their places although the auras they radiated were now significantly stronger than before. On the other hand, the intruders' auras just barely weakened, which should have been the second effect of the array, but did not affect the two at all. What the heck are you guys doing? Feeling that the guards were not attacking the intruders on purpose, the town leader was infuriated in an instant, yelling at the guards without hesitation. The intruders are right in front of you, ready to be struck down by justice, but you guys don't even have the balls to attack them. In response, the guards remained silent, while Argentum and Blob looked at the current situation with indifferent auras. Although the two of them were certain that they were going to make a move if ever their leader went ahead and attacked them, since nothing was happening right now, it was better to stay on the fence. After that sudden outburst, the leader of the town went silent for a couple of minutes, waiting for the guards to come to their senses and finally attack the intruders that stole his tome. But unfortunately, just like before, the guards stayed frozen in their positions, not even giving off the aura that they wanted to attack the intruders. Seeing this, the leader went ahead and cursed them for being useless, using extremely colorful words that went beyond human comprehension. Nevertheless, the guards did not even flinch from those words, only letting out slight frowns at most as they were determined that their decision was correct. Eventually, after a minute of cursing out, the leader of the town had enough, letting out a loud and long sigh of disappointment as he furiously scratched his head in annoyance. Since you guys aren't going to capture these intruders even though they are just there, the leader muttered in a cold tone, though his voice was heard by everyone thanks to the manipulation of energy. Then I'll just consider you guys as intruders as well. The verdict. He. Of course, it's none other than death. Whoosh. It was at the moment the town leader was finished speaking did the guards finally feel a bit of regret from what they had just done. Naturally, to every being's mind, untimely death was something they never wanted to experience, with some of the guards suddenly taking a few steps back as a cold breeze blew over their bodies. On the other hand, the town leader now held a gaze that was akin to the frost found in tundras, raising his right palm as a large ball of energy was conjured in an instant. A few seconds later, multiple particles of energy materialized around this large ball, heading towards it not long after to be absorbed, changing the appearance of the ball into that which had two sides, a side of pure red and pure blue. Blob. Sensing the threat the ball of energy the leader was about to throw at them, Argentum went ahead and commanded Blob, ordering him, use everything you have in your arsenal to not let that ball hit the guards. As they heard these words resound throughout the area, the guards could not help but feel that the treatment they felt from Argentum and Blob was far better than what they got from the current leader, who was about to attack them just because they did not follow his orders. At this moment, all of the guards put their hopes onto the duo, wanting to see if a change would happen to this town. A change that only they were a part of. Whoosh. Obtaining Argentum's order, Blob lightly nodded before channeling all of the energy he had in his body towards his legs, charging towards where the leader was floating in mere moments due to the number of buffs he currently had. Unfortunately for Blob, just as he was about to punch the ball of red and blue to disperse it, the leader coldly smiled as he said, "Too late." Ardent frost bomb. Bang! Not an instant later, an explosion that took on the same color as the ball covered both Blob and the leader, hastily making everyone in the surroundings anxious as to what the result was. With a gust of wind blowing the explosion away, the guards could not help but inwardly let out a sigh as they noticed that the town leader was left unscathed, a barrier of translucent light blue energy covering him from the attack. But then, their emotions took a 180-degree turn as the explosion had fully dispersed, revealing that Blob was actually fine as well. Tightly gripping onto a shield that he had conjured at the very last second, Blob could not help but let out a sigh of relief as he used the force of the explosion to make his way to where he was. Amidst that, he went ahead and said, "That was close." Thud. As Blob landed back at his previous position, the guards unhesitatingly went ahead and cheered for Blob. All of them were in awe and admiration of what he had done, defending against an attack from the town leader, which they could not do themselves. Argentum looked at the guards and Blob with an aura filled with slight happiness, thinking that this moment of camaraderie ain't so bad. On the other hand, although he was covered by an energy barrier, the leader of Verdant Breeze Town had a gloomy expression on his face as he noticed that the intruder he sent the attack towards was unscathed just like him. Wondering what was the intruder's secret to defending such a destructive attack, the leader of the town went ahead and secretly utilized a bit of his energy to inspect the intruder's conditions. Only for his mood to take a turn for the better as he realized that the intruders were not human at all. "I'm gonna be rich," was the thought he had in mind after his realization. The reason why this thought surfaced in his mind was that he found out that the being he was fighting against was actually a pseudo-animate. As someone who stood at the peak of authority in this town, he had access to a lot of knowledge, allowing him to learn of the existence of pseudo-animates, which were used by humans as catalysts for items or materials for powerful equipment. There were also times when they were used as slaves or servants by powerful beings, but one thing was for sure: pseudo-animates sold for a lot of money. To be able to defend against an attack of my level. I could definitely sell him for a few million gold coins, he thought to himself as he lightly snickered with malevolent intent. At that moment, the plan in his mind had changed, deciding that the best-case scenario was for him to obtain his tome back and capture that pseudo-animate for his own, just to make sure the owner is someone I can go up against. He soon muttered not long after, sending another strand of energy secretly towards Argentum, who seemed to radiate an aura that he was at ease. Expecting that the second intruder was a human, it gave him a great shock when he found out that the second intruder was also a pseudo-animate. So telling me that two inferior beings were able to steal something important from my manor without me noticing? Although this thought circulated in his mind, making him think that these two pseudo-animates were not some beings one could mess around with, the innate greed he had won over his rationality, looking at the two like they were walking gold coffers as he conjured a larger ball of energy this time. In an instant, the diameter of this ball of energy had reached the size of two exercise balls, radiating an intent of destruction that was far more palpable than before. Soon after, multiple particles of energy manifested and coalesced around the ball, infusing the ball with 3 elements instead of 2 this time. It was only at this moment that the guards noticed what their leader was doing, their legs trembling in fear as they did not want to imagine the aftermath of such an attack. As for Argentum and Blob hastily used the strongest defensive skill in his arsenal, conjuring a large shield that he wielded as he dashed, with Argentum casting a spell on the shield to make it more sturdy and powerful. Swoosh! Just as Blob was in the middle of his jump, the town leader let out a maniacal cackle as he threw the ball at the guards, as well as the two, without hesitation as he shouted, "To think that you two are pseudo-animates. The heavens have truly given me great luck. Now fall under my attack and become mine." Worldly aquaflame eruption. Even though the leader was sure that he had thrown the attack towards the guards and the two pseudo-animates, no explosion came. The aftermath could not be seen at all, as if the explosion had not happened in the first place. He looked around his surroundings and noticed that the ball of energy he threw was fixed in place. Not only that, but he also noticed that everyone else, the guards, the two pseudo-animates were also fixed in place, as if they were frozen in time. Phew! I barely made it. Just as the leader thought that he might be going mad, he heard a deep yet enchanting resound throughout the area, prompting his eyes to focus onto a rift that was newly made, revealing a man with an extraordinary aura coming out of it. Complementing the ocean blue irises he had, this man wore a blue suit that would normally be worn by a businessman for a company, giving off the feeling that everything around was under his control. In fact, that was indeed the case. Currently, everyone in the surroundings, the guards, and even Argentum and Blob looked at the newly arrived person, feeling that any movement they made would be seen by the man. Not to mention, they also felt that the current situation was due to the man's doing, stopping everything in their surroundings from moving through sheer aura alone. Then again, even though it seemed like everything was frozen, the man in the blue suit slowly made his way towards the leader of the town, a light and amiable smile covering his face as he removed part of the aura he placed on the town leader. With part of the aura pressing on him now gone, the town leader felt a bit more at ease, though he could not help but look at the man in a blue suit with a hint of fear. Cautiously, he asked in a respectful tone, "Who might this esteemed sir be?" In response, the man in the blue suit let out a light chuckle, responding, "My identity is not important, but let me ask the same question to you. Who are you, kind sir?" The man asked soon after, to which the leader of the town unhesitatingly replied with a slight bow, "My first name is Iran, esteemed sir. I hail from the Magier family, a family that's known for their powerful mages." Iran, huh? The man in the blue suit muttered with a light smile still on his face, taking a bit of his time to look at everyone else, eventually fixating his glance on Argentum. When Argentum felt the man's gaze on him, it was then that Argentum realized who the man in the blue suit was. He did not say anything in response though, only nodding. Seeing Argentum lightly nodding, the man in the blue suit looked back at the leader and said, "Iran?" "Yes," the town leader replied with a smile on his face. "Goodbye, eh?" Whoosh! Without hesitation, the man in the blue suit made a horizontal slicing motion with his left hand, instantly decapitating the town leader's head. The leader did not even realize that his head was cut off, only realizing it as he felt that his consciousness was fading away. And just like that, Verdant Breeze Town was now a leaderless town. Want to see some official artiviras? Want to get additional perks? Then head on to my Discord server. The link is discord.xrohuge. Help to see you there. Chapter 265, Ransacking the Man. A whoosh. Hearing the sharp sound of wind resounding throughout the area, even though the guards could not move under the influence of the man's aura, they still felt inwardly shocked as their eyes were fixated on the man and the leader. In an instant, the head of the leader they knew. The leader that ruled this town with both nonchalance and extreme cruelty. Was cut off from his neck without any problem. Not to mention, no blood was spilled after his head was cut off, making it seem like their former leader was not human at all. As for Argentum and Blob, they also could not help but look at the scenario with auras of shock. For Blob, it was more along the lines of being startled since he did not know who the man was, unhesitatingly going out of his way to decapitate the animate they were up against. On the other hand, Argentum felt immense disbelief from the scenario since from a single glance between them, he was easily able to find out who the man was. For a decent amount of time, he could not come to the terms that the being he knew actually had that much power within him. Eventually, after a few more seconds or so, the man in the blue suit went ahead and retracted his aura, allowing things to move as usual. Of course, he went ahead and dispersed the attack the leader sent before he died, making sure that it did not continue onward through its trajectory. Blob, on the other hand, was left as is, allowing him to reach the peak of his jump height before landing on the ground with a thud. After landing on the ground with a thud, Blob unhesitatingly went back to his previous position, wanting to distance himself from the man who had just arrived. In fact, he wanted to distance himself from the man so much that he headed towards Argentum's side and sent a strand of energy soon after, asking his creator, "Do you know who that being is?" "Of course I do." Argentum let out a chuckle as he responded through a strand of energy. Looking at the current situation, at the moment, all of the guards radiated a palpable aura of fear, their gazes fixated on the man in the blue suit, who had just landed on the ground. Just as the man was taking a few steps closer to where that two and the guards were, he continued with his response, saying, "He's someone you know quite well." Hearing this, Blob could not help but briefly radiate an aura of slight confusion, recalling all of the beings that he had met so far. Finding out that he had only met one being so far, Blob could not help but ponder over it even more, cross-referencing the man's current appearance with the being he had met quite some time ago. Unfortunately for him, even after cross-referencing multiple times, he felt like the man that was coming closer to them was not the being he knew at all. Nevertheless, that did not stop the man in the blue suit from making his way to where they were, with the guards noticing that the man was making his way to where Argentum and Blob was. With the guards being thankful for what Blob and Argentum had done to them, they took the initiative to hinder the man from continuing on his path, only to find out that they could not move at all. Whoosh, thud. While they were mulling over the reasons why they could not hinder the man from continuing on his path, a few guards noticed that a large silhouette was heading their way, instinctively catching it with their hands. It was only a few seconds later that they found out that the silhouette they caught was the body of their former leader, with an unlucky guard catching the decapitated head of their former leader. With these unlucky guards feeling like they were about to vomit from what they were holding, the man in the blue suit told them with a cold expression, "Go and bury your former leader. If you don't, you know what will happen." Sensing a hint of killing intent beneath those words, at the very moment these guards felt that the aura surrounding him was no longer there, they unhesitatingly went ahead and ran towards where the cemetery was located, with all of them wondering how there was no blood spurting out of the leader after all that. Eventually, the man in the blue suit arrived in front of Argentum and Blob, with Blob radiating a vigilant aura while Argentum was radiating an aura that contrasted Blob's, an incredibly relaxed one. With a smile on his face, the man in the blue suit focused his attention onto Argentum before letting out a light chuckle. He then asked him, "Was my entrance too flashy?" "Not at all," Argentum said in response with an aura of slight happiness, letting out a light giggle of his own. He then added, "To be honest, that was quite covert, using the night to cover the traces of the rift you made. The man in the blue suit raised his eyebrows in response, soon asking, "How do you know about rifts?" "I've heard a few things from teacher," Argentum responded without delay, knowing very well who he was talking with, finding no fault in his response. The man in the blue suit shrugged his shoulders after that. He then mulled over something for a bit, feeling the gazes of the guards that were looking at the three of them. Scratching his head a few seconds later, he then questioned Argentum, "Could you give me a rundown before I came here? It's quite bizarre to see guards of a town surrounding you without any malicious intent." In response, Argentum went ahead and sent a strand of energy towards the man, saying, "I have a feeling that they don't know that I and Blob are pseudo-animates, which is a good thing." "Makes sense," the man in the blue suit replied, sending a strand of his own. "Anyways, rundown?" And with that question being asked, Argentum went ahead and narrated everything that had happened to the two, from the time when they were just about to enter Verdant Breeze Town, up to the present moment. Surprisingly, he did not omit anything in his narration to the man, talking about how his goal in this town was to obtain the Tome of the Four Elements, making the man in the blue suit let out an expression of realization. "So that's why you didn't head towards an Earth-based inheritance. Quite sneaky, aren't you?" The man in the blue suit laughed as he said to Argentum through a strand of energy, "Tome of the Four Elements, huh? It's an item that definitely makes me jealous, but it's more suited for what you want to do. Anyways, what are you going to do next now that your plans are done?" The man in the blue suit asked Argentum without utilizing a strand. In response, Argentum said, "My plans aren't actually done yet. I still need to grab something from the manor of that guy you killed. Care to accompany me, Felix?" he asked not long after, to which the man in the blue suit lightly smiled as he said, "Sure." On the other hand, after hearing the mention of a certain name, Blob could not help but repeat it to himself, muttering, "Felix, where have I heard that before?" Soon after that, Blob went ahead and recalled everything that had happened throughout the journey so far, even going so far as to recall the conversations he and Argentum had while they were resting. It was then that Blob realized the true identity of the man in the blue suit, hastily taking a few steps forward before bowing as he greeted. Blob pays his respects to the Grand Blue Master. "It's nice to see you again, Blob." The man in the blue suit did not deny that he was the Grand Blue Master, letting out a light chortle as he greeted Blob back. He then asked him, "Want to accompany us to the manor?" "I would be glad to," Blob respectfully replied as he radiated an aura of elation. Just as they were about to head towards the manor, Felix went ahead and asked Argentum, "Now that I think about it, what are you planning to do with these guards now that the town is leaderless?" Good point, Argentum said not long after, pondering over the possible solutions to the current problem, which was the lack of a leader that would lead Verdant Breeze Town. Eventually, a thought surfaced in his mind, which resonated with his other thoughts. With that in mind, he looked at the guards that were looking at the three with slight curiosity and said, "With your leader now gone, I guess it's time for a new leader to be elected. Go and talk with each other as to which one of you would be the best fit to become the town's new leader," he added soon after. Hearing those words, the guards instantly had elated expressions on their faces, thinking that this was a once-in-a-lifetime chance for them to change their fate. Naturally, all of them had malicious thoughts, thinking that they would not mind killing their comrades to get the position. But of course, Argentum already thought about that, pointing towards Felix before adding, "Just so you know, this friend of mine can detect every move you guys do even when we're at the manor." It was then that all of the malicious thoughts in their minds had dissipated in an instant. They did not want to end up like their former leader, nodding profusely in response to Argentum's words before engaging in civilized discussions. As for the trio, after looking at the guards converse for a short while, they then made their way to the now empty manor of the former leader, utilizing Felix's abilities to arrive in front of the manor within a few seconds. Soon after, the three entered the manor through the main entrance, looking through all of the rooms in the manor in search of precious things that could offer a tangible benefit to them. It did not take long for the three to eventually find a secret room in the manor, hidden behind an inconspicuous bookshelf. After opening the entrance to the secret room, the three were then greeted by the auras of the four foundational elements, interacting with each other in great harmony. Utilizing his enhanced senses, Argentum went ahead and took in the aura that suffused throughout the room, radiating an aura of elation and expectation, as he knew that this aura came from the items that he was looking for, the concoctions that boosted one's perception of the elements. Telling them what this aura entailed, Argentum unhesitatingly went deeper into the room with Felix and Blob behind him, eventually arriving in front of a desk that had 4 flasks and a notebook. The 4 flasks were filled with what seemed to be viscous fluids that gave off different sensations regarding the elements, while the notes that were jotted on the notebook seemed to be related to the contents inside the 4 flasks. Although he was interested in what was written inside the notebook, Argentum focused his attention on the 4 flasks first, wanting to make sure that these 4 flasks contained the concoctions that he needed to increase his speed in becoming the sole owner of the tome. With that in mind, he went ahead and commanded the system to identify the contents of one of the flasks, specifically the one that contained a red viscous fluid. Ding! Accompanied by a notification sound, a small holographic screen that listed the information he needed soon appeared in front of his field of vision. It was only a matter of time until Argentum jumped for joy, thinking that he had hit jackpot this time. Heaven's Flame Potion Prototype, a concoction crafted by a mage that wanted to increase his perception towards the fire element in order to become the sole owner of a certain item. After multiple experiments throughout multiple years, the mage was able to come close to the final product he had in mind, but he still felt that the potion was lacking something. Unfortunately, the mage was not able to find the lacking ingredient. With that ingredient gone, this potion is more effective to those at the pseudo-animate level, while those at the animate level would be able to increase their perception of the fire element by only a tiny bit. When consumed by an animate, 30% increase in perception towards the fire element for 30 minutes. When consumed by a pseudo-animate, 200% increase in perception towards the fire element for 2 hours. The heavens had given me luck this time. Argentum let out a chuckle as he closed the screen, thinking that the current rendition of the concoctions suited his needs. He then turned around to look at the two with an aura of satisfaction suffusing from him as he said, "The 4 flasks and the book are all that I need from this manor. If you two want to grab anything from the manor, feel free to do so." "Well, if you say so," Blob said in response, letting out an aura of expectation and elation soon after as he went towards the 2nd floor of the manor. In Argentum's mind, he instinctively knew that Blob was aiming for the skills and spells in the library, thinking that it would be a good thing for both him and Blob in the long run. As for Felix, he only stood behind after Argentum was finished talking, prompting Argentum to ask him, "Do you need anything from the manor, Felix?" "Not really," Felix shook his head as he responded. "But rather, I want to ask you something, Argentum." "What is it?" Argentum asked as a response to his statement. "Do you really want to choose among the guards to become the leader of this town?" Taking in a deep breath, Felix composed himself before asking. Hearing such a question, Argentum could not help but feel a bit confused. He then followed up with a question of his own, asking, "What are you trying to imply, Felix?" "What I'm saying is, why don't you become the leader of Verdant Breeze Town instead? Want to see some official artivirers? Want to get additional perks? Then head on to my Discord server. The link is discord.gz. Help to see you there. Chapter 266 Change of Plans XXXX Continent, Seraph Kingdom, Arcana Tower. On one of the floors constituting the Arcana Tower, one would find a certain floor wherein it is filled to the brim with rooms where highly ranked mages reside in. Inside one of these rooms, one would find 2 mages. The first mage was a man in a red robe, wearing black-rimmed glasses that complemented his face, radiating a composed aura at any given moment. As for the other mage, she was wearing a grey robe while her light green hair was tied into a ponytail. At the moment, her eyes were fixated on an orb of water she had conjured. Then again, So was the other mage. Of course, these two mages were none other than Ire and Dane. After meeting up with the ninth prince that one time, the two went ahead and did their things for around 1.5 weeks so far. It was only when Ire felt like she was stuck at a bottleneck did she come to her mentor's room, asking him for advice on which areas she could improve on. Currently, Dane was looking at the orb his student had just conjured with a keen eye, making sure to not miss any small detail that would go unnoticed by the untrained eye. Eventually, his vision was focused on Ire's face instead, lightly grinning as he said, "Your control over the water element has greatly improved. Right now, the orb you've created can no longer be told apart from natural water." Whoosh! As Ire dispelled the water orb she made, she could not help but let out a shy chuckle as she responded, "It's all thanks to teacher for letting me borrow your copy of Beryl's Aqua Spells." Just as she mentioned the name of the scripture she borrowed, she realized that the promise she had made with him was not yet fulfilled. She then said not long after in a slightly panicked tone, "Ah, right. I forgot to return it to you after I ascended to a rank 3 class." "It's fine, it's fine." In response, Dane let out a light chuckle as he sat down on a nearby chair, scratching his back as he did not mind his student forgetting about her promise at all. In fact, to him, he felt like it would be better for her to keep the scripture, which he only bought for inspiration, since it would allow her control over the elements to improve. With that in mind, he soon told her, "How about you keep that scripture to yourself for now? I have no use for it, while you still have a lot to learn from it. Don't you think it would be better if it was in your hands?" Hearing her mentor's words, Ire could not help but want to accept his offer. But she still felt a bit of guilt, since she felt like it was unfair for her to take something which she had only borrowed at first. Getting a feel for what was going on inside his student's mind, Dane followed up with another statement, letting out a soft sigh before saying, "How about this? Think of it as my gift to you after ascending to a rank 3 class. Would that let you not feel guilt anymore?" Ire pondered over Dane's words for a bit, eventually nodding as she let out a sigh of her own. Even though her mentor had just said that it was a gift for her, she knew that that was not his original intention. Nevertheless, she decided to not show this emotion to her teacher as she lightly bowed in response before respectfully saying, "Then I must thank teacher for giving me the scripture." Dane finally let out a light smile as a response to Ire's words, concurrently letting out an inward sigh of relief as well. Soon after, he removed all of the thoughts he had related to the scripture in his mind as his train of thought went back to teaching Ire what she wanted to know. With that, he went ahead and asked her, "Do you have anything else you want to ask me?" "Now that teacher mentions it, I do have one thing to ask from you," Ire replied not long after. She then continued, "I would like to ask teacher some tips on how to improve my control over magic spells." Improving control. After hearing what Ire wanted to learn from him, Dane went ahead and recalled all of the information he had regarding magic control, eventually organizing those thoughts into a list. He then went ahead and cross-referenced this list with what he knew about Ire, removing things that felt redundant in the chance he taught her those topics. In the end, he was only left with a few things in his mind wherein Ire could improve upon. Taking in a deep breath, Dane calmly looked at Ire before saying, "I've compiled all of the things that one could improve upon when it comes to magic control in my mind." I then went ahead and cross-referenced it with what I know about you, removing the things that you have a solid foundation on. He then added soon after, surprisingly, "The things you could improve upon can be solved by a certain scripture you can buy from the tower." "Oh, what scripture might that be, teacher?" Listening attentively to her mentor's words and finding out that a single scripture could enhance her control over magic by a great degree, Ire asked in a curious and expectant tone. Dane responded in a solemn tone, "The name of the scripture is, were. Just as Dane was about to mention the name of the scripture, he was unfortunately interrupted by a loud gust of wind. At first, he let the loud gust of wind pass, taking in a deep breath before trying to tell Ire the name of the scripture once more. Only to be interrupted by a loud gust of wind again. Wondering where the loud gust of wind came from, he went ahead and utilized an investigative spell that examined everything around a certain radius, eventually finding out where it came from. Oh, surprisingly, after realizing where it came from, Dane let out an awkward chuckle as he excused himself in front of Ira, leading Ira to ponder as to why her mentor excused himself all of a sudden. On the other hand, Dane went towards one of the corners of his room, rummaging through the pockets of his robe before bringing out a small crystal. As he sent a bit of his energy into it, the image of a familiar person appeared on the screen as he felt a connection with this person. This image was of a man in his 20s that exuded a great aura of magnanimity. This feeling was further heightened as the man wore clothes that befitted a noble while a small crown was fixated on his head, allowing one to recognize that the man Dane was talking to was part of royalty. "What made you call me, Your Highness?" Seeing as the man on the crystal was not talking, Dane took the initiative to ask, to which the man replied with a question. "Remember what I told you back then, regarding our visit to the Astlia and Arsanan family?" After rummaging through his memories for a bit, Dane nodded before responding, "You told me, Your Highness, that in a couple of weeks, the two of us would be visiting the Astlia and Arsanan family. What about it?" "Change of plans?" The man replied without delay. "I've received news that one of the people I'm scouting has finally come back to the Arsanan family household, deciding to stay there for a while before heading off onto another trip." Obtaining the hidden meaning amidst the statement said by the man, Dane replied to the man with a question, asking, "So telling me that we're heading to the Arsanan household right now?" "More or less," the man responded with a shrug of his shoulders, leading Dane to let out a short inward sigh before composing himself. He then turned his head around for a bit, gazing at Ira, who was looking at him with a slightly curious expression. After that, he focused his vision back onto the crystal as he mulled over the pros and cons, eventually agreeing with the man's proposition by saying, "All right, then. I'll accompany you, Your Highness." "Should I teleport to your pavilion?" "No need," the man hastily replied as the image behind the man slightly changed. He then continued, "I'll just come and meet up with you outside the palace gates." "As you wish, Your Highness," Dane said in response to those words, eventually cutting off the connection between him and the man. "What were you doing, teacher?" Seeing that her mentor was finished with what he had to do, Ira went ahead and asked him, to which Dane responded, "The 9th prince called me just a while ago. He wants me to accompany him on his journey to a noble family." Oh, hearing that the 9th prince called her mentor, Ira could not help but become slightly startled. Just as she thought that it would be fine if Dane went ahead and met up with the prince right now, a thought soon surfaced in her mind, reminding her that she did not know the name of the scripture her mentor was about to mention a while ago. Scratching her head for a bit as she pondered on how she would ask her question, she asked Dane round 10 seconds later, "Teacher, if planning to leave me here for now, could you at least tell me the name of the scripture you were about to mention?" The question Ira asked him left Dane off guard, not expecting his student to be fine with him leaving for the prince over her. With that in mind, he could not help but feel a bit thankful for the Ira as he hastily responded, "The art of manipulating magic." "For you, the first 2 volumes would be more than enough for you to experience great improvements in controlling magic." After he was finished saying that, just as he was about to go ahead and teleport to where the 9th prince was, he suppressed his urge to teleport before adding, "If you don't have enough funds to buy the scripture, just tell them that buying it under the orders of Educator Dane." Whoosh! Soon after that, Dane went ahead and conjured a dark magic circle that covered his body, disappearing in front of Iri's field of vision not long after. In just an instant, she was left alone in her mentor's room as she committed the name of the scripture Dane told her into memory. Letting out a short sigh, she then made her way back to her room as she muttered, "Guess I'm back to self-studying for a while." Whoosh! After a few minutes have passed, a man in a red robe could be seen appearing tens of meters away from the gates of the Seraph Kingdom's royal palace, startling the guards that were vigilantly guarding the gates. But after noticing that the man went ahead and sat down after that, radiating an intent that he was waiting for a certain person to come out, the guards decided that it was better to not mess with the man, continuing with what they were doing a while ago. Of course, the man that had just appeared was none other than Dane, utilizing a fourth circle teleportation spell to make his way towards the palace in less than 10 minutes. Remembering what he had done over a week ago as a show of power to his student, he could not help but slightly regret doing it. As he muttered, "I should have saved that usage for occasions like these." Creak. After waiting for a while, the gates of the palace were opened all of a sudden, startling the guards that were on the other side of the gate. Naturally, they were curious as to which person from the palace had opened the gates, eventually revealing a dashing man in his 20s who wore clothes that were more akin to that of a noble. Realizing who the person that came out of the gates was, the guards respectfully bowed to the person before returning to what they were previously doing. As for the dashing man, he went towards Dane with a grin on his face, eventually telling him, "Let's go." In response, Dane stood up from the ground, wiping off the dust from his robe as he asked the dashing man, "Has your highness obtained permission for this outing?" Of course, the dashing man, who was naturally the ninth prince, let out a light chuckle as he responded. He soon radiated the aura of someone at the top of Seraph royalty, allowing Dane to know that the ninth prince had truly obtained permission from the king. As Dane nodded to the ninth prince's answer, he then asked him, "Do you know where the household of the Arsanan family is located, your highness?" "I haven't gone there yet." "Good thing you asked," Vanadia said in response to Dane's question, rummaging through his pockets before unfurling a decently sized map that had the territory of the whole Seraph kingdom inside it. After looking at it for a while, he then pointed to a certain position of the map as he said, "Telmaran province. That's where their main household is located." "Do you think you could get there as fast as possible?" "We might miss her if we're too slow," he asked not long after, to which Dane looked at the map for a bit before eventually nodding. Dane then replied, "I'm not too sure if we could arrive there in less than 10 minutes, but if it's fine for us to arrive in around 30 minutes, then yes, I can do it." "Speaking of which, who are you trying to recruit from the Arsanan family, your highness?" he could not help but ask not long after. Although the ninth prince told him that they were recruiting one person each from the Astlia and Arsanan family, after all this time, he was still left in the dark as to who those people were. Surprisingly, Vanadia let out a slight grin with a nostalgic hint to it before responding, "Someone who has ascended to a rank 1 class at the age of 7, rank 2 at 11, rank 3 at 17, and rank 4 at 23. She's commonly known as the Healing Witch of the West. Her name is Valantia Arsanan. To everyone, she's a drop-dead gorgeous beauty," he added, making Dane feel a bit expectant to see her in person. Unfortunately, his imagination was brought to a halt as the ninth prince continued to introduce her. "Sure, she may be incredibly beautiful to others, but to me, she's just my cousin." "Want to see some official art of Iris? Want to get additional perks? Then head on to my Discord server. The link is discord.xrhuge. Help to see you there." Chapter 267 The New Leader. Where did that idea come from, Felix? Argentum could not help but say in response to Felix's question, briefly radiating a slightly confused aura. He then pondered over the proposition for a bit, eventually shaking his head left and right as he added, "Either way, I'm not fit to become the leader of a town of animates. I'm just a measly pseudo-animate that does not know how the world of the animates work. If I become the town's leader, it might just lead to the destruction of this town." Listening to Argentum's disapproval, Felix could not help but scratch his head as he mulled over Argentum's words, slightly finding it peculiar as to how Argentum was able to make the guards not act on them before he had arrived. With that in mind, he asked him with a hint of caution, just to make sure, "Do those guards really not know that you two are pseudo-animates?" "Not at all," Argentum said as he shook his head. He then continued, "As I've said earlier, they must have thought that we were humans like them. With the combat power we showed in front of them, who would think that two entities like us would actually be pseudo-animates?" Just as he was about to finish his statement, a grin could be seen creeping up on Felix's handsome face, giving Argentum the feeling that he was being led somewhere. With the grin still plastered on his face, Felix said in a cheerful tone, Well then, you said it yourself. Those animates don't know that you're pseudo-animate, so why don't you try your hand at being a leader of a town? He then added, I've noticed that the guards did not move, even when the leader I killed ordered them to attack you. Surely you must have persuaded them, or gave them some incentive to not make a move on you both. Hearing that, Felix knew what had happened before he had arrived. Argentum was about to ask this question, only for Felix to be one step ahead of him as he said, Oh, and also, my spells cover a large range. It's a simple matter for me to know about these things. Argentum said with a tone of slight understanding and confusion, going silent for a bit after that. After a while, he let out a soft sigh as he answered, Sure, I did persuade them to not make a move on us. But for the most part, in order for them to follow my words, we had to show our full strength in front of them. I was just using the cards we had to the fullest effect at that time. Nevertheless, you still have a scheming mind, Felix replied as he let out a light chuckle. As he listened to Argentum's counter-arguments, although they expressed deep disapproval in the proposition of becoming a leader of Verdant Breeze Town, the reasoning he used was more than enough for Felix to consider him as a possible leader of such a town. Plus, this is a world where the rulers are based on strength. Who would not show their strength at opportune moments if not for them to be at an advantage? Argentum had nothing to say to Felix's question. Of course, it was not because he did not have any words to say to the question, but instead, he felt like if he answered, he would be dragged deeper into what seemed to be a trap that would give him no choice but to become the leader of Verdant Breeze Town. With that in mind, Argentum went ahead and changed the topic in an instant as he said, In any case, I don't have the qualifications to become the leader of such a town. I don't have enough strength to be able to maintain the position of leader. Oh? Felix raised his eyebrows as he heard those words, replying with a question as he said, Not enough strength? But you were able to make the guards obey you because you had enough strength to do so. Do remember that I'm just a normal grade pseudo-animate, Felix, Argentum said in response, letting out a short sigh after that. I've already shown you my full power back in your inheritance, but that level of combat power is something I can only maintain for an incredibly short time. For the most part, I relied on Blob to make the guards wary of our strength, not mine. Felix could not help but let out a sigh of his own after hearing that, feeling Argentum's determination of not accepting the position. Naturally, he was still thinking of ways to make Argentum accept the position of becoming the leader of Verdant Breeze Town, since he felt like it was a good platform for him to become well known throughout the continent. But at this moment, he could not help but mutter, You know Argentum, one tough cookie to crack. Could you repeat that? Argentum asked Felix as he noticed that he stopped in his sentence just as he was about to finish. But unfortunately for Argentum, it seemed like the statement would not be repeated as a grin was plastered on Felix's face once more. This time though, the grin was incredibly wide, making Argentum feel like he was looking at the crescent moon instead of a grin. He. Letting out a low chuckle, Felix imitated the sound of one clearing their throat as he said in a sarcastic tone while shrugging his shoulders, Oh, well, since you don't want to accept the position, then I guess I won't tell you the benefits of becoming a leader. In response, Argentum briefly radiated an aura of curiosity, to which he suppressed as he felt like he was being led to a trap. Nevertheless, he still asked him, And what benefit would that be? You don't need to hear it, Felix said as he waved his hands, non-verbally telling Argentum that he shouldn't listen to it if he did not want to become the leader of Verdant Breeze Town. Ironically, Felix increased the distance between the two of them and started to speak in a hushed tone. Of course, with the help of Argentum's enhanced senses, he was able to hear it pretty easily. I just remembered something I've heard a few hundred years ago that, if you become the leader of a settlement, you gain a boost in power akin to becoming the owner of inheritances. Of course, the stronger the settlement, the higher the boost. Unfortunately, you don't want to be the leader anyway, so I won't persuade Animo, Felix muttered to himself, only to stop as he felt a hand on his shoulder. Turning around, he noticed that Argentum was looking at him with an elated and expectant expression. Imitating the sound of coughing, Argentum then asked Felix, So you're telling me that I can obtain a boost in power if I become the leader of this town? Alright, I'll accept it. Felix was left at a loss for words at Argentum's sudden change in personality. Just a while ago, Argentum was thinking that becoming a leader was not a perfect fit for him, but after hearing that he would become stronger if he did it, he accepted. Does that mean whenever I request Argentum to do something, I should always talk about the benefits of doing it beforehand? He thought to himself soon after, thinking that Argentum was the first being he had met that was incredibly profit-oriented. Scratching his head to relieve the awkward atmosphere in the surroundings, Felix let out an awkward chuckle as he lightly smiled, saying, "Well, I'm glad you accept. Trust me, becoming the leader of this town would help you out in the long run. Not only would your combat power increase, but you would also have an army of people at your beck and call to help you out, whenever and wherever it may be." "I've never thought of it from that perspective," Argentum said as a follow-up to Felix's statement. Committing the last sentence Felix said to his mind. He then pondered over something for a bit before going ahead and focusing his attention on the notebook beside the 4 flasks. He then skimmed through the notebook, eventually realizing that this notebook was far more precious than he thought. At first, he thought that this notebook would only contain a bit of information regarding the 4 flasks, but who knew that this notebook would actually detail the recipes of the 4 concoctions, as well as its previous iterations that might result in a stronger effect. With this in mind, he focused his vision back at Felix and asked him, "Do you really not want anything from this manna, Felix?" "My combat power is far higher than yours," Felix responded in a slightly indifferent tone. "Plus I've already undergone 3 power baptisms. You could consider my level of strength as someone who stands at the peak. In other words, the items in this manna hold no interest for me," Felix added, only for him to become silent as Argentum raised a flask filled with a blue viscous fluid. Even without focusing his aura on the flask, Felix knew very well that this flask contained an extremely dense concentration of the water element, giving him the feeling that if he consumed it, his control over the water element would slightly improve. Of course, to Felix, even a slight improvement was more than enough to increase his combat power by a few times. Seeing Felix's eyes fixate on the flask he held up, Argentum let out an inward chortle as he explained what was inside the flask, saying, "Heaven's Water Potion. That's the name of the potion. It increases your perception of the water element by multiple degrees for a long amount of time. To someone like you, who's well versed in the water element, wouldn't you like your control over it to become better?" "Well, that," Felix said, eventually finding out that he had no words to say. In the end, he let out a sigh as he felt like Argentum was just doing the same thing he did to him a while ago, which he had no problem with. Kindness begets kindness. The same thing applies to other things. Tidying up his suit, he said, "Does that mean giving me that flask?" "Nope." Argentum shook his head, making Felix slightly dejected. But just as Felix thought that he had to give up something in exchange for the flask, Argentum's words shocked him as he said, "Instead, I'm giving you the recipe for you to create the contents inside this flask at any quantity." In an instant, Felix could not help but radiate an excited aura, wondering how much of an improvement he would gain after consuming something like that multiple times. But just as he was about to accept, he noticed that a slightly mocking aura was radiating from Argentum, prompting him to think that there was a catch to accepting his offer. Slightly cautious, he asked, "What's the catch if I accept?" "Just give me a bit more control over your inheritance, that's all," Argentum replied with a light giggle that was slightly filled with mocking intent. "Around 5%, perhaps?" "Fine," Felix said as he let out a defeated sigh. Although 5% was not a lot to him, it would still reduce his combat power by quite a considerable degree. In the end, he consoled himself with the idea that he was going to increase his power with the concoction. With the deal now being made between the two of them, Argentum did not hesitate to give Felix the recipe of the Heaven's Water Potion through a few strands of energy, to which Felix committed to memory. Soon after that, Argentum went ahead and kept the 4 flasks and the notebook inside the system's inventory. With those items kept, He then looked at Felix and said, "Let's go upstairs and meet up with Blob. After that, let's announce the new leader of the town." Felix nodded in response before making their way out of the secret room, slowly heading towards the second floor of the manor where the library was located. Along the way, Felix could not help but ask Argentum, "Now that I think about it, what are you going to do with the guard that was elected by the other guards? Are you going to make the election null and void as you announce your ascension to the position?" Surprisingly, Argentum shook his head as he recalled the thoughts he had in mind after deciding to become the leader of Verdant Breeze Town. He soon responded, "I've thought up of a good use for that elected guard." He then continued, "Since I'm still a pseudo-animate, it would be dangerous for me to be in town, since multiple animates might try and capture me for profit. I've decided to take an animate form first before truly taking the position of leader. Before then, I'll let the elected guard be a proxy for me," he added as he looked at Felix's expression. Unexpectedly, no change could be found on Felix's face. As to the reason why Argentum was looking intently at Felix's face, it was because he wanted to find out if other pseudo-animates, especially strong ones like Felix, knew of ways wherein one could become an animate even as a pseudo-animate. Seeing the indifferent expression on Felix's face, it seemed like there were ways to do so, prompting Argentum to make a mental note to ask Felix after everything here was done. Eventually, the two of them had arrived at the entrance of the library, only to see Blob making his way out. Briefly radiating a surprised aura, Blob said to the two, "I didn't expect you two to come here and meet up with me." In response, Argentum let out a light chuckle as he asked Blob, "Did you find some good skills to learn, Blob?" "Sure did." Blob radiated an elated and satisfied aura as he responded to Argentum's question. He then added, "As long as I polish these skills to a certain level, it would definitely help you out, Argentum." "I'm glad to hear that," Argentum said as he let out an aura of satisfaction of his own. He then looked at the two with the same aura before saying, "Since we have no other business to do in this manner, it's time for us to go back to those guards." A silent yet huge change is about to happen to this town. Want to see some official artivirers? Want to get additional perks? Then head on to my Discord server. The link is discord.xrohuge. Help to see you there. Chapter 268 Advent of a New Age. Whoosh, whoosh. Just like before, with the help of Felix's abilities, the three of them exited the manor and arrived in front of the guards at outrageous speeds, only taking a few seconds to do so. Due to the suddenness of their arrival, the guards, who were chatting with one another with smiles and elated auras surrounding their bodies, could not help but slightly freeze up as all of them were instantly bombarded by a deep yet suffocating aura. Specifically, Felix's aura. In an instant, the guards hastily organized themselves into formation in front of the three, with every one of them making sure that the other guards beside them were properly positioned. After that, all of them went ahead and radiated imposing auras. They then simultaneously took in deep breaths before shouting to the three, "Welcome back, esteemed sirs." Looking at the change of attitude the guards had undergone through after they had left for the manor for only a few minutes, the three could not help but look at each other for a bit before looking at the guards, all of them radiating auras of confusion. The aura of confusion was more prominent on Argentum, wondering why these guards were treating them like this. Unsurprisingly, it did not take long for Argentum to come to a conclusion as he glanced at Felix, remembering once again that the world followed the laws of the jungle where the strong ruled over the weak. He could not help but slightly scratch his head as he thought to himself, would the guards do something like this if only I and Blob were here? Pondering over it for a bit, he thought that the answer to his question was a big maybe. Although the former leader and Blob were equal to each other in terms of defensive stats, in terms of offense, the two of them were lacking against the former leader, who had been stuck at the rank 3 level for a long time. To him, the best possible outcome in that fight would be a stalemate. If he could persuade the guards to move as well, then they might be able to imprison him. Nevertheless, after thinking about it for a bit, Argentum placed the thought to the back of his head as he let out a light sigh. Catching their attention through imitating a light cough, he then said to them, Should I command you guys or something? I'm not really used to stuff like these. Either way, come closer, he continued before adding, I have something to say to you guys. In response, the guards looked at each other for a bit before deciding to follow Argentum's words. In a matter of a minute or so, the guards soon organized themselves in front of Argentum and the other two in a semicircle, making sure that each guard surrounding them would be able to hear his words clearly. Briefly thinking that these guards would surely become a good asset in the future, he then imitated the sound of one clearing their throat as he asked them, have you guys made up your minds already? It took no more than an instant for the guards to profusely nod as they then shifted their gazes towards a specific guard in the semicircle. Of course, with the guards doing it, Argentum and the other two could not help but look towards the direction they were looking at as well, revealing a normal-looking guard in front of their field of vision. Then again, the guard only looked normal in terms of appearance. But in terms of the aura he radiated, to Felix and Argentum, they could sense that beneath the natural killing intent each guard had to protect their town, he also had a compassionate and ambitious side. To the two, he gave off the feeling that he was willing to do anything to improve the lives of the citizens in this town. Not long after, Felix, who was behind Argentum, sent out a strand of energy towards him and said, the guy they chose seems to fit the bill of a good leader. He has combat experience, gives off the feeling that everything he does is calculated, and not to mention, the innate kindness he has. Then again, it's still up to you to choose as to whether or not he becomes your proxy. If you enumerate his good points that way, then there's no way I can't make him the proxy. Argentum replied with a light chuckle as he sent back a strand of his own. He then focused his sense of vision towards the guard everyone was looking at and asked him calmly, name? It would be Delman, sir. The guard, who was not expecting Argentum to ask him, replied timidly. In response, Argentum repeated his name a few times in his mind before asking a follow-up question, saying, did the other guards force you to take up the position? Or did all of you come to a consensus? We have come to a consensus, sir. One of the guards went ahead and replied to Argentum's question. Soon after, the other guards repeated the same thing as light smiles were plastered on their faces. Although they were still scared of the fact that speaking up would lead to them ending up the same fate as their former leader, they were proud of the fact that all of them did not argue over who the next leader of Verdant Breeze Town would be. In their minds, Delman was someone who embodied the true spirit of a guard, even though he had only been a guard for a couple of years. All of them were well acquainted with him, and knew as to how he would not stop at anything to make sure that the town was safe. Of course, there were other reasons as to why they chose him, but these two stood out to them since they were guards as well. I see. After letting the other guards speak up for Delman, Argentum soon nodded in understanding, taking everything he heard from them into consideration. Eventually, he gestured with his hands to silence them, only to remember something. He then asked them, do you think the other guards we threw a while ago would agree with this choice? We do. Surprisingly, a few voices spoke up, prompting Argentum to focus his vision on them. He soon noticed that these guards had a few holes in their uniforms, unlike their other comrades. Not only that, but a few areas of their bodies had some bruises, leading Argentum to conclude that the guards they threw a while ago actually came back. I wonder how that optimistic guy is doing, he soon thought, recalling the man who tried to rouse the wills of the guards to fight a few times, only to fail. Well, since I think every guard in this town has agreed to let Delman become the leader, Argentum soon said after a few moments of contemplation, making the guards eager to hear his next words. Only to have their expectations turned upside down in an instant. I shall become the new leader of Verdant Breeze Town. Argentum followed up soon after, instantly sensing the tense atmosphere surrounding the guards. Knowing what would happen if he did not speak up soon, he hastily said, anyways, before you get angry at me, I'll let all of you know that I won't be ruling the town at this instant. Huh? What do you mean by that? One of the guards could not help but ask in confusion as the guards gradually calmed down. In response, Argentum radiated a slightly gleeful aura as he lightly giggled, saying, in other words, I'll have a person be my proxy in the meantime. Delman. He soon focused his sense of vision back at Delman, who was looking back at him with a slightly expectant gaze. Are you willing to become the de facto leader of Verdant Breeze Town until I come to officially take the role? At first, Delman did not know what to respond. Looking at the guards beside him, he soon noticed that the expressions of the guards were somewhat angry at first, which then turned into contemplation, before eventually turning into excitement. Oblivious to what the other guards had in mind, Delman could not help but ask them, "What are you guys thinking about?" One of the guards beside them responded to his question, whispering in his ear, "Although it's a bit saddening for you to only become the de facto leader of the town for a temporary time, think about it from a different perspective." Soon after, another guard whispered in his ear, continuing where the first one left off as they said, "With you leading the town at the helm and these strong people taking on the place of our backers, don't you think the town would enter a period of greater prosperity?" It did not take long for Delman to ponder over it and come to the conclusion that it could happen. With that in mind, as well as the urging of the other guards surrounding him, Delman finally responded to Argentum with a nod as he said in a firm yet gentle tone, "I am willing." "Well, that settles that," Argentum said in response to his words, letting out a light chuckle after that. He then told him, "Congratulations on becoming the leader of the town. Speaking of which, could you come with me for a second, Delman?" Sure." Delman nodded as he went closer to where Argentum was. He was then led by Argentum to a place where the other guards, as well as Argentum's companions, would not be able to hear their conversation easily. Focusing his sense of vision onto Delman's eyes, Argentum took in a deep breath before saying, "I don't know how long it'll be before I come and take over your role, but please do your best to make sure everyone in this town lives a good life." Hearing Argentum's words, Delman could not help but feel touched as he profusely nodded, saying, "I definitely will." On the other hand, Argentum took note of Delman's response, and inwardly smiled. As long as the citizens of the town are treated properly, they'll definitely reciprocate this kindness in the future, he thought. Also, once I come back to this town, I might have another appearance by then, so. Argentum said not long after before telling him, "We should make a code phrase that only the two of us will know." And so, after that, the two went ahead and exchanged their opinions back and forth through the usage of energy strands, eventually coming to an agreement as the two felt like the code phrase they made was simple enough for them to recognize, and complex enough for others to not get it. They then talk about the goals the town should have while Argentum was gone, with Delman giving the green light on goals that seemed to be feasible in the short term. At the end of their discussion, Argentum told him that his friend would keep an eye on the town from time to time, making Delman let out a sigh of relief. After that, the two of them came back to where the guards, as well as Felix and Blob, were. As he arrived, Argentum could not help but inwardly chuckle at himself as he thought, who knew Horus would actually be good at stuff like management. While he was talking with Delman a while ago, he was cross-referencing his words with the things Horus said in his memories, specifically the ones that were related to managing resources and people. Although Horus always told others that he was an independent player in eyes, in actuality, he only went solo after he became a transcendent level player. Feeling that all of the problems for now in this town had been resolved, Argentum focused his vision on the guards and said, "Make sure you do your duties well, okay guys?" "Sir." "Yes, sir." The guards simultaneously replied with excited expressions. Argentum then focused his vision onto Delman and said, "Don't let me down." "I won't, sir," Delman said in response. A light smile plastered on his face. Through their private conversation a while ago, Delman came to learn of Argentum's name, but decided to follow how the other guards called him to not attract more attention towards Argentum. Nodding in response to Delman's words, Argentum then looked at Blob and Felix and asked them, "Well, then, shall we take our leave?" "Sure," Felix replied. As for Blob, he nodded in response. With both of them agreeing, Argentum took one last look at the guards and said, "I hope to see you all in the future stronger than before." Hearing those words, The guards felt like their hearts were warmed as they had not experienced such a sensation before from their former leader. With smiles on their faces, the guards then answered, "We won't let you down." Hee. Argentum let out a light chortle in response to that before sending a strand of energy to Felix. In it were the words, "Take us a few kilometers away from the center of the town. I and Blob still have something to do around these areas." Soon after, Felix nodded as he looked at Argentum before snapping his fingers, casting a blue magic circle that enveloped the three of them in an instant. Whoosh! Accompanied by a light gust of wind, the three of them had disappeared from the sights of the guards as they basked under the dim moonlight. Nevertheless, they looked at the area where the three had disappeared for a bit with expectant expressions. They then simultaneously looked up at the moon up above as the same thought crossed their minds. A new chapter on Verdant Breeze Town's history has begun. Want to see some official art of errors? Want to get additional perks? Then head on to my Discord server. The link is discord.gz. Help to see you there. Chapter 269, a long-awaited trial. Whoosh! A few seconds after the trio had disappeared in front of the guards in Verdant Breeze Town, the three soon appeared in the middle of what seemed to be plains, with the blue magic circle enveloping them throughout, the teleportation gradually disappearing. The three were eventually able to see their surroundings at greater detail, with Felix and Argentum being able to see more than Blob. Unsurprisingly, the two noticed that a kilometer or so away from them, one would be able to enter a small forest if one headed towards a certain direction. As for Verdant Breeze Town, just as Argentum requested from Felix, the distance between them was more or less around 5 kilometers or so, which allowed Argentum to still see the outline of the town, albeit vaguely. "So why did you request me to bring you two here in what seems to be the middle of nowhere?" After doing a brief scan of the surroundings, Felix soon focused his attention on Argentum before asking this question. In response, Argentum let out a slightly awkward chuckle before focusing his sense of vision onto Blob. Blob, on the other hand, noticed Argentum's gaze and thought that he might be tired after speaking all this time. With that in mind, Blob imitated the sound of one clearing their throat to attract Felix's attention before responding. "To make sure that the guards were on our side before we fought against the leader you killed, Argentum decided to make a deal with the guards. Fortunately, it had succeeded. If not, we might have a few injuries on our bodies before you arrived," Blob said, letting out a light chuckle at the end of his statement. "And what could the deal be?" Felix asked soon after. This time, it was Argentum who replied, saying, "We told them that if they did not make a move on us, we would slaughter all of the beasts surrounding the town, making sure that they wouldn't have to defend against the beasts for about a month or so." Felix pondered over the deal Argentum made with them for a bit before saying, "By allowing them to take a breather for a month, you would give them the chance to train and improve their combat power, thus making their subsequent fights against beasts easier." "You truly have some good foresight, Argentum," he said not long after as he let out a light chuckle. He then added, "With that kind of foresight, you would surely become a great leader of Verdant Breeze Town." Listening to Felix's conclusion from his and Blob's statements, Argentum was left at a loss for words. Never once did that thought cross in his mind as he made the deal. The only thought he had back then was to maximize the number of profits he could get from antagonizing the former leader of Verdant Breeze Town. Nevertheless, this did not stop Blob from looking at his creator with an aura of awe and admiration as he said, "To think that Argentum was thinking that far ahead. Incredible." In response, Argentum let out an awkward chuckle as he pondered over ways to change the topic within seconds. Using the old coughing to change the topic trick, he then told Felix, "Anyways, that's why we're here in an area that's still close to Verdant Breeze Town in a way." "I see." Felix nodded in understanding. At this point, Argentum thought that after Felix had inquired on what the two of them were about to do, he would leave. But for some reason, with his index finger and thumb under his chin, Felix started to contemplate for a bit while he still looked like a handsome man in a blue suit. After a while, an expression of enlightenment appeared on his face as he said to Argentum, I've made up my mind, Argentum muttered in response. What was Felix pertaining to when he said he made up his mind? Just as he was about to ask Felix just that, Felix was one step ahead of him, letting out a light chuckle as he asked him, "Mind if I help you out in killing the beasts, eh?" "What's with the sudden question?" Argentum asked as a response to his question, wondering what was going on inside Felix's mind as he asked that. Thankfully, Felix took no offense to his question, recalling what was in his mind a while ago before taking in a deep breath. He then replied, "Well, I'm an incredibly strong guy that can kill beasts that would be difficult to defeat at their current strength with just the simple snap of a finger. Wouldn't it be stupid to not use my power to fulfill your end of the deal?" He added soon after, to which Argentum hastily replied, "Well, yes. But are you feeling bad that it looks like using my power for your own benefit?" Felix asked Argentum not long after, to which Argentum nodded without hesitation. Seeing Argentum nod, Felix let out a chortle as he told him, "Let me be the first to say that you shouldn't feel bad. This world naturally operates in that manner. If you still feel bad, just think of it as my investment into your future," Felix continued with a light smile on his face. He soon added, "And if you still feel bad even if I said that, then just think of it as repayment for the recipe you gave me. I feel like an additional 5% control over my inheritance is not enough repayment for the recipe you gave me, which would help me out in the long run." Argentum tried to find the words to say as a counterargument to Felix's reasoning, only for him to give up in the end as he let out a long sigh. "I guess I should accept his offer, lest he thinks that I'm not giving him respect," he thought to himself as he sighed. After a few seconds of silence, he then looked at Felix and said, "All right, fine. Go ahead and kill the beasts." Finally, Felix let out a chortle as he raised his right hand, ready to snap at any time as all of the energy in his body was redirected towards the tips of two fingers. Just as he was about to snap his fingers, Felix briefly suppressed his urge to do so as he looked at Argentum once more, asking, "Do you want me to snap them away into nothingness, or just kill them, leaving their corpses there?" "The latter," Argentum said without hesitation. "It'd be asking too much if I asked you to clean up the corpses of the beasts as well." Fair point. Although Felix thought that it was fine for him to clean up the corpses as well since it would probably take a long time for Argentum to do so, he decided to follow Argentum's wishes since he had a feeling that if he gave Argentum a few more benefits, Argentum would feel immense guilt from the feeling of using him. Snap. And with the conversation between now over, Felix went ahead and snapped his fingers without hesitation, allowing a shockwave of energy to spread throughout a large area in a matter of an instant. Surprisingly, even though both Blob and Argentum felt that the intent of destruction behind that simple snap was enough for the two to disappear from the face of this world, for some reason, the energy dodged the two of them, heading towards other entities instead. After half a minute or so, multiple howls, screams, and roars could be heard resounding throughout the area they were at, forming a symphony of wails. What all of the wails had in common was the fact that all of them made the three feel the pain those who wailed felt, the area eventually coming to a lull after a minute or so as multiple faint thuds resounded throughout the area simultaneously. Wiping off the dust on his suit, Felix flashed a smile at Argentum as he said, "And with that, you can consider us even. Once I get back, I'll make sure to increase your control over the inheritance by 5%. "Glad to hear that," Argentum said in response to Felix's words, radiating an aura of cheerfulness as a way to reciprocate Felix's happiness. Just as Felix was about to snap his fingers once more, a thought suddenly surfaced in his mind, prompting him to look at Argentum once more as he shyly asked with an awkward chuckle, "At this point, I think I'm asking too much from you, but do you want your teacher to know about the existence of the godly potions, or do you want to keep them a secret?" Argentum pondered over the question soon after, thinking that it might be a good idea for him to tell her about the existence of the potion. Not only would it give him another trump card that might have incredibly high combat power on Felix's level or higher, but it would also allow him to use it as a bargaining chip to increase his control over the flame spirit inheritance. Though she might not be happy if I decide to go over 50%, Argentum muttered to himself, inwardly chuckling. A few seconds later, Argentum looked at Felix with the cheerful aura still surrounding him before saying, "Yeah, that's fine. It would allow teacher to grow in strength as well." What a generous student, Felix could not help but say after hearing Argentum's statement, eventually bidding farewell to both Blob and Argentum as he snapped his fingers soon after, opening up a rift. After passing through the rift, Felix soon disappeared from both Argentum and Blob's field of vision as the rift soon closed. So, with Felix now gone, Blob looked at Argentum and asked, "What now?" "Since we've already reached the final destination in my plan, it's time for us to head back to where I originally came from," Argentum said in response, only for him to lightly chuckle with excitement as he soon continued, "But then, that would be breaking my promise to myself." "Your promise to yourself?" Blob could not help but ask, to which Argentum responded, "Before you were made, I attempted a power baptism. I swore to myself that after I had finished what I had to do in Verdant Breeze Town, I would attempt the power baptism again. Don't you think a place like this is a great place for me to undergo a power baptism?" Argentum rhetorically questioned Blob before letting out a slightly maniacal laugh as a large gust of wind blew through their surroundings. Ding! Your control over the Grand Blue Inheritance has slightly increased. Hearing a notification from the system just as he was finished laughing, Argentum went ahead and opened his notification screen. Soon after, he could not help but say with a light giggle, as expected from Felix, "Incredibly fast." "Anyways, it's time for me to start my second attempt," he soon muttered to himself as he allowed his aura to be released at its full power. While he was doing so, Argentum could not help but ask him, "Will you need my help in the power baptism?" "Definitely." Argentum looked at Blob and radiated an expectant aura. He then continued, "I'll have to borrow that shield you conjured for your power baptism. For now, be on standby." "All right." Blob nodded in response to Argentum's orders, allowing him to be at ease as he soon commanded, "System, use all of the power baptism energy I have to trigger a power baptism." Ding! In an instant, Argentum heard a notification sound from the system, which was soon followed by the system's feminine zooming voice as it said, "The user does not have enough energy to trigger a power baptism." "Ah, right," he said to himself not long after as he glanced at Argentum. It was at that moment that he remembered that he used his spare bar of power baptism energy on Blob. Scratching his head for a bit as he felt that the hype he had built up disappeared in an instant, he muttered to himself, "Now where do I get more power baptism energy? Only animates could provide me with a lot of power baptism energy." "Wait a second." Repeating the last statement he said to himself over and over again. He then recalled the wails he heard resounding throughout the area a while ago, utilizing his enhanced senses to pinpoint the closest location where those wails came from. Casting the two strongest movement speed boosting spells he had in his arsenal, he then dashed towards a certain direction, prompting Blob to ask, "Argentum, where are you going?" "Just going to grab some power baptism energy for a bit," Argentum responded with a shout, mostly due to the fact that he was already far away from where Blob was. Indeed, as he repeated the statement in his mind, it occurred to him that beasts were animates as well. Thinking that it was a bit easier for beasts to ascend to a class, he thought that he could obtain a single bar of power baptism energy from a single beast. After half a minute or so, he soon found the corpse of what seemed to be a wolf in the deeper reaches of the forest. Without hesitation, he went ahead and commanded the system to convert the energy inside the corpse into power baptism energy, with the system doing its usual stuff soon after that. Ding! The user has obtained more than enough energy to undergo a power baptism. Excess energy shall be stored for future use. Lucky, Argentum said to himself in a cheerful tone as he read through the notification he had received. He could not help but think that animates truly had a lot of energy inside their bodies. With that in mind, he could not help but ponder as to how much energy he would obtain from an inanimate or a pseudo-animate. Thankfully, That moment of contemplation did not last long, as he remembered the reason why he was here, hastily heading back to where Blob was as he shouted, "Blob, prepare the shield." "All right," Blob shouted back in response before adding, "Aegis of the Grand Ignis." Whoosh! In an instant, a large shield made out of fire energy particles soon manifested in front of Blob's field of vision, prompting him to grip on it tightly before throwing it towards Argentum. Catch! Swish! Fortunately, the timing of Blob's throw was right, allowing Argentum to grip on the shield tightly before casting spells on it. Higher Alga Magic, Aqua Burst Omega, second verse. Higher Alga Magic, Aqua Benefica Grandia. Whoosh! After casting 2 spells on it, the size of the shield had grown by a decent degree as 3 pairs of wings made out of water energy particles manifested on its edges. Not only that, but he felt like the shield had become easier to wield while the defense it brought had improved by multiple notches. Eventually, Argentum stopped dashing as he looked at the moon hanging in the sky. Without hesitation, he soon shouted, "System, use all of the energy I have to trigger a power baptism." Rumble. Rumble. Not even a few seconds have passed since Argentum was finished commanding the system, but dark clouds had already appeared a few thousand meters above where he stood. Ding! The user has attempted a power baptism. After adjusting the difficulty of the trial based on the user's current power, the decided tribulation shall be the Blossoming Lilac Lightning Tribulation. Being notified by the system that he had obtained new notifications, Argentum soon read through the notifications he had received, eventually radiating an aura of madness amidst the excitement he felt. He then looked up at the dark clouds before letting out a maniacal laugh. Bring it on. Chapter 270 Blossoming Lilac, Spiralis Tempestrio. As he shouted at the sky after letting out a maniacal laugh, the dark clouds started to gather its energy in preparation for the power baptism that Argentum was about to undergo. Naturally, the dark clouds first formed red lightning as a red ball of light could be seen forming at the center of it all, radiating off an intent of destruction that Argentum was quite familiar with. But due to the fact that he had witnessed the unbelievable intent of destruction a blue lightning bolt held, which was the congregation of 1,000 red lightning bolts, the feeling of fear he felt right now was more or less negligible. Ah, right. I should enhance my combat power instead of dawdling around, he said to himself in realization while waiting for the first bolt to strike. He then went ahead and placed the shield he had just enhanced on the ground before going ahead and muttering incantations for a few spells. Of course, the spells he was muttering the incantations to were naturally the spells he used when he decided to increase Blob's chances of clearing his first power baptism. Higher Zephyr Magic, Zephyr Burst Omega, second verse. Higher Ignis Magic, Ignis Burst Omega, second verse. Whoosh! Whoosh! With 2 balls of energy, which were red and green respectively, soon being absorbed by his body, allowing the aura he radiated to intensify in pressure by a few notches in an instant, Argentum closed his sense of vision for a bit to acclimate himself to the level of power he was going to use for this tribulation of his. He then took a glance up at the dark clouds, noticing that the condensation of red lightning wasn't stopping anytime soon, feeling the intent of destruction from it exponentially increasing with every passing second. He then focused his sense of vision onto his limbs before focusing it on the Aegis that laid on the ground, waiting to be held by Argentum. Looking at the Aegis for a bit more, he decided to go ahead and mutter a few more incantations, thinking that the spells he had just cast might not be enough for him to successfully clear the power baptism, seeing that the lightning in the clouds was still brewing. Higher Zephyr Magic, Zephyr Magna Auxiliaries. Higher Ignis Magic, Ignis Fervor Maxima. Around 10 seconds or so later, 2 more balls of energy were absorbed by Argentum's body, intensifying the aura radiating from his body to a greater degree. At this point, Blob could not help but look at Argentum with slight surprise. The reason as to why he looked at Argentum with such an aura was because the aura Blob felt from Argentum was surprisingly close to the aura he normally radiated. In other words, Argentum was giving off the feeling that he had the combat power of a rank 2 to rank 3 animate. Unfortunately for Blob, It seemed that his shock would not end there as Argentum went ahead and activated the two status-boosting skills he had in his arsenal, which were Zephyr Tempest Brilliance ++ and Grand Azure Transformation ++, being the higher grade forms of Zephyr Ascendance Plus and Great Blue Ascension Plus respectively. Whoosh, whoosh. With the activation of those two skills, the aura Argentum was radiating was now at a level wherein Argentum felt slight fear towards him. Noticing this, Blob could not help but close and open his sense of vision for a few times, wondering if the feeling he felt was true or not. Sensing that the feeling he got from Argentum did not disappear even if he closed his vision for a bit, or pinched himself to the point that a small part of his body gradually dispersed, Blob could not help but let out an aura of immense shock. As for Argentum, it was the first time he had gone all out since the trial in the Grand Blue Inheritance. Feeling the enhancements brought about by grinding all of his skills to their current level, Argentum had a hunch that he would easily be able to hit the 5,000 point mark on the strength tester Felix had if he had the chance to do so once more. Acclimating to the current amount of power coursing throughout his body, he went ahead and looked up at the dark clouds once more, noticing that the red lightning that darted throughout the clouds was now replaced with the more powerful and more imposing purple lightning. Naturally, the light at the center of the dark clouds had also been changed to an intimidating lavender, making Argentum wonder if the lightning brewing in the clouds would intensify in its power once more. Fortunately for Argentum, the lightning stayed purple, even after waiting for a few minutes. It was at this point that Argentum realized why the tribulation he was undergoing was called the Blossoming Lilac Lightning Tribulation. The word lilac in the name pertained to the purple lightning that was brewing in the clouds. If that's the case, then why is the word blossoming part of the name? He thought to himself soon after, only for him to hear a resounding clap as a lightning bolt soon descended from the clouds, signaling that Argentum's power baptism had finally begun. BZZT. Unlike the insanely fast speeds of the blue lightning bolt that Blob had to withstand in his trial, Argentum was greeted by a purple lightning bolt that seemed to be taking its time. He did not know if it was because he had the experience of far more dangerous lightning bolts, or if it was because his strength had greatly increased, but either way, he felt that the purple lightning bolt was too slow. Grabbing the Aegis on the ground in a nonchalant manner as he watched the purple lightning bolt gradually make its way to hit him, he soon positioned the Aegis above his head as he firmly gripped on it with one hand. Surprisingly, after he was finished doing so, he could not help but notice the aura Blob was radiating before focusing his vision on him and asking, "What's wrong?" Bang! But just as Blob was about to answer his question, the purple lightning bolt had finally connected with Argentum, striking with great force on the shield Argentum positioned over his head. Or well, it was trying to. Due to the amount of strength coursing throughout Argentum's body at the moment, the shield did not move from its position at all, as if it was part of a statue. On the other hand, Argentum noticed that the purple lightning had collided with the Aegis he held, feeling that a simple push on the Aegis would shatter the bolt in an instant. Deciding to have a go, Argentum went ahead and did just that, only to realize that this feeling of his was actually correct. Whoosh, whoosh. The shattered remnants of the purple lightning bolt then made their way towards Argentum's body, filling with him a greater sense of power as the aura he was radiating had intensified by anyfold in mere seconds. Looking up at the clouds to see whether or not the second lightning bolt was striking down soon, Argentum eventually concluded that he would be fine even if he did not pay attention to it. Recalling the question he had asked Blob just a while ago before being interrupted by the lightning, Argentum repeated the question one more time, to which Blob replied as he scratched his head, "Well, I feel like the amount of strength you have right now is more than enough for you to clear the power baptism easily. Do you still need my help at your current level of strength?" "Hey, we can't be too sure about that, okay?" Argentum replied before adding, "A power baptism is always unpredictable. You don't know what could happen. BZZT. Crash. And soon, the second lightning bolt had finally struck down. As well as the third. Seeing this, Argentum briefly radiated an aura of confusion for a bit before deciding to go ahead and take on an offensive approach to shattering the bolts this time. Before the two lightning bolts were about 3/5 of the way to hitting Argentum, with his free hand, he conjured a bolt of wind, to which he threw at the bolts, making sure that both of them would be hit by it. Surprisingly, even though the bolt of wind was one of the weakest offensive spells he had in his arsenal, thanks to the number of buffs he currently had active, as well as the infusion of power the first lightning bolt gave him, the bolt was able to easily shatter the two lightning bolts, allowing Argentum's combat power to rise once more. At this point, Blob was left at a loss for words. Although his creator told him that he needed his help just in case any mishaps happen in the middle of the tribulation, by the looks of it, it seemed like Argentum would not have any issues with the trial at all. Without hesitation, Blob went ahead and distanced himself from Argentum, making sure that the distance between them was still enough for him to dash into action, even if he felt like he wouldn't be able to contribute anything. Around the time when Blob was halfway to distancing himself from Argentum, Argentum could not help but feel a bit sad that Blob distanced himself, prompting him to shout to catch Blob's attention. Unfortunately, before he could do so, the next round of lightning bolts came around, this time consisting of 3 purple lightning bolts. It was at this point that Argentum realized the pattern of the lightning bolts, with each consecutive round of bolts gaining an additional 1 when compared to the previous one. With that in mind, he then went ahead and used the offensive approach and sent a bolt of wind flying towards the 3 purple lightning bolts without hesitation. Unfortunately, the bolt of wind was slightly off trajectory, only shattering 2 of the 3 lightning bolts, allowing the remaining 1 to hit the Aegis Argentum was wielding. Of course, with the amount of strength coursing throughout his body, a simple punch with the Aegis as a fist was enough for the last bolt to shatter, increasing Argentum's strength by a notch yet again. Well, that was slightly disappointing, Argentum muttered to himself as he recalled how his throw of the wind bolt was not enough to shatter the 3 lightning bolts at once. Not long after, he told himself that he should practice aiming magic spells in preparation for situations where he needed precise aim. Noticing that the lightning in the clouds was still brewing with great ferocity, Argentum could not help but ponder over how easy it was for him to crush the first 3 rounds of purple lightning bolts without a problem, even though the first red lightning bolt from back then was enough for him to admit defeat. He muttered to himself in a questioning tone, "I wonder what are the factors that decide the difficulty of a power baptism? Is it the innate strength of a being, or does it include the being's skills as well?" After thinking about it for a bit, he had a hunch that it was more likely for it to be the former. But then, he decided that if he could clear the power baptism or not, he would ask the system this question. And with that out of the way, the 4th and 5th round of lightning bolts were easily cleared, with Argentum using both the enhanced Aegis he had obtained from Blob, as well as the massive array of offensive spells he had, but only limited himself to using the bolt-type spells. At this point, the amount of power coursing throughout his body was far beyond Blob's after he finished his power baptism. Blob could not help but agree to that notion as well, feeling immense fear even though a decent amount of distance separated the two from one another. He could not help but feel that even if 100 copies of himself at his peak were to fight against the current Argentum, Argentum would still come out victorious at the end. On the other hand, Argentum was looking at the clouds, wondering how many rounds he had left to undergo through to clear the power baptism. While he was doing so, he could not help but think about the name of the tribulation he was undergoing once more, muttering to himself, "I've already realized that the part lilac in the name was the purple lightning I had to defend against, but so far, the blossoming part hasn't appeared yet." Rumble. Letting out a loud rumble, as if it was calling for Argentum's attention, the dark clouds soon underwent a great change as the type of lightning darting through the clouds was not purple anymore. This shocked Argentum as he now felt like he would be in a bit of danger. In mere seconds, the purple lightning had transformed into the blue lightning bolts that Blob went up against in his power baptism, with the ball of light at the center following suit. But that was not all. The blue lightning bolts went ahead and transformed into another color as the intent of destruction was at a level far more powerful than all of the blue lightning bolts combined. BZZT. Crash. Unfortunately for Argentum, before he could go ahead and look at the color of the current lightning bolt, a lightning bolt struck down at him at incredible speeds, leaving Argentum no choice but to go fully defensive as he activated Grand Azure Armor Plus, the evolved version of Great Blue Armor Plus, donning him in a suit of beautifully designed armor made out of water energy particles. Bang! In less than an instant, the lightning bolt arrived in front of Argentum, colliding with the Aegis he held as Argentum felt himself sinking to the ground from the sheer force behind the lightning bolt. Then again, this current situation allowed Argentum to look at the color of the lightning bolt that collided with the Aegis, briefly radiating an aura of confusion, which was soon followed by fear as the lightning bolt was a hue of incredibly dark blue. Argentum mustered all of the strength inside his body to push back on the lightning bolt, but no matter how much force he exerted, even going so far as to unleash 120% of his full strength, he was not able to gain an advantage. Instead, he sunk deeper and deeper as his legs were now half submerged into the ground. Fortunately, the force behind the dark blue lightning bolt gradually dispersed, making Argentum feel like the hard part was over. But in actuality, the hard part was just about to begin. Whoosh, whoosh. In an instant, the dark blue lightning bolt changed directions as it flew into the air, before exploding into 10 blue lightning bolts, which then exploded into 10 purple lightning bolts each. In other words, 100 purple lightning bolts were now heading towards Argentum's way. But instead of looking at the sight with fear, Argentum uttered out a sound of understanding before saying, so that's where the blossoming part comes in. Hup. Finally understanding the reasoning behind the name, Argentum went ahead and jumped out of the ground before hastily chanting the most powerful offensive spell he had in his arsenal. As he looked at the 100 purple lightning bolts gradually making their way towards where they were, Argentum could not help but think, if an outsider were to look at this, they'd definitely want to paint it. Unfortunately, it's pretty late at night, so I'll keep this sight to myself, he thought soon after as Argentum threw the Aegis in the air before pushing both hands to the ground as he shouted, Higher Zephyr Magic, Zephyr Spiralis Tempestoria. Whoosh! Radiating out of his hands, a vortex of wind energy particles soon formed around Argentum, hastily growing to a great height of around 20 meters as it attracted the purple lightning bolts that were supposed to head towards Argentum. After feeling that the spell he had cast had attracted all of the purple lightning bolts, he then stood up and loudly clapped before shouting, Spiralis Form, Supreme Collapse. Bang! And just like that, the vortex surrounding Argentum had exploded, allowing a loud explosion sound to resound throughout the area, with the citizens living in Verdant Breeze Town being able to faintly hear the explosion sound. Nevertheless, accompanying the explosion was the disappearance of the 100 purple lightning bolts as a surge of energy soon filled Argentum's body, increasing the strength he felt by multiple notches. Wondering if there was still more, Argentum could not help but look at the dark clouds above him, noticing not long after that the energy behind the lightning bolt starting through the gradually weakened, allowing him to let out a sigh of relief as he soon sat down on the ground. In that manner, Argentum's first power baptism was finally over. Want to see some official art of Iras? Want to get additional perks? Then head on to my Discord server. The link is discord.xrohuge. Help to see you there. Chapter 271 Requirement of the Origin. Bang! While Argentum let out a sigh of relief as the dark clouds a few thousand meters over his head were gradually dissipating. The Aegis that he threw in the air at the last moment had finally come down, digging a bit into the ground as it stood upright. After looking at the Aegis for a bit, he then went ahead and stood up before lightly stretching, deactivating the buffs that he had cast on himself soon after. Around this moment, Blob finally reduced the gap between the two of them as he dashed towards his creator in an instant. With an aura of elation surrounding him, Blob could not help but shout, Congratulations on clearing your first power baptism, Argentum. In response, Argentum let out a chuckle as he replied, "Thanks." He then added, "To be honest, I was not expecting the last bolt to turn out like that." "Did you expect that to happen?" Radiating a brief aura of contemplation, Blob soon shook his head as he responded, "I did not expect that as well. At most, I only expected you to have the same number of lightning bolts as I did when I took my power baptism. When I saw that with every round of lightning, the number of lightning bolts increased, I could not help but wonder what made your trial turn out like that. I guess the trial wanted to adjust its difficulty to the amount of power I had with all of the buffs." Argentum joked before adding, "You did see me punch those bolts without a problem, right? And you told me that you needed my help just in case," Blob said sarcastically as a response to Argentum's question. Imitating the sound of one clicking their tongue, he then muttered, "Even the last round of bolts were easy for you to handle. If I were in your place, I definitely would have become critically injured. Death might even be possible." "Well, let's forget the what-ifs of my trial," Argentum said not long after as he placed his left hand on Blob's shoulder. With an aura of happiness and elation surrounding him, he told Blob, "What matters is that I cleared it." "Yeah," Blob nodded, letting out an aura of happiness as well. He then went silent for a bit, sensing the aura his creator was currently radiating for a short bit. A few seconds later, he could not help but let out a sigh, which was soon followed by a chuckle with a hint of mockery, prompting Argentum to ask Blob, "What's wrong?" Removing Argentum's hand on his shoulder, Blob went ahead and sat down on the ground. His sense of vision focused on the starry sky up above. Letting out another sigh, he finally told Argentum, "With you clearing your first power baptism, I can't help but feel like I've become less useful to you." "Why do you think so?" Argentum asked as a response, sitting beside Blob as he soon gazed at the starry sky as well. Taking in a deep breath, Blob replied, "Judging from the aura radiating right now, your combat power is still at a level where I would still win, but it's now at a level where you don't need to rely on me as much. If we factor in the buffs you have, then your overall power far surpasses mine. Just so you know, unlike your innately intrepid strength, that kind of power costs me mana." Argentum soon replied, finally understanding what Blob was getting to. Letting out a sigh as he imagined the worst, he then asked Blob, "Let's say the two of us got into a fight. Using all of the mana I have within me, I can unleash a power far beyond what you can currently do. But what if I was sapped dry of mana amidst a fight? Who's gonna help me out?" Just as Blob was about to respond, Argentum interrupted him from doing so and continued, "Of course, you'd think that anyone could fit the bill. But remember that I can't possibly trust them, nor do I think that they would unleash a level of power at the same level as my full power. Only you would be able to fulfill all requirements without a problem." With Argentum explaining his mindset, Blob finally realized that he was pondering over his usefulness in the wrong manner. Being used as a person less caught by Argentum throughout the journey, Blob thought that with Argentum undergoing a power baptism, he only needed to cast a single movement speed boosting buff on himself before becoming able to move at a similar speed at him. Only now did he realize that there were a lot more areas for him to fill, which Argentum couldn't. Taking in a deep breath before letting out a long sigh, Blob radiated an aura that felt like he had achieved enlightenment. Closing his eyes for a bit, eventually, he looked at Argentum and said with an awkward chuckle, "I guess I was looking at it from the wrong perspective. My bad." "No worries," Argentum said with a tone of comfort. "Whenever you feel like this again, just tell me. I'll make sure that you won't think that way ever again." "Got it," Blob replied, radiating an aura of feeling cared for as he nodded. The two of them then went ahead and looked at the starry sky for a few more minutes as the atmosphere between them turned silent. After 10 minutes or so, Blob went ahead and took the initiative to start a conversation, looking at Argentum and saying, "Hey, Argentum, what is it?" Argentum asked in response. "With your power baptism done, what are we gonna do next?" Blob asked, to which Argentum mulled over for a short bit. After a few seconds, he said in a slightly unsure tone, "To be honest, I was thinking of heading back to where I came from, Tempest Cliff." But not long after, A thought surfaced in his mind as he soon asked Argentum, right. Do you have the tome with you? Blob uttered before manipulating the energy circulating throughout his body. In an instant, an opening was formed on his torso, revealing the tome of the four elements that the two had obtained from Verdant Breeze Town. Without hesitation, Argentum grabbed it from the inside of Blob's torso before staring at it for a bit, formulating a plan in his mind that revolved around the tome. Pondering over it for a couple of minutes, Argentum eventually had a plan inside his mind as he told Blob with a tone of certainty, "Forget what I said a while ago. We're heading to Felix's inheritance." "The Grand Blue Master's inheritance?" Blob said in response. "Why there?" "Well, it's the closest place from here where we can do anything without having to worry about our safety," Argentum responded without delay. "Although I know you can defend me from threats and vice versa, it's still better for a third party we can trust to protect us while we do our things to improve our power. You still have those fire-based spells you learned from the manor, right?" In response, Blob nodded, prompting Argentum to continue. "In that case, you can improve your understanding over the spells in the inheritance without being disturbed." "No?" Thinking about the proposition for a bit, Blob eventually said, "Well, true. I do want to increase my arsenal of abilities, seeing how you almost have a spell for every situation." At this moment, Blob was now on board with Argentum's plan, which Argentum radiated an aura of slight satisfaction as he listened to his companion's response. As for Blob, he asked his creator, "When do we head there?" Placing the tome inside his upper torso by manipulating the energy in his body, Argentum soon stood up and looked at Argentum before saying, "Right now." Whoosh, whoosh. In an instant, 4 balls of green energy were soon conjured in front of the vision of the two, with 2 balls each heading towards their bodies. Not long after, the two felt like their bodies were as light as a feather, giving them the idea that a single movement of theirs would allow them to traverse a massive distance. Hearing Argentum's response, Blob was not surprised by it as he stood up slowly, knowing that hastily standing up would propel him upward thanks to the movement speed boosting buffs. With Blob now ready to head out, Argentum lightly nodded and told him, "There's no need for you to know the route. You just have to follow me." "All right," Blob nodded as he responded. Soon after, the two of them channeled all of the strength inside their body towards their legs, disappearing from their original position in less than an instant as they were now making their way towards the Grand Blue Inheritance. Unsurprisingly, with the help of Argentum's 2 movement speed boosting buffs, the journey, which took Blob almost 2 days to traverse, was shortened down to a matter of a few hours. Just as the sun was about a quarter of the way to the peak of the sky, the two were standing in front of the ice castle that housed the Grand Blue Inheritance, slightly gasping for air as they felt that they had overexerted themselves. After catching their breaths, Argentum looked at the ice castle for a bit before looking at Blob, saying, "Let me tell Felix that we're already here." With Blob nodding not long after in his peripheral vision, he then went ahead and utilized the connection he had with Felix, manipulating a great portion of the energy circulating inside his body as a voice soon resounded throughout Argentum's mind. Well, if it isn't Argentum," Felix's voice resounded throughout Argentum's mind, which was accompanied by a light chortle. "What made you come and contact me?" "Hey, Felix," Argentum greeted Felix in response. He then asked him, "Do you mind if we come into your Grand Blue Inheritance for a bit? We're planning to improve our combat powers for a bit before heading back to where I came from." "Oh, sure. No worries." Felix unhesitatingly agreed to Argentum's favor before asking, "Do you want me to teleport you two inside? Are you two still outside that town?" "Nope," Argentum succinctly replied as he added, "We're already at the front of the inheritance." "Oh," Felix said briefly, only to let out a startled shout soon after, which he hastily suppressed. Imitating the sound of one clearing the throat, he then told Argentum, "Well then, give me a second." Whoosh, whoosh, and just like that, Argentum and Blob disappeared from the front of the inheritance. appearing in the depths of the inheritance a few seconds later, as they were greeted by the sight of two humanoids made out of blue energy and red energy respectively. Whoosh! Taking a bit of time to look at his surroundings, Argentum eventually realized that he and Argentum were inside the room the Grand Blue Master usually stayed in, remembering the sight he saw from the corridor in his trial. Just as he was about to greet Felix, a familiar voice soon resounded throughout the room. "It's Argentum," the voice shouted, followed by the sound of the wind blowing as Argentum soon realized that someone was hugging him. Noticing the red energy that constituted the one that was hugging him, with a surprised tone, he then shouted, "Eleanor, what are you doing here? What's wrong with me being here?" Eleanor soon replied, doing a pouting expression after as she added, "Am I not welcome in my good friend's inheritance?" "Well, it's not really that, but," Argentum said not long after before adding, "I'm just surprised that you were here." Just as the conversation was about to continue, Felix could not help but butt in as he looked at Eleanor, asking, "Argentum knows your real name?" "Well, why wouldn't he?" Eleanor nodded as she shrugged her shoulders. "It's a way to establish a deeper connection between teacher and student anyway." Hearing Eleanor's words, Argentum could not help but inwardly let out a sigh of relief, realizing that he had slipped up a while ago. In his mind, he decided that he was going to make it up to her after his bout of improving his combat power. Oblivious to what was going on in Argentum's mind, Eleanor went ahead and initiated a conversation with him as she said in a slightly playful tone, "Anyways, you came here at just the right time. I have something to ask you, Argentum." Argentum radiated an aura of curiosity as he replied, "What is it?" "Felix told me that you gave him a recipe to a potion that increases one's perception to the water element," Eleanor unhesitatingly replied. She then continued in a slightly embarrassed tone, asking him, "I was wondering if you might have a recipe to a potion that increases one's perception to the fire element instead." "I do," Argentum replied without hesitation, to which Eleanor radiated an aura of elation as she asked, "Really?" "Yep," Argentum said in response before utilizing the connection he had with her in order for Felix and Blob to not hear their conversation. Through that connection, he said, "I'll give it to you if you give me a greater share of control over the flame spirit inheritance." "I've heard." Although Eleanor was slightly surprised to hear Argentum's words resound in her mind, she hastily adapted as she replied, "Felix told me that you gave it to him after increasing the amount of control you have by 5%. How much control over his inheritance do you have right now anyway?" "Around 20%, Argentum soon replied, to which Eleanor inwardly let out a sigh as she said, "Is 10% enough for you to give me the recipe?" "Sure," Argentum responded to her words, sending her information regarding the Heaven's Flame potion soon after, which made Eleanor inwardly ecstatic. He then cut the connection between the two of them as he said, "I'll give it to teacher after I'm finished with what I need to do." "As expected from my student," Eleanor replied, knowing what Argentum was trying to pull off. "I guess I shall stay here for a bit if that's the case." "Do you mind if I do, Felix?" she then asked Felix soon after, to which Felix replied with a shake of his head, "No problem at all. I just need to form another room in the inheritance, that's all." "Anyways, Argentum," Felix said not long after, attracting Argentum's attention, "you told me a while ago that you were going to improve your combat power. The same goes for your friend. But what exactly are you going to do in my inheritance?" Listening to the conversation that was happening between the two, Eleanor could not help but focus her sense of hearing on the two, not wanting to miss a single word. In response to Felix's question, Argentum nonchalantly replied, "Oh, I'm just gonna do something that I should have done right about now." "And what would that be?" Felix followed up with a question of his own. Argentum chuckled before saying, "Earth affinity. It's time for me to achieve lesser origin." Chapter 272 Unlocking the Origin. Listening to Argentum's response to his question, Felix thought that it was a logical answer as he nodded. He then told him, "I see. Do you have an idea as to how long it would take you to obtain it using the tome?" "I'm not sure, to be honest," Argentum said in response with a tone of slight uncertainty. "Although I know I have a high comprehension rate, depending on whether the words inside the tome resonate within me or not. That also affects the speed at which I can obtain it. Wait just a damn minute, Eleanor yelled all of a sudden, attracting the attention of both Felix and Argentum, as well as Blob, prompting them to focus their sense of vision towards her. Noticing that everyone in the room was looking at her, she went ahead and reduced the tense atmosphere surrounding them by imitating the sound of one clearing their throat. After that, she lightly scratched her head as she focused her vision onto Argentum, asking him, "Telling me that going to learn Earth affinity here?" "Yep," Argentum nodded. "In an area of the continent where the density of water energy particles is insanely high?" Eleanor followed up with another question, to which Argentum nodded in response. "Now how the heck are you going to do just that?" Eleanor muttered not long after, pondering over the possible ways she knew Argentum had that would allow him to do so. Eventually, a thought related to the deal she and Argentum made a while ago surfaced in her mind, prompting her to ask Argentum in a slightly cautious tone, "You have a variant of the potion for the earth element?" "Bingo," Argentum unhesitatingly replied, letting out a light chuckle soon after. Not long after, Felix let out a chuckle as well, making Eleanor feel embarrassed as she radiated an aura of slight infuriation at the two. With a HMPH sound, she told them, "I was just making sure that his plans weren't fruitless, that's all." After that, she then looked around the room to find a topic to shift towards, her sense of vision eventually landing on Argentum's companion, Blob. From the fact that Blob was a fire-based pseudo-animate, Eleanor could not help but think that Argentum had actually followed her words, nurturing a companion that would help him out. And to think that his companion had undergone a power baptism as well, she thought to herself, only for another thought to surface in her mind as she asked herself, "Wait a second. If his companion has undergone a power baptism, then that must mean..." In an instant, her sense of vision was shifted back to Felix and Argentum, who were talking about a few things related to the tome of the four elements. Utilizing the entirety of her senses, she then went ahead and examined the aura Argentum was radiating, making her let out a gasp of surprise as she asked Argentum, "You've successfully undergone a power baptism, huh?" Felix uttered in response to Eleanor's words. To him, the words she said just now were quite outlandish, not befitting her usual personality. Nevertheless, he gave her the benefit of the doubt as he said to Eleanor soon after, "Are you sure your senses have dulled after a long amount of time?" "There's no way a normal grade pseudo-animate would be able to clear a power baptism at all. Oh my fucking god," Felix said not long after taking a cursory glance at Argentum's current aura. Since Felix felt Argentum's aura back in Verdant Breeze Town, he was more sure than Eleanor that Argentum had truly undergone a power baptism. In just a span of a few hours, Argentum had actually done something that other pseudo-animates would usually delay. With this question in mind, Felix could not help but look at Argentum from a new light once more. Back at their first meeting, he looked at Argentum as a genius that was sure to become their equal eventually. But now, he now looked at Argentum as someone who would surpass him and Eleanor without a doubt, ushering in a new era wherein he was the focal point. It took a few minutes for the excitement and surprise of the two to calm down, which was around the time where Argentum answered calmly, "Yes, I have." "Unbelievable," Felix said in a tone of admiration and awe. "Throughout the 20,000 or so years I've lived, I've only met around a dozen normal-grade pseudo-animates that have cleared their first power baptism. To think that you'd become one of them as well." "I'm at a loss for words, Argentum," Eleanor said not long after. "I thought that you'd clear your first baptism at the magic or grand grade, but to exceed my expectations and clear it at the normal grade, you've truly surprised your teacher." "Well, then," Argentum said as he let out a chortle, "if you think that was surprising, then please raise your expectations higher, for I am going to clear the origin trials before evolving to magic grade. Mark my words." In response, Felix and Eleanor looked at each other for a bit before letting out a laugh of their own. After some time, Eleanor told Argentum, "All right, I wish you the very best of luck in accomplishing that goal." "Same here," Felix said after Eleanor letting out a light giggle. Listening to their words of encouragement, Argentum went a bit silent as he knew that they thought that he was joking around. Unfortunately for them, this was also a part of his plan in becoming a superanimate. By obtaining an incredibly strong evolution, the foundation of his power once he turned into an animate would become incredibly sturdy, allowing him to be recognized by the ones with authority as someone with great talent as long as he showcased his power. With that title on him, he surely thought that he would obtain a ton of resources that would allow him to grow stronger even faster. Nevertheless, even though he knew what they were thinking, he did not refute them as actions speak louder than words. While he was thinking about the next step in his plan to becoming a superanimate, he thought to himself, speaking of which, I should ask Felix and Eleanor if they have other methods to transform into an animate. But I'll save that after I obtain Earth affinity. He thought to himself soon after, remembering the evidence he obtained back at Verdant Breeze Town that Felix might know something regarding that area. After placing those thoughts at the back of his head, Argentum looked at Felix and told him, could you make 2 separate rooms for me and Blob to train in? We've delayed it for quite some time already. All right, Felix said in response as he nodded, gesturing with his hands soon after as multiple strands of his energy soon scattered in multiple directions. After about 30 seconds or so, 2 corridors were soon formed on one wall of his room, leading to 2 decently sized rooms that had nothing within. Seeing that the 2 rooms were now made, Argentum looked at the silent Blob and told him, I'll be taking the right room. You go take the left. Got it. Blob succinctly replied as he nodded. Just as he was about to make his way towards the left corridor, Blob was stopped by Argentum as he shouted, hey, Blob, catch. Whoosh. With a rift opening above his palm, a flask that contained a red viscous fluid was soon thrown in Blob's direction, to which Blob caught without a problem. Taking a closer look at what he had caught, an aura of bewilderment soon radiated from him as he looked at Argentum and said, isn't this yours? Indeed, it is, Argentum replied calmly, radiating an aura of slight happiness as he knew that Blob was somewhat concerned for him. Reassuring Blob, he said, just so you know, I have a recipe that allows me to make that thing in basically infinite amounts, so you don't have to worry about a thing. You want to quickly improve your understanding over those new fire spells you obtained, right? If so, then take it. Listening to his creator's words, Blob wanted to say something as he tightly gripped on the flask, only for a sigh to come out as he lightly nodded before heading towards the first room through the left corridor. Watching Blob make his way towards the first room, Eleanor could not help but look at Argentum and tell him, you've raised your companion well. Well, you were the one who gave me the skill in the first place, teacher, Argentum said in response, letting out a light giggle. As for Felix, who was listening to their conversation at the back, he could not help but be a bit surprised that Eleanor decided to give her student such a skill. Not only that, but he was also surprised at the fact that Argentum was actually able to raise his companion to such a level. Mind if I go into your companion's room? Eleanor asked Argentum, to which he replied with a question of his own, asking, what for? Just gonna help him out on improving his control over the fire element, Eleanor hastily replied. You don't mind me doing that, right? Not at all, teacher. Argentum radiated an aura of elation as he continued, be my guest. Whoosh. And with Argentum's confirmation, Eleanor dashed towards the room where Blob, seemingly teleporting in front of Argentum and Felix from the sheer speed of her travel. Felix and Argentum looked at each other for a bit before they went ahead and laughed at Eleanor's action. I guess she wanted to do something new after being cooped up in her inheritance for a long time, Felix said afterward, to which Argentum nodded before saying, well, with teacher doing this, my companion would improve in strength, which means my strength would improve as well. Right? Felix succinctly responded to Argentum's words before realizing that Argentum's plan was delayed once more. Without hesitation, he asked him, anyways, shouldn't you head towards the other room and go do your thing? Ah, right. It was then Argentum realized what Felix realized, saying a few words of gratitude to Felix before making his way towards the unoccupied room. After arriving there, He then went ahead and sat on the ground, calming himself down before taking out the tome from inside his upper torso. Thud. Placing the tome of the four elements in front of him, he looked at it for a bit and muttered to himself with glee, "As long as I understand all of the contents inside this tome, I'm pretty sure I would be able to defeat higher ranked animates even at rank 1. If they don't take notice of me with that kind of feat, then those guys are just stupid." Speaking of which, just as Argentum was going to go ahead and start his journey to obtaining Earth Affinity, he remembered that it had been a while since he had last checked his stats. "Since I've just cleared my first power baptism, I guess it's a good time to check," he muttered to himself with that in mind, commanding the system soon after. Ding! Accompanied by a notification sound resounding throughout his mind, a small holographic screen was soon revealed in front of Argentum's vision, detailing his current stats. After skimming through the contents, the feeling Argentum felt was that of shock. Of course, it was not an immense shock since he had already seen Blob's stats beforehand. Nevertheless, he was still shocked as he did not believe that he would have such an absurd amount of mana. Argentum level 1010. Experience, max. Species, Wind Elemental. Existence level, Pseudo-Animate. Grade, Normal. Power Baptism, 1 dash. HP, 410,410. MP, 92,409,240. Stats: Vitality 41x10, Strength 29x10, Defense 29x10, Agility 50x10, Intelligence 58x10. Taking in a few deep breaths to calm his senses once more, Argentum soon closed the holographic screen in front of him as he commanded the system to take out a certain item from its inventory. Whoosh! With a rift opening up just a couple of decimeters above the ground, a flask which contained brown viscous fluid soon appeared in front of Argentum's field of vision as it landed on the ground with a slightly peculiar clang sound. Then again, Argentum wasn't someone who looked at the finer details, grabbing the flask from the ground before going ahead and manipulating the energy circulating inside his body. Soon after, the opening where the tome lied a while ago was soon opened, to which Argentum threw the contents of the flask into. As he did this, he could not help but mutter to himself, "This is how you use a potion as a pseudo-animate, right?" Normally, a potion would be ingested through the mouth, but that was only the case for animates. Since he was a pseudo-animate that only took on a humanoid form, but did not have the stuff necessary considered to be an animate, he thought that this was the closest he could get to ingesting it. Ding! As he closed up the hole in his upper torso, an notification sound soon resounded throughout his mind. Without delay, he went ahead and commanded the system to open up the notification screen in his mind, allowing him to read through the notifications he had just received. It only took a few seconds of skimming for him to radiate an aura of expectation and elation as he soon closed his vision, attuning his body to the earth element in the surroundings thanks to his greatly improved perception. You have ingested the Heaven's Earth Potion. Your perception of the earth element has increased by 200%. Time remaining before buff wears out, 1 hour 59 minutes. It's now or never. To the goal of becoming a super animate, Argentum shouted inwardly to psych himself up before treading on the path to learning Earth Affinity. Want to see some official artiviras? Want to get additional perks? Then head on to my Discord server. The link is discord.gzruge. Help to see you there. Chapter 273 Persuading a Noblewoman XXXX Continent, Seraph Kingdom. Outside the gates of the royal palace. Did you really have to give me that information, Your Highness? Dane could not help but slightly complain as he was not expecting the two to have that kind of relationship. In response, Vanadia lightly grinned as he snickered, replying, "Well, if you think about it, who wouldn't be attracted to a beautiful woman? I just said that to deter you from making any advances on her." "What do you mean by that, Your Highness?" Dane asked as he felt that there was something more to the ninth prince's words. "Does she have a fiancé or something?" "Nope, none at all," Vanadia responded as he shook his head left to right. Listening to his answer, Dane could not help but think to himself, If she doesn't have a fiancé, then why deter me from doing so? Then, is there a special reason as to why deterring me from doing so? Dane asked after pondering over it for a bit, to which Vanadia responded with a light sigh, all I can say is that if you get too close to her, expect yourself to turn into a puddle of blood the next day if you too engage in those kinds of things, he added, making Dane shudder as he did not expect such a statement to come out of His Highness' mouth. Letting out a sigh of his own in response, he was now determined to only be cordial with Valentia since he did not want to end up as a puddle of blood one day. Thinking that it was not a good thing to continue on this train of thought, Dane went ahead and thought up of another topic as Vanadia asked him as to whether or not he still had more questions before departed. After a few seconds or so, Dane eventually opened his mouth as he thought that her title was quite weird. He asked in a curious tone, now that I think about it, why is her title the Healing Witch of the West, Your Highness? Is it because her class has something to do with healing? Pretty much, Vanadia said nonchalantly as he shrugged his shoulders. The healing part of her title was added just recently, to be honest. Wanna know her original title? He questioned Dane soon after, to which Dane lightly nodded after thinking that it was better to know more about his future team member. Scratching his head for a bit as he recalled her previous title, Vanadia said, if I remember correctly, her previous title was Crimson Witch of the West. The reason why she got that title was because she killed over 1,000 people with a single strike. I forgot if it happened due to a small skirmish or due to a certain war. Hearing that his future team member had exemplary combat sense, Dane could not help but let out an inward sigh of relief as he thought that their current lineup was still biased towards the offensive side. Nevertheless, since this new team member of theirs also had healing capabilities, it was now part extreme offense and part endurance. Do you know what her class is, Your Highness? Dane soon asked Vanadia, wanting to know her class so he could formulate strategies that would allow their skills and spells to synergize. Surprisingly, contrary to Vanadia's openness to answering his questions all this time, the ninth prince only let out a light giggle as he said, that'll be a secret for now. Don't want the other teams to know our members, right? Understandable, Dane muttered as he thought over it for a bit, lightly nodding soon after. At this moment, he had no more questions to ask Vanadia regarding Valentia. With that, Dane asked the ninth prince if he was ready to depart, to which Vanadia hastily replied, please wait for a bit. I still have something to ask you. What is it, Your Highness? Dane tilted his head, curious as to what His Highness was going to ask him. Taking in a deep breath, Vanadia went ahead and questioned him, before we make our way there, are you fine with following my every order? Pardon? Wondering if he had heard wrongly, Dane asked, prompting the ninth prince to repeat the question once more. After repeating it one more time after that, Dane could not help but ask Vanadia, is there a reason for this kind of request, Your Highness? Am asking for your consent, just in case, the ninth prince replied succinctly. He soon added, also, the orders I'll give you are all orders wherein you'll benefit, so don't worry that much. If you put it that way, then. Dane pondered over it a bit more, eventually nodding as he muttered, I have no choice but to accept. No? Glad to hear that. Vanadia smiled in response before telling Dane that they should make their way towards the Arsanan household. Dane nodded as a response to the ninth prince's words before going ahead and summoning all of the energy inside his body, forming a magic circle that soon enveloped the two. Whoosh! A few seconds later, the two disappeared from the sights of the guards who were vigilantly guarding the gates. At this moment, they were now making their way to Telmaran province, the place where the Arsanan family's main household resided. Other than being the province where one of the Seraph Kingdom's noble families resided, there was nothing else that stood out from the province. At most, one would only be able to say that the Telmaran province was a province that specialized in mass agriculture, employing mages and warriors to increase the province's crop exports. Whoosh! Eventually, after 20 minutes or so, the two of them had finally at their destination, being a few dozen meters away from what seemed to be a manor spanning a kilometer in terms of length and width. Its front side was covered in tons of foliage, while a few teenagers dressed in slightly lavish clothes could be seen frolicking around. Ha. In contrast to the peaceful scene in front of the manor, Dane was panting heavily as he felt that the energy in his body was close to being dry. Vanadier, who was beside him, could not help but look at Dane with a gaze of concern as he asked, "Are you alright?" How. Fine. Dane eked out a response amidst the immense amount of exhaustion he felt from using a huge chunk of his energy in bursts. Although he absorbed energy from a few high-purity mana stones along the way, replenishing his mana to acceptable levels, he still could not help but feel like a few boulders were stacked on top of his body at the moment. Mustering all of the energy that was circulating throughout his body at the moment, he channeled it towards the tip of his right pointing finger, opening up a rift barely big enough for a small stone of mana to drop on his palm. Without hesitation, Dane absorbed all of the mana in that stone, which turned into a pile of dust not long after. Using the mana he had absorbed, he went ahead and summoned more mana stones, eventually returning to his normal and healthy condition. Noticing Dane's now healthy complexion, Vanadier went ahead and asked one more time just in case, saying, "Are you alright now?" "I've never been better," Dane replied with a light chuckle as he took a few steps behind the ninth prince. After doing so, he then said, "Let us make our way to the manor, Your Highness." In response, Vanadier silently nodded as they headed towards the manor at a pace that was neither fast nor slow. To those who have ascended to their respective classes. In actuality, it only took them a few seconds to arrive at the area of the manor filled with foliage. At the very moment they arrived, they were greeted with peculiar looks as the people who were in the grassy part of the manor did not recognize the two. In response, the two of them looked at each other for a bit before shrugging their shoulders, thinking that waiting it out would be the better option. "May I ask what you two are doing here?" One of the guards of the Arsanen family, who was guarding the teenagers that were frolicking just a while ago, decided to come up to them and ask politely. "Royal orders." Vanadier lightly smiled as he responded before going ahead and exuding the aura of seraph royalty. It was at this moment that everyone in the grassy part of the manor realized who they were looking at. In their minds, only one person would come to the Arsanen family under royal orders. It was none other than the ninth prince, Vanadier Seraph. Whoosh! In an instant, the teenagers, as well as the guards, went ahead and kneeled on one knee as they greeted Vanadier with, "We welcome Your Highness to the Arsanen family household." "There's no need to do that," Vanadier said to them, feeling a bit embarrassed as he did not expect them to do such a thing. Nevertheless, the people continued to kneel on one of their knees, leaving the ninth prince with no choice but to let out a sigh. He then looked at Dane and asked, "Do you think this is enough for them to notice we're here?" "I think so, Your Highness," Dane replied succinctly. Just as he was about to come up with more ideas as to how to attract the Arsanen family's attention, a middle-aged man dressed in servant clothes hastily made their way towards the two, prompting Dane to say, "Sumion's coming." Whoosh! After a couple of seconds, this middle-aged man appeared in front of the two, radiating an aura that seemed to say he was the paragon of subservience. With the man's clothes complemented by his pitch-black hair, his light blue irises, and his amicable smile, one could not help but feel at ease as they looked at this man. "It is nice to see you again, Prince Vanadier," the middle-aged man said as a greeting to the ninth prince. In response, the ninth prince replied, "Indeed. It has been a long time since we've last met." Dane said all of a sudden, prompting the two to look at him. Noticing that he had obtained the attention of the two, he timidly asked, "I apologize for the intrusion, but might I ask who you are?" "Quentin Arsanen, an 11th generation servant of the Arsanen family," the middle-aged man, whose first name was Quentin, answered in a calm and unhurried manner, making Dane feel like he was listening to the soft breeze of the wind. "Might I ask what brings Prince Vanadier and his companion to the Arsanen household?" Quentin looked at Vanadier soon after as he asked this question, to which Vanadier unhurriedly replied, "Is Valentia there? I want to meet up with her." Uttering a sound, Quentin instantly understood what Vanadier was trying to do. But since he was a servant, He did not have any authority to meddle in these matters as he replied, "Please follow me, kind sirs, to one of the meeting rooms in our household. After that, I will call for Lady Valentia to come to you too." With the two of them nodding in response, the two were then led towards the inside of the manor, allowing the teenagers and the guards in the grassy part of the manor to sigh with relief. Although they were curious as to why the prince was here to meet with one of them, they thought that it was better to not know. Eventually, after crossing through a few corridors, the two were finally brought inside into a meeting room that was decorated simply. In the center of the room was a coffee table while two leather chairs could be seen on opposite sides. Facing those things was a large bay window, allowing those who conversed in this room to be basked in the warm sunlight as it was still early in the afternoon. After Vanadier and Dane made themselves comfortable in the meeting room, sitting on the two unoccupied chairs, Quentin went towards the door as he said, "Now if you may excuse me, let me call Lady Valentia to come to you." "Ah, would you like me to bring back some drinks or snacks?" Quentin asked, to which Vanadier lightly smiled as he responded, "Some tea and cake, please." "As you wish, Your Highness." After respectfully bowing to Vanadier, Quentin soon closed the door to the room, allowing Dane and Vanadier to be alone. "Dane, I'd suggest you stand behind me before Valentia enters," Vanadier said all of a sudden, prompting Dane to tilt his head in confusion. Before he could ask the reason why, the ninth prince went ahead and explained why, saying, "Although she has great combat power and healing skills, her personality is on the eccentric side, to say the least." "I see," Dane said, slightly understanding as he went ahead and stood up from the chair, standing on the left side of Vanadier's seat as they went ahead and conversed about what happened in their lives to pass the time. Eventually, the door to the room was opened, prompting the two to look at the person who came. What greeted them was a woman in her late 20s, wearing a light blue dress that accentuated the nice curves of her body. Complementing such a body was jet black hair that reached up to her waist while her irises were as blue as the oceans. If one looked closely, one would even see a hint of crimson red on the tips of her hair. "Well, if it isn't Vanadier!" the woman shouted all of a sudden as she let out a raucous laugh. She then made her way towards Vanadier before hugging him, shocking Dane, who was looking at all of this happening. After a few seconds, the woman released her grip on Vanadier, sitting down on the unoccupied chair. While that was happening, Quentin, who was behind the woman all this time, went ahead and placed the cake and tea Vanadier requested on the coffee table in the middle. After that, Quentin respectfully bowed to the two before making his leave, leaving the woman, as well as the two, to their own devices. "Long time no see, Valentia," Vanadier said with a smile on his face. He then asked her, "Did you really have to hug me that tightly in front of Quentin? It's been a long time since we've last met, you know." "How could I not hug you?" Valentia responded with a giggle as she poured herself a cup of tea. In the next instant, the contents in the cup she poured was downed in one gulp as she went ahead and helped herself to some cake afterward. Looking at this, Dane could not help but think that his image of Valentia was slightly shattered by her current actions. To him, her current actions felt unreserved, as if he was looking at a somewhat boorish man around his age wolfing down some cake and tea. "So, what made you come here? Is it because of my return from a trip?" Valentia soon asked Vanadier as she was finished eating a slice of cake. Shaking his head in response, Vanadier responded, "You know how it is. The war for the throne is coming up and well." "Ah!" The ninth prince did not even need to finish his sentence for Valentia to understand why he came here. She then pondered over the matter for a bit before looking around the surroundings. It did not take long for her eyes to fixate on Dane, radiating a faint aura of seduction in the process. While Dane felt a bit uncomfortable from the gaze, Valentia looked back at Vanadier and chuckled as she said, "I see you came prepared. You really know how I operate, huh?" "A prince should always look exemplary at all times," Vanadier responded as he chuckled as well. Soon after, Valentia stood up from her seat, making her way towards Dane before looking at him from head to toe. As a light red soon became apparent on her face while her breathing became slightly coarse, she asked Vanadier, "Mind if I do that for a bit? I can give you 1 hour, Vanadia instantly responded while Dane became more confused as to what was currently happening. While he felt the force of multiple beasts pulling on his arm while the door to the meeting room was closed shut, the only sound that came out of his mouth before that was a bang. With Vanadia alone in the room, he went ahead and poured himself a cup of tea while faint sounds of voices could be heard outside the room. "You do know what you're doing, right? How do I really have to? He did tell me that I have 1 hour to have my way with you, so how fine. Yes, that's the spot. More. Give me more. Put a bit more force into it. I want to feel your touch. A bit deeper. A bit harder. Yes, that's it. Good tea," Vanadia said as he sipped on his tea, passively listening to the faint sounds that resounded. "Want to see some official art of Iras? Want to get additional perks? Then head on to my Discord server. The link is discord.gzruge. Help to see you there." Chapter 274. The Origin Trials. Closing his sense of vision while he attuned his body to the earth energy particles, Argentum could not help but think that it was going to be a breeze after sensing that the power of the earth energy particles in the area had increased by many degrees. Adding on the fact that he had psyched himself up before doing this, his mental condition was as high as it could ever be. Whoosh! With his sense of vision closed, he went ahead and conjured 2 tendrils out of energy, both of them sprouting from the tips of his fingers. He then went ahead and opened his sense of vision slightly as he controlled both tendrils towards the tome of the 4 elements, which was placed in front of him, using them as fingers to flip through the pages of the tome. After a while, the tendrils had finally reached the page regarding the skill Argentum wanted to obtain, which was Earth Affinity. Without hesitation, he then went ahead and used the tendrils as a way to transfer the information from the pages of the tome towards his mind, allowing him to not need to look at the tome unless necessary. Swish, swish, swish. With the tome's pages being flipped after reaching the beginning of what seemed to be the method to obtaining Earth Affinity, the tendrils Argentum conjured had finally obtained all of the necessary information from the tome, prompting him to close the tome not long after while the tendrils were soon dispersed. He then closed his sense of vision once more, organizing the information he had obtained in his mind in a way that would make it easier for him to understand. Surprisingly, it did not take long for him to do so as he found out that the information in the tome was already pretty organized. With that in mind, he could not help but ponder for a bit as to whether the same applied to the other skills in the tome, to which he concluded that there was no point in thinking about it for now. Placing the thought at the back of his head, he then went ahead and gradually willed the earth energy particles in the area to make their way towards his body, only to be absorbed by him not long after. With every earth energy particle he absorbed, the level of understanding he had regarding Earth Affinity increased at a phenomenal rate of 1% per particle. Of course, one should take into consideration that Argentum had an innately high comprehension rate thanks to Horus ingesting comprehension leaves, which was given a bigger boost due to the Heaven's Earth potion he had ingested before starting this session. And just like that, about 30 minutes soon passed since Argentum had started his grind to obtaining Earth Affinity. Surprisingly, after this amount of time, the level of understanding he had regarding Earth Affinity was now at 49%, only 1% away to being halfway there. Nevertheless, even at this level of understanding, he could not help but feel that his connection towards the Earth energy particles he absorbed now became closer. But if he were to compare it to his other elemental affinities, like water affinity, even without the help of the potion that increased his elemental perception, the feeling of connection he felt from the other affinities was akin to that of brothers related by blood. As for his still progressing Earth Affinity, it felt like he was talking to a somewhat familiar acquaintance. I should have gone to an Earth-based inheritance instead, Argentum inwardly complained to himself as his attention was focused on absorbing as much Earth energy particles as possible. Then again, it was his choice to head towards an area filled to the brim with water energy particles instead of Earth energy particles. Continuing his train of thought, he thought to himself, now that I think about it, whenever I obtain skills from inheritances, the information needed to fully understand that skill is given to me, allowing me to use it naturally once I learn it. Although Argentum did not mention it that often, it truly did happen, with him obtaining skills in an instant since the information needed to fully understand the first part is given to him. With that in mind, he wondered if it was better for him to head towards an earth-based inheritance first to obtain earth affinity and other earth-based spells before heading back here to the Grand Blue inheritance to hone his strength. Oh well, he concluded in his mind. There's no point mulling over something that's already in the past. Well, I could go ahead and enter an earth-based inheritance after this since there's still a lot of time before Horus wakes up, but he thought not long after. That seems like a waste of stamina, to be honest. After placing those thoughts at the back of his head, he then went ahead and continued to absorb the earth energy particles in the surroundings, lasting for another 10 minutes as his level of understanding regarding earth affinity had now gone past 50%, ranging around 55%. I've absorbed quite a decent amount of earth energy particles throughout these last 10 minutes. But to think that my understanding of earth affinity has only improved by this much, he thought to himself, thinking that with every % of understanding he obtained, the more earth energy particles he needed to obtain the subsequent %. Is there a faster way to do this? He asked himself, opening his sense of vision as he soon stood up. He then went ahead and picked up the Tome of the Four Elements before placing it inside his upper torso once more. After that, he walked around the room he was in for a bit as he pondered over methods he could use to hasten his comprehension speed. No. At first, the thoughts he had in his mind were those that were incredibly effective, but needed him to be at the existence level of animate to be feasible, so he went ahead and ignored them. Slowly but surely, the level of power needed went down to the pseudo-animate level, with the easiest method to hasten his comprehension speed eventually surfacing in his mind after 5 minutes or so. In his mind, he could still remember the third trial he underwent in the Grand Blue inheritance. He was fighting against an earth-based pseudo-animate that was a grade above him. With his mind following that train of thought, he muttered to himself, is it even possible to do so in the first place? It did not take long for him to come to a conclusion, heading outside the room he was in before being greeted by the sight of Felix. Oh, what are you doing here, Argentum? Felix could not help but ask as he thought that it was odd for Argentum to be out of the room since he was trying to obtain earth affinity. Taking in a short yet deep breath, Argentum replied, I need your help on something, Felix. And what would that be? Felix asked soon after, to which recalled the idea he had in mind for a bit before asking, is it possible for you to summon earth-based pseudo-animates and transform into earth energy particles? Huh? Not expecting such a request to come from Argentum, Felix could not help but wonder if he had heard wrongly, asking Argentum to repeat his request. After repeating it a few more times, Felix decided to accept the fact that he was not hallucinating, and that Argentum was asking him to transform earth-based pseudo-animates into earth energy particles. Thinking about the reasons why Argentum requested him to do such a thing, it did not take long for Argentum's statement from a while ago to pop up in his head. With that in mind, he asked with a hint of caution, is it for earth affinity? Exactly, Argentum nodded as he responded. As for Felix, he scratched his head for a bit, wondering if it was possible for him to even do so. After a while, he concluded that he did not know how to do such a thing, but did not want Argentum to know that. And so, he went ahead and silently conjured a strand of his energy, which headed towards the room occupied by both Blob and Eleanor. A few seconds later, a feminine voice resounded throughout his mind, asking him, why did you contact me, Felix? Can't you hear that I'm busy teaching Argentum's companion how to use his skills and spells properly? It's just a quick question, Felix hastily replied, seeing that he was taking up Eleanor's time. Argentum asked me if I could convert earth-based pseudo-animates into earth energy particles. I just wanted to ask if that was possible. It is, Eleanor unhesitatingly replied, leaving Felix at a loss for words. The only sound he could eke out in response after that was, thinking too much, Felix, Eleanor said soon after before letting out a light giggle that resounded in his mind. A few seconds later, she responded, to convert pseudo-animates into energy particles. You just have to kill them. I see, Felix said with a tone of uncertainty before cutting off their connection, pondering as to whether Elena's words were true or not. After mulling over it for a bit, he eventually concluded that it was indeed true, recalling the memories he had when he was still fighting against a great number of pseudo-animates at once. Whenever they died, their bodies would disintegrate into particles of various colors before being absorbed by the world. Thinking about those particles, he could not help but think that they were condensed particles of a certain element since they were visible to the naked eye. Although he wondered if that would speed up or slow down Argentum's comprehension over Earth affinity, he could not help but think that doing it would truly help Argentum out. Noticing that Felix was silent for quite some time, Argentum went ahead and asked him, "So can you do it?" "Yeah, I can," Felix nodded as he responded. Soon after, he gestured with his hands as strands of energy soon appeared in front of his body, conjuring into a blue magic circle that allowed 5 silhouettes to appear in front of both Argentum and Felix. It did not take long for the appearance of the 5 silhouettes to be fully seen by Argentum and Felix, with the energy making up their bodies being a shade of light brown. Unfortunately for them, just as they were about to ask why they were summoned, a glint of blue light was the last thing they saw as their bodies were cut multiple times, transforming into multiple motes of brown light soon after. Sensing the connection he had towards the brown motes, Argentum unhesitatingly went ahead and absorbed them while he recalled the information regarding Earth affinity in his mind. After he had absorbed all of the brown motes in a matter of a few minutes, an aura of elation and surprise soon enveloped Argentum as he found out that his understanding of Earth affinity was now 3/5 of the way there. Noticing that Argentum radiated an aura of excitement, Felix could not help but ask, "Was it effective?" "Yeah." Argentum could not help but shout his response excitedly. He then told Felix, "If you do that a few more times, I think you'd be able to obtain Earth affinity after 10 minutes or so." Hearing Argentum's words, Felix could not help but let out a sigh as he silently prayed for the souls that were inside the Earth-based pseudo-animates he would kill to have a better life. And just like that, quite a substantial amount of Earth-based pseudo-animates had been transformed into motes of brown light, their method of death akin to chickens being beheaded while they were unaware. Although Argentum finally felt bad after the second batch of Earth-based pseudo-animates had been converted into motes of brown light, he continued with his process of understanding Earth affinity as he silently prayed for those that were killed for his gain. Eventually, after a total of 25 Earth-based pseudo-animates had been killed, the connection Argentum felt towards the Earth element had now achieved a breakthrough. If his connection with the Earth element before was akin to somewhat familiar acquaintances, right now, what he felt was that of a connection between good friends. Ding! With a notification sound resounding throughout his mind, Argentum went ahead and opened up the notification screen in his mind, radiating an aura of happiness soon after. "You have obtained the skill Earth Affinity." Surprisingly, just as he was about to go ahead and increase his understanding of Earth Affinity to be at the same level as the other affinities, another notification sound resounded in his mind. Ding! Soon after that, the feminine-sounding voice of the system was soon heard in his mind, asking him, "You have obtained great affinities with the 4 foundational elements. Would you like to fuse them and obtain lesser origin affinity? By doing so, you would be eligible to participate in the origin trials." Listening to the system's words for a bit, he pondered as to whether he should accept the offer or not. Unexpectedly, it did not take long for him to come to an answer as he replied in his mind with, "No." "Well, to be more exact, not yet." "Want to see some official art of errors? Want to get additional perks? Then head on to my Discord server. The link is discord.xrohuge. Help to see you there." Chapter 275 Returning to Tempest Cliff. Ding! As a response to Argentum's answer, the system went ahead and let a notification sound resound throughout his mind, which was soon followed up with the feminine-sounding voice of the system. It said, Since the user has decided to not fuse the 4 elemental affinities into one for now, the system will not force the user to accept the request, as the system has noticed that the user has greater intent behind the decision. Though if the user wishes to fuse the 4 affinities into one, the user may do so at any time. It soon added before finishing, allowing Argentum to come back to reality. Just as he was about to tell Felix that he was going to head back to the unoccupied room to enhance his understanding over some other stuff, he could not help but notice the shocked aura Felix was radiating, as if he was at a loss for words. "Is there a problem, Felix?" Argentum asked Felix, which seemingly brought him back to reality as Felix uttered, "Huh?" Looking around for a bit, Felix eventually let out a sigh of relief before focusing his sense of vision onto Argentum. As he looked at him, he took in a deep breath as a faint aura of elation radiated from him, prompting him to ask Argentum, "Did you do it?" "Do what?" Argentum asked in response, not understanding what Felix was trying to say. Seeing that there was no point beating around the bush, Felix went with a straightforward approach this time, asking, "Did you obtain the lesser origin element?" Thinking that Argentum was going to mystify the fact that he had indeed obtained the lesser origin element, Felix went ahead and prepared himself for such an outcome. Only for it to be shattered as Argentum succinctly answered, No. Felix could not understand why Argentum had not obtained the element yet. Explaining what he sensed from him while he was talking to the system, he said, "If that's the case, what did I sense a while ago?" "A while ago, I felt something like 4 entities about to fuse to harmonize with one another, only for it to separate and continue existing as separate entities." What happened? Listening to Felix's narration of what had happened while he was talking to the system, Argentum decided to not hide anything from him, though he would still hide the existence of the system from him. Imitating the sound of one clearing their throat, he answered, "It is as you've sensed. I was given the chance to fuse the 4 elemental affinities, but decided otherwise as I was aiming for a better outcome." "A better outcome?" Felix asked, not understanding what Argentum meant. What could possibly be a better outcome than obtaining the lesser origin element? Rather than giving Felix the answer directly, Argentum responded, "Do you remember what the tome of the 4 elements contains?" "Well, I did hear some things about it, talking about how becoming its sole owner would allow the wielder to obtain a version of the 4 elements that's far better than the commonly used ones," Felix said as a response to Argentum's words, only to realize what Argentum was hinting. With the statement he just said in his mind, he went ahead and asked in a slightly cautious tone, saying, "Are you telling me you want your control over the elements to be far better before fusing them as one?" "More or less," Argentum answered, thinking that there was no point explaining further since that was the easiest way to put it. Hearing Argentum's response, Felix could not help but mutter, "I've met a few pseudo-animates in the past fuse their understanding together and obtain the lesser origin element, but never have I heard of one postponing their fusion in order to obtain a better version of the lesser origin element." After saying all of that, he went ahead and looked at Argentum before asking in an uncertain tone, "Is that even possible?" "I don't know, but there's no harm in trying it out," Argentum said in response with a light chuckle, radiating an aura that seemed to be at the pinnacle of self-confidence. And with that, Argentum went ahead and headed back to the unoccupied room after telling Felix that he'll be improving his understanding of the 4 elements. On the other hand, Felix could not help but look at the fleeting silhouette of Argentum as he scratched his head, muttering, "I think I might lose my mind if my expectations of Argentum are low." After a couple of minutes, Argentum was finally back at the room where he first attempted to obtain Earth affinity. With that thought in mind, he remembered that there was still around an hour's worth of effect left from the potion. He then wondered whether he should focus on learning Earth-based magic spells since he now had an affinity with the Earth element. Surprisingly, it did not take long for Argentum to conclude that although his perception of the Earth element was still at an all-time high, and that he had obtained the Earth Affinity skill. It would still be no better for him to enter an area filled to the brim with Earth energy particles before doing so, since that would allow him to improve in Earth-based skills the most. "I guess he'll improve Water Affinity then," Argentum soon muttered to himself as a determined aura radiated from him. Of course, this was the most natural conclusion one would come to after realizing that one was in an area filled to the brim with water energy particles. As he thought about improving his water affinity skill, he could not help but remember that he had a Heaven's Water potion, removing it from the system's inventory soon after before chugging it down through his torso. Naturally, the tome of the four elements was placed on the ground before doing so. Ding! You have ingested the Heaven's Water potion. Your perception of the water element has increased by 200%. Time remaining before buff wears out, 1 hour 59 minutes. In less than an instant, the feeling he felt from the water energy particles in his room alone was that of a big family that all thought of him as the best person in the family. With that kind of feeling, he went ahead and estimated the amount of progress he would obtain from the 2-hour buff of the Heaven's Water potion, in tandem with his already high-level water affinity. After pondering over it for a bit, Argentum went ahead and concluded that although he may not reach the level of true water affinity, which was the highest possible level of affinity obtainable from the tome of the four elements, he would still be able to reach the animate level of water affinity, which he termed as animate water affinity, to differentiate from his current water affinity skill. In actuality, for one to become the sole owner of the tome of the four elements, one needed to have an affinity with the four elements at the level of an animate. Argentum knew this very well as he rummaged through Aurus memories, remembering that the holder of the tome in eyes told everyone about the requirements to become its sole owner, which was to have an understanding of all four foundational elements at the animate level. This holder also said that a pseudo-animate could become the owner of the tome, but would still need an understanding of the four elements at the animate level in order for it to happen. Conjuring a few tendrils to go ahead and skim through the tome, Argentum went ahead and obtained information regarding water affinity and animate water affinity, organizing it soon after, just like what he did for Earth affinity. After doing so, he went ahead and sat down on the cold ground, allowing him to become more connected with the water energy particles in the surroundings. He then closed his sense of vision before attuning his body to the energy of the water energy particles, starting his tour session of improving his affinity with the water element. Exactly 2 hours have passed since Argentum has started in his journey to improving his affinity with the water element. At this moment, if one were to look from afar, one would think that Argentum was a part of the room, as if he was made out of the water element itself. To be honest, one would not be wrong in thinking that as after 2 hours of contemplation and understanding, the green energy that made up his body now took on a light blue hue, turning into a shade of blue-green. Ding! The effect of the Heaven's Water potion has now dissipated. With a notification sound resounding throughout his mind, Argentum was brought back to reality as he opened his eyes. A few seconds later, he went ahead and stood up, lightly stretching his body as he currently felt like he was being tightly hugged by the water energy particles in the surroundings. While lightly stretching his body, he noticed that the energy making up his body was not fully green anymore. Instead, the lower half of his body had taken on a dark blue hue, with a few spots popping up on his upper body as well. With a sight like this greeting his sense of vision, he could not help but ponder as to how such a thing happened. Fortunately, it did not take long for him to speculate as to what the reason was, remembering what he had achieved in these past 2 hours. Well, it does make sense, Argentum muttered to himself. With water affinity now being at the animate level, it would make sense for it to overwhelm to the wind element in my body. Indeed, Argentum had achieved animate water affinity in these past 2 hours. Of course, it was not just any simple animate water affinity, but rather, animate water affinity that was about an fifth of the way to transforming into true water affinity. Although that progress of an fifth did not seem like much, after achieving it, Argentum felt that he could peer through the elementary particles that made up water energy particles, as well as understand their innate intent. After understanding their innate intent, he could not help but think that he was emulating it, being as calm and flexible as the flow of water. Now that he was finished with stretching his body, he headed out of the room he was in, only for him to coincidentally meet up with Blob and Eleanor, who had just gotten out of the room as well. "What happened to you while I was in Blob's room, Argentum?" Eleanor could not help but ask, noticing that the energy Argentum was made out of now felt like two elements instead of one. In response, Argentum let out a light chuckle as he responded, "My understanding of water has improved to a level wherein I can even consider it as my main element." He soon radiated the full extent of his aura, allowing Eleanor and Blob, as well as Felix, who was in the background, to sense the aura of water. At first, it was as calm as a lake without impurities. Soon, it turned ferocious, akin to a river raging amidst a storm. And eventually, it was a mix of both calm and ferocious, giving the three a feeling like they were going to be hit by a tsunami. Sensing Argentum's aura, Felix could not help but mutter in disbelief, "Animate level. Did you say something, Felix?" Eleanor asked Felix, who faintly heard Felix muttering. In response, Felix imitated the sound of one clearing as he responded in a tone of awe. To think that a normal grade pseudo-animate would be able to bring their understanding of an element to the animate level. Truly unbelievable. "Now that you mention it, right," Eleanor pondered before saying. She then looked at Argentum and said while happily giggling, "Hey, Argentum, just so you understand where Felix's shock is coming from, it took him around 15,000 years to achieve the animate level. And here you are, achieving it in what? 3 hours or something?" Argentum lightly chuckled in response to Eleanor's words, not knowing what to say. He then went ahead and focused his sense of vision towards Blob, noticing that the aura he was radiating was now akin to a sheathed blade, ready to slash out at any instance. Nevertheless, this did not stop him from feeling a sense of danger from him, making him radiate an aura of excitement as he asked, "How was your session with Eleanor, Blob?" "Superb," Blob replied succinctly as an aura of happiness radiated from him. He then looked at Eleanor for a bit before continuing, "She's truly a great teacher." "I know, right?" Argentum giggled as he responded. "Anyways, Blob, I think it's time for us to leave." "Leave?" Blob tilted his head in confusion. "Where are we going?" "Somewhere I should have headed to after I was done with what I needed to do in Verdant Breeze Town," Argentum responded in a serious yet calm manner. "Where I originally came from." "Tempest Cliff." "Want to see some official artiviras? Want to get additional perks? Then head on to my Discord server. The link is discord.xrohuge. Help to see you there." Chapter 276 Coming Back Home. "I see." Blob nodded in understanding, only for his sense of vision to focus on various areas of the room Felix resided in, instead of focusing on his creator instead. Although Argentum had noticed this after Blob was finished responding, he was interrupted from asking Blob as to why, with Eleanor chiming in as she asked in a curious tone, "Tempest Cliff, ain't that one of the places in the continent where wind energy particles are concentrated?" In response, Argentum nodded to the query, responding with, "That would be a yes. That is also where I originated from." After that, he focused his vision on Blob once more, who was still looking around aimlessly, only to be barred from asking him once more as Felix went ahead and asked Argentum this time. He interrupted Argentum from getting closer to Blob before going ahead and pondering over a question he could ask him. A few seconds later, he opened his mouth and asked, "What are you planning to do once you get back?" "Now that you mention, I haven't thought about that," Argentum responded with a tone of slight gratitude as he mulled over the question for a bit. In a matter of a few seconds, he had formulated a rough plan of what he was going to do once he came back, saying, "First off, I'm gonna improve my understanding of the wind element. After that, probably head to the Inferno Plains and an area where the Earth energy particles are condensed so I could raise my understanding of the elements to an extremely high level. And then, I would go ahead and attempt the origin trials," Argentum added after that. As he finished his response, he noticed that both Felix and Eleanor were silently looking at each other before focusing their gazes onto Blob for quite some time. Noticing this, Argentum felt that something was off, as if he was excluded from something he should have the right to know. With that in mind, He imitated the sound of one clearing their throat, attracting the attention of the three as he calmly asked, "Does there seem to be a problem? I noticed that the three of you have been silent for quite some time. Is it something I should know of?" Well, Felix was the first one to respond to Argentum's questions, with the other two looking at him, waiting on what he was going to say. Eventually, he decided to spill the beans as he let out a low sigh, looking at Argentum with a slightly guilty gaze as he said, "Argentum, let me just say that I'm sorry." "Sorry? What for?" Argentum tilted his head in confusion as he did not expect Felix to say something like that to him. Wondering what was going on, Blob went ahead and took a few steps forward, placing one of his hands on Argentum's shoulder as he radiated a guilty aura. Taking in a deep breath, he asked in a slightly apologetic tone, "Argentum, is it fine if I don't join you on your journey back to the Tempest Cliff?" It took around 30 seconds or so for Argentum to realize what his companion was saying to him. He was in great disbelief that the being he had nurtured for quite a long amount of time was now deciding to part ways with him. Although Argentum wanted to radiate an aura of disbelief and burst out into a rage, he did not do so as he suppressed his urges to the maximum, taking a deep breath soon after. With his composure back to normal, he looked at Blob before opening his mouth to ask a question, with the last part of his question having a hint of anger in it as he said, "Is there a reason as to why you don't want to join me on my journey back?" As Blob scratched his head while hemming and hawing, he went ahead and recalled the reasons he formed in his mind while he was with Eleanor. Surprisingly, this decision to not join Argentum on his journey back had something to do with Eleanor. After a couple of minutes of silence surrounding the four of them, Blob eventually opened his mouth as he responded, "Well, although I would be able to unleash great amounts of power in that place without difficulty, in terms of improving my combat power while we're not fighting, it'll be harder to do so in an area filled with wind energy particles. Don't you think?" "Well, that makes sense," Argentum eventually said after pondering over it for a bit. Nevertheless, he could not help but wonder as to what Blob was going to do while he made his way back to the Tempest Cliff. Feeling the need to obtain an answer, he hastily asked, "If you're not going to join me in this journey, then what are you going to do?" "Let me answer this one," Eleanor said to Blob before he could answer, slightly startling Argentum as he pondered over the current situation. With how Eleanor took the initiative to answer his question, he could not help but think that Eleanor had something to do with Blob deciding not to join him on his way back. Unfortunately for him, his hypothesis was correct as she responded, "While you head back to Tempest Cliff to go do your own things, Blob decided to learn under my tutelage, improving his control over the fire element, as well as his control over his skills and spells. Of course, he would always be in my flame spirit inheritance, which is a place you can easily access. You don't need to worry that much, Argentum." Listening to Eleanor's response, Argentum went silent for a bit before asking the two of them, "Is this something the two of you have agreed upon while you two were inside that room?" In response, the two of them nodded in unison, prompting Argentum to look at Blob in silence, waiting for him to explain why he decided to such a thing. Fortunately for him, Blob opened his mouth to explain just that, as if he was reading his creator's mind as he said, "Remember what I felt after you cleared your power baptism, Argentum? That feeling of helplessness, yeah? What about it?" Argentum replied, to which Blob answered with, "Well, to cheer me up, you told me that there are still a ton of places that I could fill in while you can't." Enveloped in a faint apologetic aura, Blob added, "What I'm doing is just enhancing my strengths so I can make sure I can fill those holes without a problem, even if you grow stronger than me. You could say that I'm being selfish since I decided without your consent to do this," he continued before adding, "but I feel like if I did not do this, I would regret this in the future. And with that, I would like to apologize that I can't join you, Argentum." Blob gradually bowed in front of Argentum as an apology, only to hear a light chuckle come out of Argentum's mouth. Radiating a brief aura of confusion, Blob looked at his creator, noticing that he was exuding a relaxed and carefree aura. Letting out a sigh of relief after he was finished laughing, Argentum looked at Blob and said, You should have told me directly that you were going to do something like this. I don't like it when people beat around the bush, you know. Ah, Blob uttered in response, eventually letting out a giggle of his own as he let out a sigh of relief as well. Soon after, he said to his creator, "I'll keep that in mind the next time we meet up." "I definitely hope you do," Argentum said in response as a slightly gleeful and elated aura radiated from him, combining with the carefree aura he had from before. He then went ahead and looked at Felix and Elena before saying with a joking chortle, "I guess I'm gonna head back solo. I hope you two take care of Blob well while I'm away, okay?" Although I'm of an element advantageous against Blob, I'll make sure to teach him better control over his skills and spells, Felix said in response with a faint happy aura surrounding him. He then added, "You don't have to worry about a thing." Following up on Felix's words, Elena profusely nodded as she said, Yeah, you don't have to worry about a thing, Argentum. Under my tutelage, you'll be amazed at how much power he could unleash once you two meet again." Just as Elena thought that the conversation would end there, a familiar voice resounded inside her mind, slightly radiating killing intent as it said, "If you increase my control over the inheritance to a 5050 split, then I'll forget about the grudge I made just now." Knowing very well that Argentum could easily become a powerful being in just a short amount of time, Elena hastily replied in her mind, saying, all right, I'll increase your control to 50%. Will that make you happy?" In response, the familiar voice spoke in a cheerful tone as it replied, "Yeah, that definitely makes me happy. Thanks, Elena." After that, the four of them went ahead and bade farewell to each other, with Argentum being the first one to exit the Grand Blue Inheritance, leaving the three to their own devices. Being greeted with the sight of water energy particles everywhere, Argentum went ahead and took in a deep breath of the air in the surroundings, feeling that if he just attuned his body's energy for just a second, he would become one with the surroundings. Nevertheless, he only savored the feeling for a short moment before going ahead and commanding the system to open up a map of the continent. After setting up a route on the map that would allow him to reach his desired place in the shortest amount of time, Argentum went ahead and activated all of his movement speed boosting buffs. Zephyr Tempest Brilliance ++, Grand Azure Transformation ++, Higher Zephyr Magic, Zephyr Burst, Higher Zephyr Magic, Zephyr Magna Auxiliaries. Whoosh! In an instant, the power surging throughout his body had increased by multiple notches, with most of it specifically aimed towards boosting his movement speed. Lightly stretching his body to acclimate himself to his newly obtained power while looking at the sun to check what time it currently was, Argentum eventually channeled all of the energy inside his body towards his feet, traversing a distance of over a couple hundred meters in less than an instant. And just like that, Argentum had now set off to head back to Tempest Cliff, only taking a little bit over a week to fulfill all of the goals he had in mind. Whoosh, whoosh. Due to his stats being greatly boosted by his skills and spells, the number of breaks he had to take to replenish his stamina had been drastically reduced, allowing him to traverse almost 20 kilometers before running out of energy. Nevertheless, while dashing his way back to Tempest Cliff, he could not help but feel that it would be better if Blob was beside him, since that would allow him to focus on improving his skills while the gap between him and the place he had to go to would be shortened. Well, I could go back to doing that thing, Argentum muttered to himself, recalling the start of his journey wherein he grinded his skills while heading towards the place he had in mind. After mulling over it for a bit, he concluded that it was better for him to not do so, as his current skills were now more flashy than his previous ones to a greater degree. If an animate even saw a small glimpse of such a spell, there was a likely chance that he would be captured and transformed into luxury goods. After that, he then pondered as to whether or not Herelia and Horrel, who both of which were close to auras, would recognize him. Fortunately, it did not take long for him to remember that he told his original body that he shouldn't be introduced just yet, since he was weaker than his original body. With that in mind, he could not help but let out a slight snicker as he muttered to himself, I wonder who would him between me and the original body? Surely, I would gain the upper edge. right? Deciding that he would just introduce himself properly if they did not recognize him, he continued with his journey to heading back to Tempest Cliff. Naturally, while he was doing just that, time passed. At first, it was only minutes that passed. Then hours. Then days. It was only after 3 days, with the sun positioned right at the peak of the sky, did a change occur on Argentum's journey, with a familiar landscape coming into view thanks to Argentum's enhanced vision. Noticing how the trees were structured peculiarly compared to the trees currently in the other parts of the surroundings, Argentum could not believe that he had already reached his destination. But then, he felt the harsh winds that blew throughout the trees, allowing him to recall the familiar feeling he felt while he was inside a familiar place. At this point, an aura of extreme elation and happiness radiated from him as he felt like he could not hide his happiness. Taking in a deep breath before jumping for joy, he went ahead and shouted, "Tempest Cliff. I'm finally back. Want to see some official art of Iras? Want to get additional perks? Then head on to my Discord server. The link is discord.xrohuge. Help to see you there." Chapter 277 A hostile greeting. Tempest Cliff. Inside the Verdant Blossom Branch Alliance's small ecosystem. Whoosh, whoosh. Within one of the rooms inside the Tower of Seclusion, one would be able to find a humanoid made out of light blue energy sitting on the ground. At the moment, multiple specks of light blue light flitted around its body, making one feel that they were looking at an elemental commonly found in forests. On top of that, the aura this being radiated was akin to the feeling one felt from having a soft breeze caress one's skin. Surprisingly, one would also feel relaxed and calm while looking at the being. This being was none other than Horrell, the supreme guardian of the Verdant Blossom Branch Alliance. After Horus had undergone his process of evolution, the strength of the Alliance as a whole had been bolstered to a great degree under the leadership of 3 experienced leaders. Adding on the fact that the Alliance had also leveled up thanks to it, one could say that if the war between Chonk and the Alliance had happened once more, the overwhelming victory the Alliance obtained would be more overwhelming than before. As multiple specks of light continued to flit around his body, Horrell's sense of vision was currently closed, allowing his senses to sharpen as he focused on improving his combat power. Although he was the supreme guardian of the Alliance, the strength he had a pseudo-animate was now lacking, prompting him to go ahead and seclude himself for improvement as he recalled the strength the 3 leaders showed. Naturally, Horrell accepted the fact that Herelia was stronger than him. Since she was the leader of the Alliance, it would not make sense if she had a level of power less than that of the Supreme Guardian. What urged Horrell to go ahead and improve himself was, in fact, the 2 other leaders of the Alliance, which were Harriet and Sermelia. Since their respective alliances had been destroyed by Chonk, they were fine with becoming elders of the Alliance. But being equipped with the knowledge and know-how they had before that happened, combined with the power of the current Alliance, it made sense that they would grow back to their original strength in no time. And that's exactly what happened. By arduously fighting against inanimates for over half a week, their power had now returned to that of an X-grade inanimate. On top of that, it seemed to surpass their original strength as well. At this point, Horrell decided to spar with them to see how strong they've gotten, only to find out that their strengths at full power were actually comparable to his. As expected from the former leaders, Horrell muttered to himself as he let out a sigh. After that, he continued to manipulate the specks of light surrounding his body, understanding their intrinsic nature. Unfortunately, just as Horrell felt that he was about to achieve a breakthrough in his understanding of the blue specks of light, a terrifying aura from afar washed over his body, prompting him to abruptly halt his training session, as the feeling he felt from that aura was something he did not ignore, a feeling of fear and death. In an instant, Horrell opened his sense of vision before going ahead and muttering incantations, conjuring a few magic circles over his hands. A few seconds later, he then sent these circles towards the direction where he felt the aura, allowing him to obtain more information about who the being that radiated the aura was. It only took a few seconds for him to collect the information while the being that radiated it was left unaware. With that information in mind, he hastily sent a strand of energy towards Herelia, informing her that he had important news to tell her. After that, he went ahead and disappeared from the room he was in an instant, appearing in another place not a second later. After repeating that for a couple more times, he had eventually arrived at where Herelia was at. Greeting him was the sight of a large branch covered in crimson red veins, radiating an aura that took on a shade of crimson red. Even though Horal was not inside the aura, it was enough for him to feel the intense blood.u.s.t. brought about by the aura. Of course, this branch was none other than the leader of the Verdant Blossom Branch Alliance, Herelia. Whoosh! With the auras surrounding her being dispelled in less than a second, Herelia soon opened her sense of vision before focusing on Horal, who was currently in front of her. Reading the message contained in the strand of energy he sent her, she then went ahead and asked him, "What news do you have to tell me?" "Probably bad news," Horal replied, radiating an aura of slight fear and trepidation. In response, Herelia replied, "Oh, how so?" "While I was training in the Tower of Seclusion, I sensed an aura stronger than myself enter the Tempest Cliff," Horal responded to her question. He then continued, "At first, I thought this being was only passing through the Tempest Cliff to head towards another direction. But then, I went ahead and utilized a few spells to predict the being's path. Surprisingly, the path that being is taking ends at our base," he added, making Herelia feel like another problem involving the Alliance was about to appear once more. "Did you check what existence level that being is at?" Herelia soon asked after absorbing all the information, with Horal nodding his head as he replied, "Pseudo-animate, though on the stronger side." Herelia mulled over their possible course of action for quite some time. Eventually, she looked at Horal and asked, "Although I could go ahead and utilize the thing I did back in the war, it takes a long time for it to be prepared. Do you think you can go and confront that being in my stead?" she added not long after, to which Horal lightly nodded. He then uttered, "Although I'm not sure if I can defeat the being, I'm sure I could stall for time, giving you enough time to prepare the technique." "As expected of you," Herelia said in response to his statement, letting out a light chuckle afterward. She then pondered over Horal's chances of stalling for enough time, concluding that it would be better if he had access to that certain technique. Just as Horal thought that the conversation between them was over, Herelia suddenly said, "You know what? To make sure you can stall for enough time, you can use the Supreme Alliance skill." "Are you serious?" Horal could not help but ask, radiating an aura of slight disbelief. At most, he thought that he would just have to rely on his skills and hope that luck was on his side. But with the Supreme Alliance skill in his arsenal, he was sure that he could stall for enough time. Of course, he did not show his excitement in being the first one to use it in a fight, maintaining his composure. Herelia uttered before saying, "Don't use it at the start. Only use it as a last resort." "Okay, I'll keep that in mind," Horal replied as he nodded. He then said his goodbyes to Herelia before disappearing in front of her field of vision. At the very instant Herelia was now alone, she muttered to herself, "I wonder if the Alliance would be in danger in front of such a being. But now that I think about it, from the information Horal gave me, why do I feel like that aura is quite familiar?" Whoosh, whoosh. With all of his movement speed boosting skills and spells activated, it was a literal breeze for Argentum to tread through the terrain of Tempest Cliff, which he once thought was hard to do if one could not teleport. Nevertheless, even though he was dashing at ludicrous speeds, with the help of his enhanced senses, he was still able to see everything around him in great detail, allowing him to appreciate the landscape of Tempest Cliff. Even though harsh winds always blew in the area, no other landscape truly beats the landscape of where you came from, Argentum muttered to himself as he let out a light chuckle. After that, he continued dashing through the terrain, utilizing the system's map to plot out a route that would take him the least time to arrive in front of his destination. Naturally, being the clone of Horus, the destination he had in mind was none other than the base of the Verdant Blossom Branch Alliance. Whoosh! As a few more minutes passed, the sight of a large entrance soon greeted his vision, increasing the amount of elation he felt when he knew he was getting even closer. Eventually, Argentum stopped running, allowing him to appreciate the sight of the entrance from a few meters away. "Now I'm seriously back," he muttered to himself with a soft giggle as he looked at the base with an aura of nostalgia radiating from him. Just as he was about to take a few steps to enter the base, his enhanced vision could not help but notice that a being familiar to Horus had appeared at the periphery of the entrance. Its sense of vision focused at him, radiating an aura of calm and composure with a hint of killing intent. This being made Argentum feel like he was not allowed to enter the base. But being familiar with the energy of the being a decent distance away from him thanks to his shared memories with Horus, Argentum could not help but initiate a conversation by saying, "Hello there. It's nice to meet you." Unfortunately, before he could even finish his greeting, this being's aura had abruptly changed to that of hostility as its voice resounded throughout the area. "Who are you?" the being asked. "What's your purpose for coming here?" Argentum hemmed and hawed in response to the being's question, pondering over the approach he was going to use to answer the being's question. Naturally, he knew that this being was Horul, but Horul did not know him at all since Horus and he had decided to not introduce him before he came back from his journey. "I wonder why he's so hostile to me?" he thought to himself, mulling over the possible reasons as to why. It did not take long for an obvious answer to surface in his mind, asking himself inwardly, "Is it because my strength is deemed a threat to the Alliance?" "Yeah, that seems to be the most likely answer," Argentum softly muttered to himself soon after. With that in mind, he decided that answering Horul's question politely would be better, making sure that his choice of words did not appear brash or boorish. Imitating the sound of one clearing their throat to attract Horul's attention, Argentum started his answer with a light bow, briefly confusing Horul. Soon after, he opened his mouth and answered Horul's two questions by saying, "Nice to meet you. My name is Argentum. I came to the Verdant Blossom Branch Alliance to meet up with Horus." Horus, hearing a familiar name being said by the being in front of him, Horul could not help but think pessimistically. He thought that this being was out to get Horus while he was still in the process of evolution. With that in mind, Horul asked in a serious tone, "What is your relationship with Horus?" Since Horus and he had agreed to not divulge the information that he was his clone before Horus finished evolving, Argentum decided to answer the question in a way that alluded that the two of them had a very close connection. Probably blood brothers. "That's how close I am with Horus." "Hey!" Horul uttered as a sign that he understood what Argentum was saying. But just as Argentum thought that the conversation would end here, allowing him to enter the Alliance base without a problem, the aura Horul radiated had intensified by multiple degrees in an instant. Unfortunately for Horul, although it was stronger than before, it was still lacking when compared to Argentum's current aura. Before Argentum could ask what was happening, Horul took the initiative to start the conversation this time, coldly talking to him as he said, "If any other person were to greet you in front, then you would have already gotten inside. Unfortunately for you, I'm very close with Horus, so I can't let you get in that easily. How about this?" he continued. "If you defeat me, then I'll allow you to enter the Alliance, as long as you're under my supervision." Listening to Horul's words, Argentum could not help but think of going all out from the get-go to get it over with. But then, he thought that this would tarnish Horul's reputation as a supreme guardian, so he opted not to do so. Nevertheless, he wanted to know what would happen if the opposite occurred, prompting him to ask, "And what if I don't defeat you?" "You can't get in." "Simple as that," Horul replied in a cold tone, conjuring a ball of energy that radiated quite a terrifying intent of destruction. "Oh," Argentum said in response to his words before pondering over something for a bit. Whoosh! A few seconds later, a ball of blue energy soon hovered over his right palm as he looked at Horul with an aura of expectation. Letting out a light chuckle as he noticed that Horul was ready to fight against him, he said, "Since you're eager to defeat me, how about you attack first? Just don't tell me after all of this that you regret this. Okay? Want to see some official artiviras? Want to get additional perks? Then head on to my Discord server. The link is discord.gz. Help to see you there." Chapter 278 Illusory Sanguine Howl. Listening to Argentum's words, Horrell could not help but feel a bit agitated as he felt like he was being mocked for what he was doing. Increasing the amount of mana that was infused into the ball he was holding, Horrell replied to Argentum's question, saying in a slightly infuriated tone, "Who says I'm the one who's going to regret doing this? It'll make you regret arriving in front of the Alliance in the first place," he shouted soon after, dashing towards Argentum at his full speed. As the gap between them started to become smaller, Argentum looked at Horrell with a solemn aura surrounding him, wanting to see what Horrell was going to do next. Of course, he already had an idea in mind as to what he was going to do, but he always left some room in his mind for impromptu actions. Unfortunately for Argentum, Horrell went towards him in the most straightforward manner possible. At the very moment he arrived in front of his enemy, Horrell went ahead and swung the ball towards Argentum, wanting to hit him by his side. In response, Argentum channeled all of the energy in his body as he quickly ducked down to avoid the attack. As a result, the ball of energy Horrell had conjured was sent on a collision course with a tree, with the latter being split into two parts as the sound of an explosion resounded soon after. Returning to his original position, Argentum looked at Horrell, who was still looking at him with a wary yet agitated aura surrounding him. Noticing the aura Horrell radiated, he thought to himself, "I wonder what I should do in order for this fight to end peacefully." Well, remembering that the conversation they had a while ago had now turned into a fight, he changed his mind as he thought, in a less destructive manner, rather. Naturally, knowing who Horrell was, Argentum did not deem him as an enemy. Not to mention, he also did not consider Horrell as an enemy, as he knew that it would only take a single attack from him to defeat Horrell. Nevertheless, he thought about it from another perspective and concluded that there might be another reason as to why Horrell decided to fight against him instead of using a peaceful approach. "It's not like him," Argentum muttered to himself as he looked at what Horrell was going to do next. At the moment, Horrell's sense of vision was closed as he attuned his body to the energy in his surroundings. Concurrently, he also extended both of his arms outwards as a slightly larger ball of energy than before was brewing quite the powerful intent of destroying everything that came across its path. "Should I try and dissuade him from continuing this fight?" he asked himself soon after as he looked at Horrell's current state. Soon after, another thought related to his previous question surfaced in his mind as he asked, "Or should I exhaust all of his energy, leaving him with no choice but to give up?" "Well, that's a no-brainer," Argentum muttered to himself after asking himself the second question. Letting out a playful chuckle, he then said, "How about I become a villain for once?" "Is that all you've got?" With that in mind, the first agenda in his idea was to agitate Horrell to attack him more frequently. Letting out a chortle filled with mockery, he then said, "That ball of energy was so slow, dodging it was like taking a relaxing walk." "Oh, is that so?" Hearing Argentum's words of mockery, Horrell could not help but become a bit more infuriated. Then again, though he was infuriated, he did not let all of the rage get to his head as he remembered his purpose for coming out here, which was to stall for time. Nevertheless, he did feel like his reputation was being sullied with the being in front of him easily dodging his attack. Eventually, the energy ball he had conjured had reached the maximum amount of energy it could handle, prompting him to reply to Argentum's words soon after, "If that was slow, then let's see if you can dodge this one." Beam of the Grand Navitus. Whoosh. In an instant, the ball of energy had transformed into a beam, heading towards Argentum at a speed multiple times faster than Horrell's dash from before. But just as an aura of expectation and elation surrounded Horrell, getting a hunch that this attack would hit Argentum, he soon noticed the aura Argentum was radiating, which infuriated him even further. Of course, the aura Argentum was radiating was the previous solemn aura from before, indirectly telling Horrell that all of his attacks are nothing in front of him. Not letting the beam collide with his body, Argentum summoned all of the energy in his body once more as he sidestepped, making sure that the distance between him and the beam was barely enough for him to not get hit. Surely, a situation like this would infuriate him even more. No? Argentum thought to himself, letting out an aura of slight glee as Horal's furious aura had reached a higher level. Making sure that he was infuriated at him, Argentum went ahead and scoffed at Horal's attack once more, saying, "At first, it was a ball. Now, it's a beam. Do you think changing the shape of your attack would give you a higher chance of inflicting pain on me?" Without delay, Horal shouted with a tone filled with fury, saying, "Don't you look down on me. You haven't seen me at my full power just yet." He's using his full power now. That's great. The fight will end faster, Argentum thought as he let out an inward sigh of relief as he heard Horal's reply. He then muttered to himself, "Speaking of which, these movement speed boosting buffs truly help out in this fight." The movement speed boosting buffs Argentum used to reach the entrance of the Verdant Blossom Branch Alliance was the reason why he could dodge Horal's attacks without a problem. Of course, he knew that he had 2 skills activated that boosted all of his stats. But then, he thought that if he ever needed to show power, those 2 skills activated would be enough to leave a long-lasting imprint on a being like Horal. Will of Nature's Mana. One with Mana. Shouting out the names of skills with fervor and fury, Horal's combat power had been boosted by a substantial degree in less than an instant, making Horal feel like he had enough power to force Argentum to attack. With that in mind, he instantly decided to use the most powerful skill in his arsenal, extending both hands once more as a magic circle was gradually being conjured. Noticing Horal's current aura, Argentum could not help but think of using a defensive skill like Grand Azure Armor ++ to reduce his chances of getting hit. But then, he remembered that the current buffs he had activated as of late would be enough to dodge any attack coming from Horal, deciding in the end to not use such a skill. On top of that, it would infuriate Horal even more if he saw me dodge his attacks without using a skill, Argentum muttered, letting out a soft chuckle as he wondered how long it would take for Horal to give up. Swoosh. Accompanied by a large gust of wind, the magic circle Horal had conjured soon transformed into what seemed to be a gate made out of his energy. The aura radiating from the gate was, in a way, unique, prompting Argentum to look at it as he felt that the gate reminded him of something familiar. He tried to recall what it was by rummaging through Aura's memories, but before he could find that certain memory, Horal had already made his move. Placing both hands on the gate of Mana as he infused more of his energy into it, an intent to kill soon radiated from Horal as he shouted, "Try and dodge this for size." Gate of Myriad Armaments. Open. Bang. As the gate opened up, letting the sound of a wooden gate being opened resound throughout the area, multiple balls of energy were soon formed a few centimeters away from the gate's entrance, instantly transforming into weapons of all shapes and sizes. Knives, spears, swords, axes, hammers. If one took enough time to look at all of the conjured weapons, one would find out that almost any possible type of weapon was made. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Soon after, these weapons were then shot towards Argentum, who finally realized what the gate Horal reminded him of. Uttering out a sound of understanding, he soon said, "Ah, so that's what it reminded me of, the Gate of Babel." Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Unfortunately for him, just as he was about to finish his sentence, the weapons were now at a small distance away from Argentum that it could be said that it was impossible to dodge such an attack. With each weapon radiating quite a fierce killing intent, normal beings would surely accept their current fate and let the weapons turn them into Swiss cheese. Of course, that's just for normal beings. Swoosh. Relying on the buffs he had activated once more, Argentum went ahead and used all of the energy in his body to distance himself from the weapons by 100 meters with a single step. Unexpectedly, even though he had dodged the weapons, it seemed that it was only the first wave, with a plethora of weapons soon being conjured in front of the gate once more. With the second batch of weapons heading towards his way, Argentum pondered over his choices for a bit, which was either to destroy the gate that created the weapons, or dodge all of the weapons aimed at him until Horal's energy was exhausted. Since he was not sure if destroying the gate would truly stop the weapons from being conjured, Argentum decided to go with the latter, asking himself, surely, he wouldn't be able to make another batch of weapons after this, right? Contrary to Argentum's beliefs, Horrell continued to make a few more batches of weapons, which were all sent towards Argentum. In total, 10 batches of weapons were sent towards him, but all of them were easily dodged by him since the trajectory they took was that of a straight line. Nevertheless, running around for a short while made him slightly tired, causing him to pant for a bit as he returned to his original position before the opening of the gate. While catching his breath, he focused his sense of vision towards Horrell, whose current aura was now at a state of flickering between being filled with power and being powerless. Not only that, but it seemed that Horrell's complexion had taken a hit as well, with the energy making up his body now taking on a lighter cyan hue instead of a darker one. Continuing to infuriate Horrell, Argentum straightened his back as he radiated an arrogant aura before mockingly saying, "You sent quite a ton of weapons at me. At first, I thought I wouldn't be able to dodge them. But here I am. Don't you think you should give up at this point? I would never admit defeat to someone like you," Horrell shouted in response as he was in the process of recuperating. In his mind, he could not help but think that the being he was fighting against was incredibly tough, even though he did not make a move of his own. With that in mind, he wondered as to whether the reason why Argentum had not attacked yet was because he had weak attack power, but insanely fast reflexes in exchange. Betting on that idea, Horrell started to chuckle, which soon turned into a mad cackle after a few seconds. As Argentum looked at Horrell with a slightly confused aura, Horrell looked at Argentum and said, "Now that I think about it, you haven't retaliated against my attacks. Is it because you don't have enough attack power to defeat me? Is that why resorting to mocking me?" In response, Argentum went silent as he pondered over something for a bit. After a few seconds, he then extended his right arm before pointing at Horrell. Not understanding what Argentum was doing, Horrell let out another loud cackle as he scoffed, "Pointing at me? For what reason? Are you trying to scare me into thinking that you have an ace up your sleeve?" Higher Alga magic. Water bolt. Whoosh. Bang. Before Horrell could even finish his sentence, a bolt of water was hastily sent to where he was, colliding with him in less than an instant. Thanks to the force behind the water bolt, Horrell was sent flying towards the inside of the Alliance base, embedding himself into the wall with a loud bang. Seeing the result through his enhanced vision, Argentum replied to Horrell's taunting from before as he asked, "You were saying?" Uck. Oblivious to what Argentum said, Horrell could not help but let out a groan from the intense pain of crashing into the wall. Nevertheless, even though he was in immense pain, he still remembered the ultimate goal of this fight, which was to stall for time. "I think. Only a few minutes have passed," Horrell said to himself while he was getting himself unstuck from the wall, letting out an inward sigh of disappointment, which was directed at himself. After getting himself unstuck, he looked at the silhouette of Argentum from afar, feeling that his reputation as a supreme guardian was tarnished due to his arrival. At this point, he just wanted to land a hit on Argentum, not for the sake of the Alliance, but his own pride. "To think that I'll be using the Supreme Alliance skill for my own reasons," Horrell said to himself, letting out a mocking chuckle soon after. He then continued, "Well, it's fine to be selfish every once in a while, no? Though I do have to say." As Horrell prepared the activation of the Supreme Alliance skill, he looked at Argentum once more, recalling a certain being in his memories which seemed to make miracles happen. His power resembles Horus quite a lot. While continuing to mutter the incantation for the Supreme Alliance skill, he went ahead and dashed towards Argentum at full speed, shortening the gap between them in a matter of seconds. As for Argentum, he looked at Horrell, who was gradually getting closer, and said in a mocking tone, "Well, well, well, look who came back to be beaten up by." Just as he was about to mock Horrell once more to infuriate him, he noticed that the aura radiating from him had changed. It was not an aura that resonated with him anymore, but rather, it was an aura that seemed to come from someone else. Someone with immense blood.u.s.t, as well as someone with great experience in creating falsifications. Sensing that the aura of two other beings was now exuding out of Horrell, Argentum could not help but become wary of what was about to come. Without hesitation, He went ahead and activated Grand Azure Armor Plus as he examined the aura Horrell was radiating even further. It did not take him long to find out one of the two beings that had their auras radiating from Horrell, letting out an inward gasp of shock as he asked himself in disbelief, "Herelia?" Unfortunately for him, it seemed that his question would be left unanswered as the aura radiating from Horrell had reached its peak, prompting him to clasp his hands together before making a pushing motion as he shouted, "With the power of the Alliance leader and the Elder of Illusions vested in me, may this attack repel those who want to inflict harm on the Alliance." Supreme Alliance skill. Illusory Sanguine Howl. Want to see some official art of errors? Want to get additional perks? Then head on to my Discord server. The link is discord.gz. Help to see you there. Chapter 279. Welcome back. Just as Horrell was finished shouting the name of the Supreme Alliance skill, both of his hands were soon covered in crimson red energy, which was accompanied by the loud howling of a wolf. Not long after, the energy took on a deeper shade of crimson red as light grey wisps soon circled Horrell's fists, giving off the intent that once the energy on his hands touched something, that item would inevitably crumble into pieces. He then went ahead and started to punch out towards Argentum's direction, with each punch forming a part of what seemed to be a larger silhouette. While looking at the silhouette being formed as it gradually headed towards his way, Argentum could not help but feel like the silhouette gradually became familiar to him. Eventually, he found out that his hunch was correct as the silhouette had transformed into a translucent wolf that exhibited the same properties on Horrell's hands a while ago. Looking at this translucent wolf for a bit, a certain being that Horus remembered very well surfaced in his mind, prompting to look at the wolf that was heading towards him with a slightly surprised aura as he muttered in disbelief, "Chonk?" How did he turn into this skill? Recalling what he knew about Chonk through Aurus memories, he was a wolf that yearned to destroy the three alliances in Tempest Cliff in order to become its sole ruler. Unfortunately for him, that plan was foiled by Aurus, which was further brought to oblivion thanks to Horrell becoming a double agent of the current Verdant Blossom Branch Alliance. "I can remember that he died thanks to Aurus and Bell," Argentum muttered, only to stop for a bit as he noticed that the translucent wolf was now a meter away from him. Without hesitation, he went ahead and ran at his full speed, finding out that the wolf was chasing him even if he ran away from it. With that observation, he made sure to maintain a decent amount of distance from the wolf before continuing with his pondering. After about 10 seconds or so of pondering over what had happened to Chonk, the memory Horus had regarding the question had finally surfaced in his mind, allowing Argentum to finally find out how Chonk had transformed into that. In that memory, Horus was brought to the Alliance Hall by Horrell before going ahead and asking Herelia as to what the Alliance had in store for Chonk's corpse. In response to that question, Herelia looked at Horus and said, "The plan is very simple. Using my sanguine arts, Harriet's special magic skills, and Sermelius' great mastery over illusions, we're planning to revive Chonk and transform him into the greatest trump card of the Alliance." She then added, "Not long after, a controllable being capable of dishing out animate-level attacks." Of course, to Horus, he thought that using the corpse of their dead enemy as a trump card felt wrong. Then again, using corpses, in general, was wrong. But then, he thought that if it was for the betterment of the Alliance, then doing something like this could be ignored. To think that instead of me using the trump card, it is instead used against me. How ironic, Argentum muttered after he was finished recalling the memory, letting out a mocking chuckle as he felt that he had already run for long enough. In preparation for what he was about to do, he went ahead and focused his sense of vision onto Horrell, who was currently looking at him with a vengeful aura radiating from him. Noticing this aura, Argentum could not help but lightly chuckle as he said to himself, that Toro is definitely going to transform in an instant once he finds out what I'm going to do. Whoosh! Without hesitation, Argentum went ahead and changed his direction of running to head towards Horrell, which shocked the latter as he thought that the wolf was about to finally hit the being. But then, Seeing that this being was getting closer to him, the vengeful aura he was radiating just a while ago had instantly transformed into fear, knowing very well of the implications that came with his attack. "Stay away from me," Horrell shouted in a panicked tone, remembering the multiple rounds of testing the Supreme Alliance skill had undergone to reach its current state. At first, the skill could only emulate a small portion of Chonk's power at his peak, making Herelia, the Elders, as well as Horrell feel that the power behind it was lacking. They then continued to refine it for several days as all of them improved their strength in the meantime, eventually reaching the current level of power the skill had, which was at the peak of rank 0 animate. In response to Horrell's pleas, Argentum radiated a malicious yet playful aura as he lightly giggled. Naturally, he ignored his pleas, allowing the translucent wolf that was chasing him to come closer to Horrell, increasing the amount of fear Horrell felt. At this moment, the fear Horrell radiated was at the level of becoming palpable, his thoughts filled with the hope that the wolf doesn't hit him at the last second. Fortunately for him, Argentum did not have any intent to let the wolf hit Horrell, stopping just a few meters in front of him before turning around and shouting, "Higher Ignis Magic, Ignis Burst!" Whoosh! In an instant, the aura radiating from Argentum had reached a new high, leaving the shocked Horrell at a loss for words. While being at a loss for words, he could not help but remember the words he spewed out to make Argentum hit him. Only now did he realize that Argentum was not weak in terms of combat power, but rather he was a monster when it came to it. Higher Alga Magic, Water Bolt. Since Argentum had stopped running away from the wolf, that meant that the wolf gradually got closer to him. Unfortunately for the wolf, it would not even be able to fulfill its purpose as Argentum hastily conjured a bolt of water before throwing it at the wolf, dispersing the power forming the wolf in one hit. Swoosh! Bang! 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 Although the power forming the wolf had been dispersed, only a small amount of power forming the bolt of water was exhausted, allowing it to continue in its trajectory before going ahead and easily boring a hole through multiple trees. With the help of his enhanced vision, Argentum soon found out that he had bored a hole through exactly 16 trees, making him scratch his head. As he continued to scratch his head, he then turned around to look at Horrell, who was currently looking at him with an aura of fear. Just as he thought that Horrell was about to thank him for dispersing the wolf before being hit by it, Argentum instead got the exact opposite as Horrell shot a beam at him without hesitation while shouting, "Get away from me!" Whoosh! Of course, with the help of his movement speed boosting buffs, he was able to easily dodge a beam, even one that was fired close at him. Nevertheless, after seeing Horrell's next move, he could not help but let out a light sigh as he thought to himself, "Horrell has lost it." Bang! 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 After that beam was a few more attacks fired out in desperation, ranging from beams to balls, to even weapons made out of mana. Naturally, since they were attacks desperately fired, that meant that their accuracy was at a level where it would be easy to dodge. In fact, during these attacks, the movement speed boosting buffs Argentum relied upon to dodge had run out of time. But due to the low accuracy of the attacks, he was able to activate all of them within a matter of seconds while making sure to dodge the attacks. Eventually, the power behind Horrell's attacks gradually became weaker as the amount of energy coursing throughout his body became less. At this moment, the energy making up Horrell's body was as pale of a cyan as it could be, with his body even flickering in and out of existence at times. Noticing this, Argentum finally let out a sigh of relief as he muttered to himself, "His energy is finally exhausted." Without hesitation, Argentum headed towards Horrell, who unhesitatingly went ahead and tried to fire an attack at the being that was coming closer to him, but all of his attempts to conjure one ended up in a flickering failure. Seeing as he had finally reached his limit, Horrell opted to radiate an aura that said he'll never give up instead, making Argentum inwardly sigh as he thought to himself, "I just want to enter the Alliance. Why is it so hard?" "You've exhausted all of your energy." Argentum looked at the flickering Horrell before saying in a solemn tone. He then asked him, "Will you admit defeat and let me enter the Alliance?" "Never." Contrary to the deal Horrell made before the fight started, Horal decline Argentum's wishes of entering the inheritance, as the thoughts in his mind had now become jumbled from intense anger. Going to destroy the alliance from the inside anyway, huh? Hearing Horal's words, Argentum could not help but let out a confused aura as his tone had changed to that of slight fury. Feeling like he was being wronged, he soon replied, "The thought of doing that didn't even cross my mind. I've told you from the start that I was just here to meet up with Ores." Just as Horal was about to respond to Argentum's words, telling him that his statement was a complete and utter falsification, he could not help but sense an intense aura of killing intent coming from him, which was accompanied by the voice of a female as it said, "Meet up with Ores, huh?" As a familiar voice to Argentum resounded from the main hall, he could not help but focus his sense of vision on the one who spoke, being greeted with the sight of a large branch with red veins all over it while it radiated a dense yet somewhat beautiful crimson red aura. Naturally, this large branch was none other than Heralia, the leader of the Verdant Blossom Branch Alliance. Thanks to Horal stalling for time, Heralia was able to amass enough energy to utilize the skill she had used in the war against Chonk. Unfortunately for her, even though she came to the entrance of the alliance as fast as possible, the fight was already over, with Horal being defeated. But just as she thought that the being in front of Horal was about to intrude into the alliance, she then heard the being mention the name of someone quite close to her. "What is your relationship with Ores?" she asked not long after as a follow-up to her previous words. In response, Argentum pondered as to whether he should say the same words he told Horal a while ago before deciding to switch it up a bit. With that in mind, he replied, "From a certain perspective, you can say that Horus and I are one and the same. Is that true?" Heralia looked at the worn-out Horal and asked, to which the latter took in a few deep breaths to compose himself before replying, "He told me a while ago that he and Aurus were blood brothers, but I decided to doubt the idea and fight off against him. To be honest, that was incredibly stupid," Argentum could not help but say in response to Horal's words before adding, "That decision of yours is very unlike you, Horal." Wait. Hearing his name being mentioned by someone he did not know, Horal could not help but let out an aura of disbelief, with Heralia doing the same as the killing intent surrounding her had immediately dissipated. It took a few seconds for them to snap back to reality, yet they were still in utter disbelief. In response to Argentum's words, Horal cautiously asked him, "How do you know my name?" "As I've said, you can consider me and Ores to be one and the same," Argentum replied to his question before looking at Heralia and saying, "Of course, I recognize you as well, Heralia." To someone like me, the leader of the Verdant Blossom Branch Alliance is quite the prominent figure. "How?" And just like Horal, Heralia was left at a loss for words after hearing her name being mentioned by the being in front of him. As for Argentum, he could not help but inwardly be happy as he found that his unspot thought of mentioning their names had actually helped out. Taking in a few deep breaths to ease her shock, Heralia eventually calmed down before looking at Argentum and asked, "What's your name, and what do you mean by you and Ores being one and the same?" "My name is Argentum, and well." At first, Argentum replied by using his voice, but just as he was about to answer the second question Heralia asked, he opted to send a strand of energy to her instead before saying, "What I mean by that is, Imoras clone, the trump card that he was hiding in the war." "Ah?" Rather than utilizing energy to respond, Heralia could not help but utter a sound of shock after listening to Argentum's words, making Horal look at her peculiarly for a bit. Fortunately, she hastily composed herself before sending back a strand of her own to Argentum, asking, "How could I believe you?" Of course, hearing that the being in front of her was a clone of Ores brought her a lot of joy as Ores was still unconscious. Nevertheless, she still had to make sure that this being in front of him was speaking the truth, lest she wanted to put the alliance in grave danger. Naturally, Argentum had the same idea in mind, deciding that a certain skill Heralia had would be the best way to prove his innocence. Sending a strand of energy back, he replied, "Use your eyes of undeceiving truth on me, then. Wouldn't that be enough to show you that my words aren't lies?" Hearing the name of one of her skills being mentioned by Argentum, Heraclea could not help but become biased at the thought of Argentum actually being a clone of Horus, although she went ahead and suppressed this urge to accept Argentum into the alliance without verification, as she radiated an aura of affirmation before using eyes of undeceiving truth on him. It did not take long for Heraclea to find out the truth, prompting her to radiate an aura of immense elation, which she hastily suppressed as it did not fit her image as the supreme leader of the alliance. Nevertheless, she was still inwardly happy that Argentum was actually an ally of the alliance, wanting to ask him multiple questions soon after. But just as she was about to do so, Argentum went ahead and sent a message to her through a strand of energy, as if he had read her mind. "I know you're eager to ask me a lot of questions, but let's save that for later. How about you let me enter the alliance first?" Argentum said through the strand, to which Heraclea had no qualms with, as she said without utilizing an energy strand, "All right." She then looked at Horul for a bit before saying, "Horul, make sure to apologize to Argentum later. He'll explain the details to you once I bring him to where he wants to go." Although Horul was quite curious as to what the two were talking about through strands of energy, Horul had finally returned his previous personality as he solemnly nodded, "All right, then." "As for you, Argentum," Heraclea said not long after, before focusing her sense of vision at Argentum. "Follow me. I'll lead you to where Horus is." "Understood," Argentum said in response before following Heraclea, as he noticed that she was already heading towards the small ecosystem of the alliance. While making their way to the ecosystem, Heraclea could not help but feel incredibly happy, since to her, it felt like the alliance was back to normal. With that in mind, she could not help but mutter to herself in a soft yet happy tone, "Welcome back, Horus. Want to see some official artiviras? Want to get additional perks? Then head on to my Discord server. The link is discord.xreuge. Help to see you there." Chapter 280 Reunion. With his movement speed boosting buff still activated, it did not take long for Heraclea and Argentum to enter the small ecosystem of the alliance, only taking over a minute or so to arrive at the end of the corridor. Before heading towards the Tower of Seclusion, where his original body was, Argentum told Heraclea that they were going to take a break for a bit, to which Heraclea did not have any qualms with. After obtaining her approval, Argentum went ahead and took in a deep breath of the surroundings, thinking to himself that there was truly no better place that could replace the alliance base in his mind. Letting out a sigh of relief and joy, Argentum then muttered, "Ha! It's truly great to be back." Argentum. Listening to his words, Heraclea could not help but become curious as to what Argentum had done before finally arriving at the entrance of the alliance, prompting her to ask him, "If you don't mind me asking, what were you doing before arriving at the alliance?" "It would be better if you save that question for a later time, Heraclea," Argentum responded in an instant before adding, "For now, I just want to see Horus again." Letting out an aura of affirmation in response to his statement, Heraclea then went ahead and headed towards the Tower of Seclusion, with Argentum making sure that he was already beside her while following. Nevertheless, as they made their way to the Tower of Seclusion, Heraclea had multiple questions to ask Argentum in her mind. The question she wanted to ask the most was a better understanding of Argentum's relationship to Horus, recalling the message Argentum sent to her as he replied to her question a while ago. "Hey, Argentum," Heraclea said as she focused her sense of vision on him, to which Argentum focused his sense of vision on her as he asked, "What is it?" "Although I know that you weren't lying a while ago thanks to the eyes of undeceiving truth, I still can't wrap my head around you being a Horus clone," Heraclea responded to his question before adding, "Could you elaborate a bit more on what you mean by that?" Argentum pondered on what he was going to say for a bit, rummaging through Horus memories regarding the process of him being made. Eventually, a coherent answer was formed in his mind as he replied, "To be more exact, you can consider me as a vessel of Horus' soul. Half of his soul is inside my body, which allows me to converse with you without a problem, while the remaining half is obviously inside his body. Then again, I'm not sure about the specifics, so it would be better to ask Horus regarding this matter instead." "Anyways, did that help clear a bit of your confusion?" he asked soon after, to which Heraclea radiated an aura of affirmation with a mix of uncertainty as she responded, a bit. I guess. After that, Herelia went ahead and pondered over new topics to ask about, eventually thinking a certain thought that had a chance of happening. With that in mind, she initiated a conversation with Argentum after a few seconds of silence as she asked, "Now that I think about it, after you meet up with Horus, are you going to leave the Alliance and head elsewhere for a few days?" "I don't think so," Argentum said after thinking about the question for a short while. Getting a hunch that there was a hidden meaning beneath her question, he went ahead and asked a question of his own, saying, "Is there a reason as to why you asked that?" Well, although Herelia wanted to answer his question with the thought she had in mind, she decided that it would be better for her to ask him the same question after he was done meeting with Horus. With that, she responded, "I'll just tell you the reason after you finish meeting up with Horus." "All right," Argentum nodded in response as he placed the thought in the back of his mind. After that, the two headed towards the Tower of Seclusion, arriving at the entrance of the building within a couple of minutes. They then went ahead and entered the tower, searching through the various rooms and floors of the tower for a few minutes before finding the room where Horus was residing. Finally sensing a familiar aura radiate from a certain room, Herelia then said to Argentum, who was beside her all this time, in a relieved tone, "We're finally here." The room where Horus is in. Just like Herelia, Argentum felt Horus' aura as well, which originated from inside the room. But thanks to his enhanced senses, he was able to sense even more than that, feeling the slight nuances in his aura. To him, Horus' current aura was akin to a beating heart, calming down for a bit before gushing with intense power. Nevertheless, amidst the heart-like movement of his aura, he felt that his aura was also gradually intensifying throughout the process, letting Argentum know that his original body had not reached its limit of improvement just yet. "If you don't need anything else from me, I'll be taking my leave for now." Seeing that Argentum went silent for a bit, Herelia went ahead and imitated a coughing sound to catch his attention before saying. In response, Argentum lightly nodded as he replied, "Once I'm done with what I have to do here, I'll make sure to head to where you are." After letting out an aura of affirmation in response, Herelia then went ahead and left Argentum to his own devices as she headed towards another part of the small ecosystem. On the other hand, Argentum could not help but take in a deep breath as he looked at the entrance of the room, sensing the other auras that radiated around his original body's aura. But just as he was about to open the entrance and enter, the entrance was instead opened from the inside, revealing a female humanoid made out of water. Who could be outside? The humanoid muttered to herself as a curious expression was plastered on her face while opening the entrance. In an instant, the humanoid was soon greeted with the sight of Argentum, who, in response to the current situation, could only wave his hand and awkwardly say, "Hi there." In response to Argentum's greeting, the humanoid briefly had a confused expression on her face, which soon changed to that of wariness as she turned around and shouted, "Hey, everyone, we got ourselves an intruder." Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As the sound of movement loudly resounded throughout the room, Argentum could not help but feel that he was being wronged yet again, prompting him to radiate an aura of confusion as he uttered, "An intruder? Surely, no one would bother Master unless it's urgent, right?" A harmonious masculine voice responded to the humanoid's statement from a while ago, which was soon to be revealed to Argentum that it came from a sculpture made out of a chiseled rock. "Intruder? Does that mean we have to fight?" Soon after, another female voice resounded throughout the room, revealing to Argentum a sculpture made out of vines as a red flower sprouted on her head. In response, the humanoid made out of water, who was at the entrance this whole time, responded to the other female's words as a spear made out of water soon materialized on her free hand before pointing at it towards Argentum by saying, "Depending on this intruder's next move, we might just have to." "I wouldn't do that if I were you." Unfortunately for the humanoid, just as she was about to attack Argentum, a deep masculine voice resounded throughout the room, which dissuaded her from doing so. Not long after, a feminine voice followed up on the other person's words, saying, "Yeah, if you do, then basically going to hurt Master." Whoosh. In an instant, Two silhouettes soon showed themselves in front of Argentum, moving the humanoid made out of water to the side as they went ahead and bowed in front of him. The first silhouette was a sculpture of a wolf that radiated an aura of immense regality, while the other silhouette seemed to be a curvy piece of wood covered in black and white flames. Even though their appearances were quite bizarre, the two of them did not hesitate in shouting, "Welcome back, Master." Scratching his head in response to the two silhouettes' words, Argentum then let out an awkward chuckle in response as he replied, "I'm just his clone. Your true master is right there." "Either way, it's nice to see you two again," he said not long after, radiating an aura of happiness as he continued, "Fenra, Teresa." As for the other voices that resounded throughout the room a while ago, they could not help but look at the current situation before going ahead and looking at each other with an aura of confusion surrounding them as they simultaneously questioned each other. "That's Master?" "So that's why I felt like the aura of the being outside was familiar," a feminine voice said all of a sudden, originating from a sculpture made out of vines, but with a red flower on her head instead of a yellow one. "To think it was actually Master. For you is happy. May I enter the room?" Feeling that the current atmosphere was still awkward, Argentum went ahead and imitated the sound of one clearing their throat as he asked this question to both Fenra and Teresa. In response, Teresa went ahead and said, "It's your room, Master. You're always welcome to come in." "As I've said, I'm just his clone, but oh well," Argentum could not help but say in response to Teresa's words before letting out a light chuckle. He then went ahead and entered the room, allowing him to finally see the other figures that were talking a while ago more clearly. Terence, Marielle, EU, Foria. Argentum went ahead and said the names of the other figures one by one as he focused his sense of vision on them for a bit. He then added in a happy tone, "It's nice to see you again." To think that it was actually Master's clone coming to greet us, what a surprise. The first one to respond to his words was Terence, letting out a loud laugh tinged with slight embarrassment. "Just before you say anything, Master, let me apologize in advance, okay?" He. The next one to respond to his words was EU, letting out a slightly embarrassed giggle as she apologized to Argentum. "It's really good to see you again, Master." The last one to respond was Foria, radiating an aura of happiness as she felt that everything was back to normal. As for Marielle, who was the humanoid that opened the entrance to the room, she felt incredibly ashamed that she was thinking of attacking their master, prompting her to look down at the floor as she radiated an aura of immense embarrassment. Looking at her for a bit, Argentum went ahead and relieved her embarrassment as he said, "You don't have to think about it too much, Marielle." "To be honest, that was something I should have expected when entering the room." In response, Marielle gradually looked up at Argentum before inwardly letting out a sigh of relief, though her expression gave it all away. She then said to Argentum as she took a deep breath, "I apologize for my earlier actions, Master. I hope you can forgive me." "No worries." "No worries," Argentum said in response to her words before asking everyone, "Anyways, how has everyone been while I was, in a sense, gone?" "We've been improving all of our skills, Master." Terence responded to his question before adding, "Thanks to Master's comprehension speed, all of us have already reached the peak of transcendent level for our skills." "That's good to hear." Argentum nodded as he said those words. He then pondered over something for a bit before soon asking them, "Now that I think about it, what did you guys do after you were finished grinding your skills?" "Sleep," Fenra said in response. "Talked with the EU and Foria," Teresa said in response. "Sleep beside Fenra," Terence said in response. "Polished my combat skills," Marielle said in response. "Did any of you get bored?" Argentum asked them after hearing their responses, only to hear the six simultaneously say, "No." "I see." "That's great," he said not long after before letting out a light chuckle soon after. He then went ahead and focused his sense of vision to where Horus was, which was at the center of the room. Currently, the body of Horus was in its usual form, though it seemed that the details on his body had become a bit more exquisite. Not to mention that he was currently covered in a cocoon which took on a light green hue, supplying him with energy that seemed to enhance his aura. As he looked at the state of his original body for a bit, a thought soon surfaced in his mind as an aura of solemnity surrounded him. Turning around, he then looked at the six and asked them, "Is it fine if you guys leave me and your master alone for a bit?" Surprisingly, the six unanimously replied that they were fine with that. Unhesitatingly heading out of the room they were previously in, as Argentum and Ores were now left alone. As Argentum saw the six leave the room, he could not help but think that his original body's allies are truly loyal to him. Taking in a deep breath as he sorted out his thoughts, he then went ahead and poured out what was on his mind as he started to go on what seemed to be a monologue. "It's been 10 days since I've left Tempest Cliff to go on a journey to become a super animate. Let me tell you that it was definitely a fun and interesting adventure. I had to undergo 2 inheritances before arriving at the final destination I had in mind. Surprisingly, I became partial owners of those 2 inheritances. Don't you think that's cool? Other than that, my plan has been fully fulfilled. I've gotten the item that I needed from that town, and now I'm capitalizing on it to make sure that my strength grows at a decently fast pace." Then again, it's kind of saddening to think that you're still in the process of evolution. It feels kind of lonely. But, of course, you've been through a longer period of loneliness than me, seeing as to how I've looked at your memories in the past. Surely you wouldn't berate me for doing that, right? Ha ha ha. Anyways, you better make sure that you don't disappoint me with your evolution, okay? With you taking such a long time to evolve, it'd be mad if the evolution you chose is utter garbage. Once you finish your evolution, make sure that the first thing you do is meet up with me, okay? I'll show you how strong I've gotten, and you'll show me how strong you've gotten. In other words, let's fight. All in all, I'll be waiting, okay? Want to see some official art of Iras? Want to get additional perks? Then head on to my Discord server. The link is discord.gzruge. Help to see you there. Chapter 281, A Weird Proposition. XXXX Continent, Telmaran Province. Inside one of the meeting rooms of the Arsenan family household, a man could be seen sipping on a cup of tea in an idyllic manner as he looked out of the large bay window found within the room, allowing his body to be basked under the warm sun that was at its peak. The man could not help but stretch his body for a bit before going ahead and grabbing a piece of cake to munch on. After taking a few bites of the cake, the man then stood up from his chair and headed towards another part of the room, where a small bookshelf could be found. Once one entered the meeting rooms of the Arsenan family household, at first, they would think that the room only had 2 leather chairs, a table, and a large bay window. But after being in the room for a bit more, they would find out that the room had more amenities than one would think, with a bookshelf being one of them. He then looked through the books on the shelf, eventually finding one that seemed to tickle his fancy. Grabbing the book from the shelf, he then looked at the cover of the book and muttered, "The Traveler's Guide to the Universe. I wonder who wrote this book." After that, he then went back to his leather chair and opened the book, only to find out that the book contained more than what he had hoped from such a title. Realizing that there was more to the book, his eyes slightly widened as he let out a light chuckle, saying to himself, "The Arsenan family truly doesn't change." To think that the selections of books they have for their guests have those kinds of scenes as well. Although the man was not a huge fan of those kinds of scenes, he treated them as entertaining portions of the story, allowing time to pass by without him noticing. Eventually, an hour had passed by while he was engrossed in the contents of the book. Bang! Unfortunately for the man, just as he was about to reach what seemed to be the climax of the book. And the scene, the door to the meeting room was opened with great force, revealing a woman who was wearing a light blue dress. On her face was a light grin of ecstasy, which was complemented with a light red blush on her face, giving off the feeling to anyone that something special must have happened. Then again, from the aura she was radiating, which was one part seductive, the other part ecstatic, they would definitely think that way. Behind the woman was a handsome man with black-rimmed glasses in a red robe. At the moment, he placed his hands on his knees as he bent down while gasping for air. Not to mention, A light red blush could be seen on his face as well. To anyone who looked at the two right now, one would definitely think that something special had happened between the two of them. Closing the book he was reading since he was interrupted by the two, Vanadia took in a breath of air before looking at the woman. He then asked her with a light smile, "How was your 1 hour?" "Amazing," was the only thing she could say as she made her way to the unoccupied leather chair with a spring in her steps. On the other hand, the man behind her slowly made his way to the left side of Vanadia's chair while recuperating. At the instant the man had arrived at that spot, the man's complexion was more or less back to normal, though one could see a hint of an annoyed expression on his face. Surprisingly, this man went ahead and sent a strand of energy towards the ninth prince, telling him in a pleading tone, "Your Highness, whenever something like this happens again, please tell me in advance, okay?" In response, Vanadia sent back a strand of his own, lightly chuckling in his mind as he responded, all right. It was my fault this time. I apologize, Dane. I shouldn't have made it vague back then when I asked for your permission to follow my orders, but I presume you enjoyed it though?" he added as another strand of energy was sent to Dane, which was followed up with a playful giggle. In response, Dane could not help but lightly blush as he remembered what had happened during that last hour. Fortunately, it did not take long for him to compose herself as he sent a strand of energy in response, saying, "Well, I do have to say, she is pretty well endowed in both areas. Though I must admit that she has a weird condition to fulfill before accepting requests." Massaging her while she's naked, Dane could not help but add. He then continued, "If it was any other man doing that, then I'm pretty sure they wouldn't have hesitated on engaging in." It was at that point that Dane realized something, remembering the words the ninth prince told him before asking him through another strand. "Is that what you meant by people turning into a pool of blood when they got too close to her?" "Pretty much," Vanadia concisely responded to Dane with a strand of energy as he noticed that Valentia had already gotten over the ecstasy brought about by Dane's massage. "You found a good companion, Vanadia," Valentia said with a hint of seduction present in her voice before shivering at the memory of what happened during the past hour. She then went ahead and hugged herself as she continued, "The way his hands caressed over my body. The movements he used to make me feel immense pleasure. Even the sheer thought of it makes me want to spend more time with him and truly engage in some fun." She m.o.a.ned in ecstasy soon after as she looked at Dane, who could not help but shudder at the look once more. Unfortunately, just as she was about to stand up and bring Dane to another place once more, Vanadia cleared his throat to remove Valentia from her daze as he asked, "So are you willing to hear one of my requests?" In response, Valentia realized what she was doing, knowing that she had already gone too far as she cleared her throat while composing herself. She then went ahead and closed her eyes for a bit to make sure her current mental state was as calm as it could be. After that, she then looked at Vanadia and said in a slightly serious tone, "All right. You held up your end of the bargain, so it's time to hold up mine. What request do you want me to fulfill?" The ninth prince took in a deep breath before replying to her words with a serious tone of his own. Opening his mouth, he said, "I would like you to become a part of my team in the war for the throne. Valentia, with your exemplary abilities in healing and combat, I would rest assured that our team would have a fighting chance in the event." Unfortunately, contrary to Vanadia's expectations that she would unhesitatingly accept his proposition, Valentia had a small frown on her face as she let out a sigh before muttering, "Well, that's going to be a problem." Vanadia softly uttered as he picked up her words, wondering at first if he had wrongly. Not long after, he went ahead and looked at Dane beside him before sending a strand of energy, asking, "Did you put too much force in her massage or something?" "Your Highness, I assure you that the amount of force I've put into the massage was as perfect as it could be," Dane replied with a strand of his own before adding, "I haven't learned how to become a masseuse without having the talent for it, you know." Hearing that it was not Dane's fault, the ninth prince went ahead and looked back at Valentia before asking, "What seems to be the matter?" In response, Valentia let out a light sigh as she recalled a few thoughts in her mind. Lightly scratching his head with a slightly apologetic expression, she then asked Vanadia, "Do you know the current state of the third prince's team?" "Of course I do." Vanadia nodded as he replied, "He's the only prince out of all the other princes to have a full team of 10 members. What does it have to do with your problem?" Well, Valentia pondered on how she was going to word out her question to Vanadia as her eyes gazed to and fro. "Do you know who the members of his team are?" "Don't tell me." At this point, Vanadia finally understood what she was trying to say, letting out a sigh of disappointment before asking, "Are already a part of the third prince's team?" Valentia remained silent as a reply to his question, prompting the ninth prince to think that her silence was a yes to him. Letting out another sigh of disappointment, he stood up from his seat before telling Dane that they were going to leave. The two then made their way towards the door before looking back at Valentia and saying, "Well, then. It was nice meeting you, I guess. I hope the third prince is treating you well." But before he could finish his sentence, Valentia hurriedly stood up as he dashed towards Vanadia with an incredibly guilty expression as she shouted, "It's a joke. It's a joke. Don't leave. It's just a joke." Vanadia was left at a loss for words after hearing what she said. The same went for Dane, thinking that if it was a joke, then it wasn't really funny at all. It took Vanadia a few deep breaths to finally come back to his senses as a serious expression appeared on his face. He then asked her to make sure, "Are you joking about the fact that you're part of the third prince's team, or are you saying that to bring down my hopes even further?" "The first one." "The first one," Valentia hastily responded, signs of tears slowly welling up in her eyes. At this moment, she felt incredibly bad for what she had done, prompting her to bow down in front of him as she said, "I'm sorry." Scratching his head in response, Vanadia looked at the current Valentia and let out a long sigh, which was filled with annoyance, as well as relief. While Valentia remained bowing down, he then told her, "You do know that this event would dictate the future of the Seraph Kingdom, right? Do you think it's fine for you to joke about a matter like this?" "I know, but..." Valentia returned to her original posture as she answered in a slightly apologetic tone before continuing, "I just want to ease up the tension you were feeling." In response, Vanadia let out yet another sigh, the expression on his face returning to that of normality. Noticing that Valentia was about to cry, the ninth prince went ahead and placed his hand on her shoulder as he said, "Don't cry over something like that. It's fine, as long as you admit to your mistakes." He then let out a chortle as he continued, "Also, we're already 25 for heaven's sake. If people saw the healing witch of the West crying in front of a prince, they would think that something special is going between the two of us." Hearing those words, Valentia hurriedly wiped the tears that were about to drip from her face as she took in a few deep breaths to calm herself down. A few seconds later, the expression she had was now back to normal as a light smile suffused from her face. After that, she went ahead and said, "I'll join your team. You don't have to worry about anything at all." She then pondered over something before adding, "Then again, my words from before were half true. Although it isn't me that joined the third prince's team, someone else from our family did join him." We'll get to that when the time comes." Vanadia pondered over her words for a bit before responding to it with a light smile. Since one of the reasons why they came to the Arsenin household was now done, Vanadia went ahead and opened the door with Dane behind him, only for him to stop as he felt Valentia tugging on his clothes. Turning around, the ninth prince noticed that a light red blush suffused on her face as she looked down at the floor for a bit. In response to her tugging, Vanadia asked, "What's wrong? Do you have anything else to ask me?" "I was just wondering if there was a cute girl in your team other than me." Valentia responded to his question with a question of her own, asking in a slightly bashful manner. Vanadia and Dane looked at each other for a bit in response to her question, which was soon followed with light smiles appearing on their faces. The ninth prince then went ahead and looked back at Valentia before nodding, saying, "Indeed, we do. Do you want to meet with her right now?" In an instant, Valentia's slightly shy expression had now returned to normal as an ecstatic aura radiated from her. In a cheerful tone, she asked him, "Can I?" "Sure," Vanadia replied with a light chuckle, only to remember that he had another thing to do in this household before heading back. With that in mind, he then added, though it would have to wait for a bit, I still have something to do in this place. Oh, Valentia uttered as she raised her eyebrows. She then asked, and what would that be? If you need help, I'd be glad to help out. No need for help, Vanadius said as multiple nostalgic memories surfaced in his mind. Gazing at the corridor outside the meeting room, he then continued, it doesn't involve fighting it well. I'm just going to say hello to my mother, that's all. It's been a while since I've met her anyway. I wonder how she's doing? Want to see some official art of Ira's? Want to get additional perks? Then head on to my Discord server. The link is discord.xrohuge. Help to see you there. Chapter 282 Preparing for the Tribulation. After pouring all of his emotions to Horus, who was still in the process of evolution, Argentum could not help but let out a sigh of relief as he felt that his body had become lighter. Soon after, he let out a slightly boisterous laugh as he asked himself, I wonder if Horus would remember me saying this to him? With that, he then made his way towards the exit, only to open it and find out that the six were near the entrance of the room. Sensing their current auras, which were mostly that of curiosity, Argentum had a hunch as to what the six were doing, though he did not reveal that he knew outright. He focused his sense of vision on the six of them and asked, what are you guys doing near the entrance? Whoosh! Without hesitation, the six went ahead and distanced themselves from the entrance before looking at each other with their senses of vision. Not long after, the six simultaneously let out awkward chuckles as Fenrir said, oh, nothing at all, Master. We were just passing by the door. We just wanted to make sure that the masters are safe, you know. Is that so? Argentum replied with a question of his own, thinking that Fenrir's answer could use some work if he wanted to lie better. Letting out a light chuckle, he added, if that's the case, then why were you six awfully close to the entrance? So we could sense the aura of the two masters. Yeah, Terence was the one who responded this time, letting out a light yet still awkward chuckle as he responded to his master's question. The others continued to let out awkward chuckles, which gradually died down as they felt that Argentum already knew what they were doing by the door. Seeing that the six of them had finally gone silent as they radiated auras of slight guilt, Argentum went ahead and let out a laugh of his own as he looked at them and said, I don't mind you guys eavesdropping this time, but if you do it one more time. Whoosh! In an instant, an aura filled with killing intent, far greater than what Horus could exude, soon surrounded Argentum as he continued, I won't let you get away that easily, okay? Yes, Master. The six hastily replied in fear of being punished by the clone of their master. Although they knew very well that their master wouldn't do such a thing, they could not say the same with the clone as they did not know what he had gone through. With the six being so obedient, Argentum could not help but let out a sigh of relief as he went out of the room Horus was in and told them, go ahead and continue protecting your master. In response to his statement, Teresa could not help but ask, what are you going to do, Master? I'm just going to head to another part of the Alliance for a while, that's all, Argentum said in response to her question before pondering over something for a bit. Thinking that there was no harm in saying it, he then continued, once I'm done with what I have to do, I'll be staying in the room beside your master. Are you guys fine with that? The six looked at each other for a bit after hearing Argentum's question, sending a few strands of energy to one another soon after. Eventually, the six of them radiated an aura of cheerfulness as they simultaneously replied, of course we are. Then, I'm glad, Argentum said before chortling in response to their words. After that, he then bade farewell to the six in the meantime, leisurely making his way out of the Tower of Seclusion as his movement speed boosting buffs had now run out. Of course, his two status boosting skills were still active, allowing him to arrive at the entrance of the tower in less than 5 minutes. After arriving at the entrance of the tower, he then went ahead and utilized his enhanced vision to find where Herelia was. Unfortunately for him, even after utilizing his enhanced vision to its fullest extent, he could not find any trace of Herelia at all, prompting him to ask himself, if I were Herelia, where would I be? With that in mind, He then went ahead and rummaged through Aurus memories regarding the layout of the Alliance's small ecosystem. It took him a couple of minutes to narrow down the number of places Herelia could be to 3. Unfortunately for him, these places were quite far away from her, making him let out a sigh as he muttered to himself, "If only I had teleportation like my original body. But I don't, so we'll just have to it the old-fashioned way," he added afterward before activating all of the movement speed boosting spells he had in his arsenal. From Zephyr Burst to Zephyr Magna Auxiliaries, every spell was activated, allowing his speed to return to the level it was when ran from the Grand Blue Inheritance to where he was right now. "It's time to do a blanket search," he shouted to psych himself up before going ahead and channeling all of the energy inside his body towards his legs. In less than an instant, a great distance was already covered by Argentum. In tandem with enhanced vision, it would surely not take long for him to find out where Herelia currently was. In another part of the small ecosystem, Herelia and Horal were conversing with one another, with Horal letting out an aura of immense shock as he could not believe what he had just heard. "Telling me that I was basically fighting against Taurus," Horal said out of sheer shock. In his mind, he truly thought that Argentum was an intruder wanting to break the peace of the Alliance, thus he decided that the best way to resolve this problem would be to fight against him. But to think that Argentum was actually Aurus' clone, with that in mind, Horal could not help but radiate an aura of immense guilt. He then focused his vision on Herelia and asked her, "Do you think Hell bear a grudge for what I've done?" "Who knows?" Herelia replied to his question in an instant, her tone being that of uncertainty. She then added, "We're familiar with Aurus' personality, so we know how he would react. But in Argentum's case, although he's Aurus' clone, we're not sure if his personality would also be the same as Aurus. I'd just go with the safe route and apologize to him once he appears," Herelia continued, to which Horal could not help but agree with as he replied, "Yeah, once he appears, I'll make sure to apologize to him in an insta." Rustle. Whoosh. As if the heavens above were answering Horal's prayers, the two of them heard some loud rustling, only for the silhouette of Argentum to appear in front of the two not long after. Just as they thought that Argentum was about to stop where they were, he continued with his dashing, going past the two as they were left at a loss for words at the sudden occurrence. "Eh?" the two of them simultaneously uttered as they looked at each other with auras of confusion, wondering if what they saw was real or not. Fortunately for them, it was indeed real, as Argentum's voice resounded not long after, saying, "Ah, I've gone past them." Rustle. After a few more seconds, Argentum had finally arrived in front of the two, albeit the aura surrounding him was that of slight embarrassment as he knew that they were looking at him in a slightly confused manner. Letting out an awkward chuckle to relieve the atmosphere in the surroundings, he then greeted the two as he said, "Let's forget that happened." "Sure," Herelia concisely said in response to his words, eliciting a light nod from Argentum. On the other hand, Horal dashed towards Argentum before going ahead and hugging one of his legs, surprising the latter. "What are you doing, Horal?" Argentum could not help but ask as he found the current situation to be weird. In response, Horal said in a pleading tone, "Argentum, please forgive me for what I've done earlier. I didn't know you were a clone of Aurus. If you told me that from the start, then I would have let you in." Well, listening to Horal's pleas, Argentum pondered over what he should say. He then thought to himself, "If I think about it for a bit longer, I'm pretty sure that the outcome would stay the same if I told him I was Aurus' clone." In the end, he thought that there was no point mulling over what had happened in the past and said, all right, I forgive you. So can you please stop hugging my leg?" Hearing that he was forgiven, Horal hastily let go of Argentum's leg as he let out a light giggle, since he felt that there was no more guilt weighing on his body. After that, Herelia focused her sense of vision towards Argentum and asked him, "So, what made you come here?" "You told me a while ago that you had something to say to me," Argentum responded in a solemn tone. In response, Herelia pondered over Argentum's words before finally recalling what she wanted to say to him a while ago. She then went ahead and told him, I finally remember. I wanted to ask you if you could help me out on my existence tribulation. Argentum could not help but utter after hearing such a request out of the blue. He then went ahead and rummaged through Aurus memories before he underwent his evolution process, finally recalling that Herelia requested Aurus to help him out with her existence tribulation, as well as obtain an all-seeing comprehension leaf from the Area 52 inheritance. With that in mind, he pondered over his choice of words for a bit before asking her, is it because Aurus is still in the process of evolution? Well, that's one part of the reason why. Herelia responded to his question before adding, the other reason why I wanted you to help me out in my existence tribulation is because of your existence level. Makes sense, Argentum replied as he shrugged his shoulders in slight nonchalance. He then went ahead and asked her, when are you going to undergo your existence tribulation? To be honest, any time is a good time for me to undergo, Herelia said, telling Argentum that she did not care about the time that much. She then added, though, I should make sure that I should undergo the tribulation as far away from the Alliance as possible. Listening to her words, Argentum mulled over it for a bit before asking, are you going to do it right now? Well, I don't see why not, Herelia said in response to his words with slight nonchalance. But just as she was about to head towards the main hall of the Alliance with Horal and Argentum in tow, Argentum stopped her from doing so as he said, I think we should prepare a bit more for your tribulation. Who knows what trials are in store for your tribulation? Herelia pondered over Argentum's words for a bit and thought that it would be better if she did prepare for the tribulation. With more preparations, the chance of her succeeding in her tribulation would be higher, which was a good thing. She thought about what she could prepare to make sure that her chances of succeeding the tribulation would become higher, but after a while, she realized that she did not know anything about it other than the fact that passing through it would allow her to evolve to a greater form. With that in mind, she went ahead and looked at Argentum and asked him, what do you think would be good things to do in preparation for the tribulation? Well, Argentum went ahead and recalled all of Aurus memories regarding existence tribulations before compiling and organizing them into a list. He then took in a deep breath before responding, first off, when preparing for an existence tribulation, one must have helpers that have decently high combat power. In that case, the first thing to do when preparing for your tribulation has something to do with Horal, he said not long after, pointing towards a confused Horal after that. In response to his words, Horal could not help but ask, what are you trying to imply? Are you saying that I'm too weak to become a helper? Pretty much, Argentum said without hesitation, making Horal feel bad for himself as a dejected aura radiated from him. But then, after hearing Argentum's next words, Horal could not help but become invigorated with energy. Fortunately, there's a way to increase your power pretty easily, Argentum said not long after, prompting Horal to ask him, and what would that be? In response, Argentum let out a playful chuckle as he said, 2 words. Power baptism. Want to see some official artiviras? Want to get additional perks? Then head on to my Discord server. The link is discord.xrohuge. Help to see you there. Chapter 283 Decadence of the 5 Hyacinths. Power baptism. Horal repeated Argentum's words a few times, only for an aura of contemplation to radiate from him. Not long after, this aura was soon replaced with confusion as he asked Argentum, what's a power baptism? Hearing Horal's question, Argentum could not help but look at him as if he was looking at the only person he knew that knew everything, but in actuality, only knew superficial things about those topics. With a slight aura of disbelief radiating from him, he went ahead and asked him, do you really not know what a power baptism is? In response, Horal went ahead and rummaged through the memories in his mind, wondering if he did know what it was. After a while, he focused his sense of vision towards Herelia before sending a few strands of energy between them back and forth. Eventually, the passing of energy strands between the two of them was finally over, prompting him to look back at Argentum before shaking his head left and right as he replied, unfortunately, I do not. Are you serious? Argentum muttered as a response to Horal's statement. only for him to let out a soft sigh not long after as he compiled and organized the knowledge he had regarding power baptisms in his mind. He then pondered on how he was going to start explaining what a power baptism was, with a thought related to it surfacing in his mind not long after as an aura of enlightenment surrounded him. Imitating the sound of one clearing their throat to attract Horal's attention, and unintentionally, Herilius, Argentum looked back at Horal and said in a solemn yet serious voice, "Before I go ahead and explain what a power baptism is, I assume you know what an existence tribulation is." Horal could not help but lightly nod as he heard Argentum mention the term existence tribulation. Taking in a deep breath, he then went ahead and explained what he knew regarding existence tribulations as he replied, "I indeed know what an existence tribulation is. It's the trial an inanimate has to undertake if they want to reach a higher level of existence. In other words, it's the trial I underwent to obtain my current form." Argentum subconsciously nodded at his words, since what he said could be considered as the most basic explanation of what an existence tribulation is. Telling Horal that his answer was exactly what an existence tribulation was, he then continued with his explanation on what a power baptism is, saying, "If I were to simplify it as much as possible, think of power baptisms as just weaker existence tribulations for pseudo-animates." Weaker existence tribulations? Herilia could not help but chime in as she heard those words. "What do you mean by that?" Well, Argentum pondered over what he was going to say, eventually finding the right string of words as he replied, "It is what it is. To be honest, an existence tribulation has multiple trials in order for one to eventually reach a higher level of existence, while a power baptism only has one trial in order for one to reach a higher level of power." Speaking of which, could you two remind me how you two got to know existence tribulations again? He said not long after, as he truly forgot how they came to know of it. Although he could go ahead and rummage through Aura's memories once more to find the answer himself, it was far easier to just ask them one more time. Unexpectedly, Herilia was the one who answered his question as she responded, "If I remember correctly, Horal and I were traversing through an animate town and came across existence tribulations in one of their books." She then went ahead and looked at Horal, who nodded as if to agree with her statement as he added, "I'm pretty sure it was night time when we went there, so we read all of the content in that book." Surprisingly, it tackled existence tribulations in great detail. I still wonder to this day as to which animate wrote that. "I see," Argentum said as he nodded in understanding. From their answers, he had inferred that the reason why the two knew about existence tribulations, but not of power baptisms, was because they had entered a town for animates. As existence tribulations allowed the emergence of animates, power baptisms were left hidden as they were only a method to increase power for pseudo-animates and not for animates. Now that I think about it, just as he thought that he had figured everything out as to why they were clueless to power baptisms, Argentum found it somewhat odd that a book containing information regarding existence tribulations would be found inside a library for animates. He then thought to himself, do animates even need information regarding existence tribulations? I'm pretty sure only inanimates would benefit from such information. Weird. Incredibly weird, Argentum muttered to himself as he made a mental note that if he turned into inanimate, he would find the book Herilia and Horal read to find out about existence tribulations. At this point, he realized that he had gone off track in his mind. Hastily returning to his train of thought as he looked at Horal before imitating the sound of one clearing their throat. With their attention now back at him, he finished his explanation as he told him, in short, power baptisms are just small existence tribulations for pseudo-animates. One would need to accumulate a ton of energy inside their body before triggering a power baptism. Once one successfully clears a power baptism, their power would instantly increase by a factor of 10. That much? Horal could not help but exclaim as he thought that a single power baptism would only increase his power by a factor of 2 or 3 at most. Never in his mind did he think that such a thing would boost his power by that much. But just as he thought that power baptisms were amazing, he could not help but recall the power baptism he underwent to transform into a pseudo-animate, remembering the amount of power that coursed through his body just as he finished the trials. I guess that's why Argentum calls them small existence tribulations, he thought to himself soon after before asking Argentum, how does one accumulate energy to trigger a power baptism? Hearing Horal's question, it was then that Argentum realized that he relied on the system too much when it came to power baptisms. From the process of obtaining the energy needed to undergo one to the initiation of a power baptism, most of it was all thanks to the transcending existence system he had, and it seemed that he was going to rely on it one more time. System, how does one normally accumulate energy in order to start a power baptism? Argentum hastily asked inside his mind, hoping to get an answer from the system in less than instant. Ding! Fortunately, the system had heard his pleas, answering his question in less than an instant as a feminine-sounding voice resounded in his mind, saying, for a being that does not have the system, the usual way for them to accumulate energy for power baptisms is through diverting part of the energy they consume in their day-to-day lives towards a body part of their choosing. Once a part is filled to the brim with energy, it would naturally explode, thus triggering a power baptism. By explode, do you mean the body part would explode? Or is the energy inside that part the one that's going to explode? Argentum could not help but ask a follow-up question as he imagined the former, leading to a gruesome sight in his imagination. In less than an instant, the system replied, only the energy inside the body would explode. If it was the explosion of a body part, it would trigger something else instead. Argentum mulled over the system's words for a bit as he digested them, wondering what the system meant in the last part of its statement. Nevertheless, since the last part seemed to not be useful to him, Argentum placed the thought at the back of his head as he looked back at Horal and replied, in order for one to accumulate energy for a power baptism, one must redirect a great portion of their energy towards a random part on their body. Once the accumulated energy naturally explodes, then the power baptism would begin. I understand, Horal said after he was finished processing Argentum's words in his mind. Not long after, he then went ahead and circulated all of the energy in his body before redirecting it towards his right limb. But just as the redirected energy was about to make its way to the right forearm, Argentum prevented it from happening as he told Horal, I'd suggest you accumulate energy outside the alliance. Although a power baptism is a smaller and weaker existence tribulation, I can tell you without a doubt that it packs a punch. As for Heralia, she agreed with Argentum's words as she said, what Argentum said. It took an incredibly long time for us to repair the alliance base after what Zelifair did. Do you really want to repair the alliance base all over again? In response, Horal went ahead and disappeared in front of Argentum and Heralia's field of vision, prompting the two to look around for a bit. Eventually, they were able to find Horal, who had just appeared near the corridor that led to the main hall of the Alliance base. The two of them then looked at each other for a bit before going ahead and utilizing all of their movement speed boosting buffs and skills to head over to where Horal was as fast as possible. After arriving at where Horal was, the three of them went ahead and moved at the same pace, heading towards a portion of the Tempest Cliff that was at least a few kilometers away from the entrance of the Alliance base. Utilizing his enhanced sense of vision, Argentum looked around and checked for things that might interfere with Horal's power baptism, eventually finding out that there were none in the vicinity. Letting out an inward sigh of relief, he then went ahead and distanced himself from Horal, but not at a level where it wouldn't be too late for him to help him out in his power baptism. Noticing what Argentum was doing, Heralia decided to do the same, more or less ending up at the same place where Argentum was. After making sure that they were far enough from Horal that they wouldn't be hit by the trial brought about by the power baptism, Argentum focused his sense of vision towards Horal and shouted, "You can start now." Nodding in response to Argentum's shout, Horal went ahead and closed his sense of vision, allowing him to gain increased sensitivity towards the energy circulating throughout his body. He then went ahead and allocated most of the energy to head towards his right forearm. In an instant, the energy that headed towards his forearm instantly made it look bigger, as if he had muscles on his right forearm in the first place. Although Horrell felt that the energy inside his right forearm was quite dense, it was not at a level that it would explode yet. With that in mind, he willed even more energy, which had recovered to a substantial degree, to head towards his right forearm. With this batch of energy now mixing it with the previous batch of energy, his right forearm now looked like an arm that had undergone extreme hypertrophy. Unfortunately for Horrell, he did not feel the energy inside his right forearm exploding yet, so he went ahead and waited for a bit more before sending another batch of energy to his right forearm. Please let this be the last one, Horrell thought to himself as he let the energy circulating throughout his body recover to a decently high level before sending most of it towards his right forearm one more time. Fortunately for him, just like what he was hoping for in his mind, after the current batch of energy had mixed in with the previous batches of energy in his right forearm, the energy that had accumulated inside it had exploded in an instant, allowing a loud and audible sound of an explosion to resound throughout the area. Surprisingly, Horrell did not feel any pain from it, even though he was expecting it to hurt a lot. Rumble. Rumble. A few seconds later, dark clouds started to manifest a few thousand meters above Horrell's head, prompting him to look up as he muttered to himself, "Is this the power baptism Argentum was talking about?" With that in mind, he went ahead and looked at Argentum, only for him to see Argentum looking back at him and nodding, indirectly telling that the dark clouds above him constituted the power baptism he was going to undertake. Taking in a deep breath, Horrell went ahead and composed himself, as he did not know what a power baptism would have up its sleeve. Ding! On the other hand, Argentum obtained a notification from the system, prompting him to open it up soon after. After reading through it, he could not help but find it weird as he muttered, "Horrell isn't even a companion made by the system at all, so why is the system doing this?" Nevertheless, from the name of the trial, it seems to be easier than mine, he soon added as he let out a light chuckle. "How about I go help him out to make his trial a walk in the park?" One of the user's companions has triggered a power baptism. With the heavens adjusting the difficulty of the power baptism, the decided trial shall be the decadence of the 5 hyacinths. Want to see some official art of errors? Want to get additional perks? Then head on to my Discord server. The link is discord.xrohuge. Help to see you there. Chapter 284, A Stronger Ally. Decadence of the 5 hyacinths. Argentum could not help but repeat the name of the trial in a whisper, wondering what kind of trial Horrell was about to face. Although the name of the trial gave off the feeling that it was easy, there were multiple meanings and interpretations when it came to names, hence the reason why Argentum was pondering over how the trial would go. With the word 5 in the name of the trial, we could at least expect 5 bolts of lightning, he thought to himself as he pondered over it. As an aura of enlightenment surrounded him with that thought currently in his mind, this aura instantly changed to that of uncertainty as he thought. But then, 5 could also be interpreted as 5 rounds of lightning bolts instead of 5 individual bolts. As for decadence, how would that affect the trial? He continued to interpret the name of the trial as more and more thoughts surfaced in his mind. Does the word hyacinth refer to the color of lightning that Horrell is about to face? Or does it refer to the type of lightning that's going to hit him? Just like how the word blossoming affected the type of lightning that struck me in mine? Eventually, Argentum formulated a plausible hypothesis in his mind that dictated how Horrell's power baptism would go. Of course, he only formulated that thought as a reference since power baptisms were known for their unpredictability. With that in mind, he could not help but remember how he was hit by a dark blue lightning bolt at the end of his power baptism, only for it to turn into 100 purple lightning bolts. Should I go ahead and buff him up right now? After finishing up with his speculations on the specifics of the trial, his train of thought then changed to that of helping Horrell out in the terms of buffs. Although he muttered to himself a while ago that he was going to buff Horrell up to reduce the relative difficulty of his trial, he had a feeling that buffing Horrell up would instead become detrimental to him once the end of the trial comes. Then again, He was not sure if that truly was the case, only referring what happened to him in his power baptism with a ton of buffs enabled. In the end, he decided that the pros outweighed the cons, making a note in his mind that he would buff Horrell up before the first round of lightning bolts came. Rumble. Rumble. At this point, the dark clouds had now congregated, spanning a couple of kilometers in both length and width. A few seconds later, red lightning bolts started to manifest within the dark clouds before darting around the clouds. Concurrently, a red light emanated from the dark clouds as well. To Argentum, this was now his preparation period before the bolts of lightning came crashing down on the trial candidate. Noticing the red lightning bolts manifesting inside the dark clouds, Horrell could not help but look at Argentum and ask, "What are those red lightning bolts doing in those clouds?" "That's more or less your trial," Argentum responded without delay. He then continued, "Once the amount of energy contained within them has reached their peak, they will eventually come down from the clouds to smite you. At that point, you must do your best to defend against the lightning bolt, or dispel the lightning bolt, whichever works best for you." "Oh, is that the case?" Horrell replied as an aura of understanding radiated from him, which was soon replaced with that of ease and slight elation as he soon muttered to himself, "In other words, I could just treat this power baptism like my existence tribulation, then." Good to know. With the help of his enhanced senses, Argentum picked up Horrell's whispers, giving him a new perspective on what existence tribulations were. In his mind, he thought, so existence tribulations are just harder power baptisms. Wait a second. I did explain a while ago that power baptisms are weaker existence tribulations. Why am I so surprised? I guess I just feel more at ease thinking that existence tribulations are going to be familiar to me, he soon thought not long after as he let out a light chuckle. Just as he was about to engross himself in his thoughts once more, Herelia, who was beside him, prompted Argentum to look at the dark clouds as she said, "Hey, Argentum." The lightning in the clouds changed color. "Oh?" Argentum muttered in response to Herelia's reminder before taking a look at the dark clouds. Instead of the red lightning bolts from before, the lightning bolts starting through the clouds this time were of a purple hue, which Argentum could not help but think of it as weird. Wondering as to why purple lightning had manifested instead of stopping at the red lightning bolts, Argentum unceremoniously commanded the system in his mind to identify Horrell, bringing up a small holographic screen in his mind. Not long after that detailed his stats. Ding! As a notification sound resounded in his mind, Argentum hastily glossed over the screen. A few seconds later, a brief aura of confusion surrounded him as he questioned himself in a mutter. His current stats are around the same level as mine when I first attempted my power baptism, so that means the lightning he has to face should be red at most. Why is it perp? Just as he was about to ponder even more on the topic, a thought related to the question surfaced in his mind, eliciting him to radiate an aura of understanding as Horrell's current case was the same as his in his second attempt. With a slight sigh of relief, he muttered to himself, "It's got to be his skills. I wonder how powerful his skills are." Rumble. As the sound of thunder resounded throughout the area, the trio could not help but look at the clouds, with each of them having different thoughts racing through their mind. For Horrell, the sound of thunder meant that the first bolt of lightning was going to strike down soon, prompting him to use his usual buffs when it came to fighting. As for Herelia, hearing the sound of thunder prompted her to be more vigilant over the course of the trial, activating a few buffs of her own just in case she needed to make a move. And for Argentum, higher Zephyr Magic, Zephyr Burst. Higher Zephyr Magic, Zephyr Magna Auxiliaries. Higher Ignis Magic, Ignis Burst. Higher Ignis Magic, Ignis Fervor Maxima. Hearing the sound of thunder resound throughout the area, Argentum went ahead and cast all of the spells that boosted one's attributes without hesitation, aiming all of the spells towards Horrell. In less than an instant, multiple balls of red and green hue, that were of various sizes, soon arrived near Horrell before being absorbed by his body. Not long after, the aura he was radiating, which was already boosted with his usual buffs, was enhanced even further. making Horrell give off the feeling that his combat power was no less than that of Chonks. Sensing this aura, Herelia could not help but become shocked as she focused her vision on Argentum. Surprisingly, the reason why she was shocked was not because of Argentum's spells, but rather, you can actually help those who are taking power baptisms before it starts. Herelia could not help but ask as this question surfaced in her mind. In response, Argentum looked at her and responded matter-of-factly, "You can. In fact, you can even help them out while they're undergoing a trial." I don't know if the same thing applies for existence tribulations though. Herelia uttered as a response to Argentum's words, radiating an aura that gave off the feeling that she had become enlightened. Soon after, Herelia then went ahead and muttered a few incantations as multiple red tendrils manifested on the surface of her body. A few seconds later, these red tendrils were then fired towards Horrell, which was absorbed by his body at the very instant it collided. In less than an instant, the aura radiating from him had taken on a light crimson-red tinge, increasing his combat power a bit more. BZZT. Unfortunately for Herelia, just as she was about to say Horrell that the red tendrils she sent contained the only buff she could give, the first bolt of lightning had finally struck down as the bolts had finally accumulated enough energy. In response, Horrell looked up at the clouds and focused his vision on the purple lightning bolt that was heading his way. Not waiting for the lightning bolt to strike him, he extended one of his hands towards the bolts as he soon muttered an incantation. As a decently large magic circle soon manifested a few centimeters in front of his extended palm, a beam of light blue energy was soon fired at the purple lightning bolt, dispersing it in less than an instant. Unsurprisingly, thanks to the multiple buffs on his body, the amount of energy used from the beam to disperse the bolt was minuscule, allowing the beam to traverse even further than expected. Seeing the beam continue in its path, Horrell could not help but feel invincible from the number of buffs currently on him. Not long after, an intangible form of energy soon spread out through his body, increasing the amount of power he felt coursing throughout his body in an instant. At first, he was not sure where the boost in power came from. Fortunately, it did not take long for him to realize that it came from the bolt of lightning that tried to strike him down. At this moment, his confidence was at an all-time high, allowing him to disperse the next two lightning bolts without a problem as more power coursed throughout his body with every lightning bolt he dispersed. On the other hand, Argentum looked at Horrell's approach of dispersing the bolts with great interest, prompting him to mutter to himself in a slightly elated manner, taking on an offensive approach instead of defensive one to disperse the bolts. "I really like Horrell's style, though I can't help but wonder where the hyacinth part of the trial would pop up," he said not long after, waiting for the fourth bolt of lightning to strike Horrell down after finding out that 5 meant 5 individual bolts. As for Herelia, she looked at Horrell's current display of power with great awe, giving her the feeling that the current Horrell in front of him truly gave off the vibe of the supreme guardian of the Alliance. Eventually, after a minute or so, the fourth bolt of lightning went down to strike Horrell down. Unexpectedly, instead of going with the usual move of forming a beam to disperse the bolt, Horrell could not help but ponder as to what would happen if he let the bolt come close to his body. And so, he waited for the bolt to come down, eventually finding out that he was lucky that he dispersed the lightning bolt at the very start. At the moment the fourth purple lightning bolt was around halfway to reaching Horrell, the purple lightning bolt soon split up into multiple red lightning bolts that took on a spiraling trajectory. Although these bolts were spiraling, if one were to take their time and look at the trajectory of each bolt, they would find out that all of them would still congregate to where Horrell was. Being greeted with the sight of multiple red lightning bolts spiraling towards him, he then raised his right hand before slashing out with it horizontally as a blade of mana was conjured from that movement, dispersing the red lightning bolts in less than an instant. Looking at the current scene, Argentum was finally enlightened as to why there was the word hyacinth in the name of the trial. Just like how there was the word blossoming in his trial, the lightning bolt that was about to strike Horrell down had bloomed like a flower. With that in mind, he could not help but mutter to himself, Why do our power baptisms have the names of flowers in them? Is there a reason for it or something? Rumble. Unfortunately for Argentum, just as he was about to ponder over the reason for the weird naming scheme of power baptisms, a sound of thunder far louder than before resounded throughout the area, prompting him to look at the dark clouds. At the very instant he did, a brief aura of shock radiated from him, which was soon replaced with understanding as he let out a sigh and muttered, "I guess my hunch was correct." Increasing one's power through the use of skills, as long as there's a qualitative change to it, would definitely make the trial relatively harder. In less than an instant, the purple lightning darting through the clouds had changed color, taking on a light blue hue as the intent of destruction emanating from them had undergone a qualitative change. Naturally, the light in the center had taken on a light blue hue as well. Noticing the change in color and aura, Horrell could not help but look at Argentum, non-verbally asking him as to what was going on. In response, Argentum told him that with his current power, it would be easy for him to disperse the lightning bolt as long as he used a strong move. With Argentum's advice in mind, Horrell then looked at the clouds with an aura of determination surrounding him as he inwardly psyched himself up for the bolt that was about to come. Eventually, a light blue lightning bolt went down from the clouds to strike Horrell down. But just as he was about to prepare his strongest spell, the light blue bolt instantly split into tens of purple lightning bolts, slightly distracting Horrell from preparing. Fortunately, Horrell was able to bring himself back to what was important, focusing all of his attention on the spell he was preparing as he extended both of his arms towards the oncoming purple bolts. Just as a few purple lightning bolts were about to hit Horrell's body, the spell he was preparing was now finished, allowing him to conjure an orb that attracted the purple lightning bolts towards it. In less than an instant, the tens of lightning bolts were absorbed by the orb Horrell conjured, prompting him to raise the orb at a height that he and the others wouldn't be affected by the aftermath. After making sure that the orb was at an ideal height, he then snapped his fingers as he softly muttered in an imposing tone, "Disperse." Whoosh. And just like that, the orb which contained the purple lightning bolts instantly shrunk in size before expanding to a great degree not long after. This process was repeated a few times until the orb seemed to be unable to withstanding the repeated shrinking and expanding, exploding into multiple particles of energy as the purple lightning bolts were dispelled in one fell swoop. Whoosh! A few seconds later, an intangible energy soon enveloped Horrell's energy, allowing the power inside his body, which had gradually increased throughout the trial, to undergo a qualitative change as the aura radiating from him had become more imposing. Concurrently, the dark clouds a few thousand meters over his head had now begun to disperse, prompting Argentum to head towards Horrell without hesitation while radiating an aura of happiness. "Congratulations, Horrell," Argentum said at the very instant he had arrived in front of him. In response, Horrell let out a light chuckle as he responded, "Thanks. I think I wouldn't have successfully cleared that if it wasn't for your buffs." "No worries, no worries," Argentum said in response to Horrell's words of gratitude as he lightly giggled. He then pondered over something for a bit before telling it to Horrell, saying, "Anyways, since your power has increased quite a lot, don't you think it's time for you to undergo your second power baptism? Are you serious? Want to see some official artiviras? Want to get additional perks? Then head on to my Discord server. The link is discord.gz. Help to see you there. Chapter 285 Delegating Actions. Sensing the abrupt change in Horrell's aura after saying those words, Argentum could not help but let out a loud chortle. Finding it confusing that Argentum was chortling for no reason, Horrell pondered over the reason as to why, eventually concluding that it might be due to what Argentum said earlier, which elicited a shocked response from him. Inwardly letting out a sigh of relief after realizing that Argentum's earlier words were just to make him feel anxious, Horrell radiated an aura of slight infuriation as he focused his sense of vision on Argentum and asked him, "Should you really joke about something like that to someone who has just cleared a power baptism? It's not like you struggled through that power baptism, you know," Argentum concisely replied after Horal was finished asking that question before adding, "Also, shouldn't you be thanking me for buffing your power up to a level where you could disperse the bolts with one attack? At the very least, someone thankful should do that, right?" Feeling the sudden change in Argentum's personality, Horal was left at a loss for words as he did not know what to say. Scratching his head not long after, Horal decided to follow what Argentum asked from him a while ago, imitating the sound of one clearing their throat to catch his attention before saying, "All right, you have my deepest gratitude for helping me out, Argentum." "There, you happy?" Incredibly, Argentum let out a light giggle as a slightly elated aura radiated from him. While he was giving off a cheerful vibe on the outside, on the inside, he could not help but closely examine Horal, utilizing the entirety of his enhanced senses to get a feel as to how strong Horal currently was when compared to him. Since the buffs I and Herelia have applied on him have already dispersed, now's a good time to check his base combat power, Argentum thought to himself as he continued to banter with Horal, allowing his senses to do their work as he eventually got a rough gauge of how strong Horal was when compared to his. Once he obtained the result, he could not help but become a bit surprised as he found that Horal's current combat power, without all of the buffs, was only slightly inferior when compared to his. Wondering as to why that was the case, Argentum thought that the easiest way to find the answer to that question was to command the system to show Horal's stats, which was something he did a while ago to get a feel on how powerful Horal's trial was going to be. Ding! As a notification sound resounded throughout his mind just as he was finished inwardly commanding the system, a small holographic screen soon appeared in his mind which detailed Horal's stats. At first glance, Argentum found the effects of undergoing one power baptism as all of the stats now had the x10 multiplier beside them, which he also had. But then, just as he thought that he had answered all of the queries in his mind, a stray thought related to the current situation soon surfaced, prompting him to look at the original values of Horal's stats. After taking a cursory glance, Argentum could not help but inwardly mutter, "Well, that's weird. His original stats are somewhat close to mine." Horal level 1010. Experience, max. Species, mana spirit. Existence level, pseudo-animate. Grade, normal. Power baptism, 1 HP, 270. MP, 42,604,260. Stats: Vitality 27x10, Strength 22x10, Defense 24x10, Agility 26x10, Intelligence 36x10. Mulling over the possible reasons why Horal's stats were this high, it did not take long for him to remember that Horal had undergone an existence tribulation to transform into a pseudo-animate, unlike him, who had just regressed to a pseudo-animate. Recalling what he knew about existence tribulations from Horus memories, he then concluded that a part of Horal's stats was due to his inanimate stats, which was at the thousands at the very least, being converted to the stats of a pseudo-animate. But even if I consider Horal's stats as an inanimate to be pretty high, it still doesn't add up, Argentum continued to mutter inwardly as he continued to banter with Horal on the outside. Unsurprisingly, Herelia had already arrived at where they were, joining in on their conversation. Eventually, while the three of them were talking about matters regarding the alliance, Argentum finally remembered the only other thing that would boost Horal's stats, which was his title as a Supreme Guardian. Although I'm quite curious as to how much of a boost becoming the Supreme Guardian of an alliance gives, at the very least my curiosity has been satiated, he thought to himself as he slowly steered the topic of their conversation back to Horal's power baptism, prompting him to look at Horal as he asked him, "So, after undergoing that power baptism, how do you feel?" At first, Horal could not help but be slightly confused as to why Argentum would go back to that topic as they've already gone over that a while ago. But then, he thought that Argentum might be occupied by something else in his mind as they chatted, thinking that there was no harm repeating the same answer he said before as a slightly gleeful aura radiated from him. He then told him, "I feel great. If I were to compare my current combat power to something, then it would probably be around half of Chonk's power back in the war. But what if you activated all of your buffs?" Argentum asked soon after, prompting Horrell to ponder over it as this question was not asked earlier. Fortunately, it did not take long for him to obtain an answer, as he looked at Argentum and seriously added, "Then, it might be equivalent to the power you showed a while ago when we were fighting." I see. Argentum nodded in understanding, albeit thinking that Horrell's answer was a bit on the conservative side. In Argentum's opinion, Horrell would definitely show a power far beyond the power he showed when they fought, as long as he activated all of his buffs. Nevertheless, he did not dwell on it too much as he remembered the main reason as to why Horrell had done it, which was the power baptism. "I'd you ask Horrell that question again?" Herelia, who was passively listening to their conversation from a while ago, could not help but chime in as she focused her sense of vision towards Argentum. In response, Argentum let out a light chuckle as he waved his hands before saying, "It's nothing. I just kind of forgot what Horrell said a while ago. Just wanted a refresher, you know." Herelia uttered as a response to Argentum's answer, outwardly letting out an aura that she was satisfied with his answer. Naturally, she had a different feeling inside, somewhat having the urge to interrogate Argentum as she felt that Argentum was hiding something. But after a while, she decided to leave the matter be, as she thought that she shouldn't be too privy when it came to these things. On the other hand, while Argentum looked at Herelia, a thought surfaced in his mind, eliciting him to radiate an aura of realization as he could not help but wonder as to why he did not ask Herelia that question earlier. But then, that moment of contemplation was soon finished as he muttered to himself, "Then again, I'm not really fighting against anything, so there's no point as to whether I ask her right now or in the future. Of course, I should ask her right now to not disturb in the future." The question that Argentum had in mind was related to the Alliance, specifically, the title the members had when they joined the Alliance. Although he found out the caveats of not being a part of the Alliance a while ago when he tried to find Herelia by blanket searching through the whole small ecosystem, only now did he remember that he was not a part of the Alliance. In his mind, if he had access to the Alliance feature of the system, then it would only take him a couple of minutes to arrive at where Herelia was instead of taking more time to find her. Imitating the sound of one clearing their throat to attract Herelia's attention, and unsurprisingly, attract Horrell's attention as well, Argentum focused his sense of vision on Herelia before telling her, Herelia, I got a question to ask you." "What is it?" Herelia responded without delay, wondering what made Argentum ask her a question all of a sudden. Fortunately, she found out the reason why not long after, making her mull over the reason why she did not do such a thing earlier. "Could you make me a part of the Alliance? I've just realized that I'm not a part of it at all." Argentum replied to her question with a question of his own, letting out an awkward chuckle after that. In response, Herelia told Argentum to wait for a bit as she closed her sense of vision for a bit before muttering out incantations that seemed to be unintelligible to both Horrell and Argentum. Whoosh! A few seconds later, a ray of light, which appeared out of nowhere, beamed down on Argentum as the amount of power coursing throughout his body had increased to a decent degree, enhancing the aura Argentum radiated in terms of its pressure. Ding! The leader of the Verdant Blossom Branch Alliance has given you the passive skill Unified Power of the Alliance level variant. Due to the difference in existence level, the effectiveness of the skill has been greatly diminished. The leader of the Verdant Blossom Branch Alliance has given you the active skills Alliance Call and Judgment. Due to becoming a member of the Verdant Blossom Branch Alliance, you have gained access to the Alliance feature of the system, with the system notifying him that he had officially become a member of the Verdant Blossom Branch Alliance once more. Argentum could not help but let out a soft sigh of nostalgia as he recalled Aurus' memories of how he had entered the Alliance as an executive-level member. "I wonder if I could obtain Aurus titles of Vice Leader and War Commander," he thought to himself not long after as he rummaged through Aurus memories related to Alliance titles. making him ponder as to how much of a boost those titles would give him, even if their effects were greatly suppressed thanks to the difference in existence levels. After Argentum thanked Herelia for making him a Billy-level member of the Alliance, Herelia went ahead and asked Argentum, "So what should we do next?" By next, do you mean in terms of preparing for your existence tribulation? At first, Argentum was slightly oblivious to what was going on in Herelia's mind. Fortunately, he recalled that they did Horal's power baptism as preparation for Herelia's power baptism. Mulling over what would be the next best move for a short while, Argentum finally answered Herelia's question in a tone of certainty and solemnity, saying, "Well, we head back to the Alliance." Head back? Herelia could not help but say in response to Argentum's answer. After sensing Horal's aura at the exact moment he was finished with his power baptism, she could not help but feel like the chances of her succeeding in her existence tribulation was greatly improved, as if she felt like the existence tribulation was in the bag. But now that she had heard from Argentum that they were going to head back to the Alliance instead of moving on with her existence tribulation, she could not help but ask as to why Argentum said that. Fortunately, Argentum had a rough idea of what was going on in her mind, prompting him to answer, "Let's say we follow your plan of having your existence tribulation right now. Sure, your chances of succeeding are higher. But what if a change in your existence tribulation occurs, giving you a trial that's far beyond our current combat powers?" Listening to Argentum's explanation of what he had in mind, Herelia went silent, thinking that she might have made a hasty decision due to being subconsciously jealous of Argentum and Horal's current combat powers. Oblivious to what Herelia was feeling, Argentum continued with his explanation as he said, "We need to prepare a lot more if we want to assure that we cover all possible situations that may occur in the middle of your existence tribulation. For now, let's head back to the Alliance as I have a feeling that Horal's not used to wielding the amount of power he currently has just yet." In response to Argentum's words, Horal lightly nodded, which was not left unnoticed by Herelia. Seeing Horal lightly nodded, Argentum then focused his sense of vision on Horal before saying, "Once you consolidate your control over your current power, go ahead and evolve to the next grade. I think you've already reached the highest level of power possible for your current grade." Although Horal was curious as to how Argentum knew that he was already at the limit in terms of power, he could not help but recall Herelia's mysterious methods as well, coming to the conclusion that it would be beneficial for him to follow Argentum's words. With a nod, he told Argentum, "All right, what should I do?" Herelia soon asked Argentum, to which Argentum pondered over for a bit before responding, "I guess you improve your control over your skills. I can't really tell you to evolve since you evolving means the existence tribulation would be triggered." "Got it," Herelia replied to Argentum's words, only for her to ask Argentum not long after with a tone of slight curiosity, "How about you? What are you going to do?" "Me?" Argentum pointed at himself in response to Herelia's question before letting out a light chuckle. He then replied, "Well, let's just say that it's time for me to do something I've delayed for quite a while. Want to see some official art of errors? Want to get additional perks? Then head on to my Discord server. The link is discord.gz. Help to see you there." Chapter 286 The Road to True Element, with Argentum giving the two a general idea of what they had to do in order to become more prepared for Herelia's eventual existence tribulation. The three of them went back to the Alliance space, stopping just as they arrived at the end of the corridor that led to the small ecosystem, focusing their senses of vision on one another. Thinking that an awkward atmosphere would become the eventual result if no one took the initiative to start a conversation, Herelia went ahead and imitated the sound of one clearing their throat as she looked at the other two and asked, "So do we part ways here, or?" "That's pretty much what we're going to have to do," Argentum responded to her question without delay as he nodded. He then focused his sense of vision on the two before saying, "As long as you two follow what I said earlier, I have a strong feeling that Herelia's chances of succeeding in her existence tribulation would be incredibly high." The two of them showed their affirmation to Argentum's words in their own ways after he was finished talking. Just as Argentum was about to turn his body to make his way towards the Tower of Seclusion, Horal could not help but ask Argentum a question as a thought lingered in his mind, saying, "Now that I think about it, is there a deadline to this? Or rather, when are we going to meet up? Is it when everyone feels like they've made as much progress as they could?" Good question, Argentum said as a response to Horal's question before mulling over it for a bit. In the meantime, Heralia looked at the pondering Argentum for a bit before focusing her sense of vision towards Horal as she replied to his question, saying, "Although that sounds ideal, Horal, if you think about it, we don't really know when we feel like we've made as much progress as we can. We always think we could still squeeze out a bit more improvement from ourselves." What Heralia said. At this point, Argentum was finished mulling over the question as his thoughts resonated with what Heralia was saying. Scratching his head for a bit as he made sure that the amount of time in his mind was more or less perfect, he then looked at the two and told them, "If we don't set an arbitrary amount of time for us to squeeze out as much potential from our bodies as possible, then Heralia's existence tribulation would be delayed to an incredibly great extent." Speaking of which, what made you want to attempt an existence tribulation again, Heralia? He said not long after, redirecting his statement towards Heralia. Without delay, Heralia replied, "Well, I've more or less reached the limit on how much power an X-grade inanimate could have. Sure, I could still allocate most of my time to improving my skills, but in the long term, the improvement I get from doing so gradually diminishes." She then added, "Of course, if it was normal times, I would be fine with staying as an inanimate for longer as that would allow me to gain more strength once I clear my existence tribulation. But after the war with Chonk, I realized that as a leader of the Alliance, I should have as much power as possible to make sure that the Alliance does not falter in front of enemies." And Heralia continued with her explanation, hemming and hawing for a bit before letting out an awkward chuckle. As Argentum briefly wondered why she lightly chuckled, his nonverbal question was soon answered as she said, "I also want to experience the life of an animate. After reading through the books in that animate town, I guess I had this subconscious urge to turn into an animate as soon as possible. Is there anything wrong with that reason?" She could not help but ask soon after as the two went silent, only for the two to lightly chuckle in response to her reason as they gave off the feeling that hearing such an answer from Heralia was interesting. After that, Argentum let out an aura of slight glee as he replied, "Not at all. As long as it motivates you to become stronger, any reason is good. Anyways, I've decided that we should meet up at this place after a week," he uttered soon after. He then looked at the two and asked them, "Do you think that time's too short?" Heralia and Horal looked at each other for a bit before pondering over the amount of time given to them. After a few seconds or so, the two of them used their own methods of expressing disapproval as they simultaneously replied, "Not at all." "Good to hear," Argentum said as he let out a light chuckle. He then went ahead and activated all of his movement speed boosting buffs as he told them, "And with that, best of luck to all of us. May we meet up after a week stronger than ever." Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. And just like that, the three of them went their separate ways as they headed towards certain parts of the Alliance's small ecosystem. Naturally, with what Argentum said to Horus allies before he left, the location he was heading towards was none other than the Tower of Seclusion. Surprisingly, with the help of the newly unlocked Alliance feature, it took him less to arrive at the entrance of the tower, not even taking a breather as he hastily made his way to the same floor where his original body was. Just as he had stopped in front of the room beside Horus, the entrance to Horus' room was opened, revealing the six, who had come out after sensing Argentum's aura. With Argentum in front of their fields of vision, all of them radiated auras of elation and glee as they went ahead and asked Argentum as to what he did after leaving the Tower of Seclusion. After thinking about it for a bit, Argentum decided to entertain the six as he had a feeling that they would tell Horus these important incidents as well, just in case he did not check the shared memories they had. And so, the seven of them went ahead and bantered for a while at the corridor on one of the Tower of Seclusion's floors, with various emotions being radiated by all of them as Argentum narrated how Horal's power baptism went, exaggerating it quite a bit to give his narration a little bit of flair. After that, They went ahead and talked about what they could do while they were waiting for Horus to wake up, to which Argentum replied that there was nothing wrong with doing nothing. He then told them that he was going to go into seclusion to improve his combat power only after 30 minutes of non-stop conversation, to which the six wished him the best of luck. With words of encouragement in his mind, the six went back to Horus' room to wait for their master to awaken, while Argentum went into the room beside his original body and closed it soon after, standing at the center of the room before sitting down in a cross-legged manner. He then manipulated the energy inside his body as he opened up the upper torso of his body, grabbing the tome of the four elements as he closed the opening on his body. He then went ahead and commanded the system in his mind to open up its inventory to retrieve an item from it. A few seconds later, a small rift a few decimeters wide appeared somewhat close to the tome, allowing a flask filled with a viscous green fluid to drop beside it with a dull plonk sound. Just as he was about to go ahead and consume the contents within the flask to enhance his perceptivity towards the wind element, a thought related to what he was currently doing abruptly surfaced in his mind, prompting him to open up the tome with multiple energy tendrils before doing so. Just like before, he used these tendrils to flip through the pages of the tome, eventually stopping at the page where the tome started to explain the intricacies of wind affinity. He then used the energy tendrils he conjured to absorb the information from these pages, stopping at the page where the tome was just about to start explaining the concept of true wind affinity. As he organized the information he had just obtained in his mind, he pondered on what level of affinity he should expect after the effects of the Heaven's Wind Potion had dissipated, instantly ruling out that he would be able to achieve true wind affinity in just 2 hours. Naturally, he ruled out that he would only achieve the peak level of wind affinity, which was currently named Blessing of the Ancient Zephyr in his skill list. Knowing how insanely powerful his comprehension rate, at the very least, he knew that he would achieve animate wind affinity. And so, that's what he aimed for. He aimed to reach animate wind affinity within these 2 hours, and even hoped that he could go a bit beyond that. Just like how his understanding of water had gone slightly beyond the animate level of comprehension within 2 hours. Psyching himself up for what he was about to do, he then grabbed the flask and pulled out the stopper as his upper torso opened up, pouring in the contents of the flask into it. As he placed the flask back in his system inventory while he closed up his upper body, a notification sound soon resounded throughout his mind, telling him that the effects of the Heaven's Wind Potion was now activated. Ding! You have ingested the Heaven's Wind Potion. Your perception of the wind element has increased by 200%. Time remaining before buff wears out, 1 hour 59 minutes. After briefly reading through the notifications he had received, Argentum then went ahead and closed his sense of vision as he attuned his energy to the wind energy particles that lingered within the room. Thanks to his already high level of affinity with the wind, which was currently paired up with the perception boost brought about by the Heaven's Wind Potion, he could not help but feel that his connection with the wind energy particles was akin to him being embraced by the wind itself. At times, he even felt that he had melded with the surrounding wind, transforming into the embodiment of wind. With that kind of feeling coursing throughout his body, Argentum went ahead and increased his affinity with the wind, referencing the notes he obtained from the Tome of the Four Elements from time to time. Naturally, with his incredibly high comprehension rate, it came with no surprise that Argentum's understanding of the wind element was improving at a very fast rate, the aura of wind currently radiating from him now being completely different from the aura he radiated before starting this session of improvement. And only 20 minutes have passed. At around the 4-minute mark, Argentum's understanding of the wind element had risen to a new level as the upper portion of his body, which took on the original color of green, had now transformed into a mix of light green and green. If one were to look closely, the movement of the light green and green portions of energy on his upper body, which were thin needles in shape, somewhat imitated the movement of wind in nature. Sometimes it would take on the movement of a calm breeze, at other times, it would take on the movement of a tornado. Nevertheless, all of the movements had something to do with the wind. Obviously. Naturally, his aura had changed as well, the feeling it gave off being akin to when he showed his improvement of understanding over the water element in front of Felix and the others. Surprisingly, the aura he radiated was related to the movement of energy in his upper body. Whenever the energy in his upper body moved like the breeze, then anyone inside the area of influence of his aura would feel calm and relaxed. If it was a tornado, then his aura would become violent, making anyone inside the area of influence of his aura feel like it was hard to breathe. Eventually, the tour effect of the Heaven's Wind Potion had finally dissipated, signaling to Argentum that his session on improving his understanding over the wind element was over. For now, at least. Letting out a sigh of satisfaction and relief, he went ahead and stood up as he grabbed the tome of the four elements and placed it inside his upper torso. He then lightly stretched his body as he sensed the various changes that had occurred. After that, he went ahead and conjured a ball of wind, which radiated an intent of destruction far greater than before. Not only that, but the force coming from the ball of wind had significantly increased as well, even though Argentum used the same amount of energy to conjure one. Without hesitation, he went ahead and threw the ball towards the wall that faced away from Aurus' room, only to be left at a loss for words as the ball of wind had dealt more damage than he had expected. In his mind, he thought that the ball of wind would be able to tear a wall open and disappear from there. Never in his mind did he expect that even before the ball of wind was about to collide with the wall, the sheer force of wind emanating from the wind was enough for the wall to tear open, only dissipating after about 10 walls had been torn open. Scratching his head at the result, he eventually let out a slightly awkward chuckle as he muttered, "Herilia's definitely going to become mad once she sees this. Should I blame this on Aurus?" he asked himself not long after, before dispelling the thought not long after. Taking in a deep breath of air, he then muttered to himself, "Anyways, I've made quite the improvement. Even the weakest wind-based spell I have now has its destructive power increased by multiple times. And with that out of the way, what should I do next? Want to see some official art of Iras? Want to get additional perks? Then head on to my Discord server. The link is discord.gz. Help to see you there. Chapter 287, The Higher Boundary. Should I go ahead and enhance my understanding of the wind element even further? Argentum muttered to himself in a questioning tone after pondering on what he could do next for a while. Just as he thought that it was the most logical thing to do in this situation, given the current circumstances, a thought related to the idea surfaced in his mind. With that, he muttered, "I do need more Heaven's Wind Potions if I want to maintain a high rate of improvement though." Although he was more or less fine with the idea of not using the potions, which boosted his perceptivity to incredibly high levels, to improve his rate of improvement when it came to understanding elements. At this point, he was not used to the idea anymore. Thanks to the last 2 sessions he had with the effects of the Heaven's Element potions, he had a feeling that it would take him a long time to achieve the same level of improvement a session boosted with the help of a potion brought. "I do have the recipe to concoct the Heaven's Wind Potion, but I don't have the materials needed to make one," he said to himself not long after as he recalled the ingredients needed to craft a batch of Heaven's Wind Potion, which was enough to fill about 10 flasks according to the number of materials used up. He then rummaged through Aurus' memories to see if he had any spots where he could farm the ingredients for the potion, to which he soon found the locations for half of the ingredients after about 10 minutes or so of rummaging. Unfortunately, after that, he seemed to be stuck at a dead end, with only the previous locations he found in Aurus' memories being the only places where he could gather specific ingredients for the potion. He then checked the remaining ingredients that did not have a location on the recipe, eventually noticing that all of the ingredients that did not have a location in Aurus' memories needed one to be at the animate existence level at the very least. Would Tempest Cliff have those kinds of items? He muttered to himself in contemplation, thinking that it was highly unlikely for a place where the strongest being was a rank 1 animate. Which had already died. Then again, he could not help but feel at ease as the locations of about half of the ingredients needed to concoct the Heaven's Wind Potion were concentrated within the multiple portions of Tempest Cliff. with only some of the ingredients being located in other places that only had a pseudo-animate ruling the territory. After collecting all of that information, Argentum thought that he would be better off not concocting the Heaven's Wind potion, as it would surely take up the majority of the week he allocated to him and the others. Perhaps, the time he took to collect might even last longer than a week, which was something he did not want to happen. But just as he was about to truly call it quits, a location soon surfaced in his mind, giving him the thought that finding the remaining ingredients there had a high chance of happening. The Tempest Cliff Inheritance. Argentum muttered the name of the location in his mind as he recalled who had made the inheritance in the first place. Kevin is an animate, so surely he would have resources at the animate level in the inheritance, right? Naturally, the resources would also be inclined towards the wind element. I feel like I have a better chance of finding the items there instead of heading out to animate territories where there is the chance of me being captured. Just as he was about to set his mind on entering the inheritance to obtain those items, he then remembered a piece of crucial information, finally making him give up on the idea of enhancing his understanding of the wind element in the meantime. Right. I don't have any control over the inheritance, he said to himself with a sigh of slight frustration. Scratching his head for a bit, he then asked himself the same question from before once more. So, with that out of the equation, what should I do next? And just like that, he started thinking out loud unlike before, allowing everything to come out of his mind unfiltered as he weighed the pros and cons of each thought. I could go ahead and grind my skills out throughout the whole week, which would give me a great increase in power for sure, but I need to achieve the element of lesser origin as fast as possible. Enhancing my skills can wait, plus they are already more than enough for my current needs. I could go ahead and head towards the Inferno Plains and enhance my understanding of fire. I could also go and meet up with Blob while I'm right. I gave the Heaven's Fire potion before I underwent that session to enhance my understanding of water. Wait a second, I did give Eleanor the recipe to concoct the Heaven's Fire potion, but I feel like she hasn't mulated the ingredients yet. Knowing her personality. Speaking of Eleanor, I should remind her to increase my control over her inheritance. How about I improve my understanding of the earth element? I could go ahead and head towards an earth-based inheritance along the way while improving my affinity with the ear. I almost forgot. I used the Heaven's Earth potion to unlock Earth affinity while I was in Felix's inheritance, with the closest Earth-based area being even farther away than the Azure Shores. I should put the priority of improving my understanding of the earth element as last. He then continued to ramble on as the thoughts flowed out of his mouth. Fortunately, after rambling for about 20 minutes or so, his rambling had finally ceased as a feasible idea surfaced in his mind. Making sure that he had the right idea in mind, he recalled the idea while muttering, I guess the best option for me would be to focus on enhancing my understanding of the water element for now. Unlike Eleanor, Felix had a lot more time to understand the recipe, as well as collect the ingredients needed to concoct the Heaven's Water potion. At the very least, he would have around 10 flasks of the stuff flying around, factoring in the difficulty of concocting the recipe. I guess that's enough for me to enhance my understanding to the true water level. Either way, my mind has been set, he soon muttered to himself as an aura of firm determination radiated from him as he activated all of his movement speed boosting buffs without hesitation. Thanks to the boost in effectiveness brought about by enhancing his understanding of the wind to the animate level, the speed boost brought about by Zephyr Burst and the other spells had increased to a great extent as well. With all of it now activated, he had a feeling that he would crash into the wall if his legs even made the slightest movement. Just as he was preparing to head towards the Grand Blue Inheritance, Argentum could not help but think about Horal and Heralia before shrugging his shoulders as he said, what don't they know won't hurt them. I'll just make sure to head back to the Alliance before the new week deadline I set is up. Whoosh. And with that, unbeknownst to Heralia, Horal, and even the Six, Argentum went ahead and made his way towards the Grand Blue Inheritance, relying on the map function of the system to make sure that he got there at the shortest time possible. And man, was it really short. Unlike before, which took him about 3 days to arrive at the Tempest Cliff from the Grand Blue Inheritance. This time, it only took him around 8 hours to arrive at the Azure Shores, with the moon just starting to peek out of the horizon. Naturally, he did not stop running once he had arrived at the boundary separating Azure Shores from the wilderness, making his way towards the inner portion of the area. Only when he arrived at the ice castle that housed the Grand Blue Inheritance did he stop, as an aura of elation radiated from him while he asked himself with a light chortle, "I wonder how fast I need to run to make it look like I teleported." Nevertheless, remembering what he came to the Grand Blue Inheritance for, he placed the thought at the back of his head as he circulated the energy inside his body, forming a connection with Felix as the contract they established was awakened. Not long after, a familiar voice soon resounded in his mind as the voice asked, "Why do you contact me, Argentum? Can I enter the Grand Blue Inheritance?" Argentum responded to his question with a question of his own. Just as Felix was about to ask as to where he was, Argentum was one step ahead of him as he soon replied, "Also, I'm already in front of the castle." Hearing Argentum's last statement, Felix was left at a loss for words, as he did not expect Argentum to appear in front of his inheritance all of a sudden. At most, he thought that Argentum was just letting know that he was on his way to his inheritance, giving him some time to prepare. Nevertheless, since Argentum was a partial owner of the inheritance, he was soon transported to where Felix was, while the latter let out a sigh of slight acceptance. Whoosh! A few seconds later, Argentum appeared in front of Felix, who was sitting on a chair made out of his energy. After undergoing the usual greetings and pleasantries, Felix took the initiative to steer the topic towards the reason why Argentum was in his inheritance for no apparent reason. Imitating the sound of one clearing their throat, Felix looked at Argentum and asked, "So what brings you to my inheritance?" While Argentum looked around the room, eventually noticing that the 2 rooms made for him and Blob a few days ago were still there, he went ahead and replied to Felix's question with a question of his own, asking, "Have you concocted a Heaven's Water potion yet?" At first, Felix found it peculiar for Argentum to ask about such a thing, but then remembered that he was the one who gave him the recipe. With that in mind, he nodded and responded, "Yeah, due to the amount of time that has passed, I've only made around 70 or so flasks of the stuff." Hearing that Felix had already made 70 flasks, Argentum could not help but become inwardly shocked as Felix's speed of creating the potions. Not only that, but he was also curious as to how he could make quite a decent number of batches within a few days. Nevertheless, he kept these thoughts in his mind for now as he told Felix, "Can I grab some of your flasks? I want to increase my understanding of the water element." Felix pondered over the question for a bit, thinking that there was nothing wrong with Argentum taking some of his flasks, as he thought of it from the perspective of investing in a being. But from another perspective, he could not help but feel like he was losing out, prompting him to ask Argentum, "What do I get in exchange?" In response, Argentum hemmed and hawed over the question. He thought that it was reasonable for Felix to ask for remuneration, as he was the one who collected the ingredients, as well as concocted them. Eventually, he found a suitable item to exchange the flasks with, replying to Felix's question with a tone of slight confidence, "I'll give you the information you need to achieve the peak animate level of understanding of the water element." "Deal," Felix said without hesitation as he radiated an aura of expectation and elation. The 2 of them then went ahead and made the transaction, with Argentum sending the information he had in his mind regarding animate water affinity. After that, Argentum asked Felix if he could use the rooms he made a few days ago as a place where he could improve his understanding of water silently, to which Felix replied that he had no problem with it. Whoosh! Soon after, Felix snapped his fingers, opening up a rift that allowed all of the Heaven's Water potions he had crafted to drop on the ground. With a light chuckle, Felix looked at Argentum and said, "I might go into seclusion as well, so feel free to use around 80% of the Heaven's Water potions I've summoned. I think he'll only use a few of them for now anyway." "Thanks," Argentum said in response to Felix's words, before going ahead and conjuring tendrils to grab 10 of the potions at once before heading towards the room where he stayed before. This time, He brought out the tome of the four elements in front of him and did not use any tendrils to read through the tome at all. Since he still had the information from the time regarding water affinity in his mind, he could go ahead and dive into the world of improving his understanding. And so, Argentum went ahead and popped a Heaven's Water potion into his upper torso, allowing his perception of the water element to increase. After 2 hours, he would then pop in another Heaven's Water potion, allowing him to continue comprehending the intricacies of the water element. Eventually, there came a time when the amount of Heaven's Water potions he had on hand was starting to dry out, prompting him to conjure long tendrils that grabbed 10 more Heaven's Water potions from Felix's room, allowing him to continue his comprehension session without being distracted that much. And just like that, Argentum's understanding of the water element improved at a very fast rate. After he was finished consuming the first potion, his understanding of the next level had increased to 40%, a decent improvement from the 25% understanding he had before he left the inheritance. But after that, his rate of improvement gradually slowed down, needing him to consume more and more potions as time passed by. By the time Argentum was finished consuming his 10th potion, his understanding of the next level was now at 60%, making him a little bit disappointed at the rate of improvement, but not demotivated to continue with his comprehension spree. As thoughts of giving up surfaced in his mind, he would always think about how it would be far slower for him to achieving this current level of improvement if he did not have the Heaven's Water potions on hand, psyching him up to continue improving his understanding of the water element without caring about the number of potions he consumed. Finally, by the time the effect of the 56th potion had worn out, an intrinsic change occurred in Argentum's body, as well as his aura, sending out a shockwave of energy throughout the inheritance that gave off an all-encompassing feeling. At times, this feeling would turn cold, it would also turn violent at times, but after sensing the feeling for a while, one would feel like they were enveloped in water. For those who were more perceptive, they would even feel like they have become water itself. "I've finally done it." Argentum opened his eyes as an aura of immense elation radiated from him. Without hesitation, he stood up and lightly stretched his body as he placed all of the empty flasks he had used inside the system inventory. While stretching, he muttered, 5 days and 56 potions. I've finally achieved true water affinity. Ding! Just as he was reveling himself in the pleasure brought about by achieving something like this, a notification sound resounded from his system, prompting him to stop stretching as he opened the notification screen in his mind. After skimming through it for a while, he pondered over something for a bit and soon muttered, although it's a bit detrimental in the short term, it's highly understandable. I wonder what kind of effects it would bring in the long run. Animate Water Affinity has been upgraded to True Water Affinity. Due to the inherent limits brought out about by the upgraded skill, True Water Affinity has replaced Animate Water Affinity while regressing down to grade mortal level. Thanks to True Water Affinity, water resistance has been upgraded to True Water Resistance, regressing down to grade mortal level. Due to the user understanding more of the water element thanks to True Water Affinity, all active water-based skills and spells have been considered as incredibly inferior, prompting the system to fuse the multiple skills as one with the help of True Water Affinity. The active skill Sage's Water Magic has been created. Due to the properties of the skill, the user is now able to create their own water-based skills and spells, using this skill as a basis. Improving the grade and level of the skill would allow the user to craft more complex and powerful spells. Want to see some official art of errors? Want to get additional perks? Then head on to my Discord server. The link is discord.gz. Help to see you there. Chapter 288 Meeting and Warning XXXX Continent, Telmaran Province. Inside the Arsenan family household. After recruiting Valentia as a part of his team, Vanadia and the others then went outside of the meeting room they were just in, moving through the various corridors of the household in order to find someone. After a while, they eventually found the person they wanted to find, with the person they found bowing respectfully in front of them as he said, I apologize for not staying near your room. May I ask what the esteemed sirs need me for? No need to apologize, the ninth prince said in response to the person's words. Before answering the man's last statement, he replied as a nostalgic expression surfaced on his face. Anyways, Quentin, could you lead me to where my mother is? I haven't seen her in quite a long time. The Duchess? Quentin muttered in response as he tried to recall who Vanadier was trying to find. After a few seconds, he then closed his sense of vision for a bit as he muttered a few incantations as a copious amount of energy strands soon spread out from where he was, heading towards the various corridors at great speeds. Around a minute later, the strands Quentin sent out finally returned to his body, prompting him to open his eyes as he lightly nodded. Let me lead the way, esteemed sirs, Quentin said after that, to which Vanadier lightly nodded as he unhesitatingly followed behind Quentin. On the other hand, Dane could not help but become slightly surprised at the level of prowess Quentin had shown when it came to controlling multiple energy strands. With that in mind, he could not help but ask Vanadier through a strand of energy, Your Highness, the level of control Quentin has over his energy would be enough for him to be well known throughout the Arcana Tower. Can you ask him the reason why he hasn't joined the Arcana Tower? Oh, I can answer that without needing to ask him, Vanadier replied by sending a strand of his own. A light smile plastered on his face as he continued to follow Quentin from behind. Looking at Dane, he then replied with another strand of energy, saying, to be honest, he used to be a part of the Arcana Tower. Not only that, but he also had a considerably high level of authority in the tower. Do you know what level of authority he had? Dane asked in a curious tone, continuing to talk through energy strands. In his mind, he had a feeling that Quentin was at least one level of authority higher than him, but after listening to the ninth prince's response, his respect for Quentin had shot up to an incredibly high level. If I remember correctly, he was a high executive of the tower. Vanadier recalled what he knew about Quentin from the past before answering Dane's question through a strand. Noticing that Dane's expression had become frozen after hearing that, he could not help but ask, Hey, are you alright? I'm fine, Dane said with a light yet awkward chuckle in response to Vanadier's words. After that, he could not help but look at Quentin's back with a gaze of reverence before looking back at the ninth prince and asking in a mutter, Is it possible for me to ask him later regarding magic? I don't see why not, Vanadier said in response as he lightly giggled. While that was happening, Valentia, who was passively listening to the conversation of the two this whole time, could not help but ask Vanadier, What were you two talking about in secret? Dane's just surprised that Quentin used to be a high executive of the tower. Vanadier responded to Valentia's question, to which Valentia gave a gaze of understanding before scratching her head for a bit as she recalled something. A few seconds later, she then tapped on Dane's shoulder, prompting Dane to look at her. With a slightly mischievous smile on her face, she told him, If you're already surprised that Quentin used to be a high executive of the tower, then I should introduce you to the other servants of the family. The strongest one out of them even used to be a grand elder of the tower. Dane was instantly left at a loss for words after hearing Valentia's statement. He slowly turned his head to look at Vanadier before lightly coughing to catch his attention. With Vanadier now looking at him, he then cautiously asked, Lady Valentia's words. True? You. Vanadier uttered as he lightly nodded before focusing his attention back on the path in front of him, leaving Dane with a dumbfounded expression while Valentia laughed at Dane's current expression. On the other hand, a light smile crept on Quentin's face as he listened to the conversation of the three, continuing to lead them to where Vanadier's mother was. We have arrived, Quentin said as the four of them had arrived in front of a white door with exquisite carvings on it. He then asked the three to step back before lightly knocking on the door as he conversed with the person on the other side. After the person on the other side gave Quentin the green light, he looked at the three who stepped back and lightly bowed before saying, The Duchess has allowed you three to enter her room. Creak. Soon after, Quentin gradually opened the door as he then said, Please enter. With those parting words, the three of them said words of gratitude to Quentin before entering the room. being greeted by a magnificent sight within. Unlike the somewhat dull meeting room the trio was in a while ago, this room was more exquisite, not only in the materials used to make the room, but its design was exquisite as well. Two of the walls had large bay windows installed, allowing large amounts of sunlight to pass through the room. The floor was made out of marble, which had a giant footless chiseled at the center of it as well, embossed with what seemed to be gold. Multiple bookshelves made out of exquisite wood could be seen on one of the walls, while a finely crafted hardwood table was positioned opposite the bookshelves, being placed near the bay windows. Behind the hardwood table was a woman in her late 30s, wearing a long-sleeved light grey dress that brought out the mature air coming from her. Add on the fact that her hair, which was jet black like Vanadia's but had a few light grey strands on the end, was tied into a bun. To anyone that looked at her, they would never think that she was a duchess, but just a woman that people could rely on. At the moment, she was looking at a few documents with important information on them as she lightly sipped on a cup of tea. But after she heard footsteps gradually resonate inside her room, she stopped looking at the documents and placed it on her desk as she turned her head to look at the three with a light smile. "To think that we would meet each other under such times," the woman said all of a sudden as she let out a light chuckle. In response, Vanadia looked back at the woman with a light smile before replying, "It truly is surprising. It's great to see you again, Mother." After that, Valencia took a few steps forward before respectfully bowing towards the woman as she lifted her skirt slightly. She then looked at the woman with a gaze of respect before saying, "It is my pleasure to meet you, Duchess Iridesia." "It's my pleasure to meet you as well, Valencia," the woman said as she lightly nodded in response to Valencia's greeting. She then looked at the remaining person who has not introduced himself yet, prompting her to say with a light chuckle, "It seems you have a shy one with you, Vanadia." Since he was indirectly called, Dane had no choice but to take a few steps forward as well before giving a respectful bow. He then pondered over what he was going to say, making sure that it was as formal as possible. After a few seconds, he then said in the most respectful way he could, "My name is Dane Grosses-Orba, the advisor of the 9th Prince. I would like to give my sincerest greetings to Iridesia Arsenan," the woman said before standing up from her seat and making her way towards where they were. She then continued with a light giggle, "A Duchess of the Seraph Kingdom." With the woman introducing herself to Dane, he hastily apologized as he said, "My sincerest apologies for not recognizing you, Duchess Iridesia. I should have read up on this before coming here." "No worries, no worries," Iridesia responded to Dane's apology with a light chuckle. She then replied, "I'm not someone who wants to go through the usual pleasantries anyway." Anyways, with that being said, she soon said not long after, appearing in front of Vanadia before hugging him tightly. While doing so, she then asked Vanadia, "What's my handsome son doing in this place? Shouldn't he be preparing for the war for the throne?" "Mother. I can't breathe," Vanadia said amidst the hugging, feeling like his internal organs were shifted from the hug. After being released, Vanadia took in a few deep breaths before asking in a slightly complaining tone, "Do you really have to do something like that every time, Mother? You do know how hard it is for me to breathe when you hug me like that, right? Can't your mother hug you after not seeing you for a long time?" Iridesia lightly pouted as she responded to her question. She then turned around before imitating the sound of one lightly sobbing. She then said, "I guess my son doesn't want to see me after all." Vanadia could not help but be at a loss for words as he soon let out a long sigh. He then looked at Dane and Valencia for a bit before sending each of them a strand of energy with a message attached. After reading the message contained within that strand of energy, the two of them lightly nodded at Vanadia before silently leaving the room, leaving Vanadia and his mother alone. Scratching his head, Vanadia then told her, "We're the only ones here, Mom. You can stop keeping up your facade. I'm glad you knew what was on my mind." Iridesia let out a playful giggle as she turned to look at her son with a gaze of love and concern. She then asked, "But seriously though, what made you come here to see me? Can't I just come and meet you without a reason?" Vanadia said in response, prompting Iridesia to hug once more, only letting go after Vanadia tapped on her arm 3 times. Taking in a few deep breaths, Vanadia eventually said what was on his mind, telling her, "After you left the royal palace to head back here, I felt quite lonely from that point onward. The only thing I could do was distract myself with other things." "Why'd you leave the palace, Mum? Is it because you had a disagreement with Dad or something?" he asked not long after, to which Eurydice shook her head and said plainly, "Not at all. I was just bored with always being in the palace." As expected, Vanadia muttered as he let out a long sigh. He then looked at his mother with a slightly sad gaze as he said, "You could've told me the reason why you were leaving, you know." I'm sorry, Eurydice said as she let out a soft chuckle. She then went ahead and hugged Vanadia, but this time, filled with love and care. After releasing him from her grasp, she looked at him and asked, "So, what brings you here, Vanadia?" "I recruited Valentia to be a part of my team in the war for the throne." Vanadia unhesitatingly replied to her question before asking, "Do you think Valentia would be a great fit, Mum?" "I don't see why not," Eurydice said in response to her son's question, trying to recall what she knew about Valentia. After a while, she told him, "She's well versed in fighting, as well as healing. Taking into consideration the other person you brought along with him, it's turning out to become a solid team as long as you have a strong tank." "Speaking of tanks, do you think that person from the Astlia family would be a good fit for my team?" Vanadia asked not long after, to which Eurydice tried to recall who Vanadia was talking about. Soon after, she lightly nodded her head before replying, "If it's that guy, then I'm pretty sure he'll synergize with your skills quite well." "Do you have any other members in your team?" "I recruited another one, and she's a student of the Magi brought along with me." Vanadia responded to his mother's question before letting out a chuckle as he continued, "She's actually a rare type of mage, able to control 2 spells at once and even fuse them as one." "Oh?" Eurydice uttered as she raised her eyebrows, slightly surprised that her son was able to snag such a person like that. With a slightly suspicious gaze, she looked at her son and asked, "Did you perhaps bribe her into joining you or something?" "Why would I do that, Mum?" Vanadia said in a way that felt like he was being wronged. He then continued, "I recruited her the normal way, asking her if she wanted to join or not, that's all." "Hey!" Eurydice uttered as she looked at her son with a mischievous smile on her face. Just as she was about to ask Vanadia more about his team, a thought related to what they were talking about surfaced in her mind as she looked at her son and said, "Ah, right. I've obtained news that your brother Arsha is secretly killing the team members of your other brothers." As a slight killing intent radiated from her, she then continued, "I want to remove your brother's chance of fighting in the war for the throne so badly, but people like me can't intervene in such matters. Always make sure that your allies don't die under his schemes. Okay? Want to see some official art of Iras? Want to get additional perks? Then head on to my Discord server. The link is discord.gzruge. Help to see you there." Chapter 289 False Visage of the Animate. From the description of the skill, I should assume that its prowess is far greater than higher alga magic, Argentum muttered to himself as he pondered over the last notification he had received for a bit. A few seconds later, he let out a short and soft sigh as he added, "Then again, it kinda sucks that I lost the progress of the water-based skills I grinded for quite some time." He then radiated a slightly curious aura as he continued, "I do want to see the limits of this new skill though. But this place wouldn't be a good place to test it out. I should head outside of the inheritance to do that." With his mind set, Argentum went ahead and walked out of the room, where he underwent his comprehension session and arrived at Felix's room, only to see a large cauldron situated at the center of the room as multiple empty flasks could be seen placed near the cauldron. In the cauldron were multiple materials that seemed to be in the process of decomposing and melding with the fluid that coated all of them, which took on a slightly dark blue hue. Wondering as to why a large cauldron was in Felix's room, Argentum looked around the area to find Felix, only to see that Felix had come out of the corridor with a few materials in tow. Felix then went ahead and threw the materials he brought into the cauldron before utilizing his energy to form tendrils that mixed the components inside the cauldron in a vigorous yet gentle manner. At this moment, Argentum finally realized what was inside the cauldron. It was none other than the components used to make the Heaven's Water potion. As Felix was allowing his subconscious to control the tendrils that mixed the components in the cauldron, he could not help but look around for a bit, eventually noticing that Argentum was looking at him with an aura of awe and surprise. Letting out a light chuckle, Felix greeted Argentum by saying, "Did you make any progress?" "I sure did." Argentum radiated an aura of slight glee before thanking Felix. "Thanks to the potions you've given me access to, I've finally reached the level of understanding beyond peak animate." Making sure that the components in the cauldron were dissolving smoothly, Felix allocated a bit of his attention towards the cauldron while the majority was focused on Argentum, prompting him to radiate an aura of curiosity as he asked in a tone of slight uncertainty, "How can you be so sure that you've gone beyond peak anima?" Whoosh! Just before Felix was able to finish his question, an aura that seemed to be both incomprehensible and mysterious soon surrounded Argentum's aura, giving Felix the feeling that he was looking at a large body of water that had a collective consciousness. At first, the aura gave off a calm feeling as it took on a semi-corporeal form, allowing Felix to see that quite a large area of the room had been covered in what seemed to be hazy dark blue energy. The dark blue energy bobbed up and down for a while, as if it was a true body of water. But then, the bobbing gradually became more intense, forming into waves that seemed to span multiple meters in height. While this was happening, a violent intent radiated from Argentum, giving Felix the feeling that it was all-encompassing, as well as inescapable. Surprisingly, this intent was enough to shock Felix that he had to put in a bit more of his attention towards the manipulation of the cauldron's components. Fortunately, only one last change remained in Argentum's aura, which had the high waves of dark blue energy transformed into whirlpools of various sizes, giving off a feeling that Argentum had great charisma, as well as a mysterious air around him. Nevertheless, something remained constant within those auras, and that was a force that Felix had no grasp of. Although he had no grasp of it, he did know that once this force was activated, a great amount of power would surge forth, allowing Argentum to achieve levels of power unimaginable before. Suppressing his aura after he was done showcasing it, Argentum noticed that Felix was radiated an aura of immense shock as his sense of vision was focused on him. Letting out a light chortle as he knew that he had blown Felix's mind away, Argentum focused his sense of vision towards Felix before asking, "So do you believe me now?" You, Felix uttered as he slowly nodded, still in disbelief. It was only after a minute did he snap out of his daze and looked at Argentum with a sigh of awe. Recalling the auras Argentum showed just a while ago, Felix could not help but ask him, "Could you tell me how to achieve the level of understanding beyond peak animate?" "As long as you give up something of equal value, then sure." Argentum let out a playful giggle, to which Felix could not help but laugh as well as he said, "I knew you'd say that." "Anyways, I'm surprised that you're doing something like this with ease," Argentum said not long after, redirecting the topic towards the cauldron. He then asked Felix, "Are you well versed in concocting potions or something?" "I concoct potions from time to time." "You can call it a hobby," Felix hastily replied as he focused his vision towards the cauldron, radiating an aura of satisfaction as he noticed that the components were melding quite nicely. "Although it's not at a level of a professional, I can say with great confidence that my skills are far better than those animate apprentices." "Well, you are a being who has lived for over 25,000 years, so I won't argue with that," Argentum thought to himself as he listened to Felix's last statement. After that, the two of them soon bantered about their progress in understanding the entirety of the water element. With Argentum achieving what seems to be the third level of understanding, Felix did not hesitate on asking Argentum questions regarding problems he had encountered while trying to improve his understanding of the element. And so, about an hour passed thanks to their banter. At this point, the concoction in the cauldron was now done, taking on the dark blue hue that was in the flask Argentum originally obtained. Naturally, it also radiated an aura of the water element, making both Felix and Argentum inclined to devour the contents of the cauldron in an instant. Then again, they were beings with consciousness, so they knew how to control themselves, with Argentum helping Felix fill up the flasks near the cauldron. As they filled up the flasks with the viscous blue fluid inside the cauldron, Felix could not help but radiate an aura of gratitude towards Argentum as he said in an awkward tone, "Although I should be the one teaching you about stuff, our roles have been reversed." Letting out an awkward chuckle, he continued, "Then again, my mind is flexible like water, so I don't mull over things like that. I do feel like the things you have given me as far more valuable than the things I've given you," he added soon after. With a solemn and serious tone, he then told Argentum, "If you have any request from me, as long as it's within my capabilities, I'll make sure to do my best." "Is that so?" Argentum radiated an aura that gave off the feeling that his interest was piqued as he continued to fill up the flasks with viscous blue fluid. With Felix's words lingering in his mind, Argentum went silent for a bit, eventually opening his mouth after a minute or so as he recalled the evidence he had obtained back at Verdant Breeze Town. Imitating the sound of one clearing their throat to attract Felix's attention, Argentum then asked him, "Felix, do you have any methods or ideas on how a pseudo-animate could transition into an animate?" Felix uttered as he did not expect such a question to come from Argentum. Nevertheless, it was not outside the realm of his knowledge, prompting him to ponder over it for a bit as he said, "Give me a second to think about it." In response, Argentum lightly nodded as the two of them went ahead and continued to fill up the flasks in silence. After a few minutes, Argentum and Felix were finally finished filling up the flasks with viscous blue fluid, giving them a total of about 25 Heaven's Water potions. Coincidentally, Felix was finally finished pondering over the question as he hid the cauldron he used for concocting potions in another place. Conjuring 2 chairs for the two of them to sit on, Felix faced Argentum as he asked, "Just to make sure that I did not misinterpret your question, are you asking about methods that would allow a pseudo-animate to evolve into an animate, or are you asking about methods that would allow a pseudo-animate to disguise as an animate?" "Well, now that you say that," Argentum hemmed and hawed for a bit before responding, "the first thought I had in mind was the former. But now that you told me about the second choice, I think it would have great use before I transition to the animate existence level. Do you know methods regarding them?" "Fortunately, I do," Felix said without hesitation, to which Argentum radiated an aura of glee as he now had a backup method when the method he had in mind to transition to the animate existence level would not work. But then, this aura was replaced with slight disappointment as Felix continued, "Unfortunately, all of the methods I have in my memory, for the first choice at least, needs one to be at the grand grade pseudo-animate level. And that's the method with the laxest requirements," Felix added. He then continued, "The other methods I have in mind mostly need you to achieve a grade of epic or legendary while successfully undergoing over 3 power baptisms. Of course, the upside to it would be that you would be able to forge a body far stronger than a normal animate. The only slightly good news I have for you is the second choice I asked about," he said afterward. "To disguise as an animate, you would only need to be a magic-grade pseudo-animate as the vibe giving off is already close to a normal animate. For others, they would need to be grand grade at the very least." Hearing that the second method only needed him to evolve to the next grade, Argentum could not help but radiate an aura of slight glee as he felt that his return to the animate world was now brought earlier thanks to this method. Trying his luck, he went ahead and asked Felix, regarding the second method, "Is there any way for me to learn of it so I could use it once I evolve to magic grade?" "You want to learn it right now?" Felix radiated an aura of contemplation as he weighed the pros and cons of giving Argentum the skill early. Unsurprisingly, it did not take long for him to come to a conclusion as he felt that Argentum would heed his warnings. With that in mind, he shrugged his shoulders as he said, "Well, I don't see the harm in giving you the skill early." Whoosh. Soon after, Felix extended his right arm towards Argentum and pointed his index finger at Argentum's forehead. A light blue energy soon manifested at the tip of the extended finger before shooting out towards Argentum like a beam. In an instant, Argentum's mind was hit with a sudden influx of information regarding a technique that seemed to be esoteric at first, but was actually intuitive once he organized the information he had obtained. Ding! You have obtained the active skill False Visage of the Animate. As a notification sound resounded in his mind, telling him that he had obtained a new skill, Argentum could not help but radiate an aura of elation as he had the urge to try it out once he left the inheritance. But just as he was about to tell Felix that he was going to leave, a thought related to what he had just done soon surfaced in his mind, prompting him to try his luck once again. Is it possible for me to learn the first method as well? Argentum asked in a slightly pleading tone, but unfortunately for him, Felix's decision, in this case, was firm as he shook his head. It's better for you to not know of it right now. Just focus on getting stronger. All right, then. Argentum shrugged his shoulders as he did not feel disappointed in being rejected. After that, he then bade farewell to Felix before leaving the inheritance, appearing just a few meters away from the ice castle. Looking at the castle for a bit, he then went ahead and activated all of his movement speed boosting skills before heading towards a random direction. This seems to be a decent spot, Argentum said to himself a few minutes later, as his surroundings were now barren. Other than the occasional howls of the native beings slightly far away from where he was, it was the perfect place for him to test his new skill out. Rubbing his hands together as he took in a deep breath, Argentum then went ahead and commanded the system. System, identify Sage's water magic. It's time for me to see what it has to offer. Want to see some official artiviras? Want to get additional perks? Then head on to my Discord server. The link is discord.xrohuge. Help to see you there. Chapter 290 Custom Magic. Ding! As he commanded the system to identify the latest skill that had been given to him, a small holographic screen soon appeared in front of his field of vision. Surprisingly, even though the screen had already appeared in front of him, his mind was occupied with another thing, prompting him to put the identification of his latest skill aside as he felt that this thought he had was of higher importance. Surely, that holder in eyes would also have something like this, right? Argentum muttered the question that was on his mind, rummaging through Aurus memories to find out if his speculations were correct. Unfortunately for him, Aurus memories did not disclose as to whether the holder of the tome in his previous life had such a skill on hand, as the holder did not share that information on the forums at all. Letting out a slightly defeated sigh, he cheered himself up by thinking to himself that the other skills would also transform into the same type of skill he currently had. Which made him let out a longer sigh of defeat as he thought about the amount of effort he put into grinding all of those skills. I should stop thinking about these kinds of depressive thoughts, Argentum said to himself not long after as he closed his sense of vision for a bit to regain his composure. After taking in a deep breath, he opened his sense of vision once more to take a glance at the small holographic screen, which he had ignored a while ago, to read the description of Sage's water magic. Fortunately, it did not take long for Argentum to read through all of the contents of his screen. Unfortunately, the same could not be said for his current expression, as his aura was that of shock and disbelief. Which lasted for quite a long time. It took him a few minutes to snap out of his daze as he could only mutter a single word: broken. Sage's water magic. Grade, Mortal C. Once one transcends the normal understanding and perception of those well versed in the element of water, one becomes a sage of water that understands and utilizes the intrinsic properties of water to their benefit. One could say that once one becomes a sage of water, the element of water shall now be under their will, allowing them to form it into their desired purpose and shape. This skill allows the user to create their own spells and skills that fall under two types: blessed water spells and true water spells. This skill also allows the user to gain access to destructive water magic far beyond their current existence level at the cost of a large amount of mana being consumed. Note: due to the difference in the intrinsic level of the skill and the user's current existence level, the speed at which the user could comprehend the higher levels of the skill has been halved. Innate spells, 1. Blessed water spells, 01. True water spells, 03. All water-based skills and spells shall have their damage be increased by 100%. All water-based skills and spells shall have their MP cost be reduced by 15%. Truly broken, Argentum said a few seconds later, as he read through the contents of the screen one more time. At this moment, he let out a sigh of awe as he thought up of the multiple possibilities this skill contained from its creation section alone. Of course, he also took note as to how the water-based skills and spells would have their damage output increased while the cost to conjure them was decreased, making him think that the passive features of the skill were quite similar to that of the flame incarnation skill he got from Eleanor, but without the transformation part. After making sure that he fully understood the description of the skill, he then focused his attention on the 3 types of spells that the skill had to offer to him, which were innate spells, blessed water spells, and true water spells. He could not help but notice that on the latter 2, there was a limit on the number of spells. Although he found it a bit odd that such an overbearing skill would have limits imposed on these kinds of things, it was understandable since the skill was still of a low grade. Then again, would the number of spells I could create increase once I evolved the skill to the next grade? Argentum asked himself as he pondered over the 3 types of spells a bit more, his aura gradually transforming into that of slight nervousness. Only after telling himself that there was no point thinking about it did he calm down, allowing him to command the system to bring up the list of innate spells he currently had access to. Which was just one. Ding, _ Innate spell list, Knifelime Horizon, _ It did not take long for the system to respond to his command as a screen appeared in his mind this time, which was naturally accompanied by a notification sound. After the screen had popped up in his mind, he could not help but focus on the name of the spell for a bit as he mulled over it. It was after a minute or so did he stop mulling as an aura of slight confusion covered him while he asked himself, why would a spell be named after something from Norse mythology? Unfortunately, he did not come to a conclusion as to why, prompting him to place the question at the back of his head with a light sigh as he commanded the system to identify the properties of the spell. Soon, a small holographic screen appeared in front of his field of vision, which he then read through its contents, only to be left radiating an aura that was part in disbelief and part in awe. Ding, _ Knifelime Horizon, MP cost, 30% of the user's MP gauge. Understanding the intrinsic properties of the element of water, the Sage of Water now has access to the realm of water in another plane. This spell allows the user to create a domain that emulates the realm of water from another plane, freezing those that the user considers as his enemies while giving them a debuff that removes all of the defense they had. Depending on the amount of MP consumed per cast, the effectiveness of the domain's effects may vary. The user may opt to cast the spell multiple times to achieve a greater debuffing effect, but the user should always be aware that there's a chance for the spell to backfire if cast too many times in a short amount of time, casting the freezing and defense removing effect on the user instead of the enemies. Duration, 10 minutes. Note, all spells from the Sage's Water Magic skill, may it be crafted or innate, would share twice as much power inside this domain. Taking in a few deep breaths to calm himself from the description of the spell, Argentum could not help but think that instead of becoming weaker after the water-based skills and spells had fused as one to create this current skill, he would become stronger as long as he knew how to utilize the features of the skill well. With an excited tone, he muttered to himself, in other words, as long as I cast this spell before using the other ones, I would basically become a deity of water. At this point, I don't know who's more powerful, me or Horus, he soon said to himself, letting out a light chortle as he unhesitatingly conjured the spell, muttering the necessary incantations before placing both of his hands on the ground before shouting, Knifelime Horizon, whoosh. In an instant, a great area surrounding him was covered in a layer of Senkulled ice, exuding an aura of coldness far more intense than the aura from before. Not to mention, While standing on top of what seemed to be a large circle of Senkel dice, Argentum felt like his connection with the element of water had become twice as strong, prompting him to think that the note at the end of the spell was, in fact, true. He was quite eager to go ahead and test the boost the domain gave to his water-based skills and spells, but he remembered that he had none, prompting him to let out a slightly disappointed sigh as he opened up the description of Sage's water magic again. This time, he focused on the latter two types of spells that the skill offered, wondering what made the blessed water spells different from the true water spells. With such a question in mind, he obviously went ahead and asked the system about it. It did not take long for the system to respond to his question as a feminine-sounding voice explained the differences between the two in his mind. Although both types of spells are up to the discretion of the user as to what their purposes are, the base power of the spells are different. The system started to explain. The base power of true water spells are highly dependent on the skill grade of Sage's water magic before creating one. If Sage's water magic is of a low grade, then the formed true water spell, albeit stronger than normal water-based spells, would be far weaker. A true water spell formed from a high-level Sage's water magic skill. On the other hand, blessed water spells don't have that kind of limitation. That's also the reason why they have the word blessed on them. Whenever Sage's water magic levels up, the power of a blessed water spell would level up as well. If Sage's water magic evolves to a higher grade, then the power of a blessed water spell would also evolve to a higher level, the system continued. In fact, there's a chance for a blessed water spell to mutate whenever Sage's water magic evolves to a higher grade, allowing it to dish out more power than normally possible, the system added as its final statement, leaving Argentum at a state of intense elation as he now felt that he had become stronger instead of weaker with Sage's water magic. Closing the screens in front of his field of vision, Argentum went ahead and commanded the system that he wanted to create a blessed water spell, prompting a slightly intricate screen, which was water-themed in design, to appear in front of his field of vision. On the top portion of the screen, there was a string of words on it that said, "Please state the purpose of the spell you want to create." Argentum looked at the sentence for a bit and wondered if he had to be incredibly specific on the effect of the spell. It did not take long for Argentum to think of the possibility that he could just go ahead and discard the spell if he was not satisfied with its effects, allowing his frame of mind to be freer when it came to describing the spell. But what kind of spell should my first blessed water spell be? Argentum muttered to himself, pondering over the multiple types of skills and spells in his arsenal. He thought over the types of abilities he was lacking in, easily concluding that he did not need any strong offensive spells as he still had higher Zephyr magic and higher Ignis magic in his arsenal. Speaking of which, I should get the Earth version of these skills, he said to himself as he went off on a slight tangent. After that, he went back to his previous train of thought, remembering a certain type of skill that would allow his other abilities to benefit from it greatly. He knew without a doubt that without this type of skill, he would not be able to unleash the level of power he showed back at the Grand Blue Inheritance when he was taking Felix's trials. Taking in a deep breath beforehand, Argentum went ahead and elaborated on the purpose of the spell he was creating as he said, "The spell has one purpose, and one purpose only. This purpose is to boost all of my abilities to a higher level, allowing me to fight against beings with a higher level of power than me." Swoosh. After that, the text on the top portion of the screen had disappeared, being replaced with another string of text about 10 seconds later. This new line of text stated, "Would you like to name the spell yourself, or would you like the system to name it instead?" Since it was the first blessed water spell he would create, Argentum decided to check out the system's naming capabilities, going ahead with the latter option. A few seconds, the text on the screen was replaced once more. This time, it asked Argentum if he was willing to create the spell at the cost of his entire MP gauge. Due to him casting Niflheim Horizon a while ago, he had to wait for his MP gauge to return to its maximum capacity before making a decision. Fortunately, it did not take him long to come to a decision after his mana had returned to its peak condition, though that did not mean that he was not a bit hesitant while doing so. Only when he made sure that the area he was in was devoid of beings did he accept the prompt. Ding. It took around 30 seconds or so for the system to give out a response after consuming all of Argentum's MP gauge, which was that of a notification sound. Accompanying the notification sound was the emergence of a notification screen, allowing Argentum to read up on the latest skill he had created. It only took a single skim of the notification for Argentum to say, well then, the system actually has good naming sense. The blessed water spell Aqua Imperium Universalis has been created. Would you like to identify its properties? Want to see some official art of errors? Want to get additional perks? Then head on to my Discord server. The link is discord.xrohuge. Help to see you there. Chapter 291 A Time of Change. The blessed water spell Aqua Imperium Universalis has been created. Would you like to identify its properties? As the system asked him as to whether or not he wanted to check the new spell's effects, it came without saying that Argentum was eager to look as to how strong Sage's water magic was in its current form when it came to bringing spells to life. Accompanied by a notification sound, a small holographic screen, which had the same water-themed design as the skill's spell creation module, soon appeared in front of his field of vision with the text at the top portion slightly glowing a faint gold. Looking at it, Argentum could not help but wonder as to whether only blessed water spells had this type of design. Nevertheless, he hastily placed the thought at the back of his head as he focused his sense of vision towards the description and the effects of the spell he had just created. Surprisingly, it only took a single skim of the whole screen for him to be left with an aura of disbelief, shock, surprise, and all other emotions related to the previous ones radiating from him at an immense level. Taking around half a minute for the aura radiating from him to return to normal, he then took in a deep breath as he looked at the screen in front of him once more, making sure that the effect he had hastily read through a while ago was, in fact, true. Ding. Aqua Imperium Universalis. MP cost 100 MP per second. A blessed water spell forged with the knowledge and comprehension of Sage's water magic. It is a spell designed by the user to enhance all of their properties to incredible heights, allowing them to surmount the gap of combat power when it came to fighting stronger enemies. Due to the property of this spell taking on the water element, which is considered an all-encompassing and flexible element, the purpose of this spell synergizes very well with the element, thus bringing out more of the spell's potential. Of course, since the element of water is all-encompassing, in terms of offensive properties that could be improved by the fire element, agility-based properties that could be improved by the wind element, and defensive properties that could be improved by the earth element, it is still lacking. 50% boost to all stats, 50% boost to HP and MP, 50% boost to HP and MP recovery rate, 50% boost to movement and attack speed, 50% boost to skill effectiveness, 50% boost to damage. Note: whenever Sage's water magic evolves to a higher grade, the spell's boost increases by 25% for each mortal grade, and 50% for each transcendent grade. Letting out a sigh of awe from the effects brought about by the spell, Argentum instantly decided that he was not going to discard the spell as its effects were far beyond his previous expectations. Not only that, but the note at the very end of the spell's description could not help but make him curious about the future. A future where all of his abilities would not just be boosted by 50%, but by an increment far higher than that. At that point, he would more or less become invincible, right? Speaking of which, it seems that the system takes my words literally, Argentum said to himself as he closed the screen soon after, mulling over the words he had said when describing the spell's purpose. He then continued to mutter, saying, in this case, every specific detail when it comes to describing the spell would be taken into consideration. If that's true, then if I told the system that I only wanted my stats to be boosted, how high would the boost be? He continued to mutter, this thought surfacing in his mind as he thought that the skill was truly flexible when it came to spell creation. Naturally, he had a feeling that the output of such a statement would lead to a spell boosting his stats to an incredibly high degree, but he felt that the current skill would serve him a greater purpose in the long run. After getting a better idea as to how the spell creation system of Sage's water magic worked, Argentum thought that it was now a good time for him to head back to the Verdant Blossom Branch Alliance. In his mind, he decided that he would spend the remainder of the time before the deadline grinding his skills up, focusing most of the remaining time onto Sage's water magic. Of course, he thought of enhancing his understanding of the other elements to the true element level, but eventually thought that the boost they gave would lose out to normally grinding his skills. Not only that, but he also took into consideration the amount of time it would take for him to achieve such a feat. Looking at the current position of the sun, which was at the peak of the sky, Argentum patiently waited for his MP gauge to return to full capacity as Niflheim Horizon had reached its time limit. While doing so, it was only after about 10 minutes after Niflheim Horizon had disappeared did his MP gauge recover back to full, unhesitatingly going ahead and casting all of his movement speed boosting buffs. While doing so, he thought about casting Aqua Imperium Universalis to get a better feel of it. But then, he recalled the amount of MP it consumed every second, discouraging him from doing so as he plotted the fastest route back to the Verdant Blossom Branch Alliance through the system's map feature. Whoosh! And just like that, he was off on a journey to head back to the Verdant Blossom Branch Alliance, but at a slightly slower speed thanks to the loss of a single status boosting spell. Nevertheless, he was still able to traverse the distance from the inheritance to the Alliance at a time comparable to before, only taking around 9 hours or so for him to be greeted by the entrance of the Alliance once more. Taking a short glance at the full moon that mingled with the stars at the sky, Argentum then headed straight back to the Tower of Seclusion. Along the way, he could not help but look at what changes had happened in the Alliance while he was gone, noticing that the collective aura of the Alliance had become a bit more intense. This made him inwardly let out an aura of slight glee as he knew that the members of the Alliance were in the process of improving themselves, just like him. Making sure to close the entrance to his room as silent as possible, Argentum let out a sigh of relief before sitting cross-legged at the center of the room as he pondered over his plan once more. Taking in a deep breath to compose himself, he then started to think out loud as he muttered, calculating the remaining time before the deadline, I more or less have around a day to grind all of my skills. Or rather, a day to grind Sage's water magic. Letting out a light chuckle in the process, he went ahead and psyched himself up before going ahead and closing his sense of vision as he attuned his energy to the somewhat abundant amount of water energy particles in his room. And just like that, he dedicated all of the remaining time before the deadline towards the greater comprehension of Sage's water magic. At the very first instance he started trying to peer into the intricacies of the skill. He noticed that the rate at which he understood the skill was far slower than the other skills he had grinded up to this point. Wondering as to why, he then remembered the note at the end of the skill, telling him that his comprehension rate of the skill has been halved due to the difference in existence level and understanding. Nevertheless, that did not stop him from making great strides in comprehending the skill when compared to others. By the time his grinding session had reached the 5-hour mark, he had achieved the master level of mastery on the skill, evolving the skill to the next grade. Surprisingly, a few notifications came from the evolution of the skill, informing him that he now had an additional slot to create a blessed water spell, as well as 3 additional slots for true water spells. Without hesitation, he stopped his grinding for a short bit and used the spell creation module of the skill to create another blessed water spell, having a feeling that making the spell at the very instant the skill evolved would be the greatest choice. After pondering over what type of blessed water spell he needed the most for about a few minutes or so, he decided to create an ultimate art spell which took on the shape of multiple meteors made out of ice. And thus, the spell 81 Meteors of Frozen Grandeur had been made, its name courtesy of the system. After that, another 15 hours had passed, with Argentum achieving the master level of mastery on the skill once more. Evolving the skill to the next level, Argentum now had a basic idea of what he needed to do for the skill, opening up the spell creation module before pondering as to what kind of blessed water spell he should create this time. At this moment, thoughts about the upcoming existence tribulation surfaced in his mind, prompting him to think about the buffs he had in his arsenal. It was at this time that he noticed that the buffs he could cast on others were highly biased on the offensive side of the spectrum, though he did not think that it was a bad thing. After mulling over it for a bit more, he decided to make the Blessed Water spell a one-time cast version of Aqua Imperium Universalis, creating the spell Supreme Aqua Benefica, selfless variant. Unsurprisingly, this spell was also named by the system. Although Argentum wanted the skill to at least evolve one more time, the deadline he had set had already come up, prompting him to stop after 12 hours of immersion into comprehending the skill once more. Letting out a sigh of slight disappointment, he then went ahead and stood up before lightly stretching his body, a thing he now commonly did after finishing a long session of training. He then checked the status of Sage's water magic, somewhat becoming satisfied after seeing it reach a grade mortal level at the expert level of mastery. Taking in a deep breath, he then went ahead and boosted his movement speed before heading towards the corridor that connected the Alliance's small ecosystem to its main hall, only taking a couple of minutes. To his surprise, by the time he had arrived in front of the corridor, Horal and Herelia were already conversing with one another as to what aspects of themselves had improved. At the very instant Argentum appeared in front of them, the two stopped what they were talking about before greeting each other with auras of glee and elation. And if one examined closely, one would even see a hint of expectation radiating from them. After that, the three of them went ahead and examined each other's usual auras, with Argentum noticing that Horal's aura had become more solidified, as well as more powerful. Taking into consideration that the hue of Horal's energy had become a darker cyan, he could not help but ask him, "Hey, Horal, did you evolve?" You. Horal nodded as he let out an aura of slight glee. "I'm now a greater mana elemental, allowing me to gain more control over the mana around our surroundings. Naturally, my combat power has been boosted as well." "How about you, Argentum? What kind of gains have you made during the past week?" Horal asked Argentum as an additional response before adding, "You look quite satisfied." "I've just grinded all of my skills, that's all," Argentum replied, letting out a light chuckle in the process. He then added, "Anyways, once Herelius existence tribulation starts, I'm pretty sure you two will be surprised at what I can do." "I'll be waiting for it then," Herelius said in response to Argentum's words before recalling the improvements she had made during the past week. Letting out a sigh of satisfaction, she went ahead and told them, "Before you ask me what improvements I've made, I've more or less improved in the skill department. I can assure you that my power right now is comparably stronger than what I showed before." "Glad to hear," Argentum said in response to Herelius' words. He then focused his sense of vision on the two of them before asking them, "So shall we start the main event?" Without delay, Horal and Herelia radiated auras of affirmation, which was mixed in with excitement and expectation, prompting them to activate their movement skills soon after. Naturally, Argentum activated his movement speed boosting spells as well. Whoosh! And just like that, the three of them headed towards a place far away from the Verdant Blossom Branch Alliance, all three of them eager to become a part of what seemed to be an era of change for Tempest Cliff. Want to see some official art of eras? Want to get additional perks? Then head on to my Discord server. The link is discord.xrohuge. Help to see you there. Chapter 292 Forsaken Decade. Thanks to their incredibly high speeds, they were able to traverse a decently sized portion of Tempest Cliff within a matter of a couple of hours. Within this time span, they assessed their surroundings and pondered whether or not they could use the surrounding environment to their advantage. Eventually, they stopped at a specific location that seemed to give Herelia a slightly better edge when it came to the existence tribulation that was about to befall her. On one side of their surroundings was a vast and grand plain that seemed to be devoid of beings, perfect for the trial that was about to become, as the three could rest at ease, knowing that no innocent being was going to be dragged into the eventual mess. If one looked farther beyond the plains, one would see a few hills that looked like mountains due to their angle of incline. On the other side, a plethora of large and thick trees baptized by the harsh winds of Tempest Cliff covered the surrounding area, to which the three thought that they could use it to their advantage when it came to protecting themselves against multiple bolts of lightning. As the three radiated auras of satisfaction and expectation after coming to terms with their surroundings, Herelia took in a deep breath through her body as she composed herself, double-checking to make sure that she was in her best condition. As for Horal and Argentum, they made sure to distance themselves from Herelia. Of course, they distanced themselves far enough to not be caught up in her lightning, but close enough to help her out when she needed it. After a few minutes or so, the aura radiating from Herelia had now turned into that of determination and slight nervousness. Taking another deep breath to calm herself down, she turned her sense of vision towards the two and said in a slightly shaky voice, "I'm about to start my existence tribulation. Make sure to support me when it seems to be getting rough, okay?" "Of course, that's why we're here," Horal said in response, radiating an aura that seemed to tell her that there was nothing to worry about. Argentum, on the other hand, let out a light chuckle as a somewhat carefree aura radiated from him, replying to her words with a slightly playful tone, "Don't overthink too much. Overthinking isn't good in these types of situations. If you want, I could enhance your abilities before the existence tribulation truly starts." In response, Herelia went silent for a short bit as an answer eventually surfaced in her mind, prompting her to radiate an aura of affirmation as she responded, "Only use a few buffs on me at the start. Once you see me struggling, go all in." She then focused her sense of vision towards Horal before continuing, "The same goes for you as well." "All right." The two replied simultaneously to her words as they nodded their heads. After that conversation, the three of them went silent, with Horal and Argentum's senses of vision fully focused on Herelia. As for Herelia, her sense of vision was focused on the light blue skies that covered the world. Taking a short glance at the sun that was now at the peak of the sky. "It's time to get this over with," Herelia muttered as she psyched herself up, doing one last check on her current condition before going ahead and closing her sense of vision soon after. She then went ahead and attuned her body to the energy in the surroundings before redirecting all of the energy inside her body towards a certain part. In this case, she redirected all of her energy towards the crimson veins that covered the exterior of her body. After a minute or so, the crimson veins on her body started to glow faintly, allowing the two slightly far away to know that Herelia was now starting to trigger the tribulation. While they were waiting for the tribulation to start, Argentum could not help but look at Horal and ask him, "Did Herelia learn how to trigger the existence tribulation for the animate town you two went to?" Surprisingly, Horal shook his head as he turned to look at Argentum and replied, "Nope. She learned how to trigger the existence tribulation from Zelifair." He then added, "Of course, I learned how to trigger mine through Zelifair as well." "Zelifair, huh?" Argentum muttered, recalling the few times Herelia and Horal mentioned Zelifair to him. At this moment, he could not help but wonder as to what kind of being Zelifair had become after evolving to the animate existence level. Nevertheless, since he was still far away from that level, he placed the thought at the back of his head, only for a thought related to the current scenario to surface not long after. Pondering over the recently surfaced thought for a bit, Argentum could not help but think to himself, "The question does make sense in a way. I wonder if the system allows it." With that in mind, he went ahead and asked the system in his mind, saying, "System, since I can trigger a power baptism through the system with the help of power baptism energy, surely I would be able to trigger an existence tribulation through the same methods as well, right?" As a soft notification sound resounded throughout his mind, the system's feminine-sounding voice soon responded to Argentum's query, saying, "That is indeed correct. Of course, The user should create existence tribulation energy if the user wants to trigger an existence tribulation. I see. Argentum muttered to himself as he briefly let out a sigh of relief. Although he felt that such a thing would be natural for the system, he still could not help but be at ease after hearing that the system did have the capability to trigger an existence tribulation. Then again, Argentum felt that there was no problem if the system could not do such a thing, since he could trigger the tribulation manually with the help of Aurus memories. Whoosh, whoosh. Around 5 minutes had now passed since Herelia started her attempt to trigger the tribulation. At this moment, the crimson veins surrounding her body now had an intense red glow, with the veins themselves now turning white. Not only that, but Herelia's aura had undergone a great change as well throughout these past 5 minutes, giving Argentum and Horal the feeling that her aura would collapse at any time. But behind that collapse would bring forth a wave of greater power. Crack. After a few more seconds, the redirection of energy had finally reached its limit as all of the crimson veins surrounding Herelia's body shattered in unison. Concurrently, the aura she radiated had shattered as well, making Herelia give off the feeling that she was just a mundane branch. Of course, she was still large, but very mundane. Not long after, a beam of white and red energy was soon released from her body as it was aimed towards the light blue sky, bringing forth a great number of dark clouds far beyond what a normal power baptism would bring. In an instant, the skies that covered the trees and plains where they were currently residing had turned dark. At this moment, Herelia opened her sense of vision to witness the current scenario, noticing that there was still a beam of energy connecting her to the dark clouds up above. Recalling a certain memory at this time, Herelia took in a deep breath before shouting, "My name is Herelia, an inanimate wanting to go against the natural laws set by this world. I beseech the great heavens to grant my request and allow me to transcend my current existence, transforming into a being of greater power. BZZT. Crash. Ding." Surprisingly, just as Herelia was finished saying that, the beam connecting her to the dark clouds had finally dispelled, which was soon followed up by a loud rumble resounding throughout the clouds. Simultaneously, an notification sound resounded from Argentum's mind, prompting him to open the notification, only to wonder what kind of requirement he had to meet in order for such a notification to appear. One of the user's companions has triggered an existence tribulation to ascend to a greater level of existence. Due to the power inside the companion, the heavens have decided to let the user's companion undergo 3 trials before granting its wish, adjusting the difficulty of the first trial to the companion's power. The decided first trial of the user's companion shall be Forsaken Decade. Forsaken Decade. After reading through the notifications he had received, he then muttered the name of the first trial, focusing his attention on the first word of the trial's name. He then looked at the large swath of dark clouds covering the sky, wanting to see if the trial about to befall Herelia was true to its name. Crackle. Crash. Bang. After a short while, arcs of lightning now started to form inside the dark clouds, hastily taking on a red hue. Noticing this red hue, Argentum could not help but think of the red lightning from the power baptism, prompting him to ask himself, I wonder if the types of lightning for power baptisms also have a specific name to them. As he said this, the red hue instantly turned darker. At this moment, the lightning darting through the dark clouds had now taken on a crimson hue, the intent of destruction radiating from them being tens of times far more intense than the intent of destruction radiated by a power baptism's red lightning. Sensing the intent of destruction emanating from the crimson lightning bolts, Argentum could not help but radiate an aura of nostalgia as he let out a soft chortle. He then said to himself, as the intent has now stabilized, it seems that the trial is true to its name. Herelia is going to face 10 rounds of Forsaken Lightning, he soon added, trying to recall what he knew about the types of lightning for existence tribulations. Fortunately, it did not take long for him to do so, as the lightning for power baptisms and existence tribulations were similar in terms of color, but the intent of destruction they radiated being far apart. In what he rummaged from his and Aurus memories, the first type of lightning would be red cold lightning, taking on the moniker of Forsaken. The second type would then be Purple Cold Lightning, taking on the moniker of Ruin. After that were the Light Blue and Dark Blue Cold Lightning Bolts, taking on the moniker of Calamity and Abyss respectively. It was at this moment that Argentum realized that he faced an Abyss-level bolt in the last round of his power baptism, only for it to split up into multiple Ruin-level bolts. After recalling the names of the bolts of lightning, Argentum remembered what Herelia told her a while ago, pondering over the first few buffs he would cast on her body before the first trial started. It did not take long for him to come to a decision as he let out a light chuckle, muttering to himself, "You know what they say, go big or go home." Whoosh, whoosh. Within a matter of a few seconds, Argentum hastily muttered incantations of 2 spells, allowing 2 balls, which were red and green respectively, to head towards Herelia and be absorbed by her body not long after. Higher Ignis Magic, Ignis Fervor Maxima. Higher Zephyr Magic, Zephyr Magna Auxiliaries. "I'll save the other buffs for later," he said not long after muttering the names of the spells he had cast, letting out a light chuckle as he radiated an aura of satisfaction. On the other hand, Horrell noticed what Argentum had done and decided to cast a buff on his own on Herelia, sending a light cyan ball of energy towards her way. Mana Resonance. Whoosh. After Herelia had absorbed the buff Horrell gave her, the Crimson Veins, which had disappeared after she had connected with the dark clouds up above, had now returned. The same went for the aura that radiated from her, albeit this time, the intensity of the aura had grown by a few notches thanks to the buffs Horrell and Argentum had cast. Casting her sense of vision towards the 2 as she radiated an aura of gratitude aimed at them, she then focused her sense of vision back on the dark clouds that covered the light blue sky. She was waiting for the lightning bolts to come striking down at her, deciding to use some of her skills to enhance her abilities even further. Coincidentally, by the time she just finished activating her own skills, the first bolt of Forsaken Lightning had finally struck down. Want to see some official art of errors? Want to get additional perks? Then head on to my Discord server. The link is discord.gzruhuge. Help to see you there. Chapter 293 The Ruined and the Forsaken BZZT. Crash. Accompanied by a deafening roar of thunder, a bolt of crimson lightning started to make its way down to where Herelia was, radiating an incredibly intense intent of destruction. If one looked closely at the bolt, they would notice that a few small black particles mingled with the crimson energy particles that surrounded them. Unexpectedly, these small black particles were the reason why the crimson bolt had such a level of intent. Not only that, but the intent radiated by the crimson bolt had its range amplified thanks to the small black particles, making Horrell and Argentum feel like Herelia's chances of surviving against the first bolt were slim. In their minds, they thought that she was a tiny wooden boat, while the crimson bolt of lightning was a tsunami ready to engulf her whole. As the lightning bolt hastily made its way to where Herelia was, Horrell could not help but make a decision out of impulse. Without thinking about the repercussions of his actions, he started to head towards where Herelia was with the intent of helping her in withstanding the first bolt. Unfortunately for him, a familiar silhouette blocked his path before he could go any further. "What are you doing, Argentum?" Horrell asked Argentum in a tone of slight fury, wondering if the being in front of him truly wanted Herelia to successfully finish her existence tribulation. "Can't you see that Herelia is in danger?" "We can't say that as of yet," Argentum said in a calm and composed tone, a stark contrast to the somewhat impatient tone hidden beneath Horrell's words. Recalling what he knew about power baptisms, as well as what happened to the trials if one indirectly interfered in one, Argentum did not want to think about the consequences brought forth by direct interference. Naturally, he knew that directly interfering in the being's existence tribulation would amplify the difficulty of the trial to a great degree. He just did not know as to what extent it would reach. On top of that, he felt that it was still too early for them to directly interfere in an existence tribulation. In his mind, if they directly interfered in her tribulation right now, then her chances of succeeding would instantly fall down to 0%. With that, he went ahead and talked with Horrell about it, telling him, Since an existence tribulation is basically a trial wherein the heavens give the being a chance to go against their fates, that means that the being should shoulder the burden of the trial themselves. Of course, that has not stopped other beings from helping the being undergoing the tribulation out, Argentum added, wanting to add some sense to the currently panicking Horrell. Nevertheless, the repercussions brought forth by indirect support instead of jumping into the phrase multiple times lower than the latter. In other words, instead of helping Herelia out in her existence tribulation, you would instead give her a greater burden to carry, possibly needing your constant support in order for her chances to successfully clear it to barely be above 0%, he continued before asking him, with that in mind, are you sure you still want to help Herelia withstand the first bolt right now? At that moment, Horrell was left at a loss for words, prompting him to think over his impulsive decision to help his and Argentum's companion out. In less than a second, he realized that Argentum's words were indeed correct, recalling his memories of Zeliphare's existence tribulation in the past. With a sigh of disappointment directed towards himself, he looked at Argentum and apologized, saying, I shouldn't have let my fear get a hold on me. One of the keys for an existence tribulation to succeed is a calm mind, and I've already failed. Well, no worries, Argentum said in a comforting tone, wanting to lift up the mood between the two. At this moment, the Crimson Bolt was now only a few dozen meters away from Herelia, prompting her to utilize her skills as a great amount of crimson-red tendrils were conjured on her body. Swish, swish, swish. Without delay, all of the crimson-red tendrils headed towards the Crimson Lightning Bolt, giving Argentum and Horrell the feeling that Herelia was going to fight against the bolt of lightning with a fence. As an aura of curiosity radiated from him, a light chuckle came out of his mouth as he moved to Horrell's side and said, let's see how strong our alliance leader truly is. Whoosh! Just as the two sides were about to collide, Herelia willed all of the crimson-red tendrils to converge towards one point, transforming into a large crimson thorn as she shouted, Grand Sanguine Arts, Crimson Pierce, bang! At the very instant she was finished saying the name of the skill, the two sides had finally collided, resulting in a somewhat deafening explosion soon after. Not only that, but a few trees behind Herelia were blown away thanks to her current position. Surprisingly, after that, the sight of crimson lightning covering Herelia's body did not appear at all. Instead, the crimson thorn she conjured had successfully defended against the crimson bolt, as well as dispelled it. Swoosh! As the first crimson bolt was dispelled, it soon transformed into multiple strands of crimson energy tinted with a hint of black. These strands soon headed towards Herelia's body, who did not reject the incoming strands as she knew what they were. Soon after, these strands were absorbed by Herelia, boosting her combat power by a considerable degree. Seeing as the first crimson bolt that came down was easily handled by Herelia, Argentum could not help but look at Horrell and say with a chortle, what did I tell you? There's nothing to worry about. Herelia is the leader of the Verdant Blossom Branch Alliance. Although she would face a hard time against those of a higher existence level, she would take care of things like these with no problem. As her companions, shouldn't we have at least this bit of faith in her? He continued, to which Horrell let out an awkward chuckle as he replied, all right, you don't need to rub in what happened a few seconds ago. Anyways, I have a far more important thing to tell you, Horrell said afterward before asking Argentum, how many rounds do you think Herelia will last until she needs our aid? Good question, Argentum answered as he mulled over the question. After a few seconds, he then replied, if my idea of this tribulation is correct, then with the buffs we cast a while ago on her, there would be no problem for her to clear the first trial. That high of an expectation? Horrell responded in a slightly shocked tone, to which Argentum opened his mouth to respond, only for him to stop midway as 4 crimson bolts came down from the dark clouds to smite Herelia down. With his mouth still open, he then went ahead and radiated an aura of slight glee before saying, you could say that this is my most conservative estimate. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Since 4 crimson lightning bolts had come down from the dark clouds, Argentum knew that his idea of the current trial was more or less correct, allowing him to let out a soft sigh of relief as he felt that Herelia would truly clear the first trial without any hiccups. The idea he had in mind came when he had just learned the name of the first trial, conjuring up a few hypotheses that seemed to fit the name of the trial. Although the current state of the trial was what he considered as the worst hypothesis out of all the hypotheses he had, it was still within his range of expectations. Bang, 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 bang. As for Herelia, she manipulated the crimson thorn she had conjured a while ago and split it up into 4 smaller thorns, utilizing the entirety of her mind in making sure that the 4 thorns squarely hit the 4 bolts. Unfortunately, the ideal situation she had in her mind did not appear, which was a scenario wherein the 4 lightning bolts would be dispelled in one hit, just like what happened a while ago. Then again, the current scenario was not the worst case possible, with 2 crimson bolts dispelling after the first hit, leaving 2 crimson bolts behind. Making sure that she was not going to be hit by these bolts, she hastily manipulated the 2 free thorns to head towards the 2 remaining bolts in a pincer formation, dispelling the 2 remaining bolts without a problem as a decently sized swarm of crimson strands was absorbed by her body not long after. And just like that, she continued through the rounds of the trial named Forsaken Decade, remembering to maintain a calm and composed mind as she knew that panicking would lead her to ruin. After the second round, which consisted of 4 lightning bolts, the third round of crimson bolts came, allowing 9 lightning bolts to make their way towards Herelia. Naturally, she did not want to be in the passive, conjuring 2 more large crimson thorns, bringing the total amount of crimson thorns she had connected to her body to 3. With the buffs she had, as well as her prowess and experience with her skills, the third round of bolts was dispelled without a problem. Soon, the 4th round of lightning bolts came crashing down from the sky, bringing forth a total of 16 lightning bolts. Although she was about to get hit by the remaining bolts, with half of it being dispelled by the 3 crimson thorns she had around her, she utilized the movement speed boosting buff cast on her to its fullest potential, seemingly teleporting her way out of an inevitable collision course. After that, she conjured a great number of crimson red tendrils, which then wrapped around the crimson thorns in less than an instant, allowing the thorns to have greater penetrative power. This greater power allowed the thorns to dispel the remaining crimson bolts, enhancing Herelia's combat power by a notch once more. As for the 5th round of lightning bolts, which consisted of 25 crimson bolts, Herelia finally felt like she was having a hard time maneuver through the bolts and dispel all of them at once. Noticing this from afar, Argentum could not help but think that he had somewhat overestimated Herelia's combat power, contemplating as to whether or not he should cast another buff on her to alleviate her burdens a bit. After hastily conversing with Horrell about it as the 2 of them looked at her progress of dispelling the bolts, he eventually decided to cast the weakest offense-boosting spell he had in his arsenal, sending a small red ball of energy towards her way. Unsurprisingly, this small red ball of energy was enough for Herelia to turn the tides, going from a state of escaping over 10 bolts at once, to having great confidence in herself that she could dispel all of the bolts in one go. At this point, she had already conjured 7 crimson thorns, which had their offensive properties with more crimson red tendrils. Letting out a sigh of relief as the final crimson bolt was dispelled, she could not help but focus her sense of vision towards Argentum and Horrell as she noticed that the dark clouds had gone silent for quite some time. Deciding that it would be faster to talk to them through energy strands, Herelia unhesitatingly went ahead and sent energy strands towards their way, connected the minds of the 3. "Thanks for the buff, Argentum," Herelia said through the connection. "I think I wouldn't have cleared this round without it." "More like making sure you don't want to overexert yourself," Argentum said in response, letting out a playful giggle before adding, "Then again, that's not a bad thing." "So, what made you talk with us in the middle of your trial, Herelia?" Horrell asked after Argentum was finished with his reply, to which Herelia responded, To be honest, I'm thinking of asking a few more buffs from you two, though I'm having second thoughts. Should I go ahead with more buffs or should I make do with what I currently have? I'm fine with either decision, Horal replied as he shrugged. He then turned his look at Argentum before saying, how about you, Argentum? What do you think we should do? Argentum pondered over Herolia's request for a bit, weighing the pros and cons of each choice. After about 10 seconds or so, he looked at Horal for a bit before looking at Herolia as he replied, I'd suggest we wait for the next round of bolts to come. And surprisingly, Herolia followed Argentum's decision. She focused her sense of vision on the dark clouds above while she used the time to repair the crimson thorns she had conjured. Not to mention, she had also used the time to enhance the offensive properties of the thorns by a slight degree as well, giving her more confidence in the upcoming round. At the very instant she was finished enhancing her thorns, a loud rumble resounded throughout the dark clouds, prompting the trio to focus their senses of vision towards it. In an instant, they felt a wave of destruction far more intense than before envelop their bodies. Ding! Concurrently, an notification sound resounded throughout Argentum's mind, eliciting him to hastily read through the latest notification he had received. After skimming through it, Argentum went ahead and sent energy strands to both Herolia and Horal before saying, Guys, I think it's time for us to cast a few more buffs. The heavens have noticed the external enhancement of the Trial Taker's power. In response, the heavens have decided to adjust the difficulty of the first trial to the current Trial Taker's power. The Trial Forsaken Decade has been changed to the Decade Waltz of the Ruined and the Forsaken. Want to see some official art of errors? Want to get additional perks? Then head on to my Discord server. The link is discord.gz. Help to see you there. Chapter 294, A New Form. Hearing Argentum speak up all of a sudden amidst the silence, Herolia and Horal could not help but focus their senses of vision onto him, wondering what made their companion say that out of the blue. Noticing that the two of them were looking at him with an aura of curiosity surrounding them, Argentum decided to answer the questions in their mind as he asked them. You guys felt that wave of destructive intent from a while ago, right? Yeah. The two replied to his question simultaneously. How could they not feel it? It was a wave of destructive intent that spread throughout the whole area they demarcated as their zone where Herolia's tribulation would take place. Seeing as the two of them responded affirmatively, Argentum then connected the notification he had obtained from the system with the wave of destructive intent the three of them felt, saying, well, it seems that the heavens don't like me and Horal helping you out in your tribulation. Herolia. Herolia radiated an aura of confusion as she listened to Argentum's words, wondering what he meant by that. Feeling that there was no point in explaining as he felt that the next round of lightning bolts was about to come pretty soon, Argentum added on his statement by saying, once the next round appears, you'll see what I mean. Anyways, we should still cast a few more buffs on Herolia, he said after that. His words focused towards Horal. In response, Horal asked him, should we cast all of our buffs on her, or save some just in case? Of course. The latter, Argentum said without hesitation before adding, if we give her more buffs this time around, the next trial after this one would experience a huge bump in difficulty. Noticing that Horal was radiating an aura that felt like he was looking at a madman, Argentum could not help but let out an inward sigh and say, you'll see what I mean when the next round comes. Whoosh. After saying those words, Argentum did not hesitate to cast the weakest movement speed boosting spell he had in his arsenal, sending a small green ball of energy towards Herolia as the dark clouds went silent after that wave of destructive intent. Stopping for a bit to check if the dark clouds were about to make their move, he then continued casting the next level of offense boosting and movement speed boosting spells he had in his arsenal after making sure that the next round wasn't coming down anytime soon. Whoosh, whoosh. With two slightly larger balls of red and green respectively, the amount of power coursing throughout Herolia's body had reached a new high, making Herolia feel like the previous round of lightning bolts wouldn't have been a problem if Argentum cast these spells on her at that round. Although she felt like Argentum was trying to test her limits, She thought that he had a good reason to do so, eventually correlating Argentum's words from a while ago regarding the next round to what was happening right now. As for Horal, he looked at the buffs Argentum gave Herelia before pondering on what buffs he should give her this time. Fortunately, it did not take long for him to come to a decision as he went ahead and sent out 2 decently sized balls of light cyan energy towards Herelia. After these 2 balls were absorbed by her body, Herelia felt like the amount of energy in her body was starting to overflow while the vitality of the cells making up her body had reached a new peak as well. An HP and MP recovery rate boosting spell, huh? Argentum thought to himself as he saw the buffs Horal sent to Herelia. He could not help but focus his sense of vision towards Horal, to which Horal responded by focusing his sense of vision onto him as he let out an aura of slight curiosity while he asked him, "What seems to be the matter?" "Nothing, nothing," Argentum hastily replied as he let out a slightly awkward chuckle. After that, he focused his vision onto the dark clouds, waiting for the changes mentioned by the system to show itself in reality. Unexpectedly, it was only after 10 minutes or so did the dark clouds undergo a change as a loud rumble resounded throughout once more. Swoosh. With the trio's senses of vision focused on the cloud, they noticed that a small part of the lightning bolt starting throughout the dark clouds had now fused as one, transforming into a bolt of lightning that radiated an intent of destruction far more intense than the crimson bolts. If an outsider were to give a rough estimate on how intense the destructive intent from the new bolt was compared to a crimson bolt, they would probably say that it was around hundreds to thousands of times more intense. This new bolt of lightning took on a deep lavender hue, a great contrast to the large swath of crimson bolts starting around the dark clouds. Soon, more and more crimson bolts fused up and transformed into the lavender bolts of lightning, eventually occupying around an fifth of the area the dark clouds had. BZZT.crash. As the fusion process of the bolts went for a temporary lull, the 6th round of lightning bolts eventually rained down from the heavens to smite Herelia down, bringing forth a total of 36 lightning bolts. This time though, the bolts were not purely crimson anymore. Instead, 9 lavender lightning bolts accompanied the remaining 27 crimson bolts, with 3 crimson bolts circling each lavender lightning bolt. Noticing that the speed of the lavender lightning bolts was more or less double than the crimson lightning bolts, Herelia went ahead and utilized the power of her mind to its maximum as she unhesitatingly went ahead and conjured a few more crimson thorns, bringing the total crimson thorns connected to her body to 10. Normally, Herelia would feel an immense amount of burden on her mind while controlling 10 crimson thorns at once. But thanks to the buff Horal gave, it alleviated some of the burdens on her mind, allowing her to break through what seemed to be a limit for her. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Not allowing the lavender and crimson lightning bolts to make their way towards her body, she went ahead and manipulated the 10 crimson thorns towards the oncoming bolts, with 1 crimson thorn defending against a lavender lightning bolt and 3 crimson bolts each. As for the remaining crimson thorn, she positioned it close to her body just in case any stray lightning bolt were to pass through the thorns and continue to make its way towards her body. Fortunately, that did not happen as the buff Argentum had cast finally showed its true colors, improving Herelia's offensive abilities to an exemplary degree as 3 offensive buffs were working in unison. Thanks to this, the offensive power of each crimson thorn was at an all-time high, allowing them to dispel the 3 crimson bolts surrounding the lavender lightning bolts without a problem while still having enough energy to weaken the lavender bolts by at least half. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. With the lavender lightning bolts weakened, Herelia manipulated the 9 extended crimson thorns to attack at the lavender lightning bolts once more, finally dispelling them as all of them transformed into purple strands that headed towards her body. After these strands were absorbed, the amount of power flowing throughout Herelia's body had increased once more. Rumble. As a loud rumble resounded throughout the area once more, Herelia could not help but look up at the dark clouds and notice that the crimson lightning bolts were being transformed into lavender lightning bolts yet again. Letting out an inward sigh of relief in response to the sight, she decided to conjure up a few more crimson thorns in preparation for the next round. While doing so, she went ahead and sent an energy strand to the two, who were watching her from afar, allowing them to speak with one another once more. "I think I finally get what you mean, Argentum," Herelia said as she focused her sense of vision onto the faraway Argentum as she recalled the sensation brought by the lightning bolts from a while ago. "The purple bolts are a sign that the heavens don't want you to help me out in my existence tribulation, right?" "Exactly," Argentum said as he lightly nodded before explaining. "If we cast all of our buffs from the start of the first trial, then the difficulty of the bolts you're facing right now might become higher. You could be facing against a wide array of purple bolts, or even worse, a far more terrifying type of lightning bolt." "Wait a second," Horrell said out of the blue, prompting the two of them to look at him as he pondered over something for a bit. Eventually, he found his train of thought as he looked at Herelia and said, "Isn't this the same thing that happened in Zeliphare's tribulation? To think that the bump in the difficulty of his trial was brought about by us helping him out," he added, letting out a soft sigh of regret. Soon focusing his vision towards Argentum, he then asked him after mulling over something else, "I was wondering, how strong are blue lightning bolts?" "Incredibly strong," Argentum said without hesitation, taking into consideration the darkening of each bolt for existence tribulations when compared to power baptisms. He then added, "Yeah, I'd be thanking the heavens if you faced a swath of purple bolts instead of a single blue bolt. That's how terrifying it is." "I see," Horrell said after trying to wrap his mind around what Argentum said. But just as he was about to ask Argentum a few more questions, the seventh round of lightning bolts came crashing down towards Herelia, dispelling the connection the three had as she focused her attention towards the oncoming bolts. The seventh round brought along 49 lightning bolts, with 16 of the oncoming lightning bolts being lavender. Noticing this, Argentum could not help but feel like something wrong was happening in the trial, but could not put his finger on what. Fortunately, Herelia had somewhat prepared for such a scenario, bringing forth a total of 12 crimson thorns towards the lavender bolts, which were surrounded by 2 crimson bolts each, with a special one being surrounded by 3. To the current Herelia, 12 crimson thorns at once seemed to be limit to what her mind could handle while maintaining all sense of rationality. Without hesitation, she made the crimson thorns charge towards the lavender bolts, dispelling a great portion of the crimson lightning bolts in the process. After dispelling those crimson bolts, she went ahead and manipulated the crimson thorns to congregate and turn into what looked like a larger crimson thorn from afar. She willed these thorns to move towards the remaining lavender and crimson lightning bolts from a lateral angle, allowing the fusion of each crimson thorn's power to do all of the work, dispelling the remaining bolts just as they were only a few meters away from her body. Herelia let out a sigh of exhaustion as she had a hunch that the next round was going to be far harder than the round she had just finished, even with the decent increment in power she had just experienced from the purple strands being absorbed by her body. Nevertheless, she continued to psych herself up as she knew that by finishing through all of the trials brought to her by the heavens, she would finally fulfill the wish she had been wanting to fulfill for quite a long time. "I should try and form another crimson thorn," Herelia muttered to herself after psyching herself up. Unfortunately for her, just as she was about to start forming the 13th crimson thorn, the 8th round of lightning bolts came down from the dark clouds, not giving her a decent amount of time to rest. This time around, 64 lightning bolts made their way towards Herelia. With half of the group being composed of lavender lightning bolts. "So that's what's happening," Argentum said in a slightly loud voice as he finally figured what he felt was off from the lightning bolts a while ago. Noticing that Horrell was looking at him with a slightly intrigued aura surrounding him, Argentum took in a deep breath before saying, "The purple bolts are slowly replacing the red bolts with each round. This means that the difficulty of withstanding through each round greatly increases as the number of bolts continue to increase, unlike the first 5 rounds wherein the difficulty only came from the increase in quantity. I presume that the last round of lightning bolts would be made up of purple lightning bolts," Argentum said not long after, prompting Horrell to ask him, Then what should we do? You've explained earlier that casting buffs on Herelia would increase the difficulty of the next trial to a greater degree. Is there any way to help her out without affecting the trial? Unfortunately, there is none, Argentum said in a slightly despondent tone as he let out a sigh of slight disappointment. Looking at Herelia's current state, he then told Horal, "We must hope that Herelia can last as long as possible with the buffs we've given her. We can only sparingly give her buffs along the way. In other words, it's more or less up to Herelia right now if she survives this trial or not." At this moment, the lavender and crimson lightning bolts were heading towards Herelia in pairs, as if they were mocking the number of crimson thorns Herelia had conjured. Just as she thought that it was the best time to ask Argentum and Horal to increase her abilities once more, she remembered what Argentum told her a while ago, eventually deciding to not ask them as it would affect the difficulty of her subsequent trials. She then hastily scanned through the skills she had in her arsenal, even taking into consideration the skills she considered as her trump cards. Eventually, her sense of vision was fixed on a certain skill she was saving for a later round. Looking at the crimson thorns around her body before looking at the oncoming lightning bolts, Herelia could not help but let out an inward sigh as she muttered to herself, "Good thing I accumulated enough energy from the members before undergoing this trial. If not, this might be the only trump card I can use." Whoosh, whoosh. In less than an instant, the crimson thorns around her body had exploded into multiple pieces of shrapnel, slightly weakening the oncoming lightning bolts as a great amount of red viscous fluid scattered throughout the process. At this moment, it looked like Herelia was a branch that was used to kill someone. But in great contrast to her appearance, the aura surrounding her had experienced a great increase in intensity as the amount of power coursing throughout Herelia's body had ascended one more grade. As the crimson veins surrounding her body started to emanate a faint white glow, she went ahead and conjured multiple crimson-red tendrils before manipulating them to head towards the lightning bolts as she shouted, "Grand Sanguine Arts, Amaranthine Release. Want to see some official art of Iris? Then head on to my Discord server. The link is discord.xrohuge. If not, follow me on Instagram, @trueedawn.uwu. Help to see you there." Chapter 295 Fatal Error. Amidst the shouting, the crimson-red tendrils Herelia had conjured made their way towards the lightning bolts at incredibly fast speeds, a great contrast to the speed at which the crimson thorns approached the bolts from before. All of this was due to the massive boost in power Herelia obtained from sacrificing the crimson thorns she had formed. In actuality, she wanted to save the move for later as it would allow her to rely less on Argentum and Horal's buffs from the side. Unfortunately, the destructive intent hidden inside the current round of bolts was enough for Herelia to go ahead and use this skill. PSH. 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 Utilizing the entirety of her mind, she willed the tendrils to head towards the crimson lightning bolts, to which the tendrils easily dispelled thanks to the inherent power currently imbued inside them. While that was happening, Herelia split her attention into two as she allocated a part of it towards conjuring more tendrils before fusing them into crimson thorns. Although she would be able to deal more damage with the tendrils thanks to the skill she had used, to her, it would still be beneficial for her to combine the tendrils into thorns. Not only would it allow her to unleash far greater power than ever before, but if she needed to, she could sacrifice the thorns to achieve another Amaranthine release. Though it would put a greater toll on her body. Nevertheless, since this was her existence tribulation, she thought that it was more or less useless to think about the safety of one's body when one's life was at stake. By the time the crimson-red tendrils had dispelled all of the crimson lightning bolts, only leaving the lavender lightning bolts remaining, Herelia had already formed 3 crimson thorns within that short time span. Unexpectedly, a faint gold sheen could be seen on the surface of the crimson thorns, acting as a nice contrast to the bloody red of the thorns. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Recalling the tendrils that acted as the temporary vanguard, she then willed the newly formed crimson thorns to head towards the lavender lightning bolts from a lateral angle. Thanks to this decision, A decent amount of lavender lightning bolts were dispelled within one swipe of the crimson thorns. After a few more minutes, the 3 crimson thorns were able to successfully dispel all of the lavender lightning bolts, while 2 more crimson thorns were made in the process. Seeing as all of the lightning bolts in the current round were now gone, Herelia could not help but let out a sigh of relief as she let the purple strands from the dispelled bolts be absorbed by her body, bringing forth a decent improvement to her combat power. While she was in the process of acclimating herself to the power increment, she could not help but take notice of the number of lavender lightning bolts in comparison to the crimson lightning bolts. At first, the number of purple bolts was far less than the red bolts. Herelia muttered as her mind worked on overdrive as she allocated a part of her attention to making more crimson thorns. But at this round, the number of purple bolts are equal to the red bolts. Feeling that the next round was about to become more difficult for her, Herelia could not help but briefly radiate an aura of dread as she asked herself, does that mean that in the next round, the number of purple bolts will be more than the red bolts? Rumble. As if the heavens were answering her question, the dark clouds let out a loud rumble that resounded throughout the area. Concurrent to the rumble, the crimson lightning bolt starting through the dark clouds seemed to have formed an agreement as a great portion of them congregated and fused up, transforming into lavender lightning bolts. While this was happening, Argentum and Horal could not help but radiate auras of glee as they noticed what Herelia had done to clear the 8th round. With a light chuckle, Argentum could not help but say, to think that she was hiding something for times like these. As expected from the Alliance leader. To be honest, she was saving that skill for a later time, Horal said by the side, informing Argentum of Herelia's thoughts when it came to the skill. Maybe she remembered your words from a while ago where you said that us giving her buffs would lead to a bump in the trial's difficulty, forcing her to use this skill without hesitation. Speaking of which, wouldn't the trial still bump up in difficulty even if she used her own skill to boost her power? He asked Argentum not long after in a curious tone, prompting Argentum to become silent as he pondered over the question, recalling his and Aurus experiences of such matters. It did not take long for his thoughts to eventually arrive at his first power baptism, recalling the huge spike in difficulty at the very last round. He remembered very well that the only thing he obtained as external support was Blob's shield. Other than that, all of the power boosts he had undergone were reliant on him. Feeling that he had not come to a conclusion yet, Argentum decided to ask the question to the system in his mind, specifically asking whether or not utilizing one's own skill in boosting their power would increase the trial's difficulty. Fortunately, it did not take long for the system to respond to Argentum's question as it said in a feminine zooming voice, that would be a yes. Though the increase in difficulty from one using their own skills instead of external support would result in a far smaller bump than the latter. The same thing applies to power baptisms as well. Hearing the response of the system, Argentum could not help but feel a bit of dread as he thought to himself, so saying that if all of my buffs came from another person, then the last round wouldn't just be facing up against a dark blue bolt of lightning? Wouldn't that already be Genesis level? He continued to think, only for him to stop thinking about it as it had already happened in the past. Returning his train of thought to the present, Argentum focused his sense of vision towards Horal and replied, I'm not sure. As long as we make sure to help Herelia, she'll definitely zoom through her existence tribulation. I see. Horal uttered in a tone of mixed understanding and confusion as a response. He then focused his sense of vision back to Herelia, noticing that the fusion of lightning bolts in the dark clouds had finally stopped. The next round of lightning bolts are about to come, Horal said to Argentum, to which Argentum responded by focusing his sense of vision towards the dark clouds. It did not take long for him to notice that the area occupied by the lavender bolts on the dark clouds was now far larger than the area occupied by the crimson bolts. With such a sight, he then hastily focused his sense of vision towards Herelia and muttered, you better hold on for as long as you can, okay? BZZT.crash. And so, the 9th round of lightning bolts had finally come down from the dark clouds, bringing along a total of 81 lightning bolts for Herelia to dispel. And just as she thought in her mind, The number of lavender bolts had exceeded the number of crimson bolts in a ratio of 3 to 1. This time, the crimson bolts were the ones being surrounded, with almost all of them being surrounded by 3 lavender lightning bolts in a spiral formation. Though one crimson bolt had no lavender bolts surrounding it whatsoever. Looking at the great number of lightning bolts she had to dispel this time, Herlia went ahead and steeled herself as she manipulated the 9 crimson thorns she had made so far towards the crimson lightning bolts, as they were the weakest link. Naturally, due to the vast difference in power between Herlia's current crimson thorns and the crimson lightning bolts, all of the crimson lightning bolts were dispelled, even giving Herlia enough time to add in one more crimson thorn into the fray. Unfortunately, that was where the good news stopped. The 60 remaining lavender bolts were still on their way to collide with Herlia's body, prompting Herlia to combine the 10 crimson thorns she had into 2 large crimson thorns as she used them like a blunt weapon, swinging them from a lateral angle. Although that was enough for about half of the lavender lightning bolts to be dispelled, the remaining half still remained adamant to smite Herlia down with the power inherent within them. Seeing as the lavender lightning bolts were still heading straight towards her body, Herlia went ahead and summoned all of the energy inside her body towards movement, activating the movement speed boosting buffs that were cast on her body as well. With a soft whoosh, Herlia pushed her movement skill to its greatest as she moved in between the large swath of trees, thinking of using the trees as a cover to give her some time to retaliate against the lavender lightning bolts. Surprisingly, that idea had worked, with the lavender lightning bolts taking more time to head towards Herlia as they decided to swerve around the trees rather than pierce directly through them. With the amount of time she had bought for herself, she hastily conjured 2 more crimson thorns, bringing the total amount of thorns she had back to the maximum as she combined the 2 into the 2 large crimson thorns. Just as she had finished fusing the 2 new thorns into the large crimson thorns, she decided to focus her vision behind her, only to see that the lavender lightning bolts were already a few meters away behind her. Wondering what she could do to widen the gap between her and the lightning bolts, she eventually concluded that there was no way for her to do, as most of her trump cards were related to the increase in combat power. Fortunately for her, just as she was on the brink of despair, a decently large green ball of energy hastily made its way towards Herlia's body. Due to the nature of the ball's energy, Herlia's movement speed was instantly increased to a level where she could outrun the lightning bolts. Within a few seconds, the gap between the 2 was large enough for her to stop where she was and focus all of her attention on the large crimson thorns. And just like that, the remaining lavender bolts were dispelled by Herlia, although the time at which she had taken to do so had increased in the process. Letting out a sigh of relief as she made her way back to her original position, Herlia went ahead and focused her sense of vision towards Argentum before saying through an energy strand, "Thanks for the buff. Don't mention it," Argentum said with a light chuckle. Soon after, he told her in a somewhat serious tone, "In the next round, I won't give you any more buffs. I hope you can survive the next round with what you currently have." Although she wanted to ask a few more buffs from Argentum, she understood where Argentum was coming from, prompting her to keep her requests to herself as she replied, "I'll try my best." And with that response, Herlia ended the conversation between them as she unhesitatingly went ahead and fused the 2 large crimson thorn into 1 large crimson thorn. This time, the golden sheen surrounding the thorns had become a bit more intense, making anyone that looked at it from afar think that the thorn seemed to be made out of gold. As for Argentum and Horal could not help but look at Argentum with an aura of shock as he asked, "Did you just buff her up?" In response, Argentum lightly nodded, prompting Horal to ask him yet another question, saying, "Didn't you say that we shouldn't buff her up too much?" "I didn't say anything like that," Argentum said. He then added, "In any case, we can't afford to buff her up one more time as this round might be the hardest she would ever face." With that, the 2 of them focused their senses of vision back at Herlia. Just as the final round of lightning bolts had come crashing down, BZZT. Crash. In an instant, 100 lightning bolts filled with destructive intent had come down from the dark clouds to smite Herelia down. To her dismay, these 100 lightning bolts were all lavender. In response, Herelia let out a loud shout as she went ahead and activated one of the offense-boosting skills she had in her arsenal. Simultaneously, she willed the large crimson thorn to head towards the lavender lightning bolts, willing it to move in a spiral direction as she took the tendril connecting the thorn to her body into consideration. With that, the number of lightning bolts heading towards her way gradually became less and less. 90, 80, 70, 50, 30. Unfortunately, although the number of lavender lightning bolts continued to decrease, the gap between her and the lightning bolts decreased as well, prompting her to head into the trees once more to buy some time for her to push herself to the limit and break through the current situation she was in. Whoosh! Just like before, the remaining lavender lightning bolts, which amounted to about 20 or so, swerved around the trees like slippery snakes, continuing to head towards Herelia to achieve their ultimate goal. Thanks to the movement speed boosting buff Argentum cast on her earlier, the gap between her and the lavender lightning bolts continued to gradually increase. After about 10 seconds or so of utilizing her movement skill to the fullest, she felt like there was still hope for her to clear the 10th round without asking for help, until there was none anymore. Swoosh, swoosh. Out of the blue, a few lavender lightning bolts appeared in front of Herelia, instantly making her radiate an aura of disbelief as she wondered how these bolts came in front of her all of a sudden. She then noticed the arcs of the lightning bolts in the sky, seeing that some of the lightning bolts, noticing that she had entered the trees, decided to change their approach. As if they had a mind of their own. This is it, Herelia could not help but think to herself as she was basically sandwiched between two groups of lavender lightning bolts wanting to smite her and turn her body into a mangled mess. But just as she felt like there was no more hope for her, a barrier was soon cast around her body. Want to see some official art of Iras? Then head on to my Discord server. The link is discord.xrohuge. If not, follow me on Instagram, @trueedawn.uwu. Help to see you there. Chapter 1 Revision, Arts, and the Wiki. Oh hey, True Edawn here. Let me tell you that I'm back again to give you some juicy stuff to know about Iras. First off, revision. Now you might be asking, what am I going to revise exactly? Well, I'm going to be revising the first to third volumes of Iras to have it be on the same level of quality as my current writing. Also, the maths in there were wrong as well, so I'm also going to fix that. How long would it take me? I have no idea. All I know is that this chapter wouldn't be deleted unlike the last one, since I'll be updating the latest chapter revised in this auxiliary chapter. Speaking of which, the prologue is the latest revised chapter so far. Second off, arts. I'm sure everyone has seen the new cover for Iras. Let me tell you that this won't be the last cover of Iras. With every new volume I make, a new cover would be made alongside it. Now you might be asking, why the heck would I do that? Well, in short, I might have gotten addicted to commissioning art. Hee. Anyways, actual reasons would be that in the covers, I'll be revealing major plot points for that specific volume in that cover, leading you to make theories and stuff. Other than that, it looks hecking cool. On top of that, I'll also be commissioning art that would allow you readers to imagine the world of Iras even better, because let's face it, our imaginations have their limits as well. Think of these arts as il.u.s. Trations in a light novel, but harder to access because has only made the photo comment option available on PC for now. Note, I'll be adding something along the lines of image here for il.u.s. Trations through the paragraphs. And last but not the least would be the wiki. Unbeknownst to many, I've already started making the wiki for Iras just in case you guys forget a certain skill or a certain thing from the chapters, but don't want to scroll through the chapters I already published. In short, I need your help in expanding the wiki with the info you've obtained from reading the novels. It's fine if you don't want to help, but in the long run, it'll help everyone out. Of course, it'll help out from time to time as well under a certain username. The link to the wiki is doornovels.fandom.com. Narcissistic, I know. but the prototype wiki I made was a failure, so sorry. And with that, I'm out. I hope you keep reading errors while I update it. Chapter 2, The Realms of Power. Hello there, True Dawn here, the author of this novel. I'm pretty sure that this will be the first chapter you'll read before heading into the world of errors, so to avoid future confusion in terms of how strong a being is when compared to another being is, I've decided to make this chapter that explains the realms of power. Of course, you could go ahead and skip this chapter to get into the juicy bits, but do remember that this chapter will always be here for you to come back when you're confused. And so, let us start explaining the realms of power in this novel. The 5 major realms in this world are called existence levels. From weakest to strongest existence level, in that order, the 5 existence levels are the following: inanimate, pseudo-animate, animate, transcendent, divinity. The inanimate existence level is known as the weakest existence level, but it's also known as the existence level with the greatest potential for improvement. Those that are born at this existence level end up becoming incredibly strong beings in the grand scheme of things. To avoid confusion, an inanimate is basically an inanimate object, like a stick or a rock, with a soul inside it that allows it to move and improve itself. As to how a soul is obtained, it is either through the whims of divinity-level beings, or through a long amount of time passing by, a weak soul being born inside the inanimate object. There are 5 grades in the inanimate existence level, with these stages being the following: grade inanimate, the lowest and most common grade for an inanimate to be at. They can move and attack in a crude manner, with some being blessed with a greater sense of awareness, allowing them to emulate the movements of inanimates at a higher grade. Of course, that doesn't change the fact that they are incredibly weak. B-grade inanimate, the second lowest grade for an inanimate to be at. These inanimates have slightly stronger souls due to the nourishment their evolution gives. This in turn also gives them more abilities and powers that set them apart from normal grade animates. Not only that, but after a grade inanimate becomes a B-grade inanimate, some of them branch out into specialized paths, known as variants. Of course, the chance of that happening is incredibly rare. A grade inanimate, the middle grade for an inanimate to be at. Inanimates at this level have more or less found their specializations, with their species being one of 2 paths, the branch path or the sapling path. Of course, some inanimates are not limited to this path, with some forging a path of their own. But what is most common among the inanimates at this level are classes, specializations within specializations. It is at this level would a being find some inanimates being healers, some being tankers, and some being incredible damage dealers. Also, inanimates at this level can talk with other inanimates at a slightly higher level than B-grade inanimates. S-grade inanimate, the second highest grade for an inanimate to be at. Inanimates at this level have superbly strong souls amongst inanimates, allowing them to advance in their classes, making them even more specialized. There's not much of a difference between an A-grade and an S-grade inanimate, except for the fact that inanimates at this level have considerably greater power, greater self-awareness, as well as the ability to converse without much problem with other inanimates. Of course, their level of speech would still lose out against those blessed with souls by gods. X-grade inanimate, the highest possible grade for an inanimate to be at. Inanimates at this level would surely be leaders of inanimate alliances, or perhaps beings with a high position in alliances. Their souls are incredibly strong, with animates yearning to obtain one and transform it into a piece of equipment solely for that reason. Once an inanimate reaches this level, their paths of power have more or less matured, with the only path left for them to grow stronger being to ascend to a pseudo-animate or inanimate through existence tribulation. After an inanimate undergoes an existence tribulation, they can now ascend to one of 2 existence levels, pseudo-animate or animate. Note that a single stat point for a pseudo-animate is equivalent to 1000 stat points for an inanimate, while a single stat point for an animate is equivalent to 100,000 stat points for an inanimate. But if one considers the growth potential of a being in terms of existence level, a pseudo-animate would have the greatest growth potential, with animates being slightly subpar. Of course, Animates make up this gap in growth potential with principles, something that wouldn't be mentioned here for now. Let us head to the pseudo-animate existence level first, shall we? The pseudo-animate existence level is the existence level least chosen by inanimates when undergoing an existence tribulation, mostly due to the number of resources needed to grow at a fast rate when compared to animates is exponentially high. As for their appearances, it varies from spirits of nature to souls stuck within equipment. So far, only 6 grades of pseudo-animates have been mentioned in the novel. Normal grade pseudo-animate, the lowest grade for a pseudo-animate to be at. Even though that is the case, their souls are many times stronger when compared to the strongest X-grade inanimates. Not only that, but they also have the ability to converse with inanimates and animates without a problem, unlike inanimates and animates that need to use telepathy to bridge that gap. Most of the time, the species pseudo-animates have at this level would follow the path they had in the inanimate existence level. Of course, there are also rare occurrences of inanimates transforming into pseudo-animates of a different path. Never forget that pseudo-animates at this level can easily be X-grade inanimates. After they've matured, of course. Magic grade pseudo-animate, the second lowest grade for a pseudo-animate to be at. There's not much of a difference between the normal grade and the magic grade, other than the fact that magic grade pseudo-animates will triumph against normal grade pseudo-animates most of the time. Grand grade pseudo-animate, the third lowest grade for a pseudo-animate to be at. Most pseudo-animates at this grade have surely undergone at least one power baptism, their power now being equivalent to peak rank 0 animates. Epic grade pseudo-animate, the fourth lowest grade for a pseudo-animate to be at. Not much is known all about pseudo-animates at this level, with the only difference being the fact that their power is significantly stronger than rank 1 animates even after undergoing only one power baptism. Legendary grade pseudo-animate, considered as the rank of demarcation for pseudo-animates. Not much is known all about pseudo-animates at this level. Transcendent grade pseudo-animate, considered as the third highest grade for pseudo-animates. Not much is known all about pseudo-animates at this level. The reason why pseudo-animates are said to have the greatest growth potential is because of something called power baptisms. Power baptisms are more or less existence tribulations but weaker, increasing the conversion factor of their stat points by 10 per power baptism they complete. If a pseudo-animate successfully clears one power baptism, their conversion factor increases from 1 to 1000 to 1:10,000. A pseudo-animate that has undergone 2 power baptisms is more or less equal to someone at the early animate ranks. In terms of conversion factor, that is, the second existence level an inanimate could choose is the animate existence level. Most beings in the world of errors are at the animate existence level. Because animates are composed of living beings, ranging from humans to animals, and even large trees. There are a total of 10 ranks in the animate existence level, with those ranks being the following. Rank 0 animate, the lowest rank for an animate to be at. In simpler terms, they are humans or any sort of living being that has not mastered their respective tempering skill yet. In other words, they are just normal humans or other living beings. Of course, there are those blessed with bloodlines, allowing them to be slightly superior when compared to normal humans or other living beings. Rank 1 animate, the second lowest rank for an animate to be at. Animates at this level have mastered their respective tempering skills, starting to proceed through the ranks with their ascension skills. Animates at this rank have found their specializations, being twice as strong as rank 0 animates at the very least. Their lifespans are also longer than rank 0 animates, with the maximum lifespan for an animate at this rank being 150 years. Rank 2 animate, the third lowest rank for an animate to be at. Not much is known all about animates at this level. Rank 3 animate, the fourth lowest rank for an animate to be at. Not much is known all about animates at this level. Rank 4 animate, the fifth lowest rank for an animate to be at. Not much is known all about animates at this level. Rank 5 animate, known by animates as the rank that demarcates great animates from exemplary animates. Other than that, Not much is known all about animates at this level. Rank 6 animate, the fourth highest rank for an animate to be at. Not much is known all about animates at this level. Rank 7 animate, the third highest rank for an animate to be at. Not much is known all about animates at this level. Rank 8 animate, the second highest rank for an animate to be at. Not much is known all about animates at this level. Rank 9 animate, the highest rank for an animate to be at. Not much is known all about animates at this level. And that's all I'll explain for now. Oh, I almost forgot to mention that tempering skills are skills that do what their names say. Temper the body of a rank 0 animate in preparation to ascend to rank 1 animate. As for ascension skills, these skills carry rank 1 animates up to rank 9 animates. In the best case scenario, that is. With these things being explained, I hope you have an enjoyable read. Chapter 296. Familiar. The first reaction Herelia had from a barrier abruptly appearing around her was an aura of intense disbelief and shock. Although she knew that it was either Horal or Argentum that had cast the barrier on her body just as she was about to get hit by lavender lightning bolts from both sides, she still remembered the words Argentum told her regarding supporting her. In her mind, she was thinking, wouldn't this make the next trials harder? With that in mind, she could not help but let out an inward sigh as she placed the thought of the subsequent trials becoming harder in the back of her mind. For now, she decided to take advantage of the bought time given by the barrier, unhesitatingly heading towards another direction perpendicular to the oncoming lavender lightning bolts. Crack. Unsurprisingly, under the bombardment of a large number of lavender lightning bolts meant to smite a being down, the barrier that Herelia abandoned had cracked under one unified blow of the remaining bolts. Nevertheless, this gave Herelia enough time to prepare for the bolts with a high level of confidence. Pointing the large crimson thorn towards the oncoming lightning bolts, she then decided to push herself beyond her limits as the burden on her mind had gone beyond the level where she could maintain a decent level of rationality. Nevertheless, she was thinking that she should boost her chances of eradicating all of the remaining lavender lightning bolts in one fell swoop while she still could do so. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Surprisingly, while the lavender lightning bolts were searching for Herelia's trace, taking quite some time to eventually figure where she had gone, she made 3 more crimson thorns, combining them into the large crimson thorn as it now radiated an aura a bit more intense than before. Although she felt like her mind was being stretched to its limits to accommodate the burden brought about by the 3 new crimson thorns, she tried her hardest to ignore the pain in her mind as she willed the new and improved large crimson thorn towards the lavender lightning bolts. Swish. Willing the large crimson thorn to turn an angle perpendicular to the tendril that was connecting it to Herelia, she then manipulated the large crimson thorn to rotate with the tendril as the axis, turning into what looked like an incredibly large yet blunt lawnmower blade. Then again, this approach was highly successful as Herelia willed the large crimson thorn to rotate as fast as possible, not giving the lavender lightning bolts any time to pass through the blind spot of the crimson thorn. Of course, for those that were lucky enough to pass through the crimson thorn while it was dispelling the other bolts, Herelia went ahead and manipulated the crimson thorn to head towards the lucky lightning bolt and dispel it directly with a quick pierce, and just like that, the remaining 20 bolts, which made Herelia feel like she was at her wit's end, were finally dispelled, allowing her to let out a sigh of relief as she recalled the 3 crimson thorns she had just made. After that, she made her way back to her original position, hoping that the next round wouldn't have an incredibly big spike in difficulty. While doing so, she could not help but take a look at the dark clouds, noticing that the remaining area of the dark clouds that were covered by crimson lightning had now been occupied by lavender lightning. Seeing as there was nothing brewing on the dark clouds, Herelia thought that the heavens were giving her a time to rest, as well as time for her to acclimate to the improvements brought about by the last round. To her surprise, the improvement brought about by the purple strands made by the last round of lightning bolts were far more potent than the last 9 rounds. Combined. Wondering what her next plan of action should be, she could not help but focus her sense of vision onto Argentum and Horal, only to find out that Argentum was radiating an aura of anger while Horal was radiating an aura of guilt. Wanting to know what was happening, Herlia unhesitatingly went ahead and sent a few energy strands towards Argentum and Horal, unexpectedly allowing her to find out who had cast the barrier that gave her time to retaliate against the remaining lightning bolts. Horal, why the heck did you cast a barrier around her? Argentum looked at Horal with an aura of intense fury. Although he had expected Horal to possibly cast a buff on Herlia after seeing her at her wit's end, never once did he expect him to cast a skill. As if the system knew the repercussions of what Horal had done, a notification sound resounded in his mind just as Horal had cast the skill, prompting him to open up the notification and see what it was. Ding! One of the user's companions has directly interfered with the trial taker's chances of surviving the last round of the first trial. The heavens have decided to increase the difficulty of the next trial in response to that action. In response, Horal responded to Argentum's question in an apologetic tone as he said, "I know what I've done, and I deeply regret it. I'm sorry, Argentum. I just didn't want to see Herlia be bombarded by the lightning bolts and I sigh." Hearing Horal let out a sigh, Argentum could not help but let out a sigh of his own as he told Horal, "Well, Horal, just so you know, you've pretty much directly interfered with Herlia's existence tribulation. In other words, she has to bear the consequences of it once the next round comes crashing down. You do know what that entails, right?" "Of course I do," Horal said as the aura of regret around him intensified. But just as he was about to continue explaining the reasons why he had cast that barrier on Herlia, a voice they did not expect to hear soon resounded in their minds as it said, "So you were the one who cast the barrier on me?" After radiating brief auras of surprise, the two of them returned to their previous auras. The first one to respond to Herlia's words was Argentum, asking her, "How did it go?" "I could barely see what was happening between the trees." "Terrible," Herlia said succinctly before focusing her vision on Horal from afar. She then said, directing her words to Horal, "To be honest, Horal, if it wasn't for your timely barrier activation, I probably wouldn't be here standing somewhat far away from you two." After that, she let out a light chuckle, slightly alleviating the atmosphere between Argentum and Horal. "Then again, we shouldn't ignore Argentum's words," Herlia added soon after before continuing, "Thanks to your interference, the difficulty of my subsequent trials would increase as a consequence. I'm not saying I'm blaming you for doing that. I'm just saying that I might need to change my plan of action." "What do you have in mind?" Argentum asked while taking a short glance at the dark clouds. Herlia pondered over the plan in her mind for a bit before responding, "So far, I've used one of my trump cards, which sacrifices all of the crimson thorns I've formed in exchange for combat power. At most, I can use it one more time, but at that point, it would be somewhat hard for me to move my body. Other than that, I still have a few more trump cards up my sleeve, and I feel like a great number of them would be used in the following rounds," she added soon after. After that, she finally got to the main part of her statement from earlier, saying, "If I want to reduce the number of trump cards I use from here on out, which means a greater chance of me clearing the existence tribulation, I would need you two to use all of your buffs on me, disregarding the consequences that come afterward. To be honest, I'm also thinking of having you two directly help me out in defending against the lightning bolts. But that's just a last resort thing," she continued. She then focused her vision onto the two and asked them, "What do you think about the change in my plan?" "I'm not so sure on where I stand." Horal was the first one to reply, radiating an aura of uncertainty in the process. "On one end, I want to agree with the changes you've made as it would increase your chances of successfully clearing it. But at the same time, I don't want to agree with it because, with these changes, the final trial would definitely end up becoming incredibly hard." What Horal said, Argentum followed up on Horal's response. "Although it would indeed make the next rounds of your tribulation easier, in the long run, it would end up giving you an incredibly big burden that you have to shoulder. Worst case scenario, You would die before you successfully clear your tribulation from the spike in difficulty alone. Are you willing to take that risk though? Well, just as Herelia was about to respond to Argentum's question, the dark clouds let out a rumble far louder than before, resounding throughout the area, possibly even being heard from the entrance of the Verdant Blossom Branch Alliance's base. Hearing such a deafening rumble, the trio could not help but focus their senses of vision towards the dark clouds. They noticed that in the middle portion of the dark clouds, another type of lightning was brewed. Unexpectedly, this type of lightning did not have any destructive intent to it at all. In fact, it could be said that the intent emanating from it was quite the opposite. An intent filled with life and nourishment could be felt from the new type of lightning being brewed. The intensity of the intent was at a high level that even Argentum and Horal could feel the intent from afar. As for Herelia, she could not help but feel that the new type of lightning was made for her. Ding! While the new type of lightning was still in the process of brewing, an notification sound resounded in Argentum's mind all of a sudden, making him wonder as to why the system would notify him at such random time. After he had read through the notifications, Argentum finally realized that the new type of lightning was not created for no reason. Focusing his attention onto Herelia as he thought to himself, it seems that her plans are going to be changed quite a lot after this. As the trial taker has successfully passed through the first trial given by the heavens, although there was slight direct interference, the heavens have decided to partially grant the trial taker's wish of evolving their existence. The heavens have decided to grant the trial taker a transitional evolution, allowing the trial taker to acclimate to the newfound senses that would eventually be brought about by the final transitional evolution. The heavens are sensing the trial taker's current species and existence level. Species and existence level confirmed. The trial taker is of the inanimate existence level, species being branch grandius formosus, blood bell hazard special plus. The heavens are deciding on the ideal transitional evolution for the trial taker. The heavens have decided on the trial taker's first transitional evolution. BZZT.crash. After a couple more minutes, the new type of lightning was finally finished brewing, making its way down towards Herelia as a series of lightning bolts that gradually changed their color over time. Knowing that the lightning bolts coming down made her feel like there was a connection between her and the bolts, Herelia did not resist, allowing them to strike down on her body as she felt immense pleasure from the collision. Whoosh! Surprisingly, Herelia started to levitate off the ground after more lightning bolts had come down and collided with her body, as if she had ascended. Although Argentum knew what was currently happening to Herelia, Horal did not, prompting him to look at the currently calm Argentum and ask in a slightly panicked tone, "What's happening to Herelia?" Argentum concisely responded, "She's evolving." Whoosh, whoosh. After a few more seconds, Herelia's body was soon covered in the new type of lightning bolts, acting like a cocoon that shrouded Argentum and Horal's vision from the evolution process that Herelia was undergoing. Then again, the changes that were happening to Herelia's body could be described as a change far beyond normal comprehension. The first change that had happened to her body was that the crimson veins covering her body had disappeared in an instant, turning into strands that floated around her body. Soon after, her body was then stretched out in the figure of a beautiful woman, transforming Herelia's appearance to that of an exquisitely crafted wooden sculpture. Some time later, a few of the lightning bolts were absorbed by Herelia's body, making Herelia feel like she could move her limbs as if she was inanimate. And then, the crimson strands, which were previously the veins covering her body, were once absorbed by her body, covering the majority of her upper and lower body in a way that made it look like she was wearing a crimson red robe. On top of that, some of the crimson strands made their way towards the hair portion of her appearance, dyeing it a slightly dark crimson red. Whoosh! And just like that, within 10 minutes or so, Herelia's transitional evolution was done. As the lightning bolts acting as a cocoon gradually dissipated, the newly evolved Herelia was soon revealed to the visions of Argentum and Horal, who both could not help believe the immense change brought about by the evolution she had undergone. Noticing that the two of them were looking at her with auras of shock and disbelief, Heraclea could not help but ask herself, what made them so shocked? She then went ahead and looked around her surroundings, her sense of vision eventually stopping on the puddle of red viscous fluid she was standing on as some of the dark clouds parted away to allow a bit of sunlight to shine down. Surprisingly, these rays of sunlight were directed towards the red viscous fluid she was standing on, allowing her to realize that the reason why the two were shocked was because of her. Ding. While both Argentum and Horal were still at a loss for words thanks to Heraclea's current appearance, Argentum obtained a notification from the system, prompting him to check what it was all about. After a few seconds of reading through the notifications, he could not help but look at Heraclea a few times before glancing at the notification he had received, muttering, "This feeling of overwhelming power is incredibly familiar." The Trial Taker's first transitional evolution is now complete. The Trial Taker's new existence level is of the pseudo-animate existence level. The Trial Taker's new species is Locus Animus, Magnus Anguis Imperatio Rare. Want to see some official art of Iris? Then head on to my Discord server. The link is discord.xrohuge. If not, follow me on Instagram, @trueedawn.uwu. Help to see you there. Chapter 297 Myriad Calamity Shower is the me. Heraclea was left at a loss for words as her sense of vision was fixated on the puddle of red viscous fluid under her. Just a while ago, her appearance was that of a branch that was used to bash an animate's head inward. But now, her appearance was a far cry from what it was before, which was that of an exquisitely chiseled sculpture of a beautiful woman covered in a red robe. If the surface of her skin was of a different color, others would surely think that she was a real animate woman. Taking in a few deep breaths to calm herself down from the excitement she felt, she eventually closed her sense of vision, allowing her to sense the changes on her body that was brought about by the lightning from a while ago. The first change that she hastily took notice of was the amount of power coursing throughout the body. If one were to consider her previous amount of power to be as large as a small light bulb, then the amount of power in her body right now was that of a nuclear reactor. Not to mention, she felt that she could think more things at once every second, prompting her to wonder as to how many crimson thorns she could create before reaching the limit. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In an instant, the robe covering her body, which used to be the crimson veins that covered her body previously, soon had parts of it transform into a great number of crimson tendrils. Soon after, these tendrils were then transformed into 10 crimson thorns, leaving Heraclea at a loss for words as she felt that her mind had not reached its limit yet. And with that, she continued to conjure more and more crimson tendrils before combining them into crimson thorns, increasing the number of thorns that circled her body as she gradually looked more and more like a crimson cactus. Eventually, she had reached the limit of what her mind could endure before losing a great portion of her rationality. In total, she had created 144 crimson thorns, all of which exuded a level of destructive intent far more potent than before. After coming to terms with her new limit, Heraclea could not help but wonder as to how much of a boost Amaranthine release would give once she sacrificed all of the crimson thorns surrounding her right now. Fortunately, the logical side of her mind told her that saving the skill for a later time was better, as there was no point in using the skill while the dark clouds hadn't made a move yet. With the thought of the dark clouds in her mind, she then went ahead and tilted her head to focus her vision on the dark clouds, only to notice something weird was happening. The new lightning bolts are being absorbed by the purple lightning, Heraclea muttered to herself as she subconsciously manipulated the thorns closer to her robe, making it look like she was wearing a robe adorned with crimson thorns. Nevertheless, most of her attention was fixated on the dark clouds wherein a surprising change was occurring. At this moment, after the new type of lightning had finished their job of allowing Heraclea to partially ascend to a higher level of existence, the iridescent lightning bolts then went ahead and spread throughout the area occupied by the dark clouds, splitting off into large chunks. Soon after, these large chunks of iridescent lightning bolts were then swarmed by the lavender lightning bolts without hesitation, absorbing the intent of life and nourishment emanated by them. While looking at the current situation, Herelia thought that the lavender lightning bolts would get weaker as the intent radiated by the iridescent lightning bolts was a polar opposite to the intent emanated by the lavender lightning bolts. Unfortunately for her, rather than becoming weaker, the destructive intent of the lavender lightning bolts instead grew stronger as they absorbed the iridescent lightning bolts. In less than a minute, the collective destructive intent of the lavender lightning bolts had become 10 times more intense than before. Just as Herelia was pondering on what she should do in preparation for the next round of lightning bolts that came down, Argentum and Horrell had finally come back to reality, their senses of vision now focused on the situation that was occurring within the dark clouds. And just like Herelia, they could not help but feel a sense of dread, with Horrell feeling even more dread than Argentum. "I shouldn't have cast that barrier on Herelia," Horrell muttered to himself, pinning himself as the reason as to why the difficulty of the subsequent rounds had greatly increased. "Oh man. I wanna apologize to Herelia so badly." "There's no point moping over what has already happened." Argentum, who was listening to Horrell's lamentations on the side, could not help but feel that it was grating on his sense of hearing, prompting Horrell to stop. In response to Argentum's words, Horrell focused his vision onto Argentum and said, "But it's true though. The chances of Herelia sucking to the difficulty of the subsequent rounds have greatly increased." "And that's what you think?" Argentum said before focusing his vision onto Herelia, who now had a far greater number of thorns surrounding her body when compared to before, letting out a light chuckle filled with a hint of interest as an aura of confidence surrounded him. He then told Horrell, "Take a look at Herelia and tell me if her chances of sucking have increased." "Do you think she'd give up that easily?" Listening to Argentum's words, Horrell turned his head to look at Herelia, only to see that a far stronger aura was emanating out of Herelia at this moment. With such a sight in front of him, Horrell could not help but compare the aura Herelia was emanating before to the aura she was emanating right now. In less than a second, he concluded that her chances of sucking to the difficulty of her existence tribulation had stayed the same, or rather decreased. It was then that Horrell remembered what Argentum told him a while ago. Recalling that he was told that Herelia was in the process of evolution. After becoming silent for a bit more, he then thought to himself as an aura of slight elation and expectation surrounded him. It seems that the heavens want to give Herelia a second chance. And with that thought lingering in his mind, his mood had undergone a 180-degree turn, having greater hopes for Herelia's chances of surviving through the existence tribulation as he felt that the power coursing throughout her body was no less than his or Argentum's. Taking in a deep breath to tone down his excitement, he then turned to look at Argentum and asked him, "So, what should do in order to help Herelia out?" "For now, let's remain on standby," Argentum said as he focused his vision back on the dark clouds, noticing that the iridescent lightning bolts had now disappeared. Although he felt like the next trial would be harder than before, he had great confidence that Herelia would be able to pass through most of the second trial without a problem. Unfortunately for him, it seemed that the heavens were just toying with their emotions as a notification sound resounded in his mind. Ding! As the trial taker's strength has greatly improved due to the transitional evolution given, the heavens have decided to adjust the difficulty of the next trial to the trial taker's current power. The heavens have decided on the next trial given to the trial taker. The name of the next trial shall be Myriad Calamity Shower. Whoosh! After reading through the new notifications he had received, Argentum's aura had turned into that of despair in an instant, wondering what he could do to alleviate the burden that was about to befall Herelia. Noticing that abrupt change in Argentum's aura, Horrell went ahead and asked him, "What's wrong, Argentum?" "I have a bad feeling about the next trial," Argentum replied, wondering as to whether he should tell Herelia the next trial that was about to come crashing down on her. In less than a second, the thoughts inside his mind all said the same thing, prompting him to send an energy strand to Herelia, who was still looking at the changes happening in the dark clouds. In Argentum's mind, he thought that Herelia would surely heed his warnings as he was Aura's clone. In connection to that thought, He was hoping on the chance that Herelia would pick up the idea that Argentum had a system as well, since that would reduce the time needed for Herelia to believe in Argentum's words. "Herelia, can you hear me?" Argentum said through the energy strand, prompting Herelia to stop looking at the clouds and focus her vision towards Argentum. Without delay, she replied in a calm and collected tone, "What's up? I have a feeling that you might not believe me." But Argentum hastily responded to her question as he explained what he had read from the notifications in his system. "The next round you're about to face is filled with a type of lightning far more dangerous than the purple ones darting through the clouds right now." Hearing such a piece of important news out of the blue, Herelia could not help but radiate an aura of disbelief, as it was just too sudden to her. In response, she could not help but radiate an aura of suspicion as she asked him, "How do you know what the next round is going to be?" Letting out a sigh that said, "I knew this was going to happen," Argentum decided to not beat around the bush and said in a slightly defeated tone, "Since Horus has a system, then I have a system as well. I got a message from the system telling me about your next round. If you don't believe me, just cast the eyes of undeceiving truth on me." With her sense of hearing focused on Argentum's words lingering inside her mind, Herelia only took less than an instant to process the information that was said. She could not help but take a few deep breaths as she felt an immense amount of dread from imagining the next round if Argentum's words were to be the case. Letting out a long yet soft sigh, she then asked Argentum, "So, what do you want me to do in preparation for the next round?" "You've undergone an evolution, right?" Argentum asked, his mind working on overdrive as he felt that the changes brought by Herelia's transitional evolution would allow the subsequent trials to continue staying at the same difficulty, lest the two of them made a move of their own. "Yeah, what about it?" Herelia replied, only to soon realize what Argentum was trying to imply. Although she was almost 100% sure that the thing Argentum wanted to say was the thing she realized, she wanted to make sure, prompting her to ask him, "You want me to gain a better understanding of the new skills I've received?" "Yes, that's exactly what I want you to do," Argentum said in a gleeful tone, inwardly letting out a sigh of relief as he felt that Herelia would know what to do while the next trial hasn't started yet. In response, Herelia lightly nodded before saying, "All right. I'll try to familiarize myself with the new skills as much as possible. Do inform me when the next round of lightning bolts come crashing down." "Okay, I definitely will," Argentum said in response to Herelia's words before cutting off the connection between the two of them. He then focused his sense of vision onto Horel, who was still looking at the dark clouds, and said, "Horel, could you keep an eye on the dark clouds and alert me if there's a change going on? I need to do something for a bit." "All right," Horel said in response to Argentum's request, only to be greeted by an Argentum that had its sense of vision closed while it sat cross-legged on the ground. Letting out a light sigh, Horel then panned his sense of vision back to the dark clouds and muttered to himself, "You could have said thank you at the very least." Ignorant to what was going on in Horel's mind, Argentum brought up the spell creation feature of Sage's water magic in his mind and focused his vision on the true water spell portion of the skill. Working his mind to overdrive, he then muttered inwardly, "It's time for me to put these vacant spell slots to good use." And just like that, the three of them were preparing for the next trial in their own ways. Herelia was currently sitting cross-legged on the ground with her sense of vision closed, allowing herself to become more familiar with the new skills she had obtained after evolving to a pseudo-animate lifeform. Every once in a while, one would see ribbons of crimson and gold surrounding her body while white energy particles were scattered around her body. As for Argentum, his mind was focused on maximizing the usage of the 9 vacant true water spell slots he hadn't used yet, deciding to make most of the true water spells have the purpose of boosting a certain ability to its limit. He also decided to make a few defensive spells with the remaining slots, realizing that he should make a blessed water spell leaning towards the defensive aspect of things once Herelia's existence tribulation was done. As for Horel, he continued to look at the dark clouds, taking note of every change that was happening. It was only after about 20 minutes since Argentum told him to keep eye on the dark clouds did a change finally occur. prompting him to alert Argentum that something was happening to the clouds. Fortunately, by that time, Argentum had made sure that all of the true water spells in his arsenal would help out Herolier one way or another. At the cost of a lot of mana being used up for every spell he discarded. Lightly stretching his body, Argentum then stood up from where he sat before asking Horrell, "So what change happened to the clouds?" In response, Horrell only pointed towards a certain section of the dark clouds, prompting Argentum to follow the path of Horrell's finger, eventually seeing what he was pointing towards. In that certain portion of the dark clouds, the lavender bolts of lightning were undergoing the same process as the crimson bolts from before, fusing as one before transforming into a bolt of lightning that radiated an intent of destruction many times intense than before. Thanks to this fusion, a loud rumble resounded throughout the area, shaking every bit of energy that made Argentum and Horrell's body. Fortunately, Herolier was too engrossed in familiarizing herself with her new skills, allowing Argentum to inwardly let out a sigh of relief as the two of them continued to look at the new type of lightning that had emerged. Thanks to the power baptism he had undergone before, Argentum knew that the next type of lightning bolt after the purple one was a light blue lightning bolt. But when compared to the power baptism version, the current bolt of lightning that had emerged from the dark clouds took on a slightly darker shade, a royal blue lightning bolt. As he thought about the color that perfectly described the color of the current lightning bolt, it was then that he felt that there was something else to the royal blue lightning bolt. Behind the inherent destructive intent of the new lightning bolt, there was also a trace of arrogance brought about by its superior power, as if any lightning bolt or being under it was inferior when compared to it. "So that's why there's the word calamity in the name of the next trial," Argentum muttered to himself as he noticed that the number of royal blue lightning bolts gradually increased. With a long yet soft sigh, he then said, "The next trial is going to be a calamity, all right. Want to see some official art of errors? Then head on to my Discord server. The link is discord.xrohuge. If not, follow me on Instagram, @trueedawn.uwu. Help to see you there. Chapter 298 Gilded Crimson Ruffle Easier Rumble. As the number of royal blue lightning bolts continued to gradually increase, they occupied more and more of the area previously occupied by the lavender lightning bolts. Concurrent to that, the dark clouds would let out a loud rumble from time to time, bringing forth a wave of destructive intent that was around half as strong as the wave that spread throughout the area when the first royal blue lightning bolt was formed. Nevertheless, Argentum and Horrell could not help but be on edge with every wave that passed through their body. Well, mostly Horrell. To Argentum, after sensing the arrogance that was inherent in the intent of the royal blue lightning bolts, he could not help but connect the frequent rumbling of the dark clouds to the arrogance of the royal blue lightning bolts. It was as if the lightning bolts were flexing their strength towards the trio. Fortunately,